7 years ago, Gaia unleashed the wrath of Shiva, leading to the annihilation of Cangnan, with only 2 children surviving. Lin Qiye, utilizing the mortal realm of gods, reversed life and death, allowing Cangnan to be reborn, albeit at the cost of being eternally imprisoned in his homeland. Zhang Taiping, through desperate connection, managed to survive the cataclysm, witnessing the cycle of sin and salvation. Chapter 1. The 2 Children. In the world of divine slayers, Cangnan City. Today marks Zhang Taiping's 7th birthday, and his father, Zhang Bainian, anxiously paces at the door. "Why don't you give your father a call?" His wife, Lin Qiye, suggested. Zhang Bainian sighed. "You know his temperament, he never uses electronic devices." On a hillside north of Cangnan City, thunder and lightning clashed as 2 figures, one clad in white and the other in black, unleashed bolts of lightning that caused the trees to sway violently. After a prolonged struggle, the 2 figures separated, and the elder enveloped in black lightning laughed heartily. "Zhang Jue, you have ultimately made a miscalculation. The Xianyuan sword will be in the possession of my Taiping lineage for the next century. You, Zhang Zhibai, married and had children long ago, yet I never anticipated that the Yin-5 thunder could be cultivated to such an extent. However, your Taiping lineage is singularly passing down, as the saying goes. A gentleman bears no guilt, but carries the burden of treasure. I believe the Xianyuan sword belongs best at my Longhu Mountain." Zhang Jue wiped the blood from his lips. "Knowing white while guarding black, you indeed have a disadvantage in comparing thunder techniques with our Taiping lineage, but a loss is a loss. The previous agreement must not be altered." With that, Zhang Zhibai drew forth a half-buried, broken sword from the earth. The sword, neither jade nor copper, bore rust and lacked the legendary aura of a divine blade. "I wonder when the Xianyuan sword will regain its former glory?" Zhang Zhibai sighed. Zhang Jue approached him, gazing skyward, "To slay the myriad gods and Buddhas, and to drink deeply of the blood of immortals and demons. Only then can this emperor's sword be restored." The 2 elderly men exchanged smiles, but their expressions swiftly changed as they began to calculate rapidly. "Great calamity approaches," Zhang Jue exclaimed. "Trouble lies within Cangnan." Zhang Zhibai's face turned grim. "There is no way to evade it." Zhang Jue stared in disbelief. "No, there is still a glimmer of hope," Zhang Zhibai declared, bolting towards Cangnan. "I am old. I hope to leave this to the next generation. Brother Jue, after I depart, I entrust my grandson to you." Zhang Zhibai rushed home like the wind. At the border of the Great Xia, 5 humans looked up. Master Chen's carriage had become dilapidated. "Alas, they have succeeded." Yi Fan, his body in tatters, lamented. "Gaia, you exhaust the primal forces of the earth merely to erase an ethereal prophecy, and in doing so, extinguish nearly 10 million lives. Are you not afraid of the backlash from the heavenly path? The prophecy of Zeus is infallible. I must eradicate all potential threats at their inception. As for lives, do I not already have enough sacrifices on Olympus?" Gaia forced the wrath of Shiva into action, though it came at a cost. While executing a mission within Cangnan City, Chen Mai's rapid movements suddenly halted as he gazed at his fading left foot. What is happening? Not just him, every blade of grass and every brick and tile within Cangnan City is becoming transparent, slowly transforming into specks of starlight. Zhang Zhibai handed the remnant Xianyuan sword to Zhang Taiping. "There is no time, Taiping. Listen to me. Close your eyes and strive to communicate with the remnant soul of the emperor within the Xianyuan sword. Do not concern yourself with anything else." "Grandfather, what game is this?" Young Taiping inquired innocently. "Yes, this is merely a game. If you succeed, there will be a reward." "All right." Young Taiping closed his eyes. "Father, my right leg has vanished," Zhang Bainian exclaimed in despair. "You 2 be quiet. If you wish for Taiping to survive, do not utter a word," Zhang Zhibai scolded, his own body also turning transparent. At that moment, Zhang Taiping closed his eyes, resting his small head against the sword's hilt, and instinctively found himself in a mysterious space. He observed several towering figures gathered around a stone table, engrossed in a game of chess, and he staggered over. The figures were shrouded in layers of mist, obscuring their faces from his view. "What are you all doing?" Taiping asked curiously, tilting his head. One figure pointed at himself. "Can you see us? Are you right here? Why can't I see?" Young Taiping wondered. The figures exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "How many years has it been since someone visited us?" "Nearly 2,000 years. Another replied. "Wait, it seems there is the aura of an outsider, this child. may not survive. It has been over 2,000 years since an outsider came. It would be quite dull if this child meets his end. Shall we save him? Let's save him. As they spoke, one figure's mist began to dissipate, and an overwhelming pressure surged toward Zhang Taiping like a tidal wave. Instinctively, Taiping felt compelled to kneel and worship, yet despite the cracking of his bones, he resisted the urge to bow. His grandfather had taught him that the Taiping lineage does not kneel before gods or Buddhas, nor to heaven and earth, except before parents and elders. Ah, this young lad possesses some spirit thus. I shall grant you this emperor's ruin. The Emperor Zhuangxu smiled, extending a hand to point at Zhang Taiping's forehead. Taiping felt a tremendous force propel him backward, and in the next moment he suddenly opened his eyes. Grandfather, I won. Chapter 2. The Young Master on Longhu Mountain. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers in the capital, Yuan Gang examined the documents in his hand. Which of them is the blasphemer foretold in Zeus's prophecy? If you ask me, who should I inquire? Those who pry into the secrets of heaven must face repercussions. Perhaps Cangnan originally had only one blasphemer, but their actions have resulted in two. Yi Fan speculated. I know this Forbidden Realm sequence 003, Mortal Realm of Gods, but what is this desperate connection? I have never heard of it before. Yuan Gang continued to press. Desperate connection is not listed in the sequence, however. It is not a highly dangerous Forbidden Realm, at least not for humanity. In Desperate Connection, humans are unaffected and can even utilize the Forbidden Realms. In contrast, it poses an extreme danger to divine beings, as once ensnared within its domain, they too become mortal, and the divine realm would be instantly obliterated. Furthermore, Desperate Connection is the nemesis of all divine realms. I foresee this young man being tasked with confronting the ancient divine sect. Desperate Connection will undoubtedly be the most practical skill. Yi Fan had already mapped out Zhang Taiping's future in a few words. Yuan Gang's eyes glimmered. Then he should join the medium team. Are you foolish? Old Wu has it tough enough. Do you want to put his teammates through the ringer again? By the way, this is the wrath of Shiva. Take it to Cangnan and deliver it to Chun Mai. Yi Fan produced an object from his pocket. Yuan Gang placed the temporarily sealed grievances of the gods into his embrace. Chun Mai? What a pity. By the time Zhang Taiping opened his eyes again, he found himself atop Longhu Mountain, looking around. Where are my grandfather and parents? Cough, cough. They have entrusted you to my care for the time being. Zhang Jiwei awkwardly stroked his beard. Zhang Taiping was small, but not foolish. The desolate appearance of Cangnan resurfaced in his mind, and Desperate Connection spiraled out of control, causing the protective array of Longhu Mountain to tremble violently. Fortunately, Desperate Connection is ineffective against mortals, or this little fellow would have toppled Longhu Mountain. The old celestial master calmly retrieved a smartphone and initiated a video call. Little Taiping, why are you crying? Do not be afraid, mother is fine. Zhang's mother, with tears in her eyes. You don't want Taiping anymore? I will be very obedient, please, don't abandon me. Tears streamed down Taiping's face like pearls. Seeing this, his mother could no longer hold back and collapsed into her husband's embrace, weeping. Really? Grandfather, you must not deceive me. Little Taiping wiped his tears. Well, have I ever lied to you? Zhang Jibai promised with a pat on his chest. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Even if he cannot master Desperate Connection in 10 years, it will be sufficient to diminish our memories in his mind. Moreover, if my grandson is in your care and he grows thin, I shall not let this matter rest. Zhang Jibai threatened. Come and strike me if you dare. Zhang Jiwei boldly declared. To be honest, he did not possess an effective means to control the release of the skill known as Absolute Heaven's communication. He had merely discerned that it was intricately connected to Zhang Taiping's emotional fluctuations. Furthermore, it seemed to be a passive skill that incessantly drained Zhang Taiping's mental energy. Fortunately, upon acquiring the Imperial Ruins, Zhang Taiping's mental fortitude was elevated to an extraordinary realm, or else he would have likely been utterly depleted by now. Based on these two observations, Zhang Jiwei decided to retreat to the scripture pavilion of Longhu Mountain, seeking solace through the study of Taoist texts. Every day, he devoted at least 6 hours to meditation and breath regulation, enhancing his mental capacity to counteract the drain imposed by the Imperial Ruins, all the while striving to master Absolute Heaven's communication. When unable to achieve tranquility, he would wield his sword to dispel the stagnation within his heart while simultaneously fortifying his physique. Time appeared to stand still in the mountains, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Taiping had spent 7 years on Longhu Mountain. Throughout this period, He diligently perused the vast collection of texts, discovering that although he could not deactivate absolute heaven's communication, he had managed to perfectly suppress it within himself. Zhang Taiping possessed the Forbidden Ruins, specifically the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 032, 9 Heavens Thunder Punishment. As a disciple of the Taiping Dao lineage, the thunderous arts were evidently the most suitable for him. However, much of his forbidden power had been sealed to contain absolute heaven's communication. Left 0, right fire, thunder god, aid me. Zhang Taiping recited earnestly. Yet only a few small arcs of electricity flickered from his hands, hardly more potent than a lighter spark. Ultimately, the fruits of his sword practice became evident. Initially, he could only unleash 100 strikes in a day, but later he was able to perform 1,000. At the age of 12, it took him 12 hours to execute 10,000 strikes. By 13, after completing 10,000 strikes on the mountaintop, he discovered that the sun had yet to set, marking a significant change. He seemed to perceive threads of varying brightness within the space around him. By following these threads in his strikes, his speed increased exponentially. By the time he celebrated his 14th birthday, executing 10,000 strikes took him less than an hour. After finishing his daily sword practice, Zhang Taiping donned his Taoist robe and slung the Xinyuan sword across his back, descending the mountain path. "Good morning, Master Uncle." An elderly Taoist, in his 50s, greeted him with respect. Zhang Taiping quickly returned the gesture. "There is no need for such formality. Master Nephew, the fallen leaves do not require daily sweeping." 7 years prior, the Grand Master had unexpectedly decided to take a closed-door disciple, astonishingly selecting an outer disciple for this role. Someone had once questioned the Grand Master, "Master, are you not mistaken? How can an outer disciple be a closed-door disciple? Isn't that contradictory?" The Grand Master had swiftly reprimanded the inquisitive disciple. "I'm merely taking a disciple on behalf of an old friend. I give him this title to prevent you from bullying him." Within the main hall of Longhu Mountain, 5 individuals knelt on the ground, led by a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a Taoist robe. "Honorable Grand Master, we have successfully completed the training assessment of the night watchman in the capital, and we request permission to temporarily enter the world for cultivation," Li Miaojin declared with cupped fists. Zhang Jue smiled warmly as he sipped his tea. "The celestial energies are flourishing, and my Tao shall prosper. Go forth, eliminate evil, and protect the people of Great Xia. This is your rightful duty." "Yes." Li Miaojin and her companions rose, coincidentally spotting Zhang Taiping entering the hall. "We pay our respects to Master Uncle." Li Miaojin hurriedly bowed. "Sister Miaojin, you are too courteous." Zhang Taiping blushed, realizing he was actually 3 years younger than her. Li Miaojin found it amusing her little master uncle appeared as delicate as a girl, with long Taoist hair. Had it not been for their differing seniorities, she might have playfully bullied him. If she had seen the well-defined muscles he had cultivated through years of sword practice hidden beneath his robe, she would likely have reconsidered her playful intentions. Upon seeing Zhang Taiping, Zhang Jue remarked with a smile, "What's this? Taiping, do you wish to enter the world as well?" Due to differences in their Taoist lineages, the Grand Master had not imparted much to him in recent years, nor did he wish to be addressed as Master by the other, as that would place him a generation below the old curmudgeon. Zhang Zhibai, "Please do continue. Once you entered Cangnan, regardless of what transpires, you must ensure that you do not unleash the power within your body. Can you manage that?" The Grand Master asked with utmost seriousness. Zhang Jue smiled once more. "If I recall correctly, Miaojin, your squad 157 is not far from Cangnan. This little master uncle of yours has not ventured beyond the mountain gates since his arrival. Would you kindly escort him? An opportunity one cannot refuse." Li Miaojin inadvertently voiced her true feelings. The Grand Master's eyebrows rose. "I meant to say it just so happens to be on the way." Li Miaojin quickly corrected herself. Chapter 3. The first encounter with Team 136. Li Miaojin escorted Zhang Taiping down the mountain, where a Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited them. Upon seeing his young mistress, the old steward promptly approached to open the door. "My lady, who is this young gentleman?" he inquired. "Oh, this is my granduncle," Li Miaojin introduced. The steward was astonished. "It is said that there are immortals atop Longhu Mountain. I had my doubts until now. This elder, with his dark hair and youthful appearance, truly appears to have achieved enlightenment. Old sir, I am not as formidable as you claim. I have only just turned 14. Zhang Taiping quickly clarified. Li Miaojin chuckled. "Though my little granduncle is young, his lineage is remarkably distinguished. He is indeed the closed-door disciple of our sect leader. No need for that. We are heading to Cangnan." Li Miaojin warmly pulled Zhang Taiping into the car. Isn't your night watch team stationed in Pingyang? Why the detour to Cangnan? She asked while linking her arm with Zhang Taiping's. Of course, it is to escort my younger brother Taiping, Li Miaojin replied. Leaving the confines of Longhu Mountain signified that Li Miaojin would now navigate the world as a night watchman, and thus she boldly adjusted her manner of address. Given her age, Zhang Taiping paid it little mind. Flushing slightly, he withdrew his arm from her soft grasp, saying, "Thank you, sir." As the car navigated towards Cangnan City, Li Miaojin suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, before we go, we must change our attire. We cannot be mistaken for charlatans." They entered a shopping mall, where Li Miaojin quickly selected several outfits and retreated to the fitting room. When she emerged, she was adorned in a stunning blue-fitted gown. Little brother Taiping, you have yet to choose. Do not hesitate to select any outfit you fancy. Today, all expenses are on me, Li Miaojin declared confidently, patting her chest. Upon hearing this, Li Miaojin's eyes sparkled mischievously as she wiped the drool from her lips. Allow me to assist you. However, her selections were exclusively women's clothing, and she hurriedly pushed Zhang Taiping into the fitting room. As Zhang Taiping removed his robe and prepared to don the attire Li Miaojin had chosen, he was immediately taken aback. Imagining his little granduncle in those outfits made her eyes twinkle with delight. Sister Miaojin, I am young, not foolish. All these garments are meant for girls. Why are you teasing me? Zhang Taiping protested. Realizing that Zhang Taiping seemed upset, Li Miaojin quickly replied. It was merely a moment of oversight, just as she intended to select a few more outfits. A sudden explosive sound erupted nearby as a 3-meter-tall crab creature charged into the mall. Li Miaojin froze for a moment. Then, without hesitation, drew her standard long knife and charged forward. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 073, Extreme Cold Domain, activated instantly, causing her hair to transform into a deep blue hue. With the surrounding air temperature plummeting, Li Miaojin plunged her long knife into the floor, and icy energy rapidly ascended the hybrid creature's body, freezing its 6 crab legs. The creature, with its stitched and twisted face, howled in anger, using its pincers to shatter the ice crystals encasing its legs. Suddenly, a spear shattered the window and struck the crab monster in its left eye, igniting a blaze of rose-colored flames that made the creature scream in agony. Yet, the half-human, half-crab monstrosity exhibited remarkable resilience, shaking off the attack and soaring through the air, landing gracefully in the hands of a woman in red. The woman furrowed her brow, flicking away the remaining half of an eyeball. Zhao Kongqing is here. A man in his 30s entered through the broken window, striking a heroic pose despite being covered in shards of glass. Xiaonan, quickly attend to the injured, the woman in red commanded, pointing towards the crab creature. Unprincipled. The crab monster retaliated with a barrage of attacks, forcing everyone to retreat. Realizing that civilians would undoubtedly be harmed if this continued, Li Miaojin shouted, "Triple ice wall." The steam in the mall condensed and crystallized, forming a towering triple ice wall around the crab monster. Although Li Miaojin possessed formidable abilities, she felt drained after summoning the wall. Well done, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, recognizing her weapon and understanding her identity. He leapt into the ice wall. The woman in red followed closely, and the sounds of battle echoed from within. In less than 30 seconds, the ice wall shattered, revealing the crab monster, now oozing green slime, evidently gravely injured. Despite the numerous cracks in its shell, its innate defense remained formidable enough to prevent it from succumbing. Xiaonan crouched on the ground, tending to a young girl's wounds when the crab monster suddenly lunged at her. Its spiked legs aimed to pierce through the girl. Xiaonan, both the woman in red and Zhao Kongqing shouted in alarm. It's unavoidable, Xiaonan thought instinctively, bracing for impact. But in an instant, blood sprayed forth, and the woman in red could not bear to watch. Little granduncle, cried Li Miaojin, realizing that Zhang Taiping had already reacted the moment the crab monster broke through the ice wall. However, the Xianyuan sword was in the trunk of the Rolls-Royce, leaving him without a suitable weapon. Seeing Xiaonan's impending doom, he impulsively picked up a broken table leg and charged forward, hoping to intercept the creature's attack. Unfortunately, the table leg was made of ordinary material and was easily pierced by the crab's leg. Zhang Taiping quickly turned his head to avoid a fatal blow, but the crab's leg struck his shoulder. Yet, it could advance no further, as the injury was halted before penetrating deeply, thanks to his defensive ability. Xiaonan had resigned herself to fate when suddenly a girl in a Lolita dress shielded her. Watching the blood spray, coupled with her knowledge of the crab monster, she feared Zhang Taiping had perished. Zhang Taiping, in the face of everyone's disbelief, suddenly exerted incredible strength, muscles hidden beneath the Lolita dress tensing dramatically. And he managed to flip the hefty crab monster onto its back. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Who is this fellow? How is he so formidable? Stop gawking and finish it off, the woman in red urged. It turned out that the crab monster's abdomen was its softest spot. Once flipped, its vulnerabilities were exposed. Li Miaozhen's eyes turned fierce, and she recklessly attacked its underbelly. Among them, Zhao Kongqing was particularly devious, adopting the role of a proctologist, targeting the creature's lower regions with precision. The crab monster met its demise in a pitiful manner, its eyes filled with tears of regret, lamenting its existence in this world. Chapter 4. The Peacekeeping Office. After nearly 10 minutes of relentless combat, the crab monster finally breathed its last. Observing the carnage, Zhao Kongqing unexpectedly remarked, "Is this thing even edible? I've never had such a large crab. It shouldn't taste too bad, right?" I must admit, the crab's yellow hue is golden and lustrous. It is undoubtedly a premium delicacy, Li Miaozhen analyzed. Cangnan, overwhelmed, interjected, not to interrupt, but shouldn't we focus on the young lady here? Correction, I am male. Zhang Taiping raised his hand to clarify, recalling how the crab's sting had nearly caused his ability to rebound uncontrollably, forcing him to suppress it for quite some time. Cangnan was immediately filled with goosebumps, hastily distancing herself while casting a wary glance at Zhang Taiping. Her left eye seemingly inscribed with the character for change and her right eye with attitude. She had provided him with a lap pillow for a considerable duration, leaving her legs numb. "Your injury is not severe. Why feign unconsciousness?" Cangnan exclaimed in frustration. "I cannot find the words to explain," Zhang Taiping lamented. The woman in red turned her head away, muttering, "Cross-dressing fiends deserve no mercy." Zhao Kongqing threw an arm around Zhang Taiping's shoulders, a threatening glint in his eyes. "Kid, you certainly know how to play a game. Do you believe this is merely a misunderstanding?" Zhang Taiping was on the verge of tears. I believe. This is undoubtedly a beautiful misunderstanding." Li Miaozhen's eyes sparkled, captivated by the notion that Zhang Taiping was exceptionally suited for women's attire. Li Miaozhen hurriedly changed the subject and extended her right hand to Hong Ying. "I am Li Miaozhen from Team 157 of Pingong. This is Hong Ying, the frontline combatant of Team 136 of Cangnan." The two clasped hands. "This is the assistant military Dr. Cangnan from Team 136. And the watcher Zhao Kongqing." The four exchanged introductions, and their bond as night watchers was instantly strengthened. "Who is this cross-dressing individual?" Hong Ying asked with a sidelong glance. Li Miaozhen quickly introduced. "This is my little master ancestor from Longhushan." Zhao Kongqing teased, "Is this a peculiar hobby of your Longhushan elites?" In the next moment, Li Miaozhen drew her long knife and pressed it against Zhao Kongqing's neck, declaring, "You may insult my little master ancestor, but you shall not disrespect my other elders from Longhushan. That is my bottom line." Cangnan, puzzled, inquired, "Since you are a night watcher from Pingyang, what brings you to Cangnan?" The members of Team 136 exchanged glances, and Hong Ying scratched her head. "The Peace Bureau is operated by us." Upon hearing this, Li Miaozhen realized they had also established a Pingyang All Things house, merely a facade. With the arrival of the mist and the revival of the deities, there exists both the ancient God Church, which reveres divine beings, and the Evolution House, which believes in science. This individual is a product of their peculiar concoction, Zhao Kongqing explained. Li Miaozhen then earnestly selected several garments and handed them to Zhang Taiping, saying, "Little master ancestor, I was wrong. Please overlook my transgressions. The dungeons of Longhushan are exceedingly cold. Could you refrain from informing the law elder of my misconduct?" "All right, this time shall be the last." Zhang Taiping merely intended to frighten her, knowing well that even the law elder himself was fearful and usually avoided the discipline hall. Zhao Kongqing approached and patted Zhang Taiping on the shoulder. "How did you manage that? That giant crab was toppled in an instant." "I'm not quite sure. It just fell with a little force." Zhang Taiping scratched his head. At that moment, when Shima arrived late, producing a forbidden item, Dream Whisper, to alter the memories of those in the shopping mall, Li Miaozhen took out Zhang Taiping's Xianyuan broken sword and presented it to him, saying, "I'll escort you this far, Taiping. The rest of the journey is yours to navigate." "Wait, your seniority seems a bit muddled," Zhao Kongqing remarked. Hong Ying walked beside him, smiling. "Taiping, are your injuries all right? The wound is not deep and has been treated, so it's not a significant issue." Hong Ying and Zhao Kongqing exchanged glances, aware of the crab monster's strength. Its full-force strike had only resulted in a light injury, which seemed rather unreasonable. "May I boldly inquire, what is your forbidden realm?" Zhao Kongqing immediately thought of a defensive type of forbidden realm. Zhang Taiping felt somewhat awkward, recalling his own nearly negligible forbidden realm, and scratched his head. "To speak of it would tarnish my sect's reputation. I shall refrain from disclosing it." Zhao Kongqing merely assumed he was being coy. Chapter 5. Not eating meat is just your lie. Is there something amiss with our captain? Wu Xiangnan asked. Noticing the captain's grave expression, Chen Mai tucked away a letter written by Yi Fan 7 years prior. "Where is he? I must meet him." He should still be up there. It appears this lad is no more than 13 or 14, Wu Xiangnan rambled. Shenmai faced a dilemma. The Imperial Forbidden Realm, desolate heavenly communication, could undoubtedly suppress Shiva's grudge, but how should he present it to the other party? Once Shiva's grudge departed from his Forbidden Realm, Black Wuchang, its aura would immediately leak out, attracting the attention of the deities. However, if he allowed desolate heavenly communication to envelop him, devoid of the miraculous effects of mortal realm, he would be reduced to ashes. With 3 years remaining before the depletion of mortal realm's divine power, he needed to ascertain Zhang Taiping's character first, if this fellow harbored ill intentions. Shiva's grudge would not yield a favorable outcome in his hands. Shenmai pondered silently. Upon reaching the ground, Shenmai immediately spotted Zhang Taiping, clad in a simple Taoist robe. Without further ado, he asked, "Zhang, would you like to join our peace bureau?" Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng were taken aback. The peace bureau was merely a fade for them, and the captain's question truly meant whether the other wished to join the Night Watchers. "All right. I will accompany you to consult your elders," Shenmai stated with seriousness. Xiaonan clutched her flat stomach. "Captain, it's already noon. Shall we eat first?" At that moment, Lang Xian emerged with a bowl of chicken soup, announcing, "Here comes the chicken soup. The vice-captain knows you all have worked hard today and specially simmered old hen soup. Ah, what a joy it is to drink soup after battling monsters." Zhao Kongqing took a seat first. Hong Ying pulled Zhang Taiping along. "You've been injured today. Although it's not severe, you should still replenish your strength. Let us eat before leaving." Zhang Taiping was eager to return but felt uncertain about how to refuse and thus was dragged to the table. Once everyone was seated, they exchanged glances, and as Captain Shenmai picked up his chopsticks, Zhao Kongqing followed suit. Fishing in the sea, Zhao Kongqing, quick-witted, plunged his chopsticks into the chicken soup, emerging with a chicken leg. "This chicken leg is large and plump. It must be due to my years of good deeds," Zhao Kongqing declared proudly. "Want a chicken leg? It won't be that easy. I made this meal, so I should be the one to eat it." Wu Xiangnan snatched the chicken leg away. Hong Ying swiftly took advantage of the situation, claiming the chicken leg once more. "Ladies first, do you understand?" With a loud slap, Lung Xian slammed his hand on the table as a long-range fire support. "Is it not normal to have my weapon on me during meals?" Wu Xiangnan retorted. "Normal? What nonsense!" Hong Ying added, while Zhao Kongqing lowered his head, silently eating. Lung Xian seized the chicken leg from Hong Ying's chopsticks, instinctively wanting to give it to the group's darling, Xiaonan, who had already pushed her bowl forward, ready to accept this gift from nature. "Long Xian, do you have feelings for Xiaonan?" Shenmai casually commented. Goodness, that statement blocked Lung Xian's path forward. "Not at all." Lung Xian's forehead broke into a sweat as he glanced around, landing on Zhang Taiping. "As a guest, this chicken leg is for you." Reluctantly, Lung Xian placed the chicken leg into Zhang Taiping's bowl. Zhao Kongqing quipped, "Captain is impressive." Without lifting a finger, he managed to send the chicken leg away. "Is this what they call a non-contentious victory?" Xiaonan sighed. The chicken leg had been within her grasp, but due to the captain's words, it slipped away. Truly, the captain was quite cunning. Hong Ying added a piece of beef into Zhang Taiping's bowl, saying, "You're still growing. Eat more." "Indeed. Today's success is largely thanks to you, Taiping," Zhao Kongqing chimed in. Before long, Zhang Taiping's bowl was piled high with meat, and Xiaonan felt aggrieved. Sensing her position as the first-generation darling of the group was precarious, as the second-generation darling was rising swiftly. If she were to learn that the third-generation darling, Lin Qiye, would arrive in 2 months, she could only wonder what thoughts would cross her mind. Zhang Taiping looked at his overflowing bowl and helplessly declared, "I'm a Taoist. I cannot eat meat." The room fell silent. "How about you eat it, Sister Xiaonan?" Zhang Taiping pushed the bowl forward. Xiaonan's eyes brightened. Then she turned her head, feigning indifference. "Don't think this will absolve you of taking advantage of me. Who would have thought that Brother Taiping is a cross-dressing individual?" Xiaonan, caught off guard, allowed him to crawl on her thigh for 10 minutes. Hong Ying reveled in the drama, observing Lang Xian's expression. Zhang Taiping quickly defended himself. "I'm squeamish about blood, and I didn't peek or sniff the aroma." "Stop talking. The more you say, the worse it gets." Zhao Kongqing helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Captain, I'll accompany you." Wu Xiangnan stood up. "I'll go too." Hong Ying raised her hand to volunteer. "Is this necessary?" "It doesn't have to go this far," Zhao Kongqing complained. Captain Shenmai cast a glance at them. "I can handle it myself. You all stay put." "I forgot about him." Wu Xiangnan turned and fled. Zhao Kongqing, cradling a can of instant noodles like a treasure, said, "I originally planned to save this for New Year's, but here, take it. General Zhao, you truly are kind to me." When Shima spoke with emotion. But in the next moment, his expression froze, for the bucket of chicken broth noodles had been expired for 2.5 years. In a modest house, Zhang's mother gazed longingly. Why hasn't Taiping arrived yet? Perhaps I should reheat the food. Could he have gotten lost? Zhang Byron expressed concern. Zhang Zhibai took a puff from his pipe, calculating. Taiping is already 14 years old. I was killing Japanese soldiers at 14. He should be fine. Chunmai parked the car in front of the house, and as Zhang Taiping opened the door to exit, Zhang's mother squinted with anticipation, tears suddenly streaming down her face. Zhang Zhibai stopped his mother from rushing forward, reminding her that they were born of the mortal realm, and should they encounter the absolute realm, their bodies would immediately dissipate. It should be fine. Zhang Zhibai dashed forward, embracing his grandson. Grandpa. Zhang Taiping's eyes glistened. You sly old man. The first hug should have been mine. Zhang's mother stamped her foot in frustration. Zhang Zhibai turned to Chenmai. And you are? I'm a night watchman from Cangnan City. Chenmai acknowledged that the elder was aware of the night watchman's existence. Let us converse over there. Zhang Zhibai led Chenmai aside. The three of them shared pleasantries. And Zhang's mother wiped her tears. You must be hungry. I made your favorite braised pork. Yes, I have been longing for this taste for 7 years. Zhang Taiping exclaimed joyfully. Chenmai frowned at this. Isn't this lad supposed to be averse to meat? Zhang Zhibai chuckled. Taiping has loved meat since childhood. Despite us being Taoists, Taiping's path is unrestrained. Chapter 6. A scene of domestic turmoil. Captain Chen personally arrived, saying, Speak, what is the matter? Zhang Zhibai poured a cup of tea for Chenmai. Receiving the tea with both hands, Chenmai asked, Elder Zhang, would you allow Zhang Taiping to join us night watchman? It has been 7 years since we parted, and we have a mere 3 years left together. So I must ask, what qualifies you to make such a request? Zhang Zhibai's expression darkened. Without flinching, Chenmai responded, precisely for that reason. It would be wise for you to minimize contact with him. We both understand that in 3 years, you, I, and perhaps the entirety of Cangnan may no longer exist. Will he be able to endure the pain of losing everything then? Ha ha ha. So you wish to evade the experience by foreseeing the outcome? Zhang Zhibai retorted. At his age, it is essential to enjoy the love of family. How long has it been since you last contacted your own family? Unlike other emotions, familial bonds grow stronger with time. Taiping's childhood is already incomplete. We will strive to make amends in the next 3 years and find joy in it. Zhang Zhibai remained unfazed. But are you not afraid that he might break down then? Chenmai inquired. Fear this and fear that, and in the end, only regrets remain. Captain Chen, you abandoned your wife and children and concealed your identity in Cangnan for 7 years. Do you truly have no regrets? Zhang Zhibai spoke with a deeper meaning. Chenmai fell into contemplation but shook his head. I came to seek your consent for Zhang Taiping to join the night watchman. How did we end up discussing me? Also, consider what I said earlier. Take better care of yourself. Zhang Zhibai patted his shoulder and exited. Chenmai stood up to take his leave. I will consider it. At that moment, Zhang Taiping had transformed into a voracious eater, devouring the dishes on the table as if a whirlwind had swept through, much to Zhang's mother's delight. Are you full, Taiping? Zhang Zhibai asked as he approached the door with hands behind his back. Zhang Taiping let out a satisfied belch. I can't eat another bite. In that case, come out and digest. Zhang Taiping staggered to his feet. All right. Be gentle, father. Zhang Byron quickly advised. They headed to the backyard, where the elder threw a wooden stick to Zhang Taiping. Let me see what Zhang Zhiwei has taught you these past years. Gripping the stick with both hands, Zhang Taiping's demeanor shifted dramatically, entering a state of complete immersion. Be careful, Grandpa. With just you won't be able to hurt me, Zhang Zhibai began. But before he could finish, the stick was already above his head. So fast, Zhang Zhibai could hardly catch the trajectory of the stick. Dark lightning instantly entwined the old man's body, and with the power of the lightning technique, he narrowly evaded the strike. Continue, Zhang Zhibai commanded. Various light and dark patterns appeared before Zhang Taiping's eyes, and he chose the brightest one to strike with, a blow faster than the last. Zhang Zhibai felt sweat bead on his forehead, realizing his grandson's swordplay was extraordinarily peculiar. While most sword techniques pursue linear speed, Zhang Taiping drew arcs in the air, making the distance seem greater while actually increasing speed, rendering it nearly indefensible. After several exchanges, Zhang Zhibai discerned the flaw in his opponent's swordplay. Zhang Taiping focused solely on offense, lacking any defensive awareness. Upon closer inspection, the gaps were glaring. Zhang Zhibai formed a sword gesture with his fingers, deftly sealing 3 key points on Zhang Taiping's body, halting his attack. Zhang Taiping felt a sudden heaviness in his body, unable to muster strength. Who taught you this reckless offensive style? Such a reckless approach might work against ordinary people, but against experts, it is akin to delivering oneself as a gift. Zhang Zhibai scolded. No one taught me, I figured it out myself. Zhang Taiping replied, feeling wronged. Did Zhang Zhiwei not teach you the Celestial Master Sword? No. What about the Celestial Master S Aura? Never heard of it. You've at least learned the lightning technique and the golden light spell, right? Zhang Taiping scratched his head. I've heard of them, but never learned. Zhang Jiwei. You have misled the youth. I will not let this go. Zhang Jibai howled at the heavens. Moments later, he finally calmed his emotions. So, what have you learned in these 7 years? Zhang Jibai pondered, recalling that one of the 3 great masters, Li Daozi, had personally taught his grandson to read. Zhang Jiwei was indeed somewhat decent, and Taiping's swordplay had already developed its own style. With just a little guidance, it could surely shine. Given that he achieved such results merely by swinging a sword, the influence of the Xianyuan sword must be considerable. Taiping, I recall your forbidden realm is 9 heavens thunder punishment. Show me 2 lightning techniques. Zhang Taiping pointed to his chest repeatedly, feeling unsteady for some reason. I can't bring it out. Zhang Jibai contemplated. It is likely because most of your spiritual energy is consumed by the absolute realm, preventing you from casting 9 heavens thunder punishment. However, this may be beneficial. Once the seal on the imperial realm is lifted, your spiritual energy will undergo a qualitative leap. Then let us begin with your swordplay, Zhang Jibai declared. In the following days, Zhang Taiping was beaten black and blue, as per Zhang Jibai's instruction. Zhang's mother, witnessing her son being beaten into a pulp daily, boiled medicinal water for his baths while angrily lamenting. I don't know what sins I committed in my past life to marry into your Zhang family. Don't you feel a twinge of pain when you're beating your own flesh and blood? Is this how families treat their children? Wife, say less. This is all for Taiping's own good, Zhang Byron hastily interjected. To hell with your father. Have you found the school I asked you to look for our son? The summer vacation ends in a month, and my son is meant for university. No, Taiping doesn't even have a student record. Which school would want him? Zhang Byron hung his head in defeat. You used to be so capable. It turns out you can only beat children, yet when it comes to serious matters, you can't accomplish anything. Zhang's mother chastised. On the 8th night, Chenmai waited for Zhang Taiping to report, but, after much time had passed without his arrival, he could not help but go to check. Before he could even enter the Zhang household, he found the entrance packed with people. Pushing his way in, he discovered the house was in disarray. Pots and pans lay shattered. Zhang Byron was covered in soup. Zhang Jibai sat smoking and sighing. Zhang Taiping trembled in fear. And Zhang's mother stood with hands on her hips, fuming. This is unacceptable. Taiping is only 14 years old. You won't let him study, but want him to go to some ridiculous piece affairs office? What kind of place is that? I've never even heard of it. Sister-in-law. Please don't get so worked up. It's actually quite good there. Chenmai attempted to mediate. A ceramic pot was hurled towards him, and Zhang Mu's eyes widened in anger. So it was you trying to abduct my Taiping? Chenmai extended his right hand to catch the pot while producing a vibrant red acceptance letter with his left. I have completed all of Taiping's enrollment procedures. She can start school right after the summer vacation. Zhang Mu snatched the letter, and with a mere glance, her fury dissipated. She kicked her husband. What are you dawdling for? Go fetch a chair for this young man. Forgive me for the lack of hospitality. Our home has little to offer. Zhang Bainian muttered under his breath, feeling vexed as Zhang Mu prepared a cup of warm water for Chenmai. What should I call you? Oh, you can just call me Chen. Brother Chen, Zhang Mu began. I see that this acceptance letter states that Taiping is to join Class 2 of the 2nd high school in Cangnan. To be honest, Taiping has hardly attended school. Going straight into the 2nd year of high school, is that appropriate? She spoke with a hint of shyness, a stark contrast to her earlier fierceness. Chenmai had orchestrated this arrangement to facilitate an early meeting between the 2 children. He cleared his throat. Our law firm has a PhD from a political science university who might assist Taiping with her studies. Zhang Mu's eyes brightened at this. I suggested Taiping take on some part-time work at your firm, but you both opposed it. This is a splendid opportunity for her to gain knowledge and insight. I hereby decide that Taiping must go tomorrow morning. Ah, women. Zhang Jibai sighed, feeling disheartened. Chapter 7. The first summer job that night. Zhang Taiping had a dream. Just as 7 years prior, he found himself in a peculiar realm, where an imposing emperor sat regally at the center. Zhang Taiping, the power I bestowed upon you, absolute connection, was meant for you to vanquish the invading deities of our great Xia. Yet, you find yourself in the divine realm, and you can endure this? Emperor Guanxi reproached him. Who are you? Zhang Taiping scratched his head. Several towering figures nearby erupted in laughter. Is your presence so negligible, Emperor Guanxi? Haha, I quite like this boy's character. We have awaited his arrival for far too long. He likely does not even know who we are. Emperor Guanxi wore an expression of exasperation. Had you not suppressed my imperial essence within yourself these past 7 years, you would never have been able to leave home for so long. You dare to complain? Zhang Taiping grew increasingly agitated. With a sigh, Emperor Guanxi declared, it is easier to guide the masses than to guide a singular individual. Yet, since you have received my legacy, you must act as my envoy in the mortal realm. What do you want me to do? Zhang Taiping replied brusquely. Identify and eliminate the agent of Michael. restoring Cangnan to its original state. Are you out of your mind? That would be illegal. Let's consider another option. Zhang Taiping shook his head. Then release, absolute connection, and seek out mysterious troubles. Emperor Zhuanqu's patience waned. Zhang Taiping continued to shake his head. Both grandfathers disapprove of such actions. Let us try another. You ungrateful wretch. I ought to strike you down. Emperor Zhuanqu was incensed. Calm down. If you strike him down, who knows how long it will be until another can enter. He currently knows too little. Grant him a few years. Someone suggested, seeking to mediate. Taiping, wake up. It's time for breakfast. What a foolish child. This is infuriating. Why are you up so early today? Zhang Taiping groaned as he got out of bed. You need to go to the peace law firm for your part-time job, so you must rise early to make a good impression. By the way, that fellow named Lin Qiye seems to be a PhD. Be sweet-tongued and learn from him. Zhang Mu had rummaged through a market to find an old set of textbooks. Placing them into his bag, Zhang Taiping frowned upon hearing this, feeling that Lin Qiye did not hold a favorable impression of him. Zhang Mu then pulled out 1,000 yuan, both in notes and coins. Though we live close to home, and you will earn a salary. It's wise to bring some money for the first month. Isn't that too much? I'll be back for dinner. Zhang Taiping protested. Munching on eggs laid by their own chickens. This is merely to ensure you don't go hungry and to prevent others from looking down on you. You must study diligently. Do not follow in your father's footsteps of mediocrity, nor emulate your grandfather, that old charlatan, who almost faced public condemnation. In all matters, education holds the highest value. Zhang Mu lectured. Zhang Taiping nodded vigorously. Understood. He decided to get a trendy haircut. The style was no longer in vogue. Taiping, you should find a professional to do it. Zhang Banian entered, handing Zhang Taiping the motorcycle keys. Zhang Taiping donned his beloved little motorcycle helmet. And as he was about to leave, Zhang Jibai tossed him a gourd. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained liquor. You've reached the age for drinking. Don't forget the family motto. Zhang Jibai admonished. Zhang Mu exclaimed in anger. Drink and drive don't mix. Are you out of your mind? I'll drink at lunch. Zhang Taiping set off early in the dim light of dawn. The drive to Chiang Mai was an hour by car, whereas Zhang Taiping's second-hand motorcycle required an hour and a half, which was why he left so early. At 7:30, Zhang Taiping arrived punctually at the peace law firm, but it was until 9 o'clock that Hong Ying finally arrived. She saw Zhang Taiping squatting on the ground and smiled. Brother Taiping, didn't the captain inform you that we start work at 9? No. My mother said we usually start at 8. Zhang Taiping replied forlornly. Hong Ying opened the door, and by 9:30, people began to trickle in. After Chiang Mai arrived, he merely stated, let us all attend to our own tasks, before heading down to the basement. What should I do? Zhang Taiping asked Hong Ying, bewildered. Zhang Taiping was at a loss. What can I do? Seeing his confusion, Hong Ying patted his shoulder. No need to rush. Our work environment is quite relaxed. At around 10, a middle-aged woman entered, sitting down at Hong Ying's desk. Hong Ying, my wallet has been lost again. This is the 5th time this month. Don't worry. Please take your time. Where was it lost this time? Hong Ying inquired patiently. Si Xiaonan explained to Zhang Taiping. Chapter 8. The butterfly and the dung beetle. How long do you think he can endure? Zhao Conqing asked Hong Ying. After considering, Hong Ying replied, the captain is in charge of the guidance bureau. He won't go too hard on him. Brother Taiping should manage for about 2 hours. I doubt he can last 2 hours. Care to wager 100? Zhao Conqing stood up. Intrigued, Hong Ying responded. How much do you want to bet? 200. Brother Zhao, don't be foolish. That has half a month's living expenses. Si Xiaonan cautioned. Zhao Conqing laughed heartily. If we're betting, let us go big. Worst case, I'll eat dirt for the second half of the month. I'll also bet he can't last 2 hours. When Qima stated coolly, Hong Ying was unyielding. I'm taking this bet. Don't say I didn't warn you. Brother Taiping's resilience is quite remarkable, as Zhao Conqing has witnessed. The more solid the sandbag, the more excited the captain becomes, the faster Zhang Taiping loses. Long Xian analyzed. Hong Ying turned to Si Xiaonan. What about you? I refuse to participate in such bets. Building my happiness on the suffering of teammates is beneath me. Si Xiaonan retorted disdainfully, just as the bets were placed. A loud bang echoed from the basement, followed by Wu Xiangnan's anxious shout. Xiaonan, come down quickly. Zhao Conqing laughed. I expected it to be quick, but not this fast. I'm gonna feast. Make that 10 eggs in my pancake. That sound was quite significant. Let us hurry down to check. Hong Ying urged with concern. Upon descending to the basement, they were taken aback to find Zhang Taiping standing unscathed, appearing far from injured. My apologies. I didn't expect the captain to be joking and hit me a bit hard. Zhang Taiping said, feeling wronged. Zhao Conqing scratched his ear. What did this kid just say? Did I hear incorrectly? What are you all standing around for? The captain has fainted. Wu Xiangnan exclaimed urgently. Si Xiaonan rushed over and discovered a large bump forming on Chen Mai's head. though the captain underestimated his opponent. The lad wielded his blade with such blinding speed that it was difficult to discern. Wu Xiangnan explained, "No, you must be playing me. Is it really worth it for my $200? I refuse to believe it. I shall test my skills myself," Zhao Conqing declared. Seizing the bamboo sword from the rack, he observed that Zhang Taiping's bamboo sword had already shattered, and he tossed another one to his opponent. "Now I shall be your adversary. My money is not so easily deceived." Zhao Conqing, "Be cautious. This boy possesses uncanny skills." Wu Xiangnan warned, "Am I incapable of defeating him? What an absurd notion. I tell you, if I lose today, I shall swim in a cesspool," Zhao Conqing retorted. Zhang Taiping gripped the bamboo sword with both hands, his demeanor shifting dramatically. This was a habit forged over 7 years of wielding a sword, not easily altered. Zhao Conqing noticed this as well, but remained unfazed. "Come on, lad." Zhang Taiping swung his sword along the white line in his vision. And as Zhao Conqing raised his sword to block, he widened his eyes in astonishment, for Zhang Taiping's bamboo sword described an arc, circumventing his own. Just as he was about to utter an exclamation, Zhao Conqing was sent flying, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. "Quick, treat Zhao Conqing," Wu Xiangnan urged Si Xiaonan. Observing the shattered bamboo sword in his hands, Zhang Taiping lamented, "I apologize. Once I grasp the hilt, I find it difficult to restrain myself." "Did you see that?" Hong Ying inquired. When Qima gasped, "So swift. It's as if he activated a flash. Then does that mean I win this wager?" Hong Ying proclaimed triumphantly. When Qimo retrieved 2 more bamboo swords, saying, "Let me give him a try. Are you up to the challenge?" Zhang Taiping quickly waved his hands. "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained. Come, why not? Don't feel burdened. I am far superior to those 2 fools." When Qima boasted. In the next moment, Zhang Taiping's sword shattered once more, and when Qima crumpled to the ground. "Hurry, save when Qima," Wu Xiangnan exclaimed, exasperated. Intrigued, Hong Ying declared, "I shall try." Si Xiaonan grimaced, "Sister Hong Ying, please spare me." After a while, the 3 men, their heads wrapped in ice packs, slowly regained consciousness. Hong Ying picked up her phone. "Shaoui, locate the nearest cesspool for me." She glanced at Zhao Conqing and when Qima, "Cesspool duo, please commence your performance." Zhao Conqing hastily changed the subject. "Brother Zhang, what exactly is your forbidden domain? Is it related to time or space?" In his mind, only by interfering with his perception of time and space could one achieve such a decisive blow. Zhang Taiping candidly replied, "My forbidden domain is called 9 Heavens Thunder Punishment." Sequence 032. Not related to time and space? When Qima's eyes widened. During their bout, there had been no signs of him unleashing his forbidden domain, meaning he achieved this purely through physical prowess. From now on, anyone who faced him must activate their forbidden domain in advance. Chenmai remarked. Zhao Conqing felt aggrieved, "But I lack a forbidden domain. Does that mean I endured this beating for nothing?" Hong Ying embraced Zhang Taiping's shoulders. "Well done, Taiping. You 3. Hurry up and pay." When Qima and Leng Xin complied readily, while Zhao Conqing chuckled, Hong Ying, "Can I give you 100 for now and pay the remaining 100 next month?" "No way." Hong Ying crossed her arms defiantly. "Could you demonstrate the power of your forbidden domain?" Sequence 032 is considered highly dangerous. Just a fraction of its power will suffice. Chenmai insisted. Zhang Taiping clasped his hands together, striving to generate 2 minuscule arcs of electricity between his fingers. "You needn't be so cautious," Chenmai urged. Zhang Taiping's face flushed. "This is already at maximum power. Are you certain this is sequence 032? What can it accomplish?" Hong Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Taiping waved his hand, dispatching a fly and 2 mosquitoes with ease. "It can serve as an electric fly swatter." Zhao Conqing patted his shoulder sympathetically. "I understand that feeling, brother." However, Chenmai was well aware, with absolute connection, coupled with that bizarre swordplay, Zhang Taiping is practically the nemesis of the ancient god sect. During lunch, Zhang Taiping retrieved his gourd of funds and opened the lid. Zhao Conqing's nose twitched. "What's in that gourd of yours?" "Alcohol. My grandfather brewed it himself," Zhang Taiping explained. "You're still too young to drink. Let me dispose of it for you." Chenmai snatched the gourd away. After just one sip, Chenmai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but take another. Zhao Conqing swallowed hard and asked, "How is it?" "Mediocre," Chenmai offered a disingenuous remark. Zhao Conqing, being a seasoned drinker, was not fooled by his words. The aroma alone indicated it was fine liquor. He rose and seized the gourd, taking a hearty swig. "Indeed, it is rather average." As members of the trio who had endured beatings, shouldn't they also get a share of the drink? When Qima extended his hand. Ultimately, Zhang Taiping did not get a single drop, as the liquor was entirely divided among the 3. Chapter 9. A helping hand. Time passed peacefully. Yet the likelihood of mysterious occurrences in Cangnan was not as high as one might imagine, and for the first time, Zhang Taiping experienced the sweetness of friendship. Captain Chunmai, cold on the outside yet warm within, began to rigorously train Zhang Taiping upon realizing he could not teach him swordsmanship, subjecting him to considerable hardship. Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan always wore a pensive expression, enlightening him about mysteries in the Night Watchman. Hong Ying, a beautiful neighborly elder sister, was full of justice and charisma, making it hard for anyone not to like her. Si Xiaonan, initially concerned about her status as the group's darling being usurped, found it difficult to hold a grudge against such a charming young boy, making it hard for Lung Xian not to like him. Over the past 10 days, Lung Xian was on the verge of exploding. Zhang Taiping's foundation was too weak. Aside from being somewhat proficient in Chinese, he was utterly dismal in other subjects, particularly English, where he remained utterly silent when questioned. As a doctoral candidate at a law university, he sometimes wished to hide away in a police station for a few days, as the only two members of the agency forbidden from utilizing their forbidden domains. Zhao Kongsheng remained the one Zhang Taiping was closest to. He frequently encouraged Zhang Taiping to sneak drinks, and once, when Zhang Taiping was caught pilfering alcohol, he nearly received a severe beating from Zhang Zibai. Come on, my teachers at the agency love this stuff. They say it's better than store-bought. Zhang Taiping promptly complained to his mother. How could it not be good? I brewed this long before you were born, stored 20 meters underground with countless rare medicinal ingredients. Zhang Zibai was at his wits' end with his daughter-in-law, rolling on the ground in a fit of rage. I can't go on like this. It's unbearable. From that day on, Zhang Taiping endured even harsher training in his sparring sessions with the elder. 3 days ago, Aunt Wang and her entourage came looking for him. After a week of sweeping the agency, she immediately spotted Zhang Taiping. Sisters, there he is. Aunt Wang pointed, and the ladies surged toward Zhang Taiping. Please don't be angry. Your money is all here. We haven't touched a single cent, and I have already scolded him. He will never dare again. Hong Ying positioned herself protectively in front of Zhang Taiping. Aunt Wang appeared perplexed. What are you saying, Hong girl? Ever since that little deity drew that talisman for me, I haven't lost anything in half a month. I feel great and look better, so I brought my sisters along. Ladies, please don't rush. Line up and come one by one. Hong Ying was incredulous. She had initially thought Zhang Taiping was utterly inept, only to discover he was the innate master of all trades. Fortune-telling, geomancy, career guidance, and love advice. He could speak on all these matters. At that moment, his seemingly useless forbidden domain also proved invaluable, with his hands slightly crackling with electricity combined with the secret acupuncture techniques of Longhu Mountain. He garnered a substantial following of grandmothers seeking advice. Word spread rapidly, and soon mothers and older sisters flocked to him. Had Zhang Taiping not been away for school, the peace agency's main business would have shifted entirely. Due to Zhang Taiping's extreme disparity in academic performance, he became the favorite of the Chinese teacher, while the English teacher disregarded him entirely, and the physical education teacher regarded him as a genius. During the recent exam, our class became the subject of ridicule, as one student scored merely 3 points. Even blind guessing shouldn't yield such a dismal result. The English teacher, in a state of exasperation, watched as Zhang Taiping stood up with a sense of self-awareness. To know is to know, to not know is to not know. I can only solve one problem, so I have solved one problem. Very well, go stand outside. Zhang Taiping took his book and stepped out, a routine that had become commonplace during his English classes. Once again, he found himself penalized by teacher Qian, who instructed him to sit in the office with the Chinese teacher. At that moment, the Chinese teacher, Zhang Minqiu, happened to pass by the corridor and, upon seeing him, dragged him into a game of word disassembly. Zhang Taiping, having extensively read classical texts since childhood, held unique insights into ancient literature, endearing him to the Chinese teacher. Still, I'll just listen from outside for a while, hoping to score better next time. Zhang Taiping apologized. The Chinese teacher, about the same height as Si Xiaonan, left disappointed. Just then, a middle-aged woman approached, carrying a basket. Is this class 2 of the second year? She inquired, attempting to enter. Zhang Taiping stopped her. Auntie, we're currently in class, and our English exam didn't go very well. It would be best to wait until after class to come in. Of course, of course. By the way, what is your name? Oh, I'm the one who did the worst on this exam, Zhang Taiping said, scratching his head shyly. The woman did not belittle him for his poor performance. Instead, she took out 2 boiled free-range eggs from her basket and handed them to him. If your grades aren't good, let us work hard together. My nephew will be transferring to this class tomorrow. He has some issues with his eyesight, so could you please look out for him? Zhang Taiping smiled and assured her. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll take good care of him. As the class bell rang, the English teacher opened the door and stepped out, shaking his head in dismay at Zhang Taiping, feeling the weight of despair. The woman entered to distribute the eggs, repeating the same words she had said to herself, gradually merging her nerves with those of her mother. Zhang Taiping held the still warm eggs. Resolute in his determination to look after her nephew with eyesight issues the following day. The next day, Zhang Taiping finally met the transfer student. The homeroom teacher glanced around and, as expected, seated him next to Zhang Taiping, who observed the boy with black satin bandages around his eyes. Feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hello, I'm Zhang Taiping. Lin Qiye. When two socially anxious individuals met, perhaps only these two sentences could be exchanged. Say something. Don't you usually chat well with those grandmas and aunties? Zhang Taiping pondered. You're blind, right? As soon as he uttered those words, he regretted it. Wishing to slap himself, temporarily unable to see, came the reply, followed by silence. After class, classmates such as Jiang Qian, Lin Qiye, and Wang Xiao gathered around, extending kindness to their new classmate. Zhang Taiping, however, found himself pushed aside until 2 minutes before class began, when everyone dispersed. Do you want to go to the restroom together? Zhang Taiping mustered his courage to ask. Lin Qiye paused, realizing that his desk mate truly thought he was blind. Maybe not. Zhang Taiping, elated, guided him to the boys' restroom and, watching Lin Qiye undo his belt, asked out of nowhere, Do you want me to help you? Lin Qiye blushed, responding irritably, Zhang, please maintain some decorum, and with you staring at me like that, I can't go. Zhang Taiping quickly turned away. Then noticed something odd, pointing downwards and then upwards. You can see? Chapter 10. The ghost-faced man. The moon was sparse in the starry night. As the bell rang, signaling the end of evening study, students trickled out of the classroom. Zhang Taiping lingered at the back of a group, feeling the awkwardness of the previous incident with Lin Qiye. Yet, having promised Lin Qiye and to look after him, he could only follow from a distance, ensuring he reached home safely. Listening to classmates discuss their dreams and realities, Zhang Taiping thought about how long it had been since he visited the office. He missed Zhao Conqing and the others, wondering if they missed him too. At that moment, his phone rang. Zhang Taiping, where are you? Chen Mai's serious voice came through. Listen, while we were exterminating the ghost-faced man, one suddenly evolved into a ghost-faced king and severely injured Hong Ying. It's heading your way. Do not act recklessly if you encounter it. That's an order. Chen Mai warned. That's none of your concern. Zhang Taiping hung up, his nose twitching at a foul odor. What is that horrible smell? No, it's the stench. He looked ahead at the 5 remaining people, swiftly extracting the half of the Xianyuan sword from his backpack and removing the cloth bindings. What smell? Lin Qiye covered his nose. Zhang Taiping urged, be careful. Something's off. It's just the smell from the sewer. Zhang Taiping, are you overreacting? Lu Yuan scoffed. Where's Wang Xiao? Zhang Taiping inquired, sensing something was amiss. Lin Qiye glanced at Zhang Taiping's Xianyuan sword, teasing, not you too, Taiping. It's a bit juvenile. Isn't it? I always noticed your backpack bulging. Turns out it was just a plastic sword. As the Class S underperformer, Zhang Taiping ranked last while Lin Qiye was second to last, leading to a reasonable camaraderie between them. However, Zhang Taiping ignored the teasing and stated seriously, I'm not joking. There's something nearby? Just as class monitor Jiang Qian was about to say something more, a scream echoed from a distance. It's Wang Xiao. Jiang Qian dashed toward the sound. Wait. Don't go. Zhang Taiping tried to stop them, but aside from Lin Qiye hesitating for a moment, the other two hurried after Jiang Qian. This time, it was Jiang Qian's voice. The group turned into a narrow alley and found Jiang Qian slumped on the ground, her eyes fixed in horror ahead. A monstrous creature, resembling a mountain ape, was licking Wang Xiao's face, its tongue covered in barbs, drawing rivers of blood with each lick. One of Wang Xiao's eyeballs dangling grotesquely from its socket. Lin Qiye, with only 10 meters of vision, used his guiding cane to probe the ground. What is happening? Jiang Qian screamed. Help! There's a monster. Lin Qiye and Lu Yuan, disregarding Lin Qiye, fled in terror. Jiang Qian, realizing the danger, attempted to escape. But Zhang Taiping urged, I can sense that there's more than one of these monsters. Don't stray too far from me. Jiang Qian, however, was not inclined to heed the advice of someone much younger than her, limping away in fear. Lin Qiye placed his hand on Zhang Taiping's shoulder. I trust you. Even though Lin Qiye couldn't see, he sensed that Zhang Taiping was the strongest among them. Zhang Taiping pulled out his phone. Ghost-faced man sighted in the old city, requesting backup. Voices arose within the group. Is it a ghost-faced man or a ghost-faced king? Hong Ying questioned. Cannot be determined. Zhang Taiping replied, feeling like a novice. I'm Zhao Conqing, and I'm on my way. Zhang, you must hold on. Chen Mai's voice reached him. If it's a ghost-faced man, engage it. If it's a ghost-faced king, run. Zhang Taiping slowly backed away from the alley with Lin Qiye, when Jiang Qian's scream pierced the air once again. Zhang Taiping glanced at Lin Qiye, torn between decisions, but Lin Qiye decisively said, if you weren't here to escort me, I wouldn't have encountered these monsters. Go save her. You be careful. Zhang Taiping couldn't ignore the plea for help. He leapt onto the rooftop, surveying the surroundings, and immediately spotted Jiang Qian being dragged by her hair. Stay calm. There's only one ghost-faced king, and this one looks like the one licking Wang Xiao. It can't be the king. The captain said I can defeat it. I surely can. Zhang Taiping encouraged himself, taking a deep breath to fully absorb oxygen. He gathered his strength and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Following the brightest path, Zhang Taiping swung his sword down, and the ghost-faced man stared wide-eyed at its chest before its entire body suddenly split apart. Wait, Zhang. Jiang Qian seized Zhang Taiping's clothing. Let go. I still need to save others. Zhang Taiping furrowed his brow. It's the class leader's fault. I should have listened to you. Please don't leave. I'm terrified. Jiang Qian was in tears. Yet, she had not considered that the 14-year-old Zhang Taiping was equally frightened. Let go. No. Please don't go. I'm not unattractive. Many boys in our class like me. As long as you stay, you can do anything you want to me. The fear of death had completely consumed her. Zhang Taiping tore away his clothing, exclaiming, Class leader, please don't kill the version of you that exists in my heart. It can't be. Zhang Taiping was engulfed in deep self-reproach. However, this feeling did not linger long, as an even more formidable presence loomed over him. If I can't even defeat Sister Hongying, how could I possibly stand a chance? Zhang Taiping turned and fled. Yet, the ghost-faced king seemed unwilling to grant him this opportunity, leaping twice to block his path. Taiping, your swordsmanship may prevail against ordinary people, but against a master, you are merely offering your head. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind, leaving him only with the option to defend, not attack. Under the relentless assault of the ghost-faced king, the opponent remarkably remained standing, which astonished him. After all, he had knocked the opponent down numerous times. Yet this little fellow always managed to rise again. The captain is right. Against the ghost-faced king, my only option is to flee. Zhang Taiping wiped the blood from his mouth, grateful for the captain's reminder. Just as the ghost-faced king was about to strike again, a brilliant sun suddenly rose in the distant alley, blinding him. The ghost-faced king appeared to be suppressed, turning to flee. Zhang Taiping clutched his chest, gasping for breath, as the desperate heavens passage exhibited signs of a sudden surge. Chapter 11. Insecurity. Zhang Taiping fought to suppress the discomfort in his body, quickly running towards the source of the light. After swiftly navigating several alleys, he gradually halted to observe the situation ahead. There stood two individuals. The shorter one was Lin Qiye, while the taller, more ordinary-looking one was Zhao Kongqing. On the ground lay two corpses of ghost-face individuals, one of which had a white cane lodged in its eye, evidently the work of Lin Qiye. Oh, Brother Zhang, you're here too. Zhao Kongqing cheerfully waved. Zhang Taiping rushed over and embraced Zhao Kongqing. Brother Zhao, you've arrived. I almost thought I wouldn't see you again. Surely not. These ghost-face individuals may pose a threat to ordinary people, but for you, they are as easy to cut down as vegetables. Wait. Did you encounter the ghost-face king? Zhao Kongqing suddenly realized. Zhang Taiping nodded. That guy is incredibly powerful. I couldn't even retaliate. Do you have any alcohol? Zhao Kongqing asked unexpectedly. Zhang Taiping took out a purple gold gourd and handed it to him. Zhao Kongqing took a large swig. Taiping. There is something I'm unsure whether to say. Brother Zhao, just speak your mind. In truth, you are exceptionally strong, extraordinarily so. Without utilizing the forbidden abyss, there is likely no one in the squad who can rival you. You shouldn't heed the captain's nonsense. That ghost-face king cannot possibly be a match for you. Were you merely defending and didn't dare to counterattack? Zhang Taiping scratched his head. How did you know? You're good at everything except for your overwhelming fear of death. You often speak of having three treasures: compassion, frugality, and the unwillingness to lead the world. But what we must do is stand before millions, wielding our blades against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Have you learned about the horse crossing the river? You must experience things firsthand to gauge the depth of your opponents, while also understanding your own limitations. Zhao Kongqing patted Zhang Taiping's head, aware that it might be a bit premature to convey such thoughts to a 14-year-old boy. All right, the next time I encounter the ghost-faced king, I will definitely confront him. But don't tell anyone that I said this. The captain will kill me. Zhao Kongqing took another drink. No, this fellow harbors secrets. I will escort him. As for your classmates, you'll have to find them yourself. Wait, where did that little guy go? Zhao Kongqing suddenly noticed Lin Qiye was missing. According to Zhao Kongqing's plan, Zhang Taiping and Lin Qiye would act separately. He was the first to find the limping class leader. Jiang Qian, upon seeing Zhang Taiping, disregarded her leg injury and rushed towards him. Zhang Taiping hurried a few steps to support her and guided her to sit by the roadside. He examined Jiang Qian's injured left leg. Fortunately, it's just dislocated. Bear with it. What about Lin Qiye? Jiang Qian asked, beads of sweat forming on her forehead from the pain. Embarrassed, Jiang Qian climbed onto Zhang Taiping's not overly tall back, inhaling his scent, her heart fluttering. Thank you, Taiping, for saving me. I was truly terrified just now. Please don't take my earlier words to heart. Jiang Qian's voice was barely above a whisper. It's all right. By the way, could you call Li Yifei and Lu Yuan and ask if they've made it home? Zhang Taiping expressed his concern. Jiang Qian took out her phone and sent WeChat messages to both of them. After a short while, she replied, they're fine. Don't worry. What did your classmates do before? Their counter-surveillance ability is absurd. I lost track of them. Zhao Conqing exclaimed in frustration. Si Xiaonan took out a medical kit to bandage Zhang Taiping's wounds. Chen Mai said, this time it's all my fault. I let the ghost-face king escape. A bandage was wrapped around Hong Ying's shoulder. No one could have anticipated that a ghost-face king would be hidden among that group of ghost-face individuals. Even I was caught off guard for a moment. Captain, may I participate in the operation to eliminate the ghost-face king? Zhang Taiping inquired. What is your rationale? They killed my classmate, and I believe the ghost-face king is weaker than I imagined. Zhang Taiping explained. Chen Mai refused. No. You are not yet a formal member of the Night Watchman, and you are still too young. Then I am assigning you a task. Go develop connections and strive to recruit Lin Qiye into the Night Watchman. It's now clear he is the agent of the Angel King, Michael. His priority is higher than that of the Ghost-Face King, Chen Mai commanded. Zhang Taiping scratched his head, but I've only known him for a day. What? Are you unwilling? Ensure the task is completed. After Zhang Taiping left, Hong Ying, puzzled, asked, Captain, with Xiao Taiping's strength. He could be a frontline fighter for our team. Why don't you let him participate in the eradication of the Ghost-Face King? Zhang Taiping's Empyrean Abyss. Desperate Heaven's passage has gone berserk. His destructive power surpasses that of 100 ghost-face individuals. Grandfather, am I very weak? Zhang Taiping asked earnestly. Oh. Zhang Taiping lowered his head. Zhang Zhibai continued. But after all, I, your grandfather, have lived over 100 years. It's only natural that I'm stronger than you. I recall that at 14, I might not have been able to surpass you either. Hence, strength is relative, while weakness is absolute. The next day, upon arriving at school, the homeroom teacher announced the news of Wang Xiao's death, but he claimed it was a car accident. Li Yifei, Jiang Qian, and Lu Yuan all signed a confidentiality agreement, thus revealing nothing. Lin Qiye, aren't you curious about what happened yesterday? Zhang Taiping quietly asked during class. Not curious. Lin Qiye meticulously took notes. Having awakened the power of the seraphim the day before, his eyes could already see. No, you are curious. I'm not curious. You are curious. No, I'm not curious. You are curious. Zhang Taiping stood up in exasperation. Just as the English teacher was explaining grammar, an eraser flew through the air, and Zhang Taiping skillfully caught it. If you don't want to listen in class, go stand outside. The English teacher shouted angrily. Zhang Taiping picked up his textbook and dejectedly left the classroom, causing the entire class to erupt in laughter. Chapter 12. 100 Miles of Spiritual Path After Class. Jiang Qian emerged, clutching her meticulously taken notes, and handed them to Zhang Taiping. Thank you, class leader. I've noted everything the teacher said. You can ask me if you don't understand anything. Thank you. Zhang Taiping accepted the notes, though he feared that with his limited foundation, no amount of notes would suffice. As class leader, it's my duty to care for my classmates' studies. Jiang Qian blushed as she walked away. Just as Zhang Taiping intended to discuss things with Lin Qiye, he noticed Li Yifei standing beside him. I'm sorry. Li Yifei bent his body at a 90-degree angle. It is entirely natural to prioritize one's escape when faced with life-threatening danger. If it were me, I would flee even faster than you. Lin Qiye seemed rather indifferent to their performance yesterday. Upon noticing Zhang Taiping entering, Li Yifei did not even lift his head, but turned around. Taiping. I should have listened to you back then. Zhang Taiping patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. If I had been more vigilant, Wang Xiao wouldn't have. Taiping, are you the same type of person who sought me out yesterday? Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I suppose so, but I can only consider myself a temporary worker. Zhang Taiping replied somewhat shyly. I had intended to join them proactively, but I was turned down. Li Yifei felt a twinge of envy towards Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping glanced at Lin Qiye, who immediately covered his ears with both hands. Don't say a word. I am not curious. After school, as soon as he stepped out of the school gate, Zhang Taiping spotted a rather greasy middle-aged man, wearing sunglasses he believed made him look stylish, standing at the entrance. Brother Zhao, you came to pick me up? Zhang Taiping exclaimed with joy. Go aside. I need to have a word with Lin Qiye. Zhao Conqing pushed Zhang Taiping aside. Are you annoyed with me? So love would vanish, is that it? Zhang Taiping quipped. Incorrect. According to the law of conservation of energy, love does not vanish. It merely transfers. Zhao Conqing chuckled. He then draped an arm around Zhang Taiping's shoulders. The captain and the others are currently besieging the Ghost-Faced King. I'll inform you of Hong Ying's location. She is injured, and it is perilous for her to confront the Ghost-Faced King alone. But the captain won't allow me. You could simply wander over there. What could the captain say? Besides, this is a splendid opportunity for solitude. Make sure to seize it. Zhao Kongqing smirked. What are you talking about, Brother Zhao? Zhang Taiping's cheeks flushed. He glanced back at his quickly departing figure. While Zhao Kongqing wrapped an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulders, Taiping can be adorably foolish at times, wouldn't you agree? I don't know. Why are you telling me this? Lin Qiye replied warily. So, what do you say? Would you like to join us? Lin Qiye broke free from Zhao Kongqing's grasp. No. Zhao Kongqing, undeterred, seized him again. It seems we need to have a serious discussion. In a dilapidated building complex on the western outskirts of Cangnan, a girl with twin ponytails stepped out of a luxury car, followed by a large truck carrying a colossal shipping container. This will do. The girl stretched lazily. A bald, thin man clad in a white lab coat and thick glasses issued a command, and the container gradually opened to reveal a gigantic rhinoceros beetle. While Li Tuling approached slowly for a closer inspection, is this your latest experimental specimen? Young lady, you are astute. This is my latest masterpiece, the Azura rhinoceros beetle. Unlike the fearless crab from last time, I have invested heavily into this specimen. The bald man adjusted his glasses, while Li Tuling tilted her head. Gazing at the nearly 5-meter-long beetle, I hope you do not disappoint me this time. The Azura rhinoceros beetle suddenly opened its eyes wide, struggling fiercely against the iron chains that bound it, realizing it had been injected with a large dose of tranquilizer. You are the young lady of the Bailey family? The beetle asked, intrigued. This creature possesses intelligence? Li Tuling pondered curiously. Azura rhinoceros beetle, create chaos in Cangnan. If you survive this time, I will allow you to join the Demon God Project. Li Tuling smiled innocently. The first thing I will do upon regaining my freedom is to kill you. You look tender and delicious. The beetle laughed heartily. Li Tuling dismissed its words and turned to board the vehicle. You should focus on surviving first. 10 kilometers away, Hong Ying was tracing the movements of the Ghost-Faced King through the sewer system, but with the labyrinthine layout of Cangnan sewers. Locating the foe proved to be a daunting task. What a coincidence, Sister Hong Ying. Zhang Taiping pretended to pass by casually. Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback. Taiping, what are you doing here? I thought your home was quite far from here. I got lost. Zhang Taiping fabricated a lie even he did not believe. Speak the truth. Hong Ying feigned anger. Zhang Taiping shrugged helplessly. Sister Hong Ying, you've sustained an injury. I came to see if there's anything I can assist with. Hong Ying sighed. Although the captain doesn't permit you to participate in the mission, a little practice wouldn't hurt. Let's go. Zhang Taiping felt elated at this and hurriedly helped Hong Ying carry a cage, peering inside at a crow. What is this? The Calamity Crow. It is a forbidden item that will sound an alarm when disaster approaches Cangnan. It also serves as a detector, sensing the general location of the mysterious. Hong Ying explained. Zhang Taiping playfully teased the crow inside the cage, but Hong Ying shook her head. It's useless. It won't call unless there's something mysterious nearby. Yet, as soon as Hong Ying finished speaking, the Calamity Crow began to caw loudly. Hong Ying, a massive biological energy reaction has suddenly emerged 10 kilometers to your west, suspected to be the Ghost-Faced King. You should investigate. We will be there shortly. Captain Chun Mai's voice crackled through the intercom. Received. Hong Ying mounted her motorcycle, patting the back seat. What are you waiting for? Get on. Zhang Taiping's face burned as he climbed onto the motorcycle's rear. And Hong Ying tossed him a helmet. Hold on to my waist, and don't fall off. Rest assured, before Zhang Taiping could finish his sentence, the motorcycle sped off. Chapter 13. Azura mode. Startled by the sudden acceleration, Zhang Taiping nearly fell off the motorcycle. Hold on tight. Hong Ying commanded sternly. Without hesitation, Zhang Taiping wrapped his arms around her slender waist, inhaling her enticing fragrance, his heart fluttering. However, such blissful moments are fleeting. 8 minutes later, the motorcycle screeched to a halt, and had Zhang Taiping not clung tightly, he would have been thrown off. What is that? Hong Ying exclaimed, astonished at the sight of a partially collapsed building before them. They beheld a 5-meter-tall humanoid rhinoceros beetle, its body brown and muscular, with veins bulging grotesquely. The tranquilizer had lost its effect, and the Azura rhinoceros beetle immediately broke free from its chains, choosing to wreak havoc as a means of venting its frustration. From a hillside in the distance, the bald researcher inquired perplexedly, Young lady, why are we not conducting experiments in Guangshan? After all, it is our territory. We will. Li Tuling replied slowly. But isn't this place just as suitable? Not quite. The inhabitants of this city are merely a collection of wandering souls. Even if I do not kill them, they will eventually dissipate. I am merely expediting their journey, Li Tuling stated expressionlessly. The researcher evidently lacked knowledge of Cangnan's true nature and refrained from probing further, understanding that greater knowledge could lead to swifter demise. They arrived swiftly, Li Tuling mused. Observing the motorcycles racing towards them, impressed by the speed of the Cangnan night watchman's response, the bald researcher immediately ordered, meticulously record all data regarding the Azura rhinoceros beetle. Leave no detail overlooked. Captain, what we are encountering is not the ghost-face king, but rather a rhinoceros beetle, Hong Ying promptly reported. What is its strength? Chinmai inquired. Who is nearby in the western city? Chinmai asked. I am en route to that direction. The calm voice of Ling Xin replied. Hong Ying. Just keep it occupied. We will arrive shortly, Chinmai commanded. Finally, live humans. The Azura rhinoceros beetle hurled a chunk of concrete from the dilapidated building, launching it towards Zhang Taiping and Hong Ying. Quick, dodge. Hong Ying warned, and they both rolled in opposite directions just in time. Zhang Taiping gasped at the massive pit created by the impact. Just how much strength does this creature possess? Interesting. The Azura rhinoceros beetle, realizing its attack had not obliterated them, extended its back carapace and swiftly soared towards them. Hong Ying inserted the black box behind her into the ground, and with a press, the box sprang open, revealing a spear in her hand. Taiping, hold it off. You take the opportunity to escape. Hong Ying's expression was grave. Sister Hong Ying, we shouldn't force a confrontation. Let's wait for the captain to handle it. Zhang Taiping sensed that this stag beetle was far more formidable than the ghost-faced king they had encountered the previous night. Flames of rose color ignited around Hong Ying, a manifestation of her forbidden attire, the rose fire feather garment. I cannot retreat. Beyond this street lies a residential area. If we fail to intercept it here, there will be significant casualties. Taiping, you must leave quickly. I do not wish to incur the captain's wrath. Zhang Taiping hesitated but ultimately drew the Xianyuan sword from his pack. Sister Hong Ying, I will not flee. Although I am not yet a formal member and bear no obligation to protect others, I cannot abandon you. Very well, let us confront it together. It is merely at the peak of the river realm. Victory is within our grasp, Hong Ying declared boldly. In the next moment, the Azura stag beetle's fist hurtled towards her. Hong Ying raised her spear to block, but the force was overwhelming, sending her crashing through the air in a terrifying arc. Zhang Taiping inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, his vision filled with shifting lines of light and shadow. Without hesitation, he leapt and struck down with his sword. The stag beetle raised its arm to defend. A crack echoed as the beetle's left arm shattered. Interesting. I thought this girl would be the most troublesome. Yet you are no weakling. The stag beetle laughed heartily. Hong Ying tightened her grip and, with a fierce shout, sent the nearly 3-ton beetle flying. The spear twirled in her hand as she pointed at the hovering Azura stag beetle. Rose fire rain. A pillar of rose-colored flames erupted from the spear's tip, hurtling towards the stag beetle. Fool, you think such an attack could harm me? The Azura stag beetle scoffed, watching the two engulfed in flames. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Taiping suddenly burst forth from the fire, soaring above the stag beetle, and swung his sword down, catching the unprepared creature off guard and driving it into the ground. Hong Ying would not allow it to rise again easily. She charged forward, spear ablaze with entwined flames. It turned out that Hong Ying had complete control over her own fire, ensuring it would not harm her or Zhang Taiping. She used the rose fire to obscure the beetle's vision, allowing Zhang Taiping to launch himself off her as a springboard. The Azura stag beetle was drawn into a ground battle, despite its massive size and muscular form. It found itself momentarily suppressed by Zhang Taiping's peculiar swordplay and Hong Ying's relentless flames. Is this all your masterpiece can do? Li Tuling remarked with dissatisfaction. The bald researcher rubbed his hands together. My lady, do not fret. It has yet to reveal its true strength. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the Azura stag beetle unleashed a punch that forced both of them back. To push me to this extent, you are courting death. Azura mode. The beetle's body suddenly turned blue, 2 antennae sprouting from its forearms, transforming into bone blades, and its aura surged to the early stages of the river realm. Hong Ying furrowed her beautiful brows. The plan has changed. It appears we cannot kill it. We must instead hold it off until the captain arrives. The Azura stag beetle vanished and reappeared at Hong Ying's left. Die! It roared, swinging a fist towards her. Hong Ying raised her spear to block, but the enhanced strength of the Azura stag beetle sent her flying dozens of meters, nearly losing her grip. The Azura stag beetle spread its wings and became a blur as it charged at Hong Ying, only to be intercepted by Zhang Taiping's sword strike. The Xianyuan sword, though broken, still managed to connect, transforming Zhang Taiping's attack into a blunt force. You can actually keep up with my speed. This is quite amusing. The Azura stag beetle remarked, swiftly shifting its focus to Zhang Taiping, raining down punches like a storm. Zhang Taiping raised his sword to defend, but quickly realized he could not withstand the blows. After enduring a few strikes, he abandoned defense and engaged in mutual attacks. The Emperor's ruins, desolate sky passage, served two purposes. One was to strip the divine of their powers, turning the enshrined deities into mere mortals. The other was to isolate. Akin to an inviolable barrier. Zhang Taiping pressed it just beneath his skin. Though he appeared battered, the Azura's punches could not penetrate his internal organs, allowing him to endure the onslaught. Chapter 14. The moat of the Black Mountain. Go to light rain began to fall from the sky. While fierce battles raged on in the western part of Cangnan city. Storm of pear blossoms. Hong Ying twirled her spear, creating hundreds of afterimages. The Azura stag beetle struck like the wind, shattering the spear's illusions. Zhang Taiping dashed around the Azura stag beetle, looking for the right moment to strike. The beetle seemed to have eyes on its back, blocking Zhang Taiping's sword with its protruding arm. Is this all you can do? It taunted as it unleashed a powerful left punch that sent Zhang Taiping flying. He rolled across the ground and knelt, but the Azura stag beetle charged, attempting to impale him with its horn. A gunshot rang out, and a sniper round struck the Azura stag beetle's head, causing it to tilt. Its body brushed past Zhang Taiping, embedding itself into the ground. Lin Qiye, from a distant building, held a rifle steady, unfazed by the falling rain. Under a black umbrella, Bai Li Tu Ling shook her head. If we can hold on a little longer, the captain of the Cangnan Night Watch will arrive. It seems this experimental subject has reached its limit. The bald researcher hesitated before extracting a vial from his pocket. 7 years ago, during the War of the Gods, the outer god Shabnikla's lost a tentacle to the Sword Saint. The Bai Li group acquired a small portion, and I extracted some of its power. Today, we shall see. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? Bai Li Tu Ling's eyes narrowed into crescents. Suddenly, a drone appeared above the Azura stag beetle. Lin Qiye frowned, uncertain whether it was friend or foe. In that moment of hesitation, the drone launched a projectile into the beetle's neck. The Azura stag beetle froze momentarily, its eyes turning blood red, a chaotic aura emanating from it. Hong Ying and Zhang Taiping recoiled, momentarily bewildered. The Azura stag beetle's form swelled, its muscles and carapace twisting and expanding, its coloration shifting to an inky black. Ultimately, it grew to a height of 8 meters, its eyes transforming into goat-like slits, sprouting dozens of dark tentacles. Zhang Taiping felt a sharp pain in his eyes as the enemy flickered in and out of focus, a mosaic effect forming before him. He understood that this was due to the chaotic aura that overwhelmed his mind. Lingering too long could drive him mad. Hong Ying, the enemy's strength has now reached the peak of the river realm. We cannot hold it off. Lin Qiye's eyes bled. Hong Ying clenched her teeth. Even if we cannot hold it off, we must try. If the dark night descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Little Taiping, you must leave. There is no need to sacrifice yourself here. A similar scene unfolded in the old district, where Zhao Kong Chong, gripping his blade, fixed his gaze on the ghost-faced king before him. Kid, watch closely. This strike will be magnificent. Faced with the Azura stag beetle at the peak of the river realm, Zhang Taiping felt his legs weaken. Sister Hong Ying, we have done our best. Let us retreat. We cannot abandon the residents behind us. I am a night watchman. This is the fate we cannot escape. Then let us simply cease being night watchmen. Hong Ying gazed at Zhang Taiping with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She gathered her strength and charged toward the Azura unicorn beetle, declaring, once a night watchman, always a night watchman. Zhang Taiping hesitated momentarily but ultimately followed her lead. The black tendrils of the Azura unicorn beetle lashed out like powerful whips, effortlessly sending the two flying. What extraordinary power! How marvelous! Ah. The Azura unicorn beetle began to exude an aura reminiscent of the Cthulhu mythos, its horns gradually twisting into the shape of ram's horns. Hong Ying spat blood, a chaotic energy invading her body and causing immense discomfort within her organs. Little Taiping, you must leave now, Hong Ying urged. Due to the effect of absolute connection, the chaos could not penetrate Zhang Taiping's body, and he stood protectively in front of Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, I don't understand why you would sacrifice yourself for someone you don't even know. Nor do I grasp the oath of the Night Watchman, but I know what I wish to protect. You, the captain, Brother Zhao, and everyone at the Peace Affairs office. Anyone who dares to harm you will face my wrath. But you will die, Hong Ying said, struggling to rise. I feel sorry for my parents, but I know if I flee today, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Zhang Taiping roared as he charged toward the Azura unicorn beetle. What's happening over there, Lin Qiye? Captain Chun Mai's voice crackled through the radio. What? Zhang Taiping is there too. This is serious, Chun Mai exclaimed anxiously. On the front lines, the Azura unicorn beetle ceased its defenses, having gained the perverse vitality of the forest black goat. All living beings in the world are birthed from it. Shabnikla's governs the laws of birth and life. Although the Azura unicorn beetle had only absorbed a fragment of its essence, it was far beyond what Hong Ying and her companions could contend with. Be careful. A tendril attacked Zhang Taiping from behind. Seeing he could not evade it, Hong Ying leaped in to push it away, but the tendril pierced her abdomen. Sister Hong Ying. Zhang Taiping swiftly severed the tendril with his sword. Why are you so foolish, Sister Hong Ying? He said, supporting her unsteady form. This is the fate of a night watchman. Taiping, you must go. Hong Ying continued to cough up blood. Long Xian, listen to me. You must ensure Zhang Taiping withdraws from the battle. Chen Mai's urgent voice echoed through the radio. But Captain, it's already too late. Ants should remain weak. Weakness is their original sin. The Azura unicorn beetle cackled maniacally. Zhang Taiping's eyes turned blood red. How dare you? How dare you? An infinite rage consumed him. And the absolute connection within him could no longer be restrained, erupting violently from his body. The land engulfed by absolute connection became desolate. Buildings gradually evaporating as if erased from existence. What is this? Lung Xin murmured, his eyes widening. As Chunmai approached, he sighed and dialed the mayor of Cangnan City. Emergency. All residents in the western district of Cangnan must evacuate immediately. The absolute connection swiftly spread outward, enveloping the Azura unicorn beetle in an instant. Its laughter ceased abruptly as it sensed a tremendous threat emanating from the boy before it. In the distance, Bali Tu Ling was also engulfed. Her companions collapsing to their knees. The girl struggled to rise but was unsuccessful. This is the aura of the Emperor of Humanity. How could this boy possess the pressure of an emperor? Bali Tu Ling gritted her teeth. Chapter 15. Self-sacrifice. Once Zhang Taiping relinquished control over absolute connection. His mental energy surged instantaneously, reaching the pinnacle of the pool realm. Years of relentless training in the Imperial ruins had rendered his mental prowess more refined and solid than others. You've hidden your strength all along. But what does it matter? You're merely in the pool realm. The Azura unicorn beetle jeered as its tendrils launched an assault. Thunderbolt curse. Zhang Taiping was enveloped in azure lightning, his speed multiplying several times over. Dozens of sword lights erupted in an instant, severing the beetle's tendrils, which fell to the ground. Useless. Rebirth. The Azura unicorn beetle laughed heartily, yet nothing occurred. Within the realm of absolute connection, Shabnicola's divinity was temporarily suppressed. Faced with Zhang Taiping, now wrapped in lightning, it spread its wings and retreated sharply, seeking to escape this peculiar domain. Nine Heavens, Thunder Punishment. Zhang Taiping pointed his broken sword at the beetle, summoning a massive bolt of lightning that struck down from the dark clouds, precisely hitting the fleeing Azura unicorn beetle. Ah! It shrieked, convulsing and crashing to the ground. Charred and writhing, it glared fiercely at Zhang Taiping. Since you want to let me leave, I'll kill you first. The Azura unicorn beetle charged at Zhang Taiping, who stood his ground, sword raised to meet its assault. Although absolute connection had erased the beetle's divine traits, it had lost its invulnerability, putting Zhang Taiping at a disadvantage despite his lightning-enhanced abilities. In the 31st strike, Zhang Taiping's rib was fractured. In the 55th strike, his left arm was nearly severed. In the 100th strike, his nasal bone shattered, and cracks formed in his skull. You aren't even a true night watchman. Why do you fight me so desperately? The Azura unicorn beetle was also struggling, its antennae severed by Zhang Taiping, its body marred with countless sword wounds, blue blood seeping from its injuries. The deepest wound had sliced open its abdomen, exposing part of its intestines. Zhang Taiping, summoned the Azura unicorn beetle to its demise. Thunder roared in the sky as a colossal cascade of lightning descended, enveloping the Azura unicorn beetle. In Cangnan's West City residential area, a piercing air raid siren blared. Due to the frequent emergence of the mysterious, the residents had grown accustomed to such situations and evacuated in an orderly fashion. Chenmai observed the distant buildings disappearing one by one, frowning. With Zhang Taiping's current strength, he cannot possibly create such a vast barrier. Could it be that Emperor Wangshu seeks to eradicate this realm of divine power created by Michael within Daxia? On the battlefield, Zhang Taiping disregarded the torrential downpour of lightning, plunging directly into the fray against the Azura unicorn beetle. The beetle's movements were hindered by the lightning, while for Zhang Taiping, the lightning served as a boon, allowing him to strike faster, as if he were cleaving not an enemy, but the very fabric of this world. Gradually, the Azura unicorn beetle's resistance waned, until it ceased to move altogether. Yet Zhang Taiping did not relent. He could not stop. Little Taiping, that's enough. Hong Ying cried, embracing him from behind. The rose fire feather garment she wore was being eroded by the lightning, set to dissipate within 3 seconds. Zhang Taiping turned, his expression blank. His right eye appeared relatively normal, yet his left shimmered like a star. Surveying his surroundings, he realized that the area around him had become a barren wasteland. The distant lights extinguished one by one, and the Raven of Calamity, was nearly hoarse from its cries. Lin Qiye and Hong Ying now understood why Zhang Taiping had been kept from missions, although his strength was sufficient to serve as the frontline force of Team 136. His rampage would spell disaster for Cangnan. Ha ha, so you brought me into the Peace Affairs office to keep an eye on me. I am indeed the greatest calamity for Cangnan. Zhang Taiping's expression turned desolate. Little Taiping, you must not think this way. I don't care about anyone else. Hong Ying, see you as my younger brother. Zhang Taiping sighed deeply. Brother Ling, I know you're watching. Just kill me. Lin Qiye, through his eightfold scope, aimed at Zhang Taiping's head, trembling all over with reddened eyes. Hong Ying regarded Zhang Taiping as a younger brother, yet Lin Qiye felt the same. Yet, compared to Cangnan, he had made his decision in his heart. Hong Ying, aware of Lin Qiye's position, staggered in front of Zhang Taiping. Lin Qiye, how dare you? Zhang Taiping gazed at the stubborn figure in red blocking his path. In a moment of desperation, he raised the Xianyuan sword to his throat, contemplating self-termination rather than causing distress to others. No, Hong Ying turned to intervene, but her strength failed her, causing her to collapse to the ground. Just as the blade was poised to sever Zhang Taiping's throat, a deep sigh emanated from within him, a sound unmistakably not his own, echoing through the ages with a sense of sorrow and resignation. Suddenly, Zhang Taiping realized he had lost control of his body. Inexplicably, he uttered, "Gather, Ju Di Tian Tong." Chen Mai, who was organizing the evacuation of citizens, noticed that the building's disappearance was gradually slowing, ultimately coming to a halt. As the overwhelming imperial power receded like the tide, fierce in its arrival and equally gentle in its departure, as Ju Di Tian Tong contracted, the divine essence of Shiba Nicholas was drawn into Zhang Taiping's grasp. He was about to swallow it to heal himself when his left hand suddenly froze. You wish to give it to that girl? The ancient voice emerged from Zhang Taiping's lips. If Sister Hong Ying were to perish, I would not wish to live either. His own voice echoed back. With a deep sigh, Zhang Taiping pointed his left hand, and the essence of the black goat entered Hong Ying's forehead. Once on the brink of death, Hong Ying felt a surge of vitality enveloping her, visibly healing her grievous wound until it was as if she had never been injured. Little Taiping, what will you do now that you've given me such immense life force? Hong Ying exclaimed anxiously. I know my own body. I want to die. Zhang Taiping slumped, nearly collapsing to the ground, but Hong Ying quickly caught him. We must find Xiaonan. Captain Azure's rhinoceros beetle has been slain. Zhang Taiping has regained temporary control, reported Lin Qiye. Shenmai exhaled in relief. That's good. That's good. At that moment, the voice of Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan crackled through the intercom. Captain, 3 minutes ago, Zhao Kongxing encountered the Ghost-Faced King in the Old District. He sacrificed himself to protect the populace, perishing with the enemy. What? Both Chun Mai and Lin Qiye exclaimed in unison. Meanwhile, Hong Ying's intercom had been shattered during the earlier conflict, leaving her unaware of the news. Chapter 16. Nightmare. Hong Ying lifted Zhang Taiping onto the backseat of her motorcycle and accelerated away. Hang in there, little Taiping. Once we find Xiaonan, you will be fine. She choked out. Sister Hong Ying, I truly am all right. Zhang Taiping felt a whirlwind of emotions. Hong Ying assumed he was merely putting on a brave front, as he appeared quite wretched. How can you be sure you're fine? Zhang Taiping rested his head on her back. I know the Taoist method of inner observation. 5 of my ribs are broken, my left arm is shattered. My lung is bruised but not severely, and there is some internal bleeding. Listening to him enumerate his injuries with such precision, Hong Ying exclaimed, with so many injuries. How can you say you're fine? Have you lost your mind? None of these are fatal. After a brief silence, Zhang Taiping hesitated, given today's events. Will I be taken for an autopsy? Why do you ask that? I am a sinner of Cangnan. My actions are more grievous than those of the Ghost-Faced King. He lamented. Hong Ying abruptly retorted, Little Taiping, rest assured, as long as I, Hong Ying, am here, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. What if it's the captain? Hong Ying was momentarily speechless. Then I will reason with him. Zhang Taiping replied softly, falling silent. Hong Ying did not notice the long trail of blood left behind by the motorcycle. On the hillside, after the imperial power receded, Li Tuliang slowly rose. Brushing her damp hair. Who is that boy? He is not listed in the Cangnan Night Watcher records. I must investigate further. The bald researcher wiped his face, mixing sweat with rainwater. What about the subsequent upgrades for the Azura rhinoceros beetle? There is no upgrade to speak of. It couldn't even handle a mere teenager. What use is it? I need to go have a word with my useless older brother. Li Tuliang entered the helicopter. What do you need Little Taiping for? To borrow money. At the Cangnan Peace Affairs office, Zhang Taiping, having lost too much blood, momentarily passed out. When he regained consciousness, he heard a familiar voice. It was Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan. One more thing. The ghost-faced king's corpse indicates its fatal wounds were a series of knife cuts and inexplicable burn marks, characteristics not possessed by Minxing Zhanyu. I've been quite clear. Zhao Kongqing faced the ghost-faced king alone and fought to the bitter end. He ultimately killed the ghost-faced king. This was Lin Qiye speaking. Zhang Taiping reflected, Brother Zhao is truly formidable, having defeated the ghost-faced king all by himself. Wu Xiangnan, what is your point? Zhao Kongqing, our teammate. Yet you still cling to this matter. Do you not feel the slightest sorrow? Hong Ying's emotions surged. Chunmai banged the table. Keep it down. There's a seriously injured person here. Everyone turned to Zhang Taiping, fearful that the news of Zhao Kongqing's death would provoke another outburst from him. Zhang Taiping struggled to open his eyes. He found himself bound by Si Shenan's restraints, and he managed to ask, did Sister Hong Ying just say Brother Zhao? Is it true? Zhang Taiping, listen to me. Chunmai intended to fabricate a lie, but upon seeing the sincerity in Zhang Taiping's gaze, he abruptly stopped. Little Taiping, don't be like this. Hong Ying's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Zhang Taiping attempted to rise from the bed but stumbled to the ground as Si Shaoan failed to support him. Ha ha ha. I must have drunk too much. Look. I can't even stand. He laughed weakly. Hong Ying rushed over and embraced him. Little Taiping, don't be like this. Everything will be all right. Everything had seemed normal during the day, but by nightfall, everything had changed. The weight of these events struck Zhang Taiping, who had grown up in the mountains. As too devastating, his worldview was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Taiping, listen to me. Today, there were no casualties in the west of Cangnan City. Although several buildings were destroyed, the Bai family from Guangshan has agreed to donate to rebuild them. Qianmai was genuinely concerned that Zhang Taiping might spiral into another outburst. It's all my fault. If I had fought the ghost-faced king to the death yesterday, if I hadn't been so afraid of dying. Director Zhao Wunti have died. Zhang Taiping's feelings of grievance and sorrow found no outlet, and he ultimately broke down in tears. His cries prompted Si Shaoan to weep as well, followed by Hong Ying, whose tears streamed down her cheeks. Even the usually cool Lang Xian turned away to wipe his eyes. Wu Xiangnan felt a lump in his throat, while Chunmai sniffled repeatedly. Lin Qiye was left bewildered. Moments ago, these individuals seemed indifferent to Zhao Kongqing's death, yet now they were overcome with emotion. If everyone had pretended not to care, perhaps the faade could have been maintained, but Zhang Taiping's sudden outburst was like tossing a match into a barrel of gunpowder, igniting everyone's feelings in an instant. After a long while, Zhang Taiping's sobs abruptly ceased. Si Shaoan hurried forward to check on him, exclaiming, he has lost too much blood and suffered significant emotional shock. He has fainted again. Report Zhao Kongqing's incident to the higher-ups as Lin Qiye suggested. Hong Ying, I've repeatedly emphasized that Zhang Taiping should not participate in direct combat. Why did you not heed my words? Chunmai's tone was stern. Hong Ying turned her head away in silence, and Lung Xian interjected, Captain, you were not present today. If it weren't for little Taiping, we would have lost more than one teammate. Sigh, I will report today's events to the higher authorities. As for Zhang Taiping's fate, I believe a decision will come swiftly. Hong Ying stepped forward. What will happen to little Taiping? Rest assured. This lad is one of the two individuals favored by Commander Yi. Despite the chaos he caused today, no lives were lost, as he is still a minor. We Night Watchers have no authority to determine his fate. Moreover, this individual has profound connections with Longhu Mountain. It is worth noting that a senior member of the Night Watch has a nephew among them, thus we shall not act against him. Chunmai reassured. Hearing this, Hong Ying finally exhaled in relief. Chunmai then stated, Lin Qiye, it is time we address your predicament. After a moment, Si Shaoan suddenly raised her hand. Zhao Taiping has fainted. Lin Qiye has no place to stay, and we lack dormitories. Where will they sleep? They can stay at my house. I have a spare room. Hong Ying responded nonchalantly. Is that appropriate? Lin Qiye blushed. Chapter 17. A skirmish. Sister Hong Ying, are we sharing a room? Lin Qiye inquired. Initially, there was another room available, but given Zhao Taiping's condition, someone must look after him. You can assist as your rent. After saying this, Hong Ying exited, for she had matters to attend to. The room contained but a single bed. To be frank, Lin Qiye was unaccustomed to sharing a bed with another. Yet observing Zhang Taiping bound like a mummy, he felt he could not act otherwise. Exhausted, he cautiously nestled beneath the covers. Now confronted with a dilemma, should he sleep with his back to Zhang Taiping or face him directly? After some contemplation, he resolved to confront the situation. But as he turned, he found Zhang Taiping's eyes already wide open. What the? Lin Qiye startled. Qiye, could you tell me about Brother Zhao's final battle? Zhang Taiping inquired slowly. Lin Qiye sighed. He understood the bond Zhang Taiping shared with Zhao Kongqing. For Zhao had often referenced Zhang when persuading him to join the Night Watch. Lin Qiye recounted how Zhao Kongqing vanquished the ghost-faced king. And Zhang Taiping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Zhao is indeed formidable. By the way, Qiye, Will you join the night watch? Zhang Taiping fell silent, his thoughts unreadable. In the dead of night, Lin Qiye suddenly felt a weight upon him. Was this the phenomenon known as sleep paralysis? He pushed with his hands but found them ensnared in a viscous grip, the air thick with the scent of blood. He opened his eyes abruptly to discover Zhang Taiping atop him, eyes shimmering like stars. Zhang Taiping, what are you doing? Zhang Taiping gazed at him coldly. The divine agent shares the same sins as the gods. Within the Great Xia, divine activities are forbidden. Old fool Zhuanqiu, you have no authority over Michael's matters. Lin Qiye involuntarily uttered a voice that was not his own. Zhang Taiping swiftly grasped Lin Qiye's neck, clearly intent on choking him. Had Zhang been in peak condition, his years of training would have allowed him to easily overpower the slender Lin Qiye. However, now injured, the encounter had devolved into a clash of equals. Zhang Taiping exerted force with his legs, twisting to free himself from Lin Qiye's grip, coiling his legs around Lin Qiye's waist and pinning him down once more. Under the cold moonlight, Lin Qiye's shirt was torn asunder as he clung tightly to Zhang Taiping from behind, his body flushed from the rapid flow of blood. Hong Ying suddenly slammed the door shut. Wait, it must be my entry that was incorrect. She reopened the door, only to witness Zhang Taiping pressing Lin Qiye's head against the bed, attempting to subdue him with his weight. Hong Ying slowly closed the door again, her cheeks flushed. Is this how the youth play nowadays? Yet, I find it quite delightful. Suddenly, she sensed a discrepancy. The glances exchanged between them were not mere playful banter, but rather pure murderous intent. With a swift kick, Hong Ying burst through the door, swiftly separating the two. As they gazed at one another, the intensity in their eyes gradually faded, leaving them both bewildered. Lin Qiye, I instructed you to care for Xiao Taiping. What is the meaning of this? Hong Ying scolded. He initiated the confrontation, and I couldn't control myself afterward. Lin Qiye explained. Hong Ying turned to Zhang Taiping. What were you doing? I can't recall. I only remember falling asleep and waking up to this. Zhang Taiping wore an expression of innocence. At that moment, Captain Chenmai called, and upon answering, Hong Ying heard his voice. Hong Ying, I forgot to mention something. You must not arrange for Lin Qiye and Zhang Taiping to share a room. There is a 90% chance they will fight. Captain, if only you had mentioned this sooner. They're already at it. Hong Ying sighed in resignation. She promptly reassigned rooms for the two. Lin Qiye, having broken a sweat, took it upon himself to shower, while Hong Ying tended to Zhang Taiping's injured wounds. The following morning, Hong Ying prepared breakfast for both. Today, the higher-ups of the Night Watch have made a decision concerning Xiao Taiping. Zhang Taiping halted mid-bite. Anxiety etched across his face. Given that this incident resulted in no casualties, and you personally eliminated the Azura Unicorn, the Night Watch has decided to defer action regarding you. However, your movements will be restricted. You are not permitted to leave our surveillance nor undertake any missions until you graduate from the training camp. Is that all? I have destroyed several residential buildings, amounting to billions. Chapter 18, A Trap. Hey, have you heard? Cangnan City West suffered an air raid yesterday. A significant area has been reduced to ruins. Before even entering the classroom, Li Yifei's voice rang out. I saw the news as well, but fortunately, we detected it early, avoiding any casualties. Zhang Taiping limped into the classroom, immediately attended to by class monitor Jiang Qian and Li Yifei, who rushed over with concern. Xiao Taiping. Was yesterday's calamity in the West related to the mysterious? Despite having signed a confidentiality agreement, Li Yifei felt emboldened to discuss such matters with those in the know. At this, Zhang Taiping's expression darkened. He was indeed responsible for that disaster. Xiao Taiping, are you still recruiting? Might I join your ranks? Li Yifei rambled. Li Yifei, could you speak less? Can't you see Xiao Taiping is injured? Jiang Qian reprimanded. Upon returning to his seat and glancing at the empty space beside him, Zhang Taiping sighed. He had only shared a desk with Lin Qiye for 2 days. During lunch, Hong Ying and Si Xiaoan donned school uniforms to infiltrate the campus. With Si Xiaoan tasked to change Zhang Taiping's bandages, while Hong Ying aimed to prepare a special meal for him. Both girls were stunningly beautiful, separately. Either would outshine all of Class 2, and together, their appearance left the entire class in awe. Who would have thought Xiao Taiping had such a way with the ladies? Someone jealously remarked. Those two must be his older sisters. Another speculated. Hong Ying paid no heed to their thoughts as she unveiled a lunchbox neatly arranged with 4 dishes. Braised meatballs, fragrant pork knuckle, clear braised beef, and Westlake vinegar fish. Xiao Taiping, eat plenty. Being well fed will hasten your recovery. Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow. Sister Hong Ying, he is injured. Such greasy food is not advisable. Is that so? Hong Ying began to feed him, much to the envy of the surrounding boys. Zhang Taiping hurriedly interjected. Sister Hong Ying, my right hand is functional. I can manage on my own. Yet, Hong Ying remained resolute. After changing the bandages and feeding him, the 2 girls retraced their steps. Hong Ying's brow furrowed. Lin Qiye has confirmed his participation in this year's training camp, yet Zhang Taiping's situation remains uncertain. It is quite worrisome. I heard Zhang Taiping's mother is someone even the team leader dares not provoke. This could be challenging. Si Shaoan remarked. I must speak with her. It is imperative we recruit Zhang Taiping into our team 136. Hong Ying clenched her fists. Si Shaoan chuckled. No need. I already have a plan. In the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, Zhang's mother began preparing the ingredients needed for her stall. To supplement the family income, she had acquired a small cart to sell pancakes. While she was at the market purchasing eggs and scallions, she was approached by vendor Aunt Wu. What is it, Aunt Wu? Zhang's mother inquired, puzzled. Goodness. I heard that Taiping got hurt at school over some jealousy. These eggs are a small token of my goodwill to help the child recuperate. Aunt Wu insisted, thrusting over 30 eggs into her hands. Zhang's mother was skeptical. Who told you that, Aunt Wu? My Taiping is very well behaved and wouldn't he fight with anyone. Though she spoke dismissively, the fact that Taiping had not returned home the previous night planted a seed of doubt in her mind. In the distance, Hong Ying and Si Shaoan observed this scene. What scheme are you concocting? Hong Ying asked. Trust me, I have my own plans. Si Shaoan replied with a playful tongue gesture as she pulled Hong Ying towards a nearby salon. Li Yifei naturally wanted to cultivate a good relationship with Taiping, hoping to join the Night Watchers through him. As for Jiang Qin, there was an inexplicable sentiment involved. Upon arriving at Taiping's home, Li Yifei knocked on the door. When Zhang's mother opened it, she immediately spotted Taiping, wrapped like a dumpling. What happened? She rushed out, concern etched on her face. Taiping realized he could not deceive his mother, and, not wanting to worry her further, reassured, I'm fine, Mom. Who could have done this to our Taiping? Zhang's mother pressed. Li Yifei hesitated to speak, bound by a confidentiality agreement. Jiang Qin averted her gaze, unable to provide clarity. Si Shaoan answered the ringing phone, awkwardly saying, Auntie, please don't worry. Young people make mistakes. It's just youthful bravado, fighting over a few girls. Yang's mother abruptly hung up, casting a bewildered glance at her son. Mom, what's wrong? Taiping asked, puzzled. Seeing Taiping's innocent expression, Zhang's mother remained unconvinced. Si Shaoan had dyed her hair a vibrant pink and tugged at Hong Ying, saying, let us add some fuel to the fire. Not long after Zhang's mother had sent Li Yifei and Jiang Qin away, another knock echoed at her door. She instructed Taiping to stay put while she answered. Auntie, how's Taiping's injury? It was my fault for dragging him to the bar. Si Shaoan, heavily made up, appeared almost like a rebellious youth. At this moment, Zhang's mother was already 8/10 convinced. She could not stand idly by as her son veered off course. You need to leave. Do not associate with my Taiping any longer, Zhang's mother declared fiercely, resembling a protective hen. However, before Si Shaoan could finish her sentence, Zhang's mother slammed the door shut. Si Shaoan chuckled and waved at Hong Ying, indicating their plan had mostly succeeded. Who is it? Zhang's mother opened the door once more, this time greeted by a girl on a motorcycle. With an air of authority, Hong Ying declared, I heard that little Taiping got beaten up. This is a disgrace to me, the big sister of Cangnan. Bring him out. I'll seek justice. Get lost. Zhang's mother trembled with anger. You fell while on the road. Your ears turn red when you lie. You even deceive your own mother. This is intolerable. Zhang's mother scolded. It's all your fault. You never properly supervise your children, and now Taiping is going astray. She lamented. Taiping was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Zhang Zibai sighed. At this point, we can no longer manage things. Perhaps only the military can instill some discipline. But we are short on time. Zhang's mother began before abruptly stopping. As parents, we must think long-term. Zhang Zibai advised. After much deliberation, Zhang's mother resolutely dialed Chun Mai's number. Is something the matter, sisterly? Brother Chun, I know you have connections. Is there a way to get my Taiping into the military? Zhang's mother asked, somewhat bashfully. Ah, that is quite significant. Chun Mai's heart leaped with joy. However, he masked his excitement, responding with a hint of difficulty. I do have friends in the military, but I can only give you an answer tomorrow. Just as he hung up, he saw two girls enter. Intending to dismiss them, but realized it was Hong Ying and Si Shaoan. What are you two dressed like this for? To ensure little Taiping joins the force smoothly. Si Shaoan and Hong Ying giggled mischievously. Chapter 19, The Swordplay at the Peace Affairs Office. To prepare for the training scheduled a month later, Chen Mai decided to give Lin Qiye some extra lessons. In the morning, he practiced swordplay with Chen Mai. In the afternoon, he familiarized himself with the forbidden ruins alongside Wen Qima, and in the evening, he trained with Lang Xian. Wen Qima produced 200 yuan, saying, Shall we gamble again? I bet he won't last 20 minutes. Hong Ying was the first to speak, having witnessed the fierce battle between Lin Qiye and Taiping previously. As it turned out, Chen Mai and Lin Qiye had barely trained for 5 minutes when a familiar sound echoed. Lang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. The group quickly rushed down to the basement, discovering Lin Qiye had fainted. Thank goodness. I thought we had another weirdo on our hands. When Shima breathed a sigh of relief, Hong Ying extended her hand. Pay up. Reluctantly, when Shima handed over the money, while Si Xiaonan complained, Captain, why are you so harsh? It's because I was frightened by little Taiping. I used all my strength from the start to avoid losing face in front of the newcomers. Shinmai scratched his head. I'm sorry, Captain. Am I too weak? Lin Qiye said, feeling embarrassed. No, it's just that I was a bit too rough. Shinmai admitted his fault. Lin Qiye struggled to rise. Then it must mean the captain is too strong. In terms of physical skills, our team should consider Taiping the strongest. Why not have him teach the newcomers? Hong Ying suggested. Si Xiaonan remarked, once little Taiping draws his sword, he goes all out. Are you suggesting Lin Qiye should take more hits? At Songnan's second middle school, Taiping felt he was being set up. Otherwise, his mother would not have looked at him with such a gaze. And her sudden insistence on him joining the military indicated something was amiss. He vaguely recalled hearing Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's voices the previous day. This must involve them. After school, Taiping rushed to the Peace Affairs office, arriving just in time for dinner. Chicken soup is here. Shinmai, having cooked, placed a large bowl of chicken soup on the table. Upon seeing Taiping, Wu Xiangnan cheerfully greeted, Oh, little Taiping has arrived. What perfect timing. You get to taste the captain's culinary skills. Taiping sat down with a grim expression, surveying the room. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan kept their heads down, stifling laughter. Yes, I went too. Hong Ying did too, but Annie Wu-Ti even let us through the door. Si Xiaonan chuckled. I see now. Taiping seethed. Finally understanding his mother's sudden change in attitude was likely due to these two. Fuming, he stood to leave, but was stopped by Hong Ying, little Taiping. The Night Watcher's training starts in a month. Your mother cherishes you. We had no choice but to resort to this plan. Don't be angry. Just sit down and eat. Shinmai personally served him a chicken leg. Eat up. Taiping begrudgingly consumed his meal. Shinmai then said, since you're here, teach the newcomers some sword techniques. Lin Qiye is like a blank slate and should learn from the best. I'm not very good at teaching others. I fear I might mislead them. Taiping scratched his head. Just share your insights. It will provide Lin Qiye with another perspective. If it involves the secrets of Taiping Dao, you need not disclose those. Shinmai assured him. Taiping's sword skills were honed through daily practice and introspection, and he was not opposed to sharing them. As the crowd gathered in the basement, Zhang Taiping drew a wooden sword from the rack. His left arm still suspended in front of him, limiting him to wielding the sword with one hand. He casually struck two arcs. One traced a peculiar curve in the air while the other moved in a straight line, both starting and ending at the same points. Which swing do you think is faster? Zhang Taiping inquired. He presented 3 reasons. Firstly, it relates to the structure of the human muscles. Swinging in a straight line may not align with our innate physical capabilities. Adapting to our body's natural inclinations allows for swifter swordplay, Zhang Taiping explained. Lin Qiye pondered. How can one achieve that? By swinging the sword continuously, without distraction, allowing your body to intuitively understand the motion, Zhang Taiping advised. Well, what about the second reason? Lung Xin asked. Zhang Taiping contemplated and crafted a model shaped like a triangle, featuring 3 distinct tracks, 1 straight and 2 curved. He placed 3 identical glass marbles atop the model and asked, if I let go, which will reach the end first? I'd choose the one with the largest curve, Hong Ying declared. Long Xian rubbed his forehead. Have you studied high school physics? This is clearly a problem of the fastest curve. The second marble will arrive first. As Zhang Taiping released the marble, it indeed followed Lung Xian's prediction, with the middle marble reaching the endpoint first. Lin Qiye observed pensively. We understand the reasoning. But how does this relate to the speed of the sword? This brings me to my second reason. There exists a grand momentum in the universe. Like the marble, one must act in accordance with this momentum to achieve greater efficiency. Factors such as gravity, wind direction, and sunlight must be considered. Only by aligning one's swordplay with the will of the environment can one enhance speed. Zhang Taiping concluded. How can one align with this momentum? Lin Qiye inquired. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his forehead. All right, what is the third reason? Our eyes can deceive us. What we perceive is not necessarily the truth. Shinmai interjected. What do you mean? Zhang Taiping explained. The arc I drew is actually a straight line, while the straight swing is, in essence, an arc. How is that possible? Are you joking, Taiping? Hong Ying's eyes widened. Consider this. A grandfather and grandson wish to traverse a mountain. Due to its towering height, they must take a detour. An eagle flies overhead, casting its shadow on the mountain, which the grandfather mistakenly believes to be a fellow traveler, deriding the other for their arduous route. Yet, they are merely seeing the shadow, while it appears to climb the rugged path. The eagle itself travels in a straight line, Zhang Taiping clarified. Lung Xian, a doctoral candidate from a law university, was the first to grasp the implication. If, As you say, the shadow realm is the world we perceive, confined to 2 dimensions. Then a 3-dimensional being like the eagle can ignore the constraints of this realm, thus traveling faster. Am I correct? Zhang Taiping, lacking formal education in physics, was momentarily baffled but instinctively nodded. Thus, we should not solely rely on our eyes to perceive the world. We must use our hearts to truly understand it. How can we achieve this heartfelt perception of the world? Xiaonan asked. Zhang Taiping was astonished by the eagerness of the responses, while Chen Mai, although recognizing the clarity of Zhang Taiping's principles, understood that attaining such mastery would require years of rigorous training, a method ill-suited to the current Lin Qiye. Unbeknownst to Chen Mai, without the aid of the Xianyuan sword, one could swing a sword for a lifetime and still not reach Zhang Taiping's level. Chapter 20. Training 3 days later, Zhang Taiping withdrew from school, having attended for scarcely 2 months, leaving behind a heartbroken language teacher. Lin Qiye, along with Chen Mai and others, undertook special training, while Zhang Taiping's instructor was his grandfather. Since Zhang Taiping's injuries had yet to heal, Zhang Zibai instructed him in their family's tradition, which did not involve close combat. Do you think I'm formidable? Zhang Zibai asked. Indeed, Zhang Taiping replied. Then what do you believe my realm is? Having heard about the classifications of realms from Lin Qiye, Zhang Taiping replied, you must be at the Klein level. Actually, I possess no spiritual power, nor do I belong to any realm, Zhang Zibai clarified. How can that be? The mist emerged in 1921, a century ago. It can only manifest in newborns. Having been born before 1921, I naturally do not possess the mist, Zhang Zibai explained. Zhang Taiping questioned. Then how are you still so powerful? The Taiping Dao has a legacy spanning over 2 millennia, rich with secret teachings. What I am about to impart to you is that the mist is not the entirety of your strength. Its ranking is not absolute. With proper development, any mist can become exceedingly hazardous, Zhang Zibai cautioned. In the following days, Zhang Taiping encountered a different side of his grandfather. Zhang Zibai's techniques, apart from the straightforward thunder method, were predominantly underhanded, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Zhang Taiping felt he would rather face a Klein than be his grandfather's opponent. On a night a month later, Zhang Taiping sat cross-legged in meditation. His training mandated 24-hour vigilance, as his grandfather could launch surprise attacks at any moment. Zhang Taiping was genuinely intimidated. Were it not for meditation serving as a substitute for sleep, he would have been driven to madness. Moonlight streamed through his window, casting fleeting shadows on the floor. Suddenly, Zhang Taiping opened his eyes and thrust his sword into the ground. Using shadow stealth techniques is rather kitsch, Grandpa, he remarked. In the next instant, a surge of heat ignited Zhang Taiping's left shoulder. Outside, Zhang Zibai held a straw man inscribed with Zhang Taiping's name and birthdate, roasting it with a fire talisman. Zhang Taiping remained calm, keenly sensing the connection between himself and the straw man, and with a swift motion, he severed that connection. With a resounding boom, the straw figure ignited. You learn quickly, young lad, Zhang Zibai exclaimed, producing a mirror from his robes. He began to chant incantations while rapidly tapping on its surface. Zhang Taiping leapt through the window, only to find 2 moons in the sky. Not only that, but his house had also transformed into 2 buildings, with another Zhang Taiping simultaneously emerging from the opposite window, albeit wielding a sword in his left hand. In the realm of illusion, Zhang Taiping squinted, engaging in combat with his duplicate. The entities replicated in the mirror possessed only half the power of the original, making it clear that the replica could not best him. Zhang Zibai emerged from the shadows within the house, launching stone projectiles at him. Zhang Taiping defended against the attacks of his duplicate while deflecting the stones, but suddenly, he found himself immobilized. Soul-binding technique. Zhang Zibai emerged from the shadows. As he prepared to paint the duplicate's face with ink, the consequences of defeat loomed. Yet, as he raised his brush, he paused. When did this happen? The other Zhang Taiping leapt high, shattering a moon with his sword, causing the bound Zhang Taiping to vanish. Since you are my mirror image, by wielding the sword in my left hand, you become my right hand. You fell for my trick. Zhang Taiping dashed towards his counterpart. Suddenly, a glowing sigil appeared beneath his feet, revealing a massive bagua array beneath Zhang Zibai. Trouble. Zhang Taiping leaped high. Thunder is the essence of the Taiping Dao. Although I have escaped the confines of the bagua array, I was still struck by a sudden lightning bolt. Fortunately, the invulnerability of the absolute connection allowed the lightning merely to hover at its surface, unable to penetrate within. Zhang Taiping soared into the fray once more, aiming to force his grandfather out from the center of the bagua array. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose beneath Zhang Zibai's feet. Yet, a single earthen barrier was insufficient to withstand Zhang Taiping. He cleaved it apart with a single stroke. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Taiping's pupils constricted in horror. For amidst the chaos, His sword had pierced his grandfather's chest. Unfilial son, how dare you betray your master and extinguish your own kin? Zhang Jibai spat blood. Soul shift. Awaken. Zhang Taiping struck himself fiercely across the face. In the next moment, the figure of Zhang Jibai, struck by his sword, dissipated, and 2 gusts of wind rushed in from the left. Zhang Taiping raised his sword to defend himself, clashing with 2 steel needles that struck against the Xinyuan sword. How perilous! His grandfather's hidden weapons were laced with poison. Being struck even once would spell doom. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Taiping's forehead, just as he felt relieved. The ground beneath him suddenly sank. 5 malevolent spirits emerged from the earth, dragging him down. Chapter 21. A gathering of winds and clouds the following day. Zhang Taiping awoke to find himself transformed into a giant panda by his grandfather's drawing. He rose in a huff to wash up, while his mother had already prepared breakfast. The family sat together in silence, with Zhang Taiping's mother on the verge of tears. After finishing their meal, she neatly folded his clean clothes into a bamboo box, while Zhang Jibai secured a multitude of hidden weapons onto him: hand darts, wrist darts, leg darts, and back darts. Zhang Taiping resembled a veritable zhuge. At their parting, his mother could no longer hold back, her tears flowing like a tide. Taiping, listen to your squad leader when you join the army. Don't always argue back and avoid fights. Understood. Zhang Taiping climbed into Chen Mai's vehicle. Rest assured, if you can match my grandson in a fight. Zhang Jibai stroked his beard. Zhang Mu's unease grew as she realized the truth. Her son was indeed formidable, unparalleled among his peers. Yet, a month prior, he had suffered a severe beating that couldn't have been inflicted by mere ruffians. Why had she not noticed such a glaring inconsistency at the time? Damn it! You dare scheme against me. Just as Zhang Mu intended to confront Zhang Jibai, she found him mysteriously absent, leaving her to vent her frustration on her husband. Zhang Banyan was bewildered by the sudden onslaught of punches and kicks from his wife. What on earth is this about? My life is so miserable. How did I end up marrying into your family? At the Xiankong Temple in Shanxi, the venerable monk Dunan prepared provisions for his beloved disciple. Master, I shall not descend the mountain. I wish to remain here with you forever. The young monk Shinshio said, tears glistening in his eyes. Amitabha. Whether in or out of the world, it matters not. Whether a monk or a layman, what matters is a heart devoted to the Buddha. Everywhere is the Xiankong Temple, and everywhere is the presence of the Master. The old monk, whose teeth had long since vanished, imparted his wisdom. The adolescent monk touched his bald head. Amitabha. The Tathagata also departs. Having undergone the night watchman's training in my heart, I have already traversed that path. Dunan, hearing this, delivered a gentle reprimand. You are utterly ignorant of the Dharma and merely full of empty words. Our temple has suffered a decline in offerings these past 2 years. We can no longer sustain your indulgence. Go out into the world and make a name for yourself to restore our temple's reputation. Master, your disciple shall obey. Shinshio clutched his little bald head. In the myriad poisonous caves of Miaojing, amidst the vast mountains, a Miao girl rode swiftly through the forest on a mighty beast, occasionally leaping down to gather herbs and capture venomous creatures. Suddenly, a throng of ants before her began to coalesce into the form of an elderly woman. I have seen the ancestral spirit of Qilian. The girl knelt on one knee. The time has come. You must go to Cangnan. The ant-formed figure spoke. Yes. The paths we old ones failed to complete must be continued by you young ones. Remember, never fall in love with someone who does not love you. This is my counsel. With that, the ant swarm scattered. The girl whistled, and a massive eagle with a wingspan of 2 meters swooped down. Chimo leaped onto its back, soaring towards Cangnan. In Tushan, a dimly lit room filled with pink mist enveloped a stunning woman sprawled atop a man, her ethereal foxtail swaying. The man lay with his eyes shut tight, brows slightly furrowed yet seemingly in ecstasy, wisps of vital energy escaping his brow and drifting into the girl's mouth. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang. The girl squinted. Sister Rongrong, what are you doing? Tushan Rongrong tossed a letter of introduction at her. You are to go to Cangnan. The night watchman's training? Sister Rongrong, you must be joking. The girl exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face as she read the letter. Rongrong's eyes snapped open, a tremendous aura radiating from her. Meow meow, what have you become? Your innate constitution is unique. You burn with karmic fire daily and require a man's vital energy to quell it. That is understandable, but as your cultivation rises, your needs will only increase. One day, you will find yourself consumed by this, and you may become a mere vehicle for others. I have no choice. You can't just watch me burn to death in karmic fire. Tushan Meow Meow protested. Your situation has historical precedent. The celestial fox body truly requires imperial essence, not mere mortal energy. Otherwise, you will stray down a wicked path. This is why Tushan Nujio married you, and why Daji followed King Zhou. But now the emperors are no longer visible. Where am I to find imperial essence? Rongrong gestured southward. The emperor resides in Cangnan. In Cangnan City, Yuan Gang. Bearing a black box, descended from a helicopter as numerous instructors stepped back to salute. Well, the wind generated by the helicopter's rotor whipped at Yuan Gang's coat. Is the training camp fully established? Report. The training camp is ready. Here is the list of new recruits. An instructor handed over the roster. Yuan Gang glanced at the names and was taken aback. What in the world is this lineup this year? What happened? He asked. Noting the presence of the young heir from the Bailey group, the agent of the Seraph, the disciple of Xiankong Temple, the saintess of the myriad poisonous caves, a descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox, along with an owner of the imperial ruins. Damn it, this is truly bizarre. Sweat beaded on Yuan Gang's forehead. Boss, when did the Seraph acquire an agent? Yuan Gang sighed. Not long ago, but this agent should be on our side. And what is this imperial ruins? I've never heard of it. Capable of contending with deities. To my knowledge, even the pinnacle of humanity can't achieve that. How did the ancient human emperor manage it? Yuan Gang sighed again. If I knew, I would have become a deity long ago. Also, Zhang Taiping and Lin Qiye must not be assigned to the same dormitory. They will certainly fight each other at night, as the struggle for divine authority has persisted throughout history. Boss, these are formidable opponents. Can we handle them? Yuan Gang closed the roster. Go, summon the masked squad. Only prodigies can contend with prodigies. In the vehicle, Zhang Taiping gazed outside, puzzled. Captain, wasn't this training supposed to be held in the capital? This isn't even the route to the station. The higher-ups changed the plan. This training will take place in Cangnan. Shenmai replied. Hongming interjected sternly. Of course not. This training is a year-long closed session. You cannot enter or exit at will. Also, take care of Qiye inside. Don't let anyone bully him. Am I that weak? Lin Qiye thought to himself. The training camp has the town ruins steel. It can seal the ruins. Without that, Zhang Taiping could practically swagger around inside. Zhang Taiping quickly withdrew his neck. Sister Hongying, I understand. Then, see you next year. Chapter 22. Chimo and the Golden Silkworm curse. As locals of Cangnan, Zhang Taiping and Lin Qiye were among the first to arrive. Instructor Hong spotted them through his binoculars and quickly approached. Who are you? This is a military restricted area. No unauthorized entry. The instructor furrowed his brow as he regarded the two youths. Setting aside Lin Qiye for the moment, Zhang Taiping was the epitome of a middle school student. What are your names? Lin Qiye. Zhang Taiping. Upon hearing this, Instructor Hong was momentarily taken aback. You are indeed Lin Qiye and Zhang Taiping? Yes. The instructor's eyes sparkled as if he had encountered rare treasures. He smiled and introduced himself. I am Hong Hao, your instructor. You arrived early, which is fortunate. I can show you around the training camp. Thus, Hong Hao led the two on a tour, passing by buildings solidified from unknown materials. Zhang Taiping scratched his head and asked, these can't be newly constructed, can they? Indeed, the new recruit's training location was suddenly changed, and we hastily set up this base. The conditions may not compare to those in the capital, but you are not here for comfort. Learn to overcome difficulties. Hong Hao chuckled. The prowess of construction is indeed formidable. Lin Qiye remarked in awe. Hong Hao introduced them to the dining hall, shooting range, and armory. Suddenly, an air raid siren blared. Zhang Taiping looked up to see a large eagle soaring overhead. Military zone. Unauthorized entry prohibited. I don't care who you are. Leave immediately. Someone shouted. Aiming at the eagle. A Miao girl perched atop the eagle frowned slightly. She crouched and leapt gracefully to the ground. Zhang Taiping expected her to create a crater upon landing, but she descended as lightly as a feather, making no sound upon impact. Seeing her disregard the warning, the shooter pulled the trigger. However, a golden bug suddenly emerged from the girl's body, darting through the air to intercept all the shots aimed at her. This defies the laws of conservation of momentum. Who are you? Instructor Hong stepped forward to shield the two. My name is Qi Ming, greetings, she said. Fiddling with a flute, her accent thick enough that it took the trio some time to comprehend her words. As the shooter prepared to fire again, Hong Hao quickly gestured to stop him. He flipped through a list of new recruits. You are the Miao girl, Qi Ming? Indeed. Zhang Taiping's attention was entirely captivated by the plump bug. Goodness, could this be the legendary golden silkworm goo? Qi Ming raised an eyebrow at this. You know of the golden silkworm goo, little Guogua? The goo worm is notoriously difficult to refine. The golden silkworm goo, being the king of goo, is exceptionally rare. It is said to take at least 49 years to cultivate. How could someone as young as you possess such a thing? Zhang Taiping recalled his grandfather's tales of the Miao people's goo culture. He then pondered aloud. Could it be that you merely appear youthful but are actually a century-old monster? You are the monster. Your whole family is a bunch of monsters. Qi Ming retorted angrily. Huh? Is that not the case? Where did your golden silkworm goo come from? It is from my grandmother. Little Guogua, if you think you can extract information from me. You are mistaken. Qi Ming huffed. Instructor Hong intervened. All right, all right. Since you are new recruits, I will show them around the camp, and you may join us. But the golden silkworm seemed reluctant to obey her, instead circling around Zhang Taiping. He covered his rear defensively, while Lin Qiye chuckled. Why are you so tense? It's just a little bug. A little bug? This bug is the king of all goo. Do you know how it enters your body? It loves to take the back door. Zhang Taiping explained. What happens if it enters your body? Lin Qiye inquired. Two outcomes. Either you become infested with bugs, or you end up like that eagle, being controlled by it. Qiming frowned slightly. Little Guogua, what are you saying? My Fei does not take the back door. This goo worm is both medicinal and spiritual. In its spiritual form, it can enter however it pleases. Moreover, what is it that you possess? It seems quite interested. I have nothing it would desire. Zhang Taiping protested. Fei only craves one thing. Poison. Do you have any on you? Zhang Taiping suddenly realized that the arrows his grandfather had given him were all poisoned. He cautiously withdrew a steel needle from his wrist and offered it to the plump bug. The golden silkworm shed its golden glow, allowing the three to see its true form, indistinguishable from an ordinary silkworm, save for its lustrous golden hue and 6 wings flapping vigorously to support its rotund body. The bug's tiny black eyes lit up at the sight of the steel needle, and it eagerly took it, crunching away as if it were a delicacy. This creature's teeth are harder than steel, Qiming exclaimed, wide-eyed. Are you from the Tang sect? She queried, observing the scene. No, Zhang Taiping insisted. You carry hidden weapons, poison them, and you say you are not from the Tang sect? Qiming was incredulous. Zhang Taiping shook his head. I assure you. I am merely a Taoist. The steel needle was swallowed by the golden silkworm, which seemed still unsatisfied, gazing at Zhang Taiping with a pitiful expression. He then retrieved a talisman from his pocket, a bug-repelling charm, although the golden silkworm was reputed to be the king of all goo. It was clearly still in its juvenile stage, and a single charm would suffice. Is it just a few steel needles? How stingy. Qiming pouted in discontent. To the south of the training camp, a small bald-headed monk approached slowly, his ragged clothing and emaciated frame stark against the backdrop. Ba, I am nearly there. I am starving. The monk, Shinshio, had not been provided with provisions for his journey, as his instructor had instructed him to beg for food while making his way to Cangnan. Initially, his charming appearance had garnered him some success, but he had not anticipated that the training camp would be located in a desolate area, and to make matters worse, he had gotten lost on his first descent from the mountain, resulting in his current predicament. Upon reaching the camp's entrance, Shinshio knocked on the door. Help! A guard opened the door, glanced at Shinshio, and said, Master, we do not serve vegetarian meals here. If you wish to beg, you must go elsewhere. With that, the heavy door slammed shut. Ba, I'm a new recruit at the training camp. Please open the door. Shinshio lamented, on the verge of tears. Chapter 23. The feast. After Instructor Hong familiarized them with the training camp, he addressed the three. You three arrived the earliest. You may choose your dormitory freely. However, there is a directive from above. Zhang Taiping and Lin Qiye, you must not reside in the same room. Why not? Zhang Taiping asked, puzzled, as he and Lin Qiye were both members of Team 136 and were quite familiar with each other. According to reliable sources, the two of you engage in naked brawls on the bed at night. I am quite open-minded and will not view you with prejudice, but this is a training camp. It is best to temper your behavior. Instructor Hong stated calmly, delivering a shocking revelation. Zhang Taiping was left bewildered, while Lin Qiye gritted his teeth. Sister Hong, you. Qiming shivered, glancing at the two with an expression of utter discomfort. Hey, keep your distance from me. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Lin Qiye chose a sunlit room, while Zhang Taiping settled in the adjacent one. He retrieved his clothes from a bamboo basket, which also contained several pieces of cured meat his mother had prepared, hanging them by the window in anticipation of cooking them later. Shinshio's stomach grumbled. Having arrived 3 days early without the supply depot being open, the instructors had only provided him with 2 bowls of instant noodles. This is utterly insufficient, Shinshio lamented. Just then, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, and he floated over, only to find the cured meat hanging by the window, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Ba. Young monk pays his respects. Zhang Taiping was taken aback to see a skinny little monk at the door and immediately performed a respectful bow. Master, greetings. He assumed the monk was merely extending a courtesy, but Shinshio stood there, motionless. Master, do you have something else to say? Zhang Taiping inquired. I wish to beg for some food. Zhang Taiping scratched his head, pondering. Is this master truly that disciplined? To fast is to cultivate. He must be an exceedingly devout Buddhist. He took out several pieces of sweet potato jerky and offered them to his companion. Shinshio accepted them, devouring 2 pieces before casting a pitiful glance in his direction. Zhang Taiping sighed, handing over all the snacks prepared by his mother. Xin Xiu tucked a bag of sweet potato jerky into his robe and then eyed the cured meat. As the saying goes, good deeds should be carried to the end. When sending the Buddha, one should deliver him to the west. Would you be so kind as to offer me a couple of pieces of that cured meat? Zhang Taiping raised an eyebrow. Master, can you eat meat? The wine and meat may pass through the intestines, but the Buddha resides in the heart, not the stomach. Xin Xiu gently persuaded. Zhang Taiping, undeterred, since his Taiping Dao had no taboos, removed 2 pieces of cured meat and handed them over. This needs to be stewed. Xin Xiu accepted the meat with the reverence of a treasure. He first sneaked a pot from the supply area and washed it thoroughly before cutting the cured meat into uniform pieces. He then opened his small bundle to reveal dried radish and tofu. Lacking oil, he rendered some fat from the cured meat, then began to stir-fry with seasonings. When it seemed nearly ready, he added the soaked radish and tofu. Gradually, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, attracting a golden little bug. Soon followed by the bouncy Qi Ming. What are you stewing, little monk? Qi Ming inquired with a grin. Xin Xiu hastily shielded the pot behind him, saying, nothing much. Just some wilted cabbage leaves. Qi Ming scoffed and ignored him, pulling out several skewers to grill. Upon closer inspection, they were scorpions, centipedes, and other unidentified venomous creatures, clearly freshly caught, still writhing on the iron skewers. As the flames roasted them, they began to exude venom. Sensing the aroma of grilled insects, Xin Xiu shamelessly asked, Amit Ba, could the benevolent goddess spare me a couple of those skewers? You wouldn't want to eat these. They wouldn't poison you. Qi Ming rolled her eyes. As long as that golden silkworm can extract the toxins, I could eat it too. Honestly, I've never tried grilled insects before, but they smell so enticing. Xin Xiu's eyes gleamed. Qi Ming frowned at this. Since when has the golden silkworm become so renowned that everyone recognizes it? Zhang Taiping, estimating the time, knocked on Lin Qiye's door. Lin Qiye opened it and asked, what is it? Going for a free meal. The cafeteria isn't open, is it? Lin Qiye replied in confusion. I already said I was mooching. The two followed the enticing scent to find Xin Xiu, with Zhang Taiping unhesitatingly sitting beside him. Zhang Taiping unfastened the purple gold gourd at his waist, opening the lid. With wine but no food, what a pity. Xin Xiu and Qi Ming's eyes lit up at the scent of the wine. Qi Ming, being a Miao girl, adored wine, while Xin Xiu, a true foodie, had a keen interest in it as well. Upon the appearance of Zhang Taiping's wine, they immediately recognized it as a fine brew. Hee. This meat in the pot is yours anyway. How could I not let you have some? Can I have a taste of that wine? Xin Xiu shamelessly asked. Qi Ming was direct, snatching the purple gold gourd and taking a swig. Indeed, this is excellent wine. Zhang Taiping's face flushed slightly. What about you and me? I'm not drinking for free. Qi Ming tossed him 2 skewers of scorpion. Zhang Taiping's face turned green. Are these safe to eat? Under Qi Ming's disdainful gaze, he gritted his teeth and bit down on a scorpion leg, surprisingly finding it quite palatable. Qi Ming returned the wine gourd to him. Well, tastes good, right? It's reminiscent of grilled shrimp, but even more succulent. Zhang Taiping tilted back the gourd, only to realize his face was even redder. Xin Xiu, seeing the two indulging, immediately grew anxious. He pulled out a bowl from his bundle. I want some too. Zhang Taiping filled it for him. And Qi Ming widened her eyes. This bowl is clearly larger than your gourd. How can you fill it? Is this a forbidden object? It doesn't have any special function. It just holds things. Zhang Taiping chuckled. You should know that my grandfather managed to fit half a wine cellar into it. At that moment, the meat was done. Xin Xiu drooled as he lifted the pot lid, and the aroma of cured meat wafted out. Let us eat. Zhang Taiping brought his own bowl and chopsticks. Wait. Xin Xiu stopped the 3. He looked at Lin Qiye. I cooked the food, the goddess brought the skewers, and this benefactor provided the wine. What do you bring? Lin Qiye retrieved snacks purchased from Hong Ying from his pink suitcase. Upon seeing unfamiliar chips, shrimp sticks, and chicken feet, Xin Xiu's expression transformed. That's enough. The 4 gathered around the pot, and Zhang Taiping poured wine for the 3. From now on, we are comrades. Let us introduce ourselves. Xin Xiu spoke first. I am Xin Xiu from Shinkong Temple. I am Qi Ming from the Miaozhang's 10,000 Poison Cave. I am Zhang Taiping. Hearing such names, Lin Qiye thought it sounded like a martial arts novel, every individual having their own lineage. As the 3 looked at him, he scratched his nose. I am Lin Qiye, the director of the Divine Mental Hospital. Mental Hospital? What is that? Qi Ming asked in confusion. Yuan Gang was patrolling the camp when the enticing aroma reached his nose, not just the fragrance of cured meat, but also the alluring scent of wine. How audacious of the instructors to drink in the training camp this year. Yuan Gang, fuming, followed the scent, only to find the 4 already flushed from drink. You all certainly know how to enjoy yourselves, coming here to cook. Yuan Gang grumpily snatched the bowl from Zhang Taiping's hand and sniffed it, indeed confirming it was fine wine. Xin Xiu, feeling lightheaded, complained, you all don't provide meals. Surely I want tea starved to death. The instructors haven't tea started the training yet. I suppose we can drink, right? Zhang Taiping asked uncertainly. Yuan ganged down the wine in his bowl. This is the last time. He was about to sit down when Shun Xiu stopped him. If you want to join us, you must bring some food. We don't allow freeloaders. Yuan Gang rummaged through his belongings, producing 2 cans of luncheon meat. Will this work? That is acceptable. Shun Xiu nodded after inspecting the cans. The atmosphere grew livelier, attracting more instructors. This piece of pork weighs over 3 pounds. It's a rare find. Hong Hao tossed the meat into the iron pot. Homemade wide noodles, filled with the taste of Mother-esque cooking. Beijing cabbage. You can't find this in the south. Inner Mongolia grassland beef jerky. Before long, the small gathering of 4 transformed into a communal feast of over 20 individuals, all joyfully raising their wine bowls. Zhang Jibai's wine had a potent after effect, and it was tea long before the instructors were all thoroughly intoxicated. Hong Hao. Remember this. Anyone who gets too drunk today will be marked for a major demerit tomorrow. There's south no place for weakness in a soldier. Yuan Gang surveyed the surroundings. Hong Hao's face turned pale. You're enforcing the law while fishing. Zhang Taiping, blushing, looked at Qi Ming, who seemed unfazed. You have quite the capacity for alcohol. Oh, with the golden silkworm, I want to get drunk. Qi Ming lifted her wine bowl. Zhang Taiping snatched her bowl and drank it all in one go. You shouldn't drink. In the end, that fat bug benefits from it. What a waste. Just as Qi Ming was about to retort, Zhang Taiping suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground, evidently also intoxicated. The Zhang family motto was clear: if one drinks, one must do so joyfully. Chapter 24. While Tuming the next day, Zhang Taiping gradually opened his eyes, finding Shin Xiu the little monk snoring across from him. Feeling a bit parched, he rose to find water, only to see a notice of punishment posted at the door. Gathering to drink alcohol and disturb training discipline in the training camp. The following punishments are hereby issued. Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and Han Li receive a major demerit. And Zhang Taiping's tool, the purple gold gourd, is confiscated until the training concludes. Initially, Zhang Taiping thought the punishment was quite severe, even extending to himself. But upon seeing his gourd confiscated, he couldn't help but feel it was a ploy to drink his wine. Infuriated, he sought out Yuan Gang, only to spot a chubby figure standing at the dormitory door, accompanied by a group of bodyguards clad in black. What are you all following for? This is a military camp, not a playground. I am a new recruit here, not some pampered young master. Please do not follow me. Others might think I take advantage of my position. Bali Tuming reprimanded his subordinates. Hello, my name is Bali Tuming, a new recruit at the training camp. I understand that my name may be a bit of a mouthful. You may call me Tu Ming or Fatty. May I befriend you? Bali Tuming spoke with earnest sincerity. I am Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping hurried past him, but suddenly recalled something. You are Zhang Taiping? You are from Bali Group? They both exclaimed in unison. Thank you for helping rebuild Cangnan. Zhang Taiping grasped Bali Fatty's hand. Bali Tu Ming smiled shyly. That matter was accomplished by my sister, Bali Tu Ling. Of course, I also made a donation. By the way, she asked me to meet you to request a favor. What is it? Whatever the task. As long as it does not contravene morality, I shall comply. Bali Tu Ming scratched his head. She said to spare her life. Zhang Taiping was bewildered. How could he ever harm the benefactor of Cangnan? With a puzzled expression, he inquired, why does that request seem a bit strange? I do not know. That girl is quite whimsical. Will you agree or not? The chubby boy chuckled. Zhang Taiping pounded his chest in assurance. That request from Miss Bali is far too simple. I, Zhang Taiping, shall comply. After uttering those words, Zhang Taiping set off to find Yuan Gang to demand the purple gold gourd. Bali Fatty snapped his fingers, and immediately someone behind him presented a box. Brother Zhang, are you knowledgeable about Rolex? Zhang Taiping looked at the golden watch with a puzzled expression. Not in the least. You can try it on first. Bali Fatty placed it on his wrist. Do you have any knowledge of the Hualuan needle? Zhang Taiping asked. Hualuan Tianju? ISNT that a pair of speed-enhancing shoes? My maid loves to wear them, but I have never worn them. Bali Tu Ming's gaze towards Zhang Taiping shifted dramatically. Zhang Taiping expressed that he did not understand what he was saying and detached the bow from his right wrist. Offering it to Bali Tu Ming, this heavenly bow was designed by the infamous Yuan Tian Gang. Although it is petite, its power is formidable. My grandfather later infused it with deadly poison, making it an unparalleled choice for self-defense. How does one use this? Bali Tu Ming clenched his fist, and immediately a steel needle shot forth from the bow, creating a large crater in the concrete wall. Bali Tu Ming's eyes widened. Its power is astonishing. Zhang Taiping handed him a small vial. This is the antidote for the needle. Use it with caution. After saying this, Zhang Taiping headed toward Yuan Gang's office. Just as Bali Tu Ming began to inquire further, A group of bodyguards distanced themselves from him, as the power of the Hualuan needle was indeed quite intimidating. Knock. Knock, knock. Zhang Taiping rapped on Yuan Gang's office door. Come in. Yuan Gang's voice called out. Zhang Taiping opened the door and saluted. Report. I'm here to collect my wine. Smack. Yuan Gang slammed his hand on the table. You have some audacity, drinking in a training camp with a crowd. I have not expelled you. That is already a favor, and you dare come to demand it? Such boldness. But I clearly asked for your permission yesterday. Do not forget that we drank until midnight. Just because you could drink yesterday does not mean you can today. Yuan Gang retorted. Zhang Taiping was furious. He did not expect Yuan Gang to be so calculating. Yuan Gang, unfazed, dialed a number and handed the phone to Zhang Taiping. Hello? Taiping. You left in quite a hurry. I forgot to mention a few things. The voice of Zhang Zibai came through the phone. Grandfather, what is it? The first matter is regarding my acquaintance with the Shinkong Temple. Mao Jiang Qi Li Mei is an old friend. We fought together against the Japanese in our youth. And I trust you have met their successors. You should get along well. Zhang Taiping recalled those peculiar individuals and nodded helplessly. What else? Taiping, do you wish to be an emperor? Zhang Zibai inquired gravely. Dare I? Or is it that I cannot? I cannot. I have never aspired to be an emperor. Reveal your essence. Zhang Zibai instructed. Zhang Taiping was utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend his grandfather's words. Grandfather, someone is stealing my wine. Zhang Taiping reported. If I had someone else tell you, I would have instructed you to drink secretly, not to revel openly. Zhang Taiping laughed. Is it better to enjoy alone or with others? What are you talking about? Zhang Mu's voice interjected. Mother, I cannot gather a crowd for drinking in the military. Why are you being so disobedient? Zhang Taiping quickly defended himself. That wine was given by grandfather. I surrendered it upon arrival at the unit. The rumors of drinking in a crowd are purely unfounded. You must believe me, mother. Really? Absolutely true. Once Zhang Taiping hung up the phone, Yuan Gang chuckled. You just said it was voluntarily surrendered. You cannot blame me for this. Are you trying to deceive children for wine? Zhang Taiping gritted his teeth. Zhang Taiping hastily interjected. You may drink as much as you wish. Just ensure you return the gourd to me. That is precisely what you stated. Yuan Gang laughed heartily. Chapter 25. Tu Shan Miao Miao suddenly. A melodious ringing echoed in his ears, creating ripples upon the surface of Chi Exine Lake. There is something amiss with that bell. Zhang Taiping's instinctive response was thus. He turned toward the source of the sound and discovered a throng of people gathered, both men and women, all exhibiting looks of infatuation. Bali Tu-ming also noticed this scene and turned to Lin Qiye. What are all these people doing? Lin Qiye shook his head. I do not know. But my intuition tells me it is best to keep our distance. Oh no, why not watch the spectacle while it is free? Let us go take a look. Bali Tu-ming tugged Lin Qiye into the crowd. Upon reaching the front, Bali Tu-ming's eyes widened, saliva pooling as he exclaimed, My heavens! She is simply too beautiful. Lin Qiye's gaze also turned entranced, but he quickly shook his head. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and the divine aura of the seraphim immediately restored his clarity. Before them stood a maiden of unparalleled beauty, her captivating fox-like eyes ensnaring souls, clad in exceedingly revealing attire. Her long legs, exposed to the air, evoked the urge to call for security. Tu Shan Miao Miao weaved through the crowd. Not this one, nor that one. This scent is also incorrect. How vexing. Where on earth is the one possessing imperial aura that Rong Rong spoke of? Suddenly, she spotted Lin Qiye and giggled. This handsome young man possesses a divine scent. Since I cannot find the imperial aura, I shall feast on you today. Lin Qiye regarded her as if she were a pervert. Miss, please conduct yourself with decorum. Oh, you are still able to maintain your senses? Tu Shan Miao Miao had a string of bells wrapped around her ankles. These were not mere decorations, but the famed forbidden object of Tu Shan, the Hehuan bell, capable of disorienting hearts and minds. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty, it was impossible not to be bewitched. Yet, Lin Qiye's eyes remained remarkably clear, devoid of any hint of infatuation. Miss, Qiye is far too thin, surely not delectable. I possess more flesh, why not feast on me first? Bali Tu-ming wore a foolish expression. Tu Shan Miao Miao lightly tapped the chubby boy's forehead. You are so plump. Eating you would make me gain weight. Suddenly, she twitched her nose, her gaze brightening as she looked towards Zhang Taiping. Found you. Coach, I report that she is carrying the ball. Jealousy filled the eyes of those present. In an instant, Zhang Taiping found himself at a loss, pushing against the soft, cloud-like hand. Tu Shan Miao Miao exuded a pink mist, her ethereal fox tails entwining around Zhang Taiping's waist and legs as the sound of bells rang out, causing Zhang Taiping to become ensnared in a daze. Is this the essence of imperial aura? It is simply marvelous. What should I do if I cannot attain it in the future? Tushan Miao Miao greedily absorbed the aura emanating from Zhang Taiping. In the distance, Shen Xiao and Qi Ming observed this scene, alarmed. This cannot continue. Zhang Taiping will be drained by her. We must rush to assist. You go ahead. You men become paralyzed in the presence of beauty. Being drained will serve that little Taoist right. Qi Ming scoffed. As the greedy Zhu Shan Miao Miao absorbed the divine energy from Zhang Taiping, she furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing that a tremendous force emanated from him as well. She found herself gradually unable to extract any essence from him, while her own demonic power was being frantically depleted. She abruptly pushed Zhang Taiping away, exclaiming, "How dare you siphon my energy in reverse?" Zhang Taiping, having been embraced tightly just moments before and struggling to breathe, now blushed and gasped for air. "You treat me as food while I intend to use you as an alchemical furnace. How does this dual cultivation method from the Taoist tradition taste, fair lady?" He retorted. "What a bizarre turn of events, encountering yet another man whom I cannot enchant." Miao Miao hissed fiercely. At that moment, a figure lunged toward her from behind. With a graceful touch of her jade-like foot, Miao Miao evaded the attack. The young monk, radiating with divine fury, shouted, "Bold demon! I can immediately discern that you are no human. Great King of Heaven, Prajna Buddha, revered Earth Store, Prajna Mantra." The monk formed a powerful mudra, propelling himself towards her like a cannonball. "Mind your own business, you little monk," Miao Miao retorted, exuding a pink mist. The monk's protective manifestation, known as the Immovable King, while not particularly aggressive, ranked among the top 10 in defense. A majestic figure of the king arose behind him, bathing the pink mist in calming Buddha light and dispelling it entirely. Miao Miao narrowed her eyes, her two fox tails swaying restlessly behind her. "Qingmui Gang," she declared. Her manifestation, the nine-tailed celestial fox, had only cultivated two tails at her current realm, each representing a different attribute. The first tail, embodying wood, granted her the innate skill of Qingmui Gang. As her green tail flicked, the barren land was suddenly infused with life, and grass rapidly grew into vines. Surging toward the monk, "You've been bewitched by that enchanting woman, with her fox ears and tails. Surely, this is not mysterious? How could such a being be allowed into the training camp?" Lin Qiye questioned, perplexed. Bai Li Tu Ming's eyes lit up. "Could it be that the instructors have prepared a preliminary exam for us?" He speculated. "It is possible." Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. The monk's immovable king manifestation was incredibly resilient. It would likely withstand any assault. However, Miao Miao's Qingmui Gang was a control skill, and the monk was quickly ensnared. Rendered immobile. "Help me," he cried out in desperation. Qi Ming sighed in resignation, drawing a short flute from her waist and playing a soft melody. Soon, a multitude of insects emerged from the earth, crawling up the vines and gnawing at them, threatening to free the monk. Red lotus flame. Miao Miao's second pink tail swayed gently, igniting the vines and incinerating the summoned insects. But this also allowed the monk to escape. Zhang Taiping, the monk, Qi Ming, and Lin Qiye surrounded Miao Miao. The monk clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. "When dealing with a fox demon, let us cast aside any notions of chivalry and strike her together. You intend to bully a weak woman? You miscalculated. It is you who will be beaten." Miao Miao taunted, lightly jingling the Huhuan bells on her delicate ankles. Zhang Taiping rubbed his forehead, having received information about her from his grandfather. He stepped forward, declaring, "You are escalating matters unnecessarily. Since our elders have made prior agreements, why proceed in this manner?" Miao Miao provocatively gazed at him. "Very well. As long as you agree to be my servant, I shall abandon the others. Then there is nothing to discuss." Taiping sighed, his gaze turning icy. "Make haste. These individuals are our comrades. We must not inflict severe harm, but if this drags on, I may lose my restraint." The monk warned seriously. 5 minutes, we shall subdue her in 5 minutes. Taiping replied calmly. "Haha, subdue me in 5 minutes? Have you lost your mind? You wish to make me laugh to death." Miao Miao guffawed, her amusement overflowing. 3 minutes. We will take her down in 3 minutes. Taiping gritted his teeth. Lin Qiye turned to the entranced crowd alongside his new roommate, Bai Li Tu Ming. "If you cannot resolve this within 3 minutes, to prevent casualties, you should agree to her terms." "Qiye, can you bear to do that?" Taiping felt a pang of despair, truthfully. The notion of subduing the descendant of the celestial fox in 3 minutes had been a boast. "Handle it as you see fit," Lin Qiye retorted, his gaze shining with determination as he knocked down a man with a swift strike. Taiping looked at Miao Miao, suddenly widening his eyes as he saluted the figure behind her. "Yuan Hao." Miao Miao sensed something amiss and abruptly leaped to the side, just as Taiping appeared where she had been moments ago. "Qingmui Gang." The girl employed her skill once more, unleashing countless vines toward Taiping. He dodged swiftly, pulling out a talisman from his pocket. "Fire talisman, ignite." The talisman ignited with the wind, instantly setting ablaze the pursuing vines. Taiping skillfully hurled 2 flying daggers, but Miao Miao elegantly twisted her waist and evaded them. How is this possible? Taiping charged forward. Damn it, you're using the soul-binding technique to play tricks on me, aren't you? While others would be immobilized by the technique. Miao Miao, being a pure-blood fox demon, swiftly elongated her tails and extracted the daggers from the ground, hurling them back at Taiping with force. He sidestepped, not expecting to capture her with the binding technique, but merely seeking a close-quarters battle. As Taiping's powerful punch came crashing toward her, Miao Miao stood her ground, extending her delicate hand to meet his blow. With a resounding crash, both were sent stumbling back. As a descendant of a great demon, her physical prowess was formidable. Even as a small fox, she was not easily matched. Yet, Taiping was no ordinary opponent. Meanwhile, the monk unleashed the full might of his manifestation, shouting, "All Buddhas gather." Instantly, 6 or 7 individuals were sent flying by the force of his attack. Li Tuming brandished his weapon. But having been pampered as the young master for too long, he was clumsy in his attempts to fight back. Lin Qiye deftly navigated through the crowd, converting his palm into a blade and knocking out 3 adversaries in an instant. The most leisurely of the group was Qi Ming, strolling with her flute behind her back. Fall. Fall, fall, she commanded, and anyone who drew near clutched their stomachs, collapsing in agony and emitting cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. How does it feel to be afflicted by the stone curse? She teased, deftly avoiding attacks. As new soldiers continued to arrive, they were bewildered by the chaotic scene before them. At that moment, sweat began to bead on Miao Miao's forehead. She had initially believed her formidable celestial fox body would protect her from close combat. Yet the peculiar fighting style of this young man was confounding. His strikes were unpredictable and unorthodox, and after more than 30 exchanges, she found herself at a disadvantage. Taiping, too, was struggling. The strange pink mist surrounding Miao Miao quickened his blood and heart rate, while the enchanting sound of her bells gradually clouded his vision. Seizing the moment, Miao Miao swept her leg toward Taiping's head. He raised his arm to block, managing to deflect the powerful kick. But the sound of the Huan bells rang loudly in his ear. With his legs weakening, he sank to one knee as she laughed. "Submit to me." Suddenly, her alluring eyes narrowed, and she stepped back in alarm, sensing the tide of energy within Taiping receding, replaced by a pure intent to kill. "What have you done?" Miao Miao's expression turned grave. After only a few exchanges, she found herself overwhelmed, for Taiping's seriousness had elevated his strength to a new level. Cursed be it. He had hidden his power. She cursed inwardly. "This isn't fun anymore," she cried, desperately seeking to yield. Zhang Taiping's eyes burned crimson, his heart brimming with murderous intent that demanded release. Ignoring the pleas of his opponent, he continued to unleash his fury. Just as Tu Shan Miao Miao was on the brink of defeat, a commanding voice resonated through the air. "Have you all had your fun?" The oppressive aura of the sea realm enveloped the scene, instantly halting everyone's actions. The entire training camp was roused, with both instructors and students converging on the commotion. Hong Hao, a frown creasing his forehead, had intended to deliver a lesson to these newcomers, only to find them embroiled in chaos. Li Tuming was the first to report. "We were battling the mysterious one. That fox demon ensnared everyone and shamelessly attempted to make Zhang Taiping its slave. As if he could claim such a role, there's a cue for that." Yuan Gang turned to Tu Shan Miao Miao. "She is not mysterious. She is a rookie just like you. Tu Shan Miao Miao, do not presume upon your seniority as a night watchman to flout the camp's rules. Should there be a next time, I will expeditiously expel you from this training camp." Tu Shan Miao Miao huffed in discontent, but dared not retort, for the night watchmen were notoriously strict. And the middle-aged man before her was not jesting. Yuan Gang then addressed Zhang Taiping. "You were drinking in a crowd yesterday and brawling today. You truly know how to stir up trouble. I report to the chief instructor. This matter is not my fault. It was that vixen who instigated this." Zhang Taiping saluted sharply. "However, from the moment you stepped through the gates of this training camp, you have but one identity, that of a rookie, a novice. Perhaps not even that, as you are merely a hindrance at present. To become a true night watchman, you all have a long way to go." Yuan Gang's imposing demeanor compelled some to bow their heads in contemplation, while others simmered with indignation. Zhang Taiping hastily showered flattery. "Instructor Yuan speaks with such profound insight. To hear your words is worth more than a decade of study. We must heed the chief instructor's earnest teachings. As the saying goes, those who ignore the counsel of the elderly will suffer the consequences." Amidst the laughter from below, Yuan Gang kicked him aside, his carefully crafted atmosphere shattered by Zhang Taiping's antics. "Damn it, this kid is doing this on purpose, seeking revenge for my confiscation of his alcohol." Yuan Gang cursed inwardly. Chapter 27. The masked squad interrupted by Zhang Taiping. Yuan Gang awkwardly cleared his throat. "Now, where was I?" "Yes, you are a bunch of useless drags. Boss." Isn't that a bit too harsh? Hong Hao whispered. Unfazed, Zhang Taiping loudly supported Yuan Gang's assertion, clearly intent on derailing his performance. Hong Hao, remove the pest. He is insufferably annoying. Yuan Gang gritted his teeth. Hong Hao descended to grasp Zhang Taiping's arm. You're overdoing it. Come with me. What are you doing? I want to go. I have bled for Instructor Yuan and earned my merit. You cannot treat me this way. Zhang Taiping exclaimed dramatically. I will report your behavior to your parents. Hong Hao threatened. If anyone were to be called a thorn in the side, it would be him, Yuan Gang thought. Shaking his head at Zhang Taiping being led away, Yuan Gang coughed again. Let me tell you, in your current state, even upon reaching Klein, you will still be a mere burden, unable to withstand a single blow from true powerhouses. Do you believe me? Many among the crowd felt their breaths quicken. They were youthful and brimming with vigor, unable to endure such insults, except for Zhang Taiping, who remained unfazed. I don't believe it. At that moment, a young man in an unbuttoned military uniform and a backward cap raised his hand, extinguishing a cigarette but on the ground. Bah! I refuse to accept this. Yuan Gang felt a surge of delight. He had feared Zhang Taiping's disruption had ruined the performance, but now a spirited youth had emerged. New recruit, what is your name? Shinchiju. Good, who else is dissatisfied? I am not satisfied. Me too. I also refuse to accept. With Shinchiju leading the charge. More and more hands were raised until the majority of the squad had joined in. In the distance, Zhang Taiping, puzzled, asked Hong Hao. What kind of play is Instructor Yuan putting on? Hong Hao handed Zhang Taiping a cigarette, but he declined, so Hong Hao lit one for himself and said, You'll find out soon enough. Yuan Gang, grinning at the rising fervor of the new recruits, nodded and continued, Since so many of you are dissatisfied, I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your true selves, to prove yourselves. He then retrieved a walkie-talkie. Come down. Upon uttering these words, Yuan Gang gazed skyward, seemingly awaiting something. The new recruits also looked up, suddenly noticing something descending from the sky. 7 dark figures plummeting toward the ground. Zhang Taiping squinted, realizing that there were 7 individuals, cloaked in gray and wearing masks. Could they be jumping directly from a plane? And without parachutes? Li Pengyang, standing beside Lin Qiye, exclaimed. The shock was mutual. Even Yuan Gang was taken aback, having merely mentioned it in jest, yet these individuals truly leapt. In the sky, a man wearing a swirling mask yelled, I can't hold on. My legs are giving out. My heart is about to burst. Swirl, can you be quiet? My ears are going to be deafened. Rosa, you stand there without fear. I am acrophobic. Captain Yuan Gang ordered us to jump, and we actually did. The man beside Wang Mian spoke calmly. It seems this year's newcomers are not easily intimidated. Instructor Yuan must have been left with no choice but to summon us for assistance. We must lend our aid. Tianping raised his hands. Everyone prepare. We are about to land. Strike a cool pose to maintain an air of mystery. With a thunderous sound, Wang Mian's squad made a dazzling entrance. The 7 struck an exceptionally dramatic pose, only for Swirl to suddenly collapse to his knees. The previously high-stakes FAAD of the masked squad crumbled. And had they not been wearing masks, their expressions would have been priceless. The new recruits had either never seen or only heard of the masked squad due to their unique attire, yet they were baffled by Swirl's blunder. Could they be imitations? That seemed unlikely. If the truth were revealed, it would be utterly embarrassing. After a brief silence, Swirl was the first to speak. We are the masked squad, Swirl. Wishing everyone an early Happy New Year. With that, Swirl stood proudly, pretending that the earlier incident had never occurred. The recent discord among the newcomers poses no life-threatening danger, Yuan Gang assured. This year's recruits are rather difficult to manage. By the way, who won that brawl? 5 against 75. Currently, there are over 50 lying on the ground. What do you think? Yuan Gang replied tersely. He then seized Wang Mian. You are not leaving. If you do, I truly cannot control this situation. Winning 5 against 70 is something I could never have accomplished in the past. To be honest, it's impossible. Yet Yuan Gang did not allow Wang Mian the chance to speak further, raising his voice to the new recruits, since you refuse to accept this. I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your true selves and to encounter genuine talent. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon, before 9 o'clock tonight. If any of you 164 rookies can unmask any member of the masked squad, I shall consider it a victory for you. If you win, I will petition for your graduation tomorrow. But should you lose, your dignity shall be tossed into the cesspool, and you will be bound to obey whatever orders I give in the future. Do you all understand? This is quite unfair. All the members of the masked team are at the river or sea realm, while we are merely at the lantern realm. How can we possibly compete? Yuan Gang chuckled. In this upcoming contest, the masked team will suppress their realms to match ours. In a fair confrontation of 154 against 7, you wouldn't dare to back down, would you? His words sent a wave of astonishment across the venue. In a battle at the same realm, they could easily overwhelm them with sheer numbers. If they were still hesitant, then they were unworthy of being night watchmen. Well then, if I dare not, I would be unworthy of being a man. What of the masked team? They are merely two arms supporting a head. Who is afraid of whom? Shenxiu and Qi Ming exchanged glances, slowly withdrawing from the ranks. Shenxiu stroked his bald head. First, let us find the little Taoist. Perfectly aligned with my thoughts, they are nothing but a rabble. Let them exhaust their opponent's stamina first. Qi Ming waved the short flute in her hand. Tushan Miao Miao suddenly appeared beside them. Add me to your team. I cannot allow Zhang Taiping to escape my grasp. Hong Hao glanced into the distance and inquired, what are your plans now? I intend to head to the cafeteria to grab something to eat. It's still early, and I need to fill my stomach first, Zhang Taiping replied. Clutching his empty stomach, Qi Ming's voice echoed from afar. Are you a pig? How can you eat so much? Sister, I am forcibly transforming my killing intent into hunger, which is beyond my control. Zhang Taiping protested. He added angrily. Forcing one's emotions to twist is a heavy burden on the nerves, you know? The side effects of hunger are minimal, so let us leave it at that. Observing the four departing figures, Hong Hao retrieved his walkie-talkie. Report, those four have headed to the cafeteria. Keep a close watch on them. Do not let them cause any trouble. Commander Yuan, even if they are formidable, they cannot possibly pose a threat to the masked team, can they? These four are not like other recruits. They all possess their own legacies and inheritances, giving them a natural edge in combat. Moreover, they employ underhanded tactics. So we must remain vigilant, Yuan Gang sighed. Chapter 28. Internal strife. The four hastily made their way to the cafeteria. Although the cafeteria was not yet serving food, the necessary ingredients were prepared, so they wouldn't go hungry. Upon reaching the locked entrance, Zhang Taiping, desperate from hunger, was about to kick the door down when Shenxiu stopped him. The little monk picked up a piece of wire from the ground, straightened it, and deftly picked the lock. In mere seconds, the door clicked open. Inside the cafeteria, the four entered the kitchen. Zhang Taiping selected a piece of lamb, planning to stir-fry it with cumin. Shenxiu, who had prepared vegetarian dishes at the Hanging Monastery, made a scallion and tofu salad and began to prepare some crisp green bamboo shoots. Qi Ming chose a fish, intending to make a Miao-style sour fish soup. Only Tushan Miao Miao stood there, feeling somewhat out of place. As a celestial fox, she was accustomed to having others cater to her needs. Observing her industrious companions, she felt like an outsider. The trio moved in perfect harmony, exchanging knives effortlessly, the rhythmic sound of chopping filling the air. Zhang Taiping, what do you plan to do? Qi Ming asked, receiving the pickled vegetables from him. Honestly, with our strength, we could directly become night watchmen. The pests here are few, so this is a bit of a waste of time. Qi Ming said as she placed the fish into the pot. I believe your experiences are similar to mine. Why not stay here and learn how to interact with others? Zhang Zhibai had already shared past events with Zhang Taiping, revealing that he and Qi Li Mei had journeyed together to protect their homeland, now binding their descendants to team up once more. However, this time, their foes were not merely bandits, but something far more enigmatic. Qi Ming secured the pot lid. All right then, let us remain here in the cafeteria until nightfall. Shenxiu brought the cold dishes to the table. That sounds rather dull. Are you referring to Qi Ming? She laughed lightly. After several minutes, all the dishes were ready, and they began to eat. Tushan Miao Miao tasted a few bites and was pleasantly surprised by the flavors. Zhang Taiping, how did your grandfather describe our situation to you? The fox girl inquired, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Taiping slapped a piece of paper onto the table. Here, take a look. Seeing the page filled with fine print, Tushan Miao Miao read aloud. Supplement rules. 1. I can provide imperial energy, but the amount and timing are at my discretion. 2. When I am weakened, such as being injured, ill, or during my monthly cycle, the other party cannot force me to provide imperial energy. 3. There are no free meals. The other party must provide any assistance within reason, including but not limited to laundry, back massages, and serving as unpaid muscle. 4. The relationship between myself and the other party is purely cooperative. If the other party falls in love with me, they will bear all consequences. Tushan Miao Miao scanned the clauses and unhesitatingly signed her name. Qi Ming remarked, everything written here is advantageous for him. Aren't you reconsidering? Silly girl. No matter how many clauses he writes, once we spend time together, at his age, he is still within my grasp. Tushan Miao Miao chuckled. Can we proceed now? She inquired, returning the contract to Zhang Taiping. Certainly. Tushan Miao Miao swiftly appeared behind Zhang Taiping, pressing 2 soft masses against his head, and then opened her pink lips to bite at the air. Ouch. Only after encountering Zhang Taiping did Tushan Miao Miao understand why her elder sister had urged her to seek imperial energy. The essence of ordinary people was akin to salt water for her, only making her thirstier. In contrast, the imperial energy from Zhang Taiping was like sweet, fragrant tea, quenching her thirst and delightfully satisfying. The little monk had never witnessed such a spectacle. His entire bald head turned crimson. Qimeng spat, truly shameless. Zhang Taiping, however, remained unfazed, employing the 6 intent conversion technique to amplify his appetite infinitely, suppressing all other emotions, and devoured the food on the table with fervor before he was satisfied. Ba, a full stomach breeds desires. Xinshu clasped his hands together. In a swift motion, Zhang Taiping evaded Tu Shan Miao Miao's grasp. She pouted, "But I'm still hungry." Zhang Taiping pulled out the agreement. First clause, the quantity is my decision. This imperial energy is merely the essence I absorbed from the emperor's aura. What if you drain me too much? All right. Tu Shan Miao Miao feigned compliance, but she was confident in her ability to win over Zhang Taiping. Believing she could have as much as she desired in the end, Qimeng stood up and brushed off her pants. Since we are to form a team, we should elect a leader. It would be unwise to fight against each other later. In the past, my grandfather was the spokesperson among the elders. Thus, I shall graciously accept the position of captain, Zhang Taiping declared. Not so fast. Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Buddhism naturally precedes Taoism. It is most fitting for this monk to take the lead, Xinshu insisted. Qimeng flicked her purple hair. Ladies first, understand? Why should only men be captains? I am the most suitable for the role. How about we settle this with a duel? They all proposed in unison. Upon uttering those words, they immediately distanced themselves. And contrary to Zhang Taiping's expectations, Xinshu and Qimeng swiftly allied against him. I object. You are targeting me. Ba, with Miao Miao's support. Are we not foolish if we do not join forces? Xinshu stated candidly. Little monk, stop wasting time with him. First, take out those two. Then we can contest for the captaincy. Qimeng prepared to play her flute. Tu Shan Miao Miao swayed her hips and stood beside Zhang Taiping in critical moments. You can always count on me. In the monitoring room, Yuan Gang rejoiced at the tense situation among the four. Let them fight. The best outcome would be for them to injure each other. Commander, isn't this inappropriate? Yuan Gang gave him a light tap on the head. What do you know? If they don't fight, this training session might very well conclude today. Chapter 29. Sparring under surveillance. Zhang Taiping charged fiercely towards Xinshu, who immediately clasped his hands and bellowed, "Immovable king." Instantly, a majestic manifestation of the king appeared behind him, enveloping Xinshu within its formidable presence. The king's eyes slightly opened, and its clasped right hand slowly descended. Although the movement appeared sluggish, Zhang Taiping sensed an inexplicable force locking onto him, rendering escape impossible. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to withstand the blow. He crossed his arms before his chest, bracing himself for the impending impact. In the next moment, an overwhelming force propelled him backward. The immovable king did not pursue him, while Zhang Taiping was airborne. He landed and rolled a few times before swiftly circling around the manifestation, firing arrows while attempting to maneuver into Xinshu's blind spot. Yet, as he circled behind to launch another attack, it was as if Xinshu had eyes on the back of his head. The manifestation's clasped left hand once again began its slow descent. Damn, still unable to evade. Zhang Taiping was hurled away once more. With the same outcome, his opponent refrained from capitalizing on his airborne vulnerability. Was Xinshu showing mercy? Unlikely. Then why did he not attack, while Zhang Taiping was suspended in midair? Contemplating this, Zhang Taiping suddenly realized that it was not a matter of reluctance, but of inability. Xinshu in the realm of the light should not yet have fully mastered the immovable king. Each strike from the manifestation required a pause, marked by the hands being clasped together. Understanding this, Zhang Taiping unsheathed the Xianyuan broken sword from his back. Relying on his physical prowess against the manifestation was akin to using kunai to stab Susanoo. Currently, his forbidden realm was self-contained, leaving him no choice but to utilize his weapon to breach his opponent's defenses. The moment he grasped the Xianyuan sword, familiar strands of the Tao appeared before his eyes. With the manifestation now in a rigid state, he need not worry about defense. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of swordlight. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the king's manifestation showed signs of fracturing. The immovable king, a fusion of law and power, was theoretically immune to physical attacks. Could he truly sever the laws of heaven and earth? Xinshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Taiping, having wielded the Xianyuan sword for years, had developed a sword technique that harmonized with the laws of power, enabling him to cut through these very laws. He was the bane of Xinshu's manifestation. As the manifestation's hands clasped together once more, Zhang Taiping felt himself once again locked on, raising his sword to block as he was sent flying yet again. Fortunately, the immovable king was not particularly aggressive. Otherwise, Zhang Taiping would find it difficult to endure such assaults. Upon landing, without hesitation, he charged forward once more like a cannonball. The essence of the immovable king was precisely its immobility, making it a perfect target now. Zhang Taiping sensed an immense shockwave emanating from his sword, nearly causing him to lose grip. If it struck him on the back of his head, he would surely lose consciousness. Such speed! Was this the divine footwork of the Buddha's 6 transcendences? A grave expression crossed Zhang Taiping's face. Your sword technique is peculiar, capable of overcoming my manifestation. Shen Xiu's countenance darkened. The two exchanged mutual admiration before resolutely colliding once more, in stark contrast to the visceral confrontation between the two men. The battle between Qi Ming and Tu Shan Miao Miao was far more visually captivating. Vines and flames danced in chaotic harmony, insects and birds sang in unison, and the mingled sounds of bells and flutes spread throughout the surroundings, causing the instructors in the monitoring room to be entranced. Is this the combat prowess expected of new recruits? One instructor swallowed hard. In close combat, Zhang Taiping evidently held a slight advantage. Although Shen Xiu wielded his wooden fish staff with vigor, he began to falter against Zhang Taiping's enigmatic swordplay. Have you played enough? Suddenly, Yuan Gang's voice resonated in Zhang Taiping's mind. He halted momentarily, only to realize he had fallen for a trick. This was not Yuan Gang's voice at all, but an auditory illusion conjured by Shen Xiu using mind communication. In the heat of battle, distraction was the gravest sin, and Shen Xiu would not squander such an opportunity. Activating divine footwork, he swiftly appeared before Zhang Taiping, raising the wooden fish staff high before bringing it crashing down. Zhang Taiping could not evade. He could only adopt a strategy of trading blows, slicing his sword horizontally. In the next instant, the wooden fish staff struck Zhang Taiping's forehead while his sword impacted Shen Xiu's waist. Zhang Taiping felt the world spin. Shen Xiu's strike pierced through his defenses, nearly rendering him unconscious. Shen Xiu, having long practiced the art of prayer and reverence, had honed the sound of the wooden fish to be more resonant than his fellow disciples, dedicating immense effort to this endeavor. Chapter 30. Playing dirty in the capital. A youth clad in athletic wear entered the night watchman's office. The young man, with a handsome countenance, bore an aroma reminiscent of stir-fried tomatoes. Commander Yi, why have you summoned me? It seems there is no divine incursion into Daxia, and my uncle's rustic eatery is bustling. I have no time for idle chatter. The youth complained. Yufan rose to pour him a cup of tea, stating, there is a pressing matter at hand. For an extended period, Daxia has been devoid of gods, and we, as humans, desperately require a top-tier combatant, at least someone capable of slaying a third-generation deity. Among humanity's elite, I believe you possess the greatest potential for advancement, albeit slim. I hope you can make a trip to Cangnan. I refuse. If I go, who will wash the dishes at my uncle's eatery? He protested. At the Cangnan training camp, Zhang Taiping and his companions moved swiftly. Qi Ming's left eye shimmered with dark golden light. The masked squad is heading towards the dormitory. They are indeed formidable. There are only about 50 new recruits remaining, aside from that guy with the king mask. The others have already showcased their abilities. Balance likely has the power to manipulate gravity, allowing them to leap from heights without harm. Ro's forbidden realm probably alters the size of objects. The hammer she wields possesses tremendous destructive power. Vortex can create whirlpools that absorb damage and matter. Although I suspect there is a limit to this absorption, Moon Ghost is an assassin capable of elemental stealth and evasion. So, which one shall we target? Shen Xiu inquired. Zhang Taiping contemplated. We are uncertain of King Mask's capabilities, but we should be able to handle the other 4. Ideally, we should capture them one by one. Shen Xiu suddenly had a thought. Zhang Taiping, what is your forbidden realm? You haven't utilized it at all during today's confrontation. We need not hide anything from each other. Zhang Taiping smiled shyly. For reasons beyond my control, my forbidden realm is temporarily unusable. You don't have any spiritual power, do you? Qi Ming's eyes widened. I do. Due to unavoidable circumstances, I can only bide my time. Shen Xiu chuckled. Without spiritual power, you wish to lead? I suppose the captain's position will have to be decided between me and Qi Ming. What, do you disagree? If not, let us settle it with a fight. All right. Who fears whom? Shen Xiu rolled up his sleeves. At that moment, the masked squad had arrived at the dormitory area. Moon Ghost was the first to transform into a shadow and infiltrate. King Mask commanded, eliminate the remaining individuals at once. Balance swiftly entered the dormitory, but just as Vortex was about to follow, he suddenly clutched his stomach. Boss, I think I have an upset stomach. I need to use the restroom. King Mask frowned at this. Rose, protect him here. If he gets caught while using the restroom, our masked squad will be utterly humiliated. The other 2 have already entered. I must support them. Vortex, finish up quickly and follow us. Zhang Taiping and his companions watched as King Mask entered the dormitory. Shen Xiu gave Qi Ming a thumbs up. Your poison is remarkably effective. They had clearly seen that just moments ago, a small insect, resembling a jellyfish, had landed on the back of Vortex's neck. causing him to urgently seek the restroom. This provided them with the perfect opportunity to capture their isolated target. Could that pink little bug be the gathering evil goo? Zhang Taiping inquired. Qiming cast him a surprised glance. You seem to know quite a bit. I just applied the Meridian Heartbreak goo on that individual. Now is the perfect moment to act. No, wait. At least let him finish first. Tu Shan Miao Miao pinched her nose. The little monk Shin Xiu remarked, take advantage of his weakness now, for delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Vortex hurriedly dashed towards the restroom, only to find a small monk blocking his path. What a coincidence! Vortex exclaimed, having already unfastened his trousers halfway. Shin Xiu pressed his palms together. Ba, please hand over the mask. You shall not take it. Vortex turned to flee. Qiming snapped her fingers. And Vortex suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, staggering to the ground as he clutched his stomach. What have you done to me? Nothing much. Just applied a bit of goo on you. This poison is not lethal, but how long you can endure it depends on the strength of your sphincter. Qiming chuckled. Suddenly, a massive 3-story hammer descended from the heavens, seemingly intent on eliminating both Vortex and the two of them. Immovable king. The little monk Shin Xiu invoked his protective form, absorbing the blow. Beneath the mask, Rose furrowed her brow, contemplating another strike at Shin Xiu, when an enchanting chime rang out, causing her to momentarily lose focus. Rose shook her head vigorously to dispel the distraction. Just as Tu Shan Miao Miao floated gracefully to her side. Sister, could you please remove your mask so I can see? Tu Shan Miao Miao possessed an alluring charm that captivated not only men but women as well. Rose shrank the hammer in her hand and swung it at Tu Shan Miao Miao, who transformed into a cloud of pink mist, vanishing from sight. Inhaling that mist made Rose's heart race even faster. Don't be so stingy. Just let me have a look. Tu Shan Miao Miao reappeared behind Rose and pinched her waist. Zhang Taiping stood watch from a height, waiting for Yuan Gang to intervene. Vortex realized that this situation could not continue. He shouted, Rose, let us go. 2 violet whirlpools appeared beside them, and without hesitation, Rose stepped into one. Shin Xiu touched his bald head in dismay. Oh no, they've escaped. They cannot flee. The goo poison I placed on the little red one marks them. We will pursue. Qiming sensed and darted southward. 2 kilometers south of the dormitory building, Vortex and Rose stumbled out of the violet whirlpool. What on earth are they? Why are they poisoning people? Vortex complained, clutching his belly. Rose was ablaze with anger. These individuals are all opportunists. They will only come to collect once we are drained of our spiritual energy. We must hurry. If we can just stall until the captain finishes with the others, victory will still be ours. Think you can leave so easily? Shin Xiu, possessing extraordinary speed, was the first to arrive. Vortex, without hesitation, opened another vortex to escape. But a flute's melody sounded, and countless poisonous insects surged into the vortex. Vortex suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Qiming had filled his restricted space with her goo insects. I can't hold on any longer. I must break free from this limitation and fight. Vortex felt frustrated. Rose intervened. No, Yuan the commander has already made his move. We must hold on a little longer. I can barely endure. Vortex trembled as he clutched his backside. In the surveillance room, Hong Hao observed the scene, stating, Commander Yuan, if this continues, the masked team will surely be defeated. These rascals only seek wine. I shall provide it. Yuan Gang reluctantly pulled out a purple gold gourd. Wait, Tian Ping has arrived to save the day. Instructor Han Li interjected. Chapter 31, Sword Saint Zhou Ping. No, I must see for myself. The ability to infiltrate the training camp unnoticed is no small feat. Yuan Gang declared anxiously. As he slung the black box onto his back, Hong Hao suddenly exclaimed, Commander Yi is calling. Hello, this is Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang's voice conveyed urgency. Yuan Gang, I've heard that the new recruits this time are quite troublesome. I've found you some assistance. Yi Fan replied while balancing the phone between his neck and washing dishes. Yuan Gang, puzzled by the clamor on the other end, asked, what could cause you to be so concerned over such trivial matters? By the way, who is this assistant you found? Zhou Ping. Yi Fan replied calmly. The Sword Saint Zhou Ping. Don't be too excited. Before Yi Fan could finish, a voice from the other end urged, Newcomer, what are you doing? You can't wash dishes while on the phone. Will they be clean? You already wash slower than Zhou Ping and with half-hearted effort. Hurry up. I need them. Third uncle, please don't be angry. I'm on it. Yuan Gang replied hastily before hanging up. Listening to the dial tone, everyone was left bewildered. The commander was washing dishes and being scolded for being slow. Commander, could this be a counterfeit? Hong Hao asked, perplexed. Few knew the true identity of the Sword Saint, but Yuan Gang remained composed. This trial is secure. We can rest easy now. To the south of the training camp, Tian Ping arrived just in time. You're here. If you had come any later, we wouldn't have held out. Vortex exclaimed, recognizing his savior. Xinxiu chuckled. What difference does one more make? As long as King Face hasn't arrived. Everyone else is merely fodder. Tushan Miao Miao floated to Tianping. Side. Why do you always wear that mask? Take it off so I can see. Be careful. That girl seems suspicious. Rose quickly cautioned. Tianping, unfazed, retrieved a pair of disposable chopsticks from his pocket, carefully breaking them apart and smoothing out the splinters. What are you doing, little brother? Tushan Miao Miao asked, puzzled. To chop you. What? With these disposable chopsticks? Tushan Miao Miao burst into laughter. As if hearing the funniest joke in the world. Tianping swung the chopsticks lightly, and in an instant, Tushan Miao Miao's melodic laughter was abruptly silenced as her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Zhang Taiping and the others recoiled in shock. Even the members of the masked team eyed him warily. Qiming, your intel is flawed. His restricted space isn't gravity-based. He is a master swordsman. Zhang Taiping's expression grew serious. How was I to know? This person is different from what I observed. Qiming was equally bewildered. Xinxiu, stroking his bald head, questioned. Who exactly are you? My name is Zhou Ping, a server at Third Uncle's Specialty Eatery, and I possess the jade heart of innocence, Zhou Ping stated, unable to lie. He instinctively pressed his lips shut, realizing that if he could not lie, silence was his only option. Xinxiu, furious, declared, regardless of whether you are Zhou Ping or Tianping, we shall take you down together. Immovable King. As the immovable king form materialized, Zhou Ping casually flicked a chopstick, shattering the form and sending Xinxiu flying unconscious. You're cheating. This isn't the level of power expected here. Qiming protested. At that moment, Rose and Vortex were equally bewildered. When had Tianping become so formidable? The name Zhou Ping felt oddly familiar to Vortex. It's the sword. Vortex recalled something. Rose, Vortex, urged, quiet down. Commander Yuan's influence is indeed vast. He even managed to invite this one. Zhang Taiping and Qiming exchanged glances, with Qiming asking, what should we do now? Since we have encountered a master, it would be remiss not to exchange a few moves. We previously believed our foundations were deep. It is time we witnessed the skies beyond the well. Zhang Taiping sighed. Qiming raised her flute. Don't be so pessimistic. We haven't lost yet. As she began to play, various flying insects surged forth, swarming towards Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping observed the scene with an air of detachment before executing a single strike, causing all the flying insects to fall silently to the ground. Success. Qiming's eyes sparkled, for the golden silkworm goo had already arrived behind Zhou Ping. Once the poison took effect, no matter how formidable her opponent's realm, defeat would surely follow. Zhou Ping frowned slightly, revealing a fastidious nature as he expressed disdain for the insects. With an almost preternatural awareness, he flicked his fingers at the golden silkworm goo, which, caught off guard, was struck and sent crashing to the ground like a bullet. With the core goo injured, Qiming coughed up blood in fury, exclaiming, the gap in realms is too vast. Even if he suppresses his strength to the realm of a cup, he is still beyond my reach. I concede. Zhang Taiping drew the Xianyuan sword from his back, declaring, I have become the last hope of the entire village. Zhou Ping regarded the youth before him and remarked, you must be the boy Yi Fan spoke of. Make your move. Zhang Taiping's eyes shimmered with the threads of the Tao as he forcefully swung his sword along these lines towards Zhou Ping. In response, Zhou Ping gently waved his chopsticks, unleashing a multitude of sword energies that surged forth. The previously advancing Zhang Taiping found himself compelled to retreat, desperately wielding his sword to dissipate the overwhelming force of Zhou Ping's energy. Zhou Ping observed Zhang Taiping's predicament and mused, curious, your swordsmanship possesses an unusual quality. Confused by the implication, Zhang Taiping felt as though he were being toyed with, sensing that his opponent was not exerting his full power. Instead of continuing to unleash sword energies, Zhou Ping engaged in close combat with merely a pair of chopsticks. This was Zhang Taiping's forte. Yet he found himself unable to lift his head under the pressure of a single chopstick, which left him feeling utterly vexed. With a mighty shout, Zhang Taiping poured all his strength into a single swing, barely managing to sever the disposable chopstick in Zhou Ping's grasp. Unperturbed, Zhou Ping produced another chopstick and continued to dominate, akin to a teacher guiding a student, showing no intention of delivering a decisive blow. 2 hours passed, and Zhang Taiping lay on the ground, utterly defeated, having unleashed no fewer than 50,000 sword strikes without even brushing against his opponent's attire. Zhou Ping meticulously gathered the broken chopsticks and placed them in his pocket before sitting beside Zhang Taiping. Have you not realized that something is missing from your sword? He inquired. Missing what? Zhang Taiping panted, drenched in sweat. I cannot sense the essence of sword intent within your strikes, Zhou Ping replied thoughtfully. Sword intent? What is that? Zhang Taiping questioned, prompting Zhou Ping to pause. Have you read any novels? Ling Hucheng wielded his sword for the justice of the martial world, Lin Pingji for vengeance, and the third young master for protection. Now I ask you, what is your reason for wielding your sword? Zhang Taiping was momentarily taken aback, pondering what motivated him to swing his sword. I suppose I wield it to eliminate distractions, for when I do, my mind becomes tranquil. I need only to follow my instincts. Zhou Ping sighed. Your approach is not incorrect. It is rather conducive to entering the way of the sword. You have begun to grasp the power of its principles, yet because of your premature understanding, your sword intent is stifled by the very path you seek to follow. To merely obey the will of the principles will render you a puppet. Is there anything simpler than dealing with a marionette devoid of its own consciousness? What should I do then, senior? I cannot say. Everyone has their own reasons for wielding a sword, and you must discover yours. The principles are the domain of the divine. You have merely scratched the surface. If you can grasp your own sword intent, then you may cut through the gods. Zhou Ping stated calmly. Zhang Taiping gazed up at the sky, contemplating, is my path to enlightenment reversed? To cultivate intent is easier than to comprehend the Tao. I have faith in you, young one. Zhou Ping concluded, vanishing in an instant. Zhang Taiping mused, while the path of the Tao may not suit me, I have witnessed the potential for humanity to comprehend the principles. Zhou Ping rolled up his sleeves to assist. Yi Fan meticulously arranged a platter, inquiring, what do you think of that lad? He may very well be the one most capable of breaking through the barriers. Zhou Ping responded with a calm demeanor, uttering words that reverberated with profundity. Chapter 32. Execution. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, night fell, and the cold stars twinkled against the backdrop of a distant rumble. As the four eliminated participants, they had forfeited their right to fight again. Reluctantly, Qi Ming dispelled the goo from the whirlpool and extracted the planted deity's token from the ground. At this moment, Zhang Taiping was utterly exhausted. Having endured 3 hours of torment at the hands of the sword Saint Zhou Ping, he was now incapable of lifting even a single finger. What is my intent? Why do I swing the sword in my hand? He pondered, grappling with questions he had never contemplated before. For him, wielding the sword had been a daily necessity since the age of 7, as essential as breathing, and he had never considered its significance. The Xianyuan remnant sword remained unresponsive, seemingly indifferent to its master's plight. As Zhang Taiping gazed up at the starry sky, sleep began to claim him, but shortly after, he found his breathing constricted. What a stroke of bad luck. Even in sleep, I am beset by nightmares, he thought, jolting awake to discover that Tu Shan Miao Miao had somehow settled atop him. Zhang Taiping placed the Xianyuan remnant sword against her throat, demanding, do you seek death? Why so stingy? Tu Shan Miao Miao replied, rising in a huff. What time is it? Zhang Taiping asked. Shouldn't you check your own watch? She retorted, prompting Zhang Taiping to recall that Bai Li Pang Pang had gifted him a Rolex. Glancing at his left wrist, he realized it was already 10:30. At this moment, the deity's token had also awakened, glancing towards the dormitory. Who do you think will emerge victorious in the end? With that weirdo around, the newcomers have no chance. It seems we will spend the remaining year together in this training camp, Zhang Taiping remarked. Qi Ming extended her hand. Then I look forward to your guidance. The deity placed his hand atop hers, responding, I look forward to your guidance as well. Next was Tu Shan Miao Miao, who echoed, I look forward to your guidance. Zhang Taiping found himself somewhat irritated by the juvenile antics, but, upon witnessing the earnest gazes of the three, he reluctantly placed his hand atop theirs and said, then I look forward to your guidance as well. Upon returning to the dormitory, the deity flung Zhang Taiping onto the bed, after which he rushed to the window. Thank goodness, the cured meat is still here. Do you not find anything amiss? Zhang Taiping inquired. From my analysis, the final battle should have taken place here, yet the dormitory remains utterly unchanged. This is inherently abnormal. If it weren't for Xiaona's clairvoyance, I would think we had entered an illusion, the deity remarked, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Taiping observed his surroundings closely. Indeed, everything appeared unchanged since he had stepped out earlier. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, I suspect the forbidden area of Wang Mian may be related to time, perhaps even capable of reversing it. Reversing time? Surely that is an exaggeration. It is said that the captain of the masked squad is an agent of the divine. Perhaps a time-related forbidden area could indeed accomplish such a feat. Zhang Taiping mused, resting his hands behind his head. The deity turned to leave, stating, this is simple. We can just ask Lin Qiye and the others next door. What time is it? Everyone is exhausted from the fierce battles. Let us discuss this tomorrow, Zhang Taiping intervened. At 3 in the morning, a sudden blaring whistle jolted Zhang Taiping awake, while the deity sprang up, exclaiming, what a lack of martial decorum at this hour. You're waking the neighbors. This is the assembly whistle for the troops. Lend me a hand. If we're late, there may be penalties. Zhang Taiping replied. However, upon looking up, he noticed that the little bald head was nowhere to be found. The moment he heard the mention of punishment, He had leapt out of the second-floor window. Is the divine foot technique from the Buddhist six transcendences really that useful? Zhang Taiping scoffed, mustering the strength to rise, feeling as if ants were crawling all over his body. Finally escaping the dormitory, he encountered by Li Tu-ming stumbling out. Seeing Zhang Taiping's hobbling figure, the portly fellow spoke first. Zhang Taiping, I apologize. I can barely save myself, so you must fend for yourself. As Hong Hao blew his whistle, a small bald figure suddenly appeared before him, startling him. Where's your roommate? Shinshio? Hong Hao inquired. Did you ever consider helping him? Shinshio scratched his head and replied, I forgot. Run 10 laps around the playground. Hong Hao commanded angrily. Why? I was one of the earliest arrivals. In the military, those who disrupt discipline are deemed worthless. And those who fail to cherish their comrades are considered even less than that, Hong Hao stated. Shinshio clasped his hands together, Ba. It seems Instructor Hong has a story to tell. Just let Xiao Na run. Isn't it handsome? I merely want him to understand that in this training camp, we embody discipline. As Lin Qiye exited the dormitory, he spotted a small bald individual sprinting rapidly around the playground, and simultaneously noticed 3 instructors at the center. Gradually, all the new recruits gathered on the field. Hong Hao, observing the sleepy-eyed recruits, began, Today marks the first day of training, and I will teach you what true execution is. From now on, regardless of what you are doing, upon hearing the whistle, you must arrive at the playground within 3 minutes. Hong Hao squinted as he surveyed the area. Now, all those who took longer than 3 minutes, step forward. Zhang Taiping. Arriving late, upon hearing this declaration, knew he wouldn't be able to return to the team and simply stood aside. A few individuals stepped forward voluntarily. But then someone asked, Instructor, I have a question. I didn't check the time. What if I don't know how long I took? The red instructor shot him a glance. You run 10 laps around the playground first. I merely asked a question. Do you not understand when I say run 10 laps? Zhang Taiping expressed his astonishment. Comrade, did you not receive the Rolex from Bai Li Pang Pang? The instructor means you're foolish for not knowing how to read the time. Zhang Taiping. Yes. Since you were so clever, go run 20 laps. No, 30 laps. Instructor Hong gritted his teeth. Yes. Zhang Taiping regretted ever being clever, as 30 laps, while trivial to his former self, now seemed an almost insurmountable task. Yet, with no other options, he steeled himself to run. Chapter 33, Running Laps. Report. Speak. Instructor Hong's eyes lit up, thinking finally someone was sensible. If you do not know how long you took, then rely on your instincts and take a gamble. You can wager whether you exceeded 3 minutes. I have your times recorded. If you guess right, nothing happens. If wrong, double punishment. Yes. Have you served in the military? Former Special Forces of the Army's Special Operations Brigade, Zheng. Instructor Hong nodded, shifting his gaze away. I'll say it once more. Anyone exceeding the time automatically steps forward. Gradually, more individuals stepped out of line. Shinshio, watching the spectacle, suddenly felt a kick to his rear and waist, propelling him out of the formation. Have you forgotten you were the first to arrive? Hong Hao said coldly. Report, I lack confidence. Well, then you shall run. Bai Li Pang Pang wore a bitter expression. Though he had tried his best, he was sure he had also exceeded 3 minutes, and reluctantly stepped forward. Once everyone was in position, Hong Hao pointed at several individuals. You, and you, step forward and stand at the back. Those who stepped forward voluntarily, carry weight and run 10 laps. Those I've named, run 20 laps. Hong Hao ordered sternly. The small bald figure, carrying 40 pounds of weight, moved swiftly and soon caught up with the limping Zhang Taiping. He placed the weight on Zhang and then crouched down. Hop on. Isn't this inappropriate? At your speed. You won't finish until dawn, and it will delay my breakfast. Zhang Taiping, having given in, climbed onto Shinshio's back. Zhang Taiping weighed 120 pounds. And with the additional 40 pounds, it totaled 160 pounds. Shinshio felt a significant weight on his back, but he summoned his strength, maintaining a pace no slower than the others. Upon finishing the first lap, Hong Hao exclaimed, Shinshio, what are you doing? This is a violation of discipline. Han Li, overhearing, chuckled. How does it feel to fall into a verbal trap? Hong Hao smiled. I'm beginning to like this little bald head. As the saying goes, a long road carries a heavy burden. Despite Shinshio's innate agility, the added weight of Zhang Taiping severely hampered his speed. Have you noticed, Zhang Taiping? Our binding technique seems ineffective. My immovable king is suppressed within and cannot manifest. Shinshio gasped. Zhang Taiping, who had also suppressed his own abilities, loosened his restraint upon hearing Shinshio, but discovered that his absolute connection appeared unaffected. Little did he know, the suppressive stone was merely a replica of absolute connection. Hence it could not contain the true power. Not really, but my binding technique has never worked well, so it doesn't affect me much. Zhang Taiping replied. Gradually, Shinshio, burdened with Zhang Taiping, fell behind, running alongside by Li Tuming, the pampered chubby boy, and the arrogant Shen Qingzhu. I can't take it anymore. Little monk. Can we negotiate? You carry me for a bit. Name your price. The chubby boy panted. Shen Qiu glanced at him. Ba, I refuse to descend into hell. With your physique, I might as well send you to meet the king of hell. The chubby boy then turned to Shen Qingzhu. Hey, can you carry me for a lap? No, half a lap will do. Money doesn't mean everything. Shen Qingzhu scoffed, quickening her pace and leaving the boy behind. As Shen Qiu's stamina dwindled, he breathed heavily. Zhang Taiping suggested, let me down. A good deed should be continued. I have no habit of quitting halfway. I clearly saw you getting beaten by the scales yesterday. Though he showed mercy, the overwhelming sword intent still injured you. Your wound isn't severe, but it requires 3 days to heal. Can your body endure this? Shen Qiu replied, I grew up in the Hanging Temple. As the name suggests, the temple is suspended in the air, and my daily treks up and down the mountain have granted me considerable strength, so you needn't worry about me. That's not for me to decide. Shen Qiu smiled shyly. Since descending the mountain, Taiping, you have provided me with the most nourishment. You've given me meat and fine wine. Though I may not be perceptive, I believe you're a good person. So what? So next time, when we choose a leader, could you cast your vote for me? Zhang Taiping felt a wave of frustration. You nearly moved me just now, making me feel quite embarrassed. But now that your true intentions are exposed, I feel quite at ease on your back. Ba, I am human, not a Tushan lord. I have no foxtail. How about this? Support me in this election, and I will wholeheartedly support you in the next. Shen Qiu grinned. Since you're so confident and my vote is not crucial, besides, after training, we may not even end up in the same unit. Why rush to determine a hierarchy? In the past, my master and his 2 companions roamed the world, all under your grandfather's guidance. Before I came this time, my master instructed me to uphold the reputation of the Hanging Temple. I believe it's time for the leadership to rotate. Shen Qiu sighed. Zhang Taiping patted Shen Qiu's bald head. Let's postpone this discussion for another day. Carrying over 160 pounds while running 30 laps around the playground proved to be too much for Shen Qiu, taking him an hour and a half to finish. He unceremoniously dropped Zhang Taiping onto the ground. What sin have I committed to encounter someone like you? Who is such a burden? You chose to carry me. I didn't force you. Zhang Taiping replied nonchalantly. Shen Qiu collapsed onto the bed, rubbing his stomach. I think I'm a bit hungry. Tushan Miao Miao pulled a pancake from her pocket. Will this suffice? Absolutely. Tushan Miao Miao evaded the grasp of Shen Qiu, declaring, if you wish to consume it. I have a condition. What condition? Let us swap dormitories. You shall reside with Qi Ming. Just then, a sharp whistle echoed from outside. Chapter 34, White steamed buns and raw meat. Are we not allowed to live? Shen Qiu patted his somewhat numb legs, but in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Zhang Taiping, perplexed, wondered if this fellow had been feigning it. Tushan Miao Miao remarked, can't we take a leave? That seems impossible, Zhang Taiping explained. I have been injured by Senior Zhou Ping's sword intent. Countless shards have surged into my meridians, blood vessels, and even my cells. Remaining still would be detrimental. If I can endure these 3 days, my physical prowess should ascend to a new level. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye prepared to abandon him, but Bailey Pang quickly pleaded. Qiye, I was wrong. Isn't that enough? On the playground, Hong Hao looked at the suddenly materialized bald figure, rubbing his forehead. Where is Zhang Taiping? Oh no. I forgot him again. Shen Qiu, touching his bald head, wore an innocent expression. Seeing that most of the attendees had arrived, Hong Hao cleared his throat. Excellent. The majority have qualified. The next 20 minutes will be your mealtime. Should you fail to finish within this time, you are aware of the consequences. After this pronouncement, he and the other 2 instructors turned to leave. With a loud thud, a large pit formed where Shen Qiu had stood, as he exerted all his strength for the sake of food. Just as Zhang Taiping arrived and prepared to move, he sensed that these instructors were targeting him. Upon reaching the cafeteria, he found Shen Qiu petrified in place, while Qi Ming grinned. Why aren't you eating? Alas, my apologies. Do take a look at what's inside. Shen Qiu replied. Tushan Miao Miao helped Zhang Taiping take a seat and discovered the food bowl contained several steamed buns and a piece of bloody beef. Though I am a monk who enjoys wine and meat, to make me eat raw meat is simply too cruel. Shen Qiu lamented, nearly in tears, as he nibbled on the bun. Being a transformed fox demon, Tushan Miao Miao felt no aversion to raw meat. With her snow-white hands, she tore the beef along its grain into strips and then tilted her head back, swallowing it whole without chewing, expressing a look of utter satisfaction. Her actions left the new recruits in awe. Even the former Special Forces soldier Zhong swallowed hard at the sight. Though he could eat raw meat expressionlessly, it did not imply he enjoyed it. Observing Tushan Miao Miao, it was clear she was relishing every bite. Qi Ming took a couple of bites of the bun, slightly frowning. The chef must have done this on purpose. This bun has no flavor whatsoever. Qiming, are you not eating that meat? If not, may I have it? Tushan Miao Miao consumed the meat in mere moments. Who said I would to eat? Qiming summoned the golden silkworm goo, allowing it to settle atop the beef. The silkworm secreted venom, corroding the meat before absorbing it. Tushan Miao Miao seized Xinqiu's portion of meat and feasted heartily. Feeding it to the worms is a waste. You know not what you speak. It can nourish me in return. Qiming chuckled. Zhang Taiping gazed at the piece of beef, deeply troubled. He turned to Tushan Miao 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 Miao. Don't you possess the red lotus karma fire? Could you possibly roast the meat? My abilities have been suppressed, and I cannot even reveal my tale, let alone conjure flames. Tushan Miao Miao lamented, expressing her helplessness. Qiming sighed in agreement. I too am similarly restrained. My wand poison goo is temporarily suppressed, and my other innate goo are in slumber. Only the plump one is currently able to move. As Zhang Taiping fretted, the masked team entered, and upon seating themselves, the cafeteria's son Lao served them 8 dishes and a soup. Wang Mian enthusiastically beckoned Lin Qiye over, and Zhang Taiping, seizing the moment, shamelessly followed. Senior Zhou Ping. I have many questions regarding the cultivation of sword intent, Zhang Taiping expressed, brimming with curiosity. Tianping froze. He was far from being the sword saint Zhou Ping, but could not admit that outright. If he did, it would signify his team's defeat. Rose and Whirlpool bowed their heads, fearing their performances might reveal their true identities. Tianping dared not speak, merely offering a chicken leg to Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping, puzzled, inquired, do you mean that the path lies beneath our feet, requiring me to walk it with my own legs? Tianping widened his eyes, surprised that this fellow could conjure such interpretations. Although it is often said that reading numerous books cannot compare to traversing vast distances, I still cannot see the path ahead. I humbly seek your guidance, senior. Tianping was at a loss again, quickly serving Zhang Taiping a bowl of soup. Do you mean that one must possess a complete mindset to cultivate sword intent? A profound insight indeed, but how exactly does one achieve this? Tianping broke into a sweat, hastily serving Zhang Taiping another dish of 4 happiness meatballs. You imply that one should be like water, humble and uncontentious, benefiting all without seeking recognition, correct? Xinqiu, vigorously gnawing on the chicken leg, made Qiming frown. This Tianping seems different from yesterday. You should have noticed it sooner, no? Indeed, he bears not a trace of sword intent. Zhang Taiping offered Qiming a piece of fish, making Tushan Miao Miao pout. Then why do you persist in questioning him? For you, I can't just watch you nibble on buns. Xinqiu expressed his gratitude. Taiping, you treat me the best. On another note, Wang Mian chuckled. Tianping, cease your pretense. They have already uncovered your identity. This fellow is cunning, managing to swindle away half of the food with just a few words. Yet, those with true skills deserve to eat well. Whirlpool, enraged, exclaimed, how dare he deceive us? Remembering the embarrassing situation from the previous day when they were cursed, he immediately replaced his frown with a smile, bringing a plate of large shrimp to Qiming. Miss Qiming. These shrimp are delightful. To give them a try. His actions drew disdainful glances from the other members of the masked team. Wang Mian sighed. The contest yesterday was not solely my defeat. Both Whirlpool and Rose lost as well. Were it not for that person's assistance, Instructor Yuan would have truly played us for fools. Chapter 35. The frustration of Instructor Han. Just as Xinqiu was enjoying his meal, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air. The instructors lacked martial ethics. There were still 20 minutes remaining. The bald figure stuffed food into his mouth, yet his legs moved involuntarily, propelling him swiftly toward the training ground. The training ground, shrouded in legendary mystique, is our night watchman's primary adversary. Their abilities are varied, and their characteristics differ greatly. However, without exception, their physical strength surpasses ours. How do we triumph over them? Hanli surveyed the crowd. Xinqiu was the first to raise his hand. You speak. We rely on the compassionate heart of the Buddha. Xinqiu pressed his palms together. Hanli replied, the compassionate heart? You must understand that you are facing merciless mysteries. Should you not resist, they will tear you apart in an instant. Xinqiu displayed a mournful expression. In ancient times, the Buddha sacrificed his flesh to feed the eagles. Why can't I do the same? As the saying goes, one who can aid me in retrieving the scriptures can also slay demons and eliminate evil. Hanli was left exasperated. All right, I understand. Your singing can indeed be deadly. Please refrain from it. Does anyone else have an answer? Bailey Pangdang raised his hand. Report, we rely on money. What? Do you intend to crush the mysteries with cash? Hanli found himself laughing in disbelief at the absurdity of this group. He composed himself. Let me explain what we need to combat the mysteries. Aside from the forbidden ruins, we require robust physical strength and superior combat skills. Today, I shall teach you the theory of close combat with cold weapons. As Night Watchman, our standard weapon is the Starblade. Today, I shall elucidate its application. Lin Qiye, on the verge of slumber, found the teachings of Chun Mai rather redundant, having already been instructed. However, Zhang Taiping was enraptured, for his swordsmanship had been solely the fruit of his own contemplation, devoid of any systematic theories. Zhou Ping's words left him in a state of utter confusion. He found himself in dire need of a theoretical framework to address his inadequacies. Han Li spoke for a quarter of an hour. Feeling that his words offered little enlightenment to the recruits, he glanced down at the audience. That little bald head over there. I have long been displeased with you. I require someone to demonstrate the theory I just imparted. How about you? Shin Xiao, bewildered, ascended the stage. Han Li grasped a wooden sword. Did you remember what I just said? Ba, not at all. I have barely put down the blade to achieve enlightenment. How could I easily pick it back up? Han Li's expression twisted with frustration. All right, let us see how your benevolence can defeat me. He swung the wooden sword towards Shin Xiao, who stood unflinching. By the time Han Li attempted to retract his force, it was already too late. With a resounding thud, the wooden sword shattered upon impact with Shin Xiao's head. Are you all right, little monk? Han Li inquired, concern etched on his face. Instructor, have you attained enlightenment? Shin Xiao retorted with a smile, revealing that his years of training and headbutting were not in vain. Well, I have no enlightenment to speak of. You should strike back. Han Li exclaimed, exasperated. Instructor, you still do not comprehend. Shin Xiao shook his head with a smile. Rubbing his forehead, Han Li felt a headache coming on. Just as he began to speak again, he suddenly noticed that the little monk had vanished. Where did he go? Han Li looked around in confusion, only to feel a sharp pain at the back of his head, and then his consciousness slipped away. Zhang Taiping fumed. Shin Xiao, what are you doing? Master said that when faced with someone of poor comprehension, one should awaken them through force. Besides, the instructor said I should strike back. Shin Xiao brandished a wooden fish baton. Amidst the chaos, Lin Qiye shouted, Everyone, do not panic. We must first aid him. Some pinched Han Li's acupoints, while others patted his back, and some splashed cold water. After much ado, Han Li finally regained consciousness, his expression one of bewilderment. What just happened? Oh. Instructor Han accidentally fell and lost consciousness. We were about to take you to the infirmary. Shin Xiao lied without a hint of shame. The new recruits looked at him in astonishment, not expecting the seemingly gentle monk to tell such a fib in front of everyone. Is that so? Thank you all. Han Li wobbled to his feet. Let us resume class. Where were we? Ah yes, the use of the straight sword. This technique is called the Great Memory Erasure Technique. Those I knock unconscious will lose their memories of the past 5 minutes. One fears retaliation from those who remember. And I spent a great deal of time practicing this technique on my senior brothers before mastering it. Shin Xiao boasted. Tushan Miao Miao chuckled. Why do you always practice on your own people? Because monks have no hair, making the meridians easily visible. Who taught them to bully me when I was young? Zhang Taiping facepalmed, realizing that the most cunning among them was the seemingly innocent little monk. Han Li reiterated what he had said 5 minutes prior, then addressed the audience. Just explaining this might not be clear enough for you. That little monk over there. I have long found you displeasing. Come spar with me. Shin Xiao clasped his hands together. Ba, this is bad. I am about to fall into a strange cycle. Just as he was about to step back on stage, Zhang Taiping tripped him and poked his side. Ouch. Shin Xiao fell awkwardly. Han Li expressed his disappointment. What a pity. Everyone sighed in relief at this turn of events. Who wants to be the next experimental subject? Step forward. Han Li decided to select a different target. Did you remember what I just explained? No, wait. Damned memory is attacking me. Why does this sound familiar? Han Li shook his head, trying to dispel the tedious thought. He tossed a wooden sword to the plump recruit. If you didn't remember, then use your cash abilities to defeat me. I will attack. You defend. Are you ready? Ready. Han Li observed the recruit's grip on the sword and felt despondent. It seemed he truly had not attended class, as he had absorbed none of the teachings. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of not attending class. Brace yourself. Han Li seized the moment and slashed towards the recruit. However, as the wooden sword approached, a brilliant light enveloped the plump recruit, and a protective barrier suddenly expanded around him, causing the wooden sword to produce a light sound upon impact. Han Li's wooden sword shattered into 3 pieces. His head throbbed even more. The artifact capable of suppressing the forbidden ruins seemed only effective against the ruins themselves, having no effect on the artifact. That instructor Han. My apologies, I forgot to disable the emergency mode. The recruit said apologetically. Han Li glanced at the broken sword in his hand, his expression darkening. Once more. Deactivate your artifact. Yes. Han Li attacked the recruit again, but this time the wooden sword spontaneously ignited. Report, forgot to disable the firewall. The recruit said, embarrassed. This time there will be no issues. Instructor Han, shall we try again? Get out of here. Yes. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to calm himself, and surveyed the crowd once more. You, step forward. It was unfortunate that he had singled out Lin Qiye. You don't have any artifacts, do you? No. Excellent. Very good. I will now demonstrate the theory I just taught. You may not be able to withstand it, but I shall endeavor to be gentle. Hanli tossed the wooden sword to Lin Qiye. All right, instructor. Hanli swung the wooden sword towards Lin Qiye. Smack. Lin Qiye successfully blocked it. Did I go a bit too easy on him? Hanli unconsciously increased the force in his hand. Smack, 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 smack. Several seconds passed, and Lin Qiye's defenses were impenetrable. It must be an illusion. It surely is. Hanli continuously reminded himself. Have you studied swordsmanship? A little. With whom? Instructor Chinmai from Team 136. Hanli gazed skyward. Help me. There isn't a single normal person in this recruit camp. They are all freaks. I can't take this anymore. I feel a pressing urge to relieve myself. Do you know that I am the protagonist and mortal? Hanli, you must remain calm. They cannot all be this abnormal. Let us choose another. As Hanli muttered incessantly, Lin Qiye expressed concern. Instructor Han, are you all right? I am fine. I am fine. Since you have practiced swordsmanship, my foundational theories cannot be demonstrated through you. Let us select another person. You there, step forward. Hanli picked out Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan ascended the stage silently. Do you possess any artifacts? No. Have you practiced swordsmanship? No. Excellent. Finally, a normal person. Hanli smiled. 1 minute later, Xiao Yuan appeared as if possessed, causing the new recruits to scatter in fear. Zhang Taiping rubbed his forehead, picking up a wooden sword from the ground. Xiao Yuan's frenzied state bore a resemblance to his own, both being marionettes. He sought to gain clarity through observing the other. Chapter 36. Understanding sword intent. Hanli struggled to activate his forbidden ruins, but with the minor tremor monument present, he was utterly unable to utilize them. You all should leave quickly. Hanli shouted to the new recruits. A group of recruits incapable of utilizing forbidden ruins resembled a flock of little sheep. Zhang Taiping approached slowly, wooden sword in hand. Hanli barked, "What are you doing? I wish to have a duel with him." Nonsense. You are no match for him. He can use the forbidden ruins, can you? The forbidden ruins are not everything. Zhang Taiping gripped the sword with both hands, and the threads of the great Tao appeared in his eyes once more. Tu Shan Miao Miao stepped in front of him. You are injured. Do not overexert yourself. I am fine. There is something I must confirm. Zhang Taiping spoke slowly. Tu Shan Miao Miao wished to say more, but Qi Ming intervened. This guy was crushed by Zhou Ping. It is painful to be overwhelmed in one's area of expertise. Ba, for Zhang Taiping. Is Zhou Ping a heart demon or an opportunity? Shen Xiu mused. Tu Shan Miao Miao sighed. I cannot intervene if he is nearly beaten to death. Madmen. They are all madmen. The first to falter was Instructor Han. At this moment, Zhang Taiping finally comprehended why his senior, Zhou Ping, had chosen to leave the sword intent within him. It was to enable him to unleash it through combat. In his previous battles, Zhang Taiping had always conformed to the grand flow of the world, slicing through the fabric of the laws and opting for the path of righteousness. Rather than simply striking at his enemies, it could be said that he was cleaving through the void itself. This was the swordsmanship Zhou Ping spoke of. Yet Zhang Taiping had merely followed the established steps, devoid of his own will or intention. Zhou Ping forcefully infused his intent into Zhang Taiping's being, and through combat, Zhang would release it, allowing him to experience Zhou Ping's consciousness, a truly heartfelt endeavor. Was this the sword intent of his predecessor? It was an epitome of purity. Devoid of any impurities, a pure killing intent, a raw strength. Zhang Taiping's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Sensing the transformation in Zhang Taiping's aura, Han Li and Xiao Yuan simultaneously deemed him their most formidable adversary and began to confront him together. However, Zhang Taiping had entered the realm of swordsmanship, and with each swing, the sword saint's intent surged forth, rendering him beyond their ability to contend. Han Li was sent flying by Zhang Taiping's intent blade, and the sword intent penetrated his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Just as he attempted to rise, Shen Shou restrained him. Instructor Han, let them fight it out. They will tire eventually. Xiao Yuan's circumstances differed from Zhang Taiping's. Whenever Zhang Taiping grasped his sword, he would transcend into a profound state, while Xiao Yuan, upon wielding his knife, would be engulfed by the malevolent aura of the Black King. The distinction between them lay in Zhang Taiping's lucidity throughout, allowing him to control his targets, albeit not the trajectory of his sword strikes. With Zhou Ping's supremely pure sword intent, he finally executed a straightforward strike. Emerging for the first time from the depths of that mystical state, faced with Xiao Yuan's incessant frenzied assaults, he caught a glimpse of his former self, a self devoid of personal will, and understood why Zhou Ping referred to him as a puppet. With this newfound clarity, Xiao Yuan's reckless flashes of black flames no longer posed a threat. Zhang Taiping repelled the overwhelming malevolence with Zhou Ping's sword intent. repeatedly besting Chao Yuan and sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, Chao Yuan was akin to an indomitable cockroach. He rose time and again despite being knocked down. Zhang Taiping too suffered, as releasing his entire sword intent made Zhou Ping's essence boil within him, slicing through his capillaries and transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. Are Qi Yi and the others all right? Bailey pondered with concern. Lin Qiye's eyes shimmered with golden light. They should be fine. They will stop once their stamina is depleted. Half an hour later, the intervals between Chao Yuan's recoveries grew longer, and although Zhang Taiping was drenched in blood, his gaze grew increasingly radiant. After Zhang Taiping sent Chao Yuan flying once more, the latter finally could not rise again. It was the first time Chao Yuan held his knife with clarity in his eyes. The Black King's annihilation was thus thoroughly obliterated. Zhang Taiping swayed slightly, and the wooden knife in his hand shattered upon hitting the ground. Are you all right? Shen Xiu asked, supporting him. I can still hold on. Zhang Taiping managed a strained smile. Tu Shan Miao Miao rushed over and licked his face. You've lost so much blood. It's such a waste. The next moment, she extended her delicate tongue, resembling a little fox. What's wrong? Isn't Zhang Taiping supposed to possess imperial energy? Why is his imperial blood so unpalatable? Qi Ming teased. The blood contains sword intent. It pricks the tongue. Tu Shan Miao Miao's eyes glistened with tears. Qi Ming approached Zhang Taiping. So, did you gain anything? I now understand what sword intent is, but it is not my own. The path to comprehending my own way is still a long journey ahead. Zhang Taiping sighed. Then your condition. If I expel Zhou Ping's sword intent all at once, I may appear pitiful now, but it's merely a case of slight anemia. If I eat well at noon, I shall recover by tomorrow. Zhang Taiping's complexion was somewhat pale. However, upon entering the cafeteria at noon, he discovered that the meal consisted of raw beef and steamed buns, leaving him utterly speechless. Shen Xiu had struggled for a while before producing a somewhat battered chicken leg from his pocket. Zhang Taiping, this is a chicken leg I secretly saved this morning. Why don't you have it? Zhang Taiping looked at the chicken leg with a hint of disgust and quickly declined. In terms of nutritional value, this raw meat ranks high. I think I will stick with it. Qi Ming summoned the golden silkworm goo, letting it burrow into Zhang Taiping's chest. She immediately sensed something was amiss, as the golden silkworm goo could not penetrate more than an inch into the body. Do not resist. I mean you no harm. But this is beyond my control. Zhang Taiping expressed his frustration, having already suppressed the absolute desolation to its limit. Suddenly, Zhang Taiping felt a warmth in his chest, as a surge of vitality radiated from the golden silkworm goo, rapidly restoring his capillaries. Thank you. Zhang Taiping expressed sincerely. It was but a trifling effort. If you truly wish to repay me, simply choose me as your leader. Qi Ming winked playfully. Zhang Taiping was left speechless. Must you be so mercenary? Tu Shan Miao Miao shredded the beef into thin strips, open wide. Zhang Taiping swiftly snatched the beef and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Why is it cooked? Didn't your forbidden realm get suppressed? Do you really believe the words of a fox spirit? Shen Xiu jested. The nine-tailed celestial fox exists between the divine and forbidden realms. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it the demonic realm. My forbidden realm has indeed been weakened, but it remains functional. Tu Shan Miao Miao confessed. Zhang Taiping turned to Qi Ming and Shen Xiu. Are you both deceiving me too? Hey. You never revealed your forbidden realm from the start. It's mutual. Shen Xiu chuckled. Where has the fundamental trust between people gone? Zhang Taiping lamented to the heavens. Chapter 37. The ultimate challenge. As Zhang Taiping inwardly grumbled, Instructor Hong entered the cafeteria. Stop complaining about the food. You are about to commence your first extreme training. Upon hearing extreme training, Zhang Taiping immediately raised his hand. Report, I would like to take a leave of absence. Leave of absence? Are you joking with me? In this training camp, as long as you are alive, you must participate in every training session. Zhang Taiping was left exasperated. From a distance, Yuan Gang observed this scene and chuckled. Look at you, kid. Today is your day. After finishing the meet, everyone was loaded onto a vehicle, winding through various paths until they arrived at the border of Cangnan, at Jinan Mountain. All right, everyone, disembark. Instructor Hong commanded. The new recruits stepped off the vehicle, gazing at the sprawling mountains in confusion. Today, you will begin your first extreme training. You will carry a weight of 35 kilograms, which must not be discarded. And your task is to traverse the entirety of Jinan Mountain before dawn tomorrow. Instructor Hong spoke gravely. Shen Xiu immediately raised his hand and asked, Report. Isn't this extreme training a bit too simple? Possessing the divine foot technique, Shen Xiu had the confidence to ask such a question. But the gazes of the other recruits turned toward him with hostility, as if they wished to devour him whole. It is certainly not that simple. Each of your packs contains a locator, and I will deploy drones to attack you. You must not retaliate. If you are eliminated, you will face the consequences. Understood? Understood. The recruits responded in unison. Shen Xiao and his companions found themselves in a predicament. Qiming remarked, "Currently, Zhang Taiping is a liability. Carrying him will surely lead to our elimination." Tu Shan Miao Miao protested. "Are you suggesting we abandon him? That is not my intention, but Jinan Mountain is no playground. Even Shen Xiao cannot carry him across the mountain. We need to devise a plan." Qiming explained. Tu Shan Miao Miao puffed out her ample chest. "If Shen Xiao cannot carry him, I will. I cannot abandon my master." At this moment, Zhang Taiping felt somewhat awkward. As tomorrow would bring his recovery, the instructors insisted on beginning extreme training today, which seemed a direct affront to him. Qiming summoned the golden silkworm Gu, which reluctantly lifted Zhang Taiping's backpack, while Shen Xiao took on the burdens of himself and Tu Shan Miao Miao. "Hop on." Tu Shan Miao Miao bent down. Zhang Taiping touched his nose and said, "Is this not inappropriate? In return, you could grant me a bit of imperial energy." Among the four, Tu Shan Miao Miao was indeed the strongest in physique. As a descendant of ancient deities and demons, the celestial fox body was no mere boast. Even while leaping through the mountains with Zhang Taiping in tow, Tu Shan Miao Miao moved as if traversing flat ground. Shen Xiao, burdened by 2 heavy loads, complained, "Qiming, I recall you arrived riding a large bird. Cannot you summon it now? I tried just now, but it seems we've lost connection with it. As if this place is isolated from the outside world." Qiming replied. Zhang Taiping slowly began, "I have visited Cangnan Mountain with my grandfather before, and it was not like this. I fear the instructors have employed some forbidden object to alter its geography. Does that mean we are trapped here?" Shen Xiao frowned. "Not necessarily. There are no true dead ends in this world. As long as it isn't AM by a strip, no matter how powerful this forbidden object is, we can still find a way out," Zhang Taiping asserted. Qiming furrowed her brows. "Then which direction should we head?" Zhang Taiping quickly calculated with his left hand, 20 miles east, then turn left and proceed for another 30 miles. Just as they were conversing, the first victim emerged. "Hey, can you all hear me?" Instructor Hong's voice echoed from the backpack. "Put on the ring of truth. Now, what is your name?" "Wang Liang." "All right, Wang Liang, tell me. What is the most embarrassing thing you've ever done?" Instructor Hong asked nonchalantly, peeking at the neighbor's sister while she was bathing. Wang Liang blurted out uncontrollably. "Oh, was she beautiful? With curves in all the right places and a mole on her left buttock." "Stop right there. If you continue, your words will be censored. Do you still think about her?" "Of course. I still have her photo in my backpack, and I plan to use it tonight if the opportunity arises." Shen Xiao frowned deeply. "Isn't the punishment for being hit by a drone a bit too severe? It's practically a public humiliation. These instructors are too cruel. Who would still run for their lives under such circumstances?" Qiming remarked. At that moment, 3 drones closed in and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the 4. Qingmu Igong. Tu Shan Miao Miao subtly moved her lips, causing the trees to twist and shield them from the onslaught. From the surveillance, Yuan Gang watched this scene with ire. Let the drones besiege them, and let them understand the treachery of human hearts. Due to regulations, the 4 could not attack the drones and could only passively defend themselves. Qiming took out a flute and blew into it, summoning countless sparrows from the wilderness to obstruct the drone's line of sight, some even defecating on the drone's cameras to disrupt their judgment. After 3 hours of this cat-and-mouse game, night had completely fallen, yet the infrared drones showed no signs of stopping. Even with Tu Shan Miao Miao's celestial fox body, carrying Zhang Taiping as she leaped through the wilderness, she began to struggle. "Let us stop here," Zhang Taiping said. "No, we must all leave together." Miao Miao insisted stubbornly. "With me as a burden, you 3 cannot leave." Qiming interjected. "We are one. Our principle is not to abandon or give up on each other." Shen Xiao's gaze was resolute. Instructor Hong is right. Those who do not cherish their companions are worse than useless. Zhang Taiping sighed deeply, facing the incoming bullets. He suddenly reached out with one hand and managed to grasp a bullet. "Zhang Taiping, what are you doing?" Tu Shan Miao Miao asked. "If this were real, I would cry and beg to be taken along, but this is merely a trial. There is no need to risk so much for me." Zhang Taiping pressed the bullet against his forehead, signifying his elimination. "Zhang Taiping, how could you not trust your companions? Xiaona looks down on you." Shen Xiao lamented. "Miao Miao, please set me down. I have already been eliminated. I will not let go. Even if you are eliminated, I will still carry you." Tu Shan Miao Miao declared defiantly. Qiming commanded the golden silkworm to discard Zhang Taiping's backpack. "You must put him down. Do not let Zhang Taiping's efforts be in vain." 5 minutes later, 2 instructors arrived where Zhang Taiping was situated, surprised to find him seemingly awaiting them. "Zhang Taiping, please recount the most embarrassing moment of your life." The instructor's voice resonated from the Bluetooth speaker. Shen Xiao perked up his ears, Qiming chuckled mischievously, and Tu Shan Miao Miao's fox ears twitched eagerly, all wanting to hear Zhang Taiping's gossip. "A month ago, Lin Qiye transferred to Cangnan No. 2 High School. At that time, he was blindfolded. And I mistakenly thought he was truly blind, so I helped him to the restroom. Then he requested that I help him with a lychee, claiming it was due to his poor eyesight. Zhang Taiping's voice rang out. The instructor was taken aback. The chubby boy accompanying Lin Qiye immediately distanced himself. Qiye, so you were that kind of person? Xiao Yuan remarked calmly. There must be some misunderstanding here. Did you help him, or not? I used chopsticks. Lin Qiye's face darkened. This guy clearly isn't affected by the ring of truth. He is lying. Due to the existence of absolute disconnection. Zhang Taiping was not afraid of any mind control skills. Is there anything else? The instructor inquired. Once, I shared a bed with Lin Qiye while I was severely injured. And he actually tried to sneak attack me. Zhang Taiping expressed sincerely. And then, the instructor's curiosity ignited. Naturally, I vowed not to yield, but... Xiao Yuan suddenly got goosebumps. Qiye, so you prefer men? While I am resolute in following you, I cannot satisfy your physiological needs. Zhang Taiping. I will not let this matter rest. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth. Zhang Taiping's actions were not without reason, adhering to the principle that the first to speak is justified. He thought it better to accuse Lin Qiye first rather than become the target of ridicule himself later. Tu Shan Miaomiu listened intently, her brows furrowing. Lin Qiye, how dare you compete with me for a man? I will not let this go. Chapter 38. The instructor's public humiliation. Listening to Zhang Taiping's confession, Shen Xiu immediately grew displeased. This guy is clearly recounting someone else's embarrassing moments. He is the most cunning one here. Suddenly, Tu Shan Miaomiu halted. I no longer wish to play. Without Zhang Taiping, this extreme training holds no meaning. We are a team, now that one is missing. It does feel lacking to leave like this. Qimeng also paused. Shen Xiu smirked mischievously. Why don't we have some fun with the instructors? Yes, indeed. Why should we be the only ones humiliated? They should know we are not to be trifled with. 10 minutes later, Shen Xiu's voice echoed through the broadcast. What is your name? Xiana Shen Xiu. All right, please share your most embarrassing moment. The instructor prompted. Ba. Life is like a play. What embarrassing moments are there? But tell me, instructor, is this your year of destiny? Why do you ask? Because I see you wearing red underwear. Shen Xiu replied slowly. The instructor shifted uncomfortably. How did you see that? With the heavenly eye of the 6 supernatural powers of Buddhism. However, instructor, you should replace those underwear. They have several large holes. Shen Xiu, the little monk, sincerely advised. Instructor, damn it, the chief instructor was right. These kids are indeed troublemakers. Fortunately, it's just the heavenly eye. If they knew I hadn't washed these underwear in a week, I would be in deep trouble. The instructor silently rejoiced. Suddenly, Shen Xiu's eyes lit up. Instructor, your heart tells me that these underwear haven't been washed in a week. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable wearing them? Nonsense. You are slandering me. The instructor panicked. Ba. A monk does not speak falsehoods. The mind-reading ability does not deceive. Shen Xiu pressed his palms together. Your heart still speaks to me. All right. You need not say any more. The questioning has concluded. Please make your exit promptly. The instructor hastily interrupted Shen Xiu's remarks. Suddenly, Qimeng bounced into the room. And upon seeing such an adorable young girl, the instructor's eyes lit up. However, Qimeng regarded him with an unsettling gaze and instinctively covered her nose, expressing her distaste. Put on the ring of truth. The little monk belongs to the Buddhist sect and possesses an innate resistance to soul attacks. I refuse to believe that this object is ineffective against all 4 of them. Hong Hao entered with a dark expression. What is your name? Qimeng. Please apologize. I have a stomachache and need to visit the restroom. The instructor inexplicably complained of a stomachache. All right, I will wait for you. How curious. Could it be that I've eaten something bad? Let's return to our previous topic shortly. I must make a trip as well. The instructor rushed out, clutching his backside. Hong Hao, realizing the situation, exclaimed, How dare you place a curse on the instructor? Instructor Hong, please speak with evidence. Is it fair to make baseless accusations? Qimeng fiddled with the bone flute in her hands. Why not ask me? She replied with a smile. Before Hong Hao could utter a word, his own stomach began to ache. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. You'd best hurry along and don't forget to lift our curse. Understood. Qimeng bounced away. Hong Hao rubbed his forehead, feeling apprehensive about the upcoming inquiry. The next was Tu Shan Miaomiu, the girl most adept at manipulating hearts. We must proceed with caution to avoid further mishaps. Hong instructor prepared his colleagues mentally. Rest assured, the previous incident was merely an accident. This time, we shall surely succeed. Let us go. All right, turn on the broadcast. We shall commence. Hong Hao declared. Tu Shan Miaomiu donned the ring herself and examined it repeatedly. Where did you purchase this ring? The design is quite appealing. Perhaps you could gift it to me. Right now, we are questioning you, so please maintain a serious demeanor. State your name. Tushan Miao Miao. Reveal the silliest thing you've ever done. Tushan Miao Miao confessed candidly. That was when I was 10 years old. Hong Hao and his companions exchanged glances, surprised at her compliance. However, what transpired next swiftly spiraled beyond their control. I prepared dinner for Sister Rong Rong. Instructor, no. What are you intending to do with me? That is not permissible. You cannot massage there. Ah, what? You intend to do this with two people? It's going to break. It's going to break. Miao Miao will be ruined by you all. Woo woo. In the mountains of Jinan. Hearing the helpless sobs of the girl, all the new recruits were stunned, some with flushed faces, others even bleeding from their noses. How could the instructors do such a thing, and with two people at once? Li Pang was indignant. Lin Qiye expressed disbelief, surely. The instructors would not resort to such actions. Would not. Just listen to that soul-stirring voice. How could a girl jest with her purity? Li Pang clenched his fists. With a loud bang, the door to the broadcasting room was kicked open. Zhang Taiping and others rushed in behind Yuan Gang. Tushan Miao Miao leaped into Zhang Taiping's embrace. Taiping, I didn't want this. They forced me. Shin Shou clasped his hands together. Ba. A knife rests upon the head of lust. I advise you to be kind. What have you two rascals done? Yuan Gang demanded angrily. Hong Hao wore a bitter and innocent expression. Boss, you know me. We truly did nothing. Yuan Gang looked at Tushan Miao Miao, who was orchestrating the scene. With a furrowed brow, stop the charade. The broadcasting room has surveillance. TCH, how boring. Tushan Miao Miao stuck out her tongue and high-fived Qi Ming in celebration. New recruits, I am Yuan Gang. I have sent the surveillance footage from the broadcasting room to your phones. What transpired was entirely a self-directed performance by Tushan Miao Miao. We would never do such things to the new recruits. Yuan Gang hurriedly clarified. Fearing the incident might escalate, Lin Qiye and Li Pang watched the video on their phones, with the latter commenting. I can't shake the feeling that it's the instructors who embarrassed themselves this time. Chapter 39. Midnight snack. The four exited the broadcasting room, and Zhang Taiping scratched his head. Don't you think the three of you went a bit too far this time? Did we? I don't think so. Qi Ming twirled the bone flute in her hand. You yourself lied under the ring of truth. You set a poor precedent. Can we be blamed for this? Shin Shou complained. Zhang Taiping, somewhat speechless, replied, I spread rumors about Lin Qiye, but you spread rumors about the instructors. Can they be compared? Alas. For the coming year, we will surely face repercussions. Zhang Taiping sighed, realizing he could not convince them. The days ahead will only grow more arduous. In the broadcasting room, Hong Hao was vexed. Why did the boss so readily allow those four troublemakers to leave? I cannot swallow this. It's merely a matter of skill. It's a pity that aside from Zhang Taiping, who is injured, the other three should perform well. Yuan Gang sighed. Hanli, reveling in the chaos, remarked. Had it not been for someone proclaiming that those who disregard discipline are worthless and that those who do not cherish their companions are even less than worthless, perhaps those three would not have given up on the trial. Who uttered such nonsense? Yuan Gang scanned the crowd. Hong Hao lowered his head in guilt. Yuan Gang pointed at him. Hong Hao, step forward. Today, I shall teach you what discipline means. Ba. Finally, it's not just raw meat and buns. Shin Shou exclaimed with delight. The four gathered for dinner, and Tushan Miao Miao inquired with concern, Zhang Taiping, how is your injury? The sword intent from Zhou Ping has been entirely expelled from my body. The reason I cannot move normally is due to that overwhelming sword intent. Since it is no longer present, I should recover by tomorrow. Zhang Taiping replied, taking a bite of his dish. That's good to hear. Tushan Miao Miao patted her ample chest. Qi Ming scoffed. I see you are not concerned for him, but rather for the imperial aura he possesses, aren't you? Nonsense, I am not. Shin Shou stuffed his mouth full. Having withdrawn from the ultimate trial midway, who do you think will last until the end? Lin Qiye. I hear that this round's results will contribute to the final score, which will determine which Night Watcher team we join. Are you not afraid of missing out on the team you wish to be in by giving up so easily? Zhang Taiping shifted the conversation. ISNT at free grouping in the end? Qi Ming exclaimed in shock. Shin Shou also looked bewildered. Is there such a thing? Did your family elders not inform you of this matter before you arrived? But I am not worried. I have connections. Sister Yaya is high up among the Night Watchers, and she will ensure that I am placed in the same team as Zhang Taiping. Tushan Miao Miao stated. Shin Shou reluctantly divided a chicken leg for Tushan Miao Miao. Miao Miao, please mention me to Sister Yaya. I want to join too. I also wish to join. Qi Ming raised her hand in eagerness. Later that night, Zhang Taiping sat on his bed, meditating to recuperate. He needed to swiftly restore himself to peak condition, for once the night passed, the instructors would surely devise ways to target the four of them. He could not remain a burden forever. In the girls' dormitory, Qi Ming toyed with the golden silkworm curse in her hands. She looked at Tushan Miao Miao, who was meticulously applying makeup, puzzled. We are about to turn off the lights and sleep. Why are you still putting on makeup? Aha. Today I will seize the imperial aura. Tushan Miao Miao inserted a delicate hairpin into her golden hair. Where's the knife? The figure of an 18-year-old beauty is like a peach blossom, armed with a sword to slay the mundane. From Zhang Taiping's words today, I suspect he is hinting that I should ambush him. With my charm, he would surely be mesmerized. Tushan Miao Miao admired herself in the mirror, thoroughly satisfied. Qiming remained unconvinced that tactic may work on other men, but Xinxiu and Zhang Taiping are both a monk and a Taoist. Practicing the ways of purity and non-action, they are not easily swayed. Do you think I cannot handle them? The woman has slept with no fewer than 800 men, and she is confident in her manipulation. Tushan Miao Miao stands up, ready to leave, but Qiming grabs her left wrist. Why the rush? It's not too late to go once the lights are out. Tushan Miao Miao struggles a bit, her wide sleeves of her hanfu slowly slipping down, revealing her flawless pale arms. This matter must not be spoken of. She grits her teeth. Why not? The celestial fox clan experiences the awakening of a fox spirit once every millennium. Although this fox demon can cultivate the legendary 9 tails, she suffers immensely from the flames of retribution. The only force capable of suppressing these flames is the national fortune energy possessed by Zhang Taiping. Before encountering him, I had to quench my thirst with the vitality of others. However, the amount of vitality I require is vast, and one person simply cannot provide it. To navigate smoothly among various men, I adopt the persona of a promiscuous fox spirit, which helps me avoid considerable trouble. I can unhesitatingly discard them before they fall in love with me. After all, which man would genuinely love a woman of loose morals? Tushan Miao Miao explains. Qiming tenderly holds Tushan Miao Miao's small hand. You seem so carefree, yet you are truly a person of hardship. But now that you have Zhang Taiping, you can abandon that peculiar persona. As a captivating fox spirit, I am still a virgin at this age. How embarrassing it would be to admit that. A pure succubus? It feels rather awkward. Qiming finds herself unable to refute this. As the lights go out in the dormitory, Miao Miao opens the window. Qiming, I'm leaving. You need not wait for me to sleep. Wishing you great success. Qiming cheers her on. Meanwhile, in Zhang Taiping and Xinxiu's dormitory. As soon as the lights are extinguished, both awaken immediately. Are you ready? Zhang Taiping asks. I've been eager for this moment. How about you? Xinxiu drools. Zhang Taiping retrieves vegetables from under the bed, while Xinxiu pulls various seasonings from his pocket. Most importantly, each holds a bottle of white liquor. A special military supply with no brand or proof, but just from the aroma, they recognize it as top quality. During dinner, they notice that old Su, the cook, had a habit of taking a sip or two. And they quickly devised a plan. Zhang Taiping creates a distraction to catch old Su's attention while Xinxiu sneaks into the kitchen to steal the hidden liquor. When they leave, they not only pilfered seasonings and vegetables, but even a small iron pot. How utterly outrageous. Zhang Taiping produces a fire talisman, igniting it. While Xinxiu sets up the pot, adding various seasonings and Zhang Taiping's cured meat as they prepare to make a hot pot. Just as everything is ready, a melodious bell rings in their ears. Xinxiu quickly covers his pot. Oh no, Miao Miao must have discovered us. Her fox nose is truly sharp. Fearing the smell, they had left the window open, and Tushan Miao Miao nimbly leaps into their room. But upon seeing their activities, she is immediately puzzled. Zhang Taiping quickly pulls her over. Stay quiet. If we get caught, we're done for. By the way, where's Qiming? She didn't come. I'll go call her. Great. With 3 of us splitting 2 bottles, it felt a bit scarce. Now we 1 tea include her. Xinxiu quickly wraps his arms around her. Is that really okay? Tushan Miao Miao blinks her big eyes. Just perfect. Zhang Taiping pulls her down to sit. The 3 evenly divide the 2 bottles of liquor. And thus the first late night gathering in Zhang Taiping's dormitory commences. In the monitoring room, old Su is anxiously pacing. In the middle of the night, he craves a drink. Yet after searching for a long time, his cherished bottles of fine liquor have mysteriously vanished. He immediately finds Hong Hao, who takes him to the monitoring room upon hearing the news. It's this little monk and that kid. I've long suspected them, and sure enough, they're the thieves. Don't worry, old Su. I'll take care of them right away. Hong Hao reassures, gazing at the 2 prominent panda eyes, evidence of Yuan Gang's handiwork. However, when Hong Hao kicks open Zhang Taiping's dormitory door, the 3 have already consumed every last drop of the liquor. My liquor. Old Su gasps, unable to catch his breath, and faints. Hong Hao glares fiercely at the 3. You've really done it this time. I'll deal with you later. Having said that, he quickly attends to old Su. Xinxiu interjects. Instructor Hong, you can't do that. Perform artificial respiration. Zhang Taiping quickly restrains him. Don't just stand there enjoying the spectacle. We've landed ourselves in significant trouble this time. Chapter 40. A storm approaches. Could it be that fellow truly lost his virginity? After washing up, she slowly walks towards the cafeteria. Due to the extreme training yesterday, there is no morning exercise today. However, before she can go far, she notices everyone pointing at her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Qiming discovers that today's breakfast has once again turned into raw meat and steamed buns. While Li Tuming wears a bitter expression, we've really been ruined by those three. Those three? Qiming seems to realize something. Heading towards the notice board in the cafeteria. There, she sees a glaring announcement. Due to the shameless theft by Zhang Taiping, Xinxiu, and Tu Shan Miao Miao yesterday, the head chef Old Su's blood pressure has soared, and he must recuperate at home for a week. During this week, the cafeteria will revert to serving the new recruit's favorite steamed buns and raw meat. Qiming angrily sits down across from Lin Qiye and Bai Li Tuming. The chubby Bai Li immediately tries to leave. Sit down. The golden silkworm goose slowly descends onto his forehead. Please, spare me. You four have now become the enemies of everyone. I want no part in this. Bai Li pleads with a pained expression. What exactly did they steal? Lin Qiye had overheard some gossip in Yuan Gang's office this morning. It seems they took some vegetables and 2 bottles of white liquor. The key part is that those 2 bottles were Old Su's favorites, and they left him with nothing, which is what drove him to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Qiming's fists crackle with rage. Those little rascals, how dare they not include me in the good stuff? It's infuriating. At the training ground, Han Li teaches everyone the use of cold weapons. Meanwhile, hanging on the barbed wire of the wall are the 3 individuals who had indulged the night before, Zhang Taiping and his companions. Qiming hops over. What a coincidence. How did you 3 end up hanging together? Qiming, save me. Tu Shan Miao Miao pleads. You didn't call me when there was liquor. Now you want my help? Just hang tight. I've heard the instructors plan to showcase you for 3 days. Qiming says leisurely. Xinxiu, the little monk, wears a bitter expression. 3 days? I really need to use the restroom. Zhang Taiping is exasperated. Hold it in. Tu Shan Miao Miao laments. It's over. It's over. I'm going to get sunburned. The cured meat that hung by the window is gone, and Xinxiu's dried radish also vanished. The instructors thoughtfully replaced their bedding and even retiled the floor. In despair, Xinxiu rushes to a piece of tile, pries it up, and bitterly exclaims, Zhang Taiping and the others even took my last bit of food. Count yourself lucky. This time, the instructors didn't expel us 3, which is a leniency. Zhang Taiping says nonchalantly. In Lin Qiye's dormitory, he slowly immerses his consciousness into the psychiatric hospital of the gods. Due to the intense training, he hasn't been here for a while. Dana Ducey, you're here. Nix's eyes light up at the sight of Lin Qiye, her treatment progress bar already at 48. Oh, nothing much, just chatting with Grandma and making her happy. It seems that bringing you into the psychiatric hospital was my wisest decision. All thanks to the brilliance of Director Lin. Li Yifei adds flattery. A gathering of individuals surrounded a table as Lin Qiye served a dish to Nix, saying, Mother, you should try this. It's delightful. Dantos, you truly are considerate. Nix replied, her face blooming with happiness, her progress bar swiftly advancing to 49. When did the treatment progress become so effortless? It had been ages since such vibrant moments filled my life. In Olympus, I lived blissfully with my children, but one by one, they departed. Lin Qiye approached and grasped her hand, reassuringly stating, Mother, at least I will always be here with you. Nix's treatment progress surged again, reaching 51. This meant Lin Qiye could once more draw upon Nix's abilities, allowing her to briefly leave the Asylum of Despair. After acquiring Nix's power of Eclipse of Darkness, he earnestly asked, Mother, would you like to go for a stroll? Where to? She inquired. To the outside world, to the realm of reality. He responded, As long as you are with me, I am willing to go. Nix replied, Dantos, is this your divine realm? Nix gazed at the myriad of lights outside. Mother, this is not a divine realm. This is the real world. He clarified, but it certainly looks like a divine realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Taiping and Xinxiu were deflecting responsibility for last night's events. It's all your fault for suggesting such a foolish idea. Did you not realize there are cameras in the cafeteria? Now look, we've lost both the lady and our men, and someone has even raided our home. Xinxiu lamented. Zhang Taiping retorted indignantly, You weren't saying that last night when we were drinking. Now that trouble has arisen, you lay the blame solely on me. What is wrong with you, Taiping? Xinxiu's words faltered as he sensed an overwhelming aura suddenly radiating from Zhang Taiping. His demeanor transformed, and he spoke with eyes filled with the cosmos. The divine must be purged. The voice that emerged was no longer that of Zhang Taiping. Taiping, do not frighten me. What has happened to you? In the training camp office, Yuan Gang spilled tea as his hand trembled. The aura of a divine being? How can there be a divine presence here? Before he could fully comprehend, another equally potent aura surged upwards, compelling him to kneel in reverence. Is this the Emperor's might? I've got to inform the commander. He thought. hastily reaching for his phone. In the girls' dormitory, Tushan Miao Miao and her companions found their windows barred with steel. Chi Dream stated calmly, "It seems you won't be able to leave today. Am I that desperate to escape? If I can't go out, so be it." Tushan Miao Miao scoffed, but in the next moment, her gaze became entranced. What is this? Pure imperial aura. Unlike that of Zhang Taiping, this imperial presence is overwhelmingly powerful. I must see it. With swift motions, Tushan Miao Miao dismantled the bars. Chi Dream sighed, "Wait for me." Chapter 41. Emperor Zhuangshu Captain. We have a situation. Yuan Gang anxiously dialed his phone. Just now, a divine presence appeared in the training camp. Which deity? Unknown. It's a being we have never observed before. I am aware of the situation and will contact the higher-ups immediately to see if we can send a top-tier human to investigate. Taiping replied. Yuan Gang, noticing the intent to hang up, quickly added, "Additionally, the aura of the human emperor has also manifested in the training camp. Damn, we can barely handle an unknown deity. And now there's an emperor? I must contact Commander Yefan right away," Taiping exclaimed. Yuan Gang hurriedly exited and arrived at the location where Lin Qiye and Nix had been, only to find a seemingly slender youth standing there. "Zhang Taiping, why are you standing here in the middle of the night?" The figure slowly turned, casting a fleeting glance at him. The powerful imperial aura made Yuan Gang struggle to breathe, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Zhang Taiping turned his gaze away, allowing Yuan Gang to catch his breath. "May I ask who you are?" Yuan Gang inquired, his tone shifting to one of respect. "I am Zhuangshu." Yuan Gang thought to himself, as expected. He summoned his courage to ask, "What brings you here?" "Wait for the divine," the youth admonished. Not far away, Chi Dream and Tushan Miao Miao had discovered Shinshio hiding among the branches of a tree. "What on earth has happened?" Tushan Miao Miao asked anxiously. Shinshio, the little monk, wore a grave expression. "I do not know." Zhang Taiping suddenly transformed, brandishing his broken sword here. "Should we approach?" Chi Dream inquired. "Let us observe for now." Zhang Taiping's imperial aura is terrifyingly dense. Even from this distance, it makes us tremble. Even if we could get closer, we would have to crawl, Tushan Miao Miao remarked, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of light. Although she thrived on imperial energy, such a concentrated force could potentially overwhelm her. Shinshio's face grew worried. "Do you think Zhang Taiping has been possessed?" "You jinx. He is merely a small light realm practitioner, and the pressure emanating from him is at least that of a deity. What could they possibly see in him?" Chi Dream refused to entertain that outcome. 100 kilometers away from Cangnan, an ancient horse-drawn carriage traversed the river. "Quickly, faster," Shenfuji urged. "A divine war is about to unfold in Cangnan. Or perhaps more accurately, a war of divine emperors." I understand divine beings, but who is this emperor?" The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who established the Xia civilization had experienced a devastating war between humans and gods in ancient times. It was only after Emperor Zhuangshu's transcendence that this conflict reached its conclusion. According to reliable intelligence, the current imperial aura belongs to Emperor Zhuangshu. Chen Fuji's expression turned grave. The driver, puzzled, asked, "Shouldn't the revival of the human emperor be a good thing? Why are you so anxious?" Among human emperors, Zhuangshu harbors the deepest disdain for divine beings. If he were to unleash his wrath, none of the divine representatives within the Xia domain would escape unscathed. Could it be that serious? Do you know why, 100 years ago, all myths became mere legends? Why? Because after the transcendence of the divine, humans and gods were separated. The forbidden ruins of Zhuangshu enveloped the entire galaxy, preventing divine beings from descending for millennia until the mists eroded the divine transcendence a century ago, allowing the gods to return to the mortal realm. Chen Fuji sighed. The training camp's exterior, Zhang Taiping stepped forth, and the divine transcendence surged towards Nix and Lin Qiye, interrupting Nix's teleportation. "Goddess of the night, Nix, I have awaited your arrival for so long. Will I allow you to escape so easily?" Zhang Taiping slowly opened his eyes, devoid of any emotion. The darkness beneath Nix's feet was encroaching upon her, and she, sensing the familiar forbidden ruins, exclaimed in shock. "Is this the forbidden ruins of Twilight of the Gods? You are the God Slayer. Impossible. You should have perished long ago." "Ah. The Twilight of the Gods is merely your term for my forbidden ruins. We refer to it as divine transcendence. You are correct. I am indeed long dead. But it is sufficient to end you." Nix stepped forward, unleashing the pressure of the Creator God without reserve, as the darkness beneath her began to spread outward, pushing back the imperial might of Emperor Zhuangshu. "Although my soul is currently in a state of instability, I can still exist independently. You, in your current form, are merely a lingering spirit, reliant on parasitism to manifest yourself. With such a condition, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Nix revealed her formidable side. embodying the essence of maternal strength. Do not forget, we are in the Great Xia. My failing eyesight can still perceive that this is indeed my son's divine realm. It seems that Emperor Wangshu has been struck at a sensitive point, and he retorted fiercely, were it not for Zhang Taiping, I would have long since eradicated this divine realm. Now, you foreign deities dare to descend here, such audacity. Within the borders of the Great Xia, deities are forbidden to act. Nyx hastily shielded Lin Qiye behind her. This adversary is your mother. When the opportunity arises, you must flee at once. What has happened to mother? Is there no way to avoid this conflict? Lin Qiye inquired anxiously. The God-Slayer harbors a deep-seated hatred for all deities, including their agents. He and I are natural enemies. Even if I were willing to relent, he would never cease his pursuits, Nyx stated. As soon as Nyx finished speaking, Emperor Wangshu stepped beside her and slowly brandished the Xianyuan sword. The fabric of space was torn, time was severed, and Nyx transformed into darkness to evade the blow. Then seized the entire night, crafting it into a sword adorned with starlight. Both Nyx and Zhuangshu appeared to be consciously suppressing their divine might, striving to contain the aftermath of their conflict. Nyx for the sake of her son's divine realm, and Emperor Zhuangshu for the fragile Tao heart of Zhang Taiping. As Chenfuzi hurriedly arrived in Cangnan, he sighed upon witnessing the two figures colliding in the sky. It seems we have arrived too late. Chapter 42. Emperor Wangshu and the Queen of Night in the Heavens, Nyx, draped in a black veil and wielding a starry sword, commanded the darkness, her domain. Even with her divine essence diminished, she remained a creator deity, surrounded by an insatiable darkness that stirred at her side. Anything that became tainted by that black intent would instantly serve her purpose. Emperor Zhuangshu, borrowing Zhang Taiping's body, remained unfazed, confronting the all-encompassing night with a steady hand. Wielding his sword to carve out a new realm, his techniques embodying balance and tranquility, as though he were shaping the cosmos and establishing order within it. Chenfuzi, urged by the carriage boy, exclaimed, "You should take action." Chenfuzi huffed in irritation. Were it another entity, I might intervene, but among the five of us, I am the least capable of engaging in this battle. Why is that? Because in the realm of absolute severance, my state of mind would be severely weakened. And as a scholar, the concept of respecting heaven, earth, sovereign, and teacher prevents me from confronting a human emperor. Chenfuzi sighed. Then, who will prevail? Chenfuzi narrowed his eyes, comparing the two. Nyx's divine essence is comparatively intact, enhanced by the night. She currently holds the upper hand. Are you suggesting that Emperor Zhuangshu will be defeated? No, he will emerge victorious. But did you not just say, do not forget, we are in the Great Xia, the domain of humanity? In the sky, the two figures clashed once more, swords drawn. If you were the Zhuangshu of old, I would have regarded you with greater caution. But now you are but a lingering spirit. How do you intend to defeat me? Nyx proclaimed with confidence. Emperor Wangshu sighed. Although this approach burdens the body of Zhang Taiping, to eliminate you, I must endure this hardship. Great Xia's fortune, come to me. Zhang Taiping raised his left palm towards the void, and a massive golden dragon was forcefully extracted from the emptiness. Nyx's expression shifted to one of grave concern, as if facing a formidable adversary. What is that? The boy asked in astonishment. The dragon vein, and moreover, a principal dragon vein of the Great Xia. From a distant tree, Shinshou gazed enviously at Zhang Taiping. Wow, the great dragon of destiny. I had long wished to learn that technique. And yet he has mastered it first. What nonsense. That is the fortune of the nation. Tu Shan Miao Miao interjected. Cheating's eyes widened. Did I hear correctly? Only certain formidable relics can embody national fortune, such as the 9 tripod cauldrons of Dayu, the imperial seal, and the map of mountains and rivers. A human body cannot possibly bear such fortune. Ordinary individuals cannot, but human emperors can. The Great Xia's fortune has been unbroken for 5,000 years. As his former master, Emperor Wangshu can naturally harness it. National fortune is an enigmatic force, encompassing the faith of the people, the abundance of the earth, and the vastness of the sky. A power forged from the convergence of heaven, earth, and humanity, capable of suppressing my karmic fire, as Tu Shan Miao Miao elaborated. The young monk Shinshou scratched his head. Did you not say that it is the imperial aura that can suppress your karmic fire? How has it transformed into national fortune? I am not a human emperor. Directly absorbing national fortune would result in backlash. The imperial aura is the national fortune refined by Zhang Taiping, even if he has not deliberately pursued this. The legacy of the emperors means he unconsciously embodies this every day. What advantages does bearing national fortune confer? When King Zhou disrespected Niwa, the creator deity was powerless against him, precisely because he bore the fortune of the nation. In the end, she had to send Daji to corrupt the fortune of the Shang dynasty, leading to his downfall. Those who possess national fortune are endowed with great opportunities. Should they ascend to the throne, they will share the lifespan of the nation. If the nation endures, they shall endure. Tushan Miao Miao expressed her longing. As a descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox, her understanding of national fortune runs deep. Qi Ding rolled her eyes. I wonder if our Miao Miao will become the contemporary Daji. In the sky, infused with the golden dragon, Emperor Zhuangxu's aura surged once more as he continuously formed hand seals, law of heaven and earth. Though he had merely extracted a strand of national fortune from the Great Xia, the overwhelming power was beyond what Zhang Taiping's body could withstand. Emperor Zhuangxu could only invoke the law of heaven and earth to condense the surplus power into his own divine form. The dark night descends. As Nick spoke, an overwhelming darkness converged upon her form, causing her soul to swell with newfound power. The two opposing forces of law clashed upon the earth. The Queen of Night and the human emperor gazing at one another, poised to unleash their might. Within the borders of the Great Xia, deities are forbidden to act. Nix. I demand your head to serve as a warning to those foreign deities who would dare to encroach upon my Great Xia. Emperor Zhuangxu's authoritative voice resonated. Though the feminine nature may be frail, a mother is formidable. Zhuangxu, while this is your domain, how much longer can you endure in your current state? I shall kill you. Enough. The two immense figures collided once more, prompting Chen Fuzi to swiftly retreat with Zhang Taiping and the boy, extending his state of mind to shield against the destructive force. The fire at the city gate has endangered the fish in the moat, Shen Shou shouted, summoning the dermic form of Fudomaya. Although they had distanced themselves adequately, and both powerful beings were striving to suppress their destructive potential, the three young ones were still blasted 1,000 meters away. The dermic form of the young monk shattered, and he coughed up blood. Sensing the unfathomable aura of the elder before him, Lin Qiye pleaded anxiously, Nix harbors no ill intent towards the Great Xia. Please intervene to halt this senseless conflict. Emperor Wangshu seeks to set an example. Perhaps this battle is not about good or evil, but rather about dignity, the dignity of humanity. I am afraid I cannot be of assistance in this matter, Chen Fuzi lamented. After several exchanges, Emperor Zhuangxu furrowed his brow. It seems that slaying a goddess of the night is no simple feat. If one dragon vein is insufficient, I shall summon another. His divine form extended a hand, grasping another golden dragon, while Zhang Taiping, within the divine form's brow, bled profusely, unable to bear such a burden of national fortune. Teetering on the brink of explosion. This madman, his actions will surely lead to Zhang Taiping's demise. Tushan Miao Miao exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed through the void. Which wretched creature dares to disturb the destiny of our Great Xia? The Emperor Zhuangxu slowly turned his head, a sneer curling his lips. A few insignificant children clinging to the national fortune, yet they speak with such audacity. A valiant man clad in tattered battle robes, wielding a broken spear, emerged from the national fortune. Upon seeing the manifestation of Emperor Zhuangxu, he paused in astonishment, then bowed and said, Champion Ho Wutsubing pays his respects to Emperor Wangshu. Chapter 43. Overwhelming force in the training camp. Yuan Gang was organizing the new recruits to retreat. He had come to understand that those two were truly formidable adversaries, and he could only lead the newcomers to safety for the time being. Just then, his phone rang. It was his captain, Xiaopinga. What is the situation on your end? With so many top-tier beings present, shouldn't everything be under control? Why is it all in chaos? Xiaopinga was perplexed. As a Confucian scholar, Master Chun could not possibly strike against the emperor, and the heroic spirits existed within the national fortune. Yet, Emperor Wangshu could directly harness the power of the national fortune, leaving everyone who came unable to resist him. Xiaopinga frowned in concern. This really is quite troublesome. The manifestation of Emperor Wangshu cast a casual glance at Wutsubing and his companions. Are you here to assist me? Forgive me, your majesty, but your reckless manipulation of the national fortune is detrimental to our Great Xia. I beseech you to cease your actions. Wutsubing bowed respectfully. Emperor Wangshu sneered. So you intend to obstruct me? Not at all. Wutsubing hurriedly explained. Stop wasting your breath, boss. This old coot has already siphoned off 2 of Great Xia's dragon veins. If this continues, Great Xia will be thrown into chaos. We should strike him directly. Tang Yushin shouted angrily, wearing retro headphones. Silence. At that moment, the entire venue was enveloped by Emperor Zhuangxu's overwhelming presence. He was unafraid of anyone attempting to flee. No one could escape. The burden of the 2 dragon veins was too great for Zhang Taiping's body, and he was quite pleased to spend time with these few youngsters. Years ago, I unleashed the absolute void, driving all deities beyond the heavens. For over a millennium, there were no divine beings among mortals, until King Wu of Zhou overthrew the tyrant, and the position of supremacy fell to mortals, claiming to be the son of heaven. While Jiang Shang conferred godhood, and the heavenly court was established, relegating humanity once more to the servitude of the gods. Another millennium passed, and our descendant Ing Zheng unified the 6 states, building the Great Wall to guard against the celestial divinities. Thus, the emperor's throne was restored, and humanity regained its freedom. Now, over 2,000 years later, the gods, unwilling to relinquish their blood sacrifices, have shrouded the land in fog, slowly corroding my absolute void and Ying Zhang's great wall. Allowing them to return to the mortal realm, Emperor Zhuangxu recounted slowly. Li Qiye, intrigued by these ancient secrets, remained perplexed as to why the other party was divulging such information. What do these tales have to do with your unauthorized siphoning of the dragon veins? Neither my absolute void nor Ying Zhang's great wall allowed the gods to intrude. And the reason they can descend once more is simply that their believers still exist among humanity. Whether it was GFA of yore or the F-Rare who instigated the world war a century ago, they were but pawns of the gods, mere tools for the deities to re-enter the mortal realm. Thus, humanity is not a monolith, and these traitors are far more despicable than the gods. Are you now preventing me from killing Nikes? Have you already pledged allegiance to the divine? Emperor Zhuangxu's tone shifted, and a murderous intent surged from him. Is this old fool out of his mind, making baseless accusations? Wang Qing protested, her whip cracking in defiance. I shall repeat myself, stand aside, or face death. The imperial might of Emperor Zhuangxu was unleashed without reservation. Champion Ho Yubing stepped forward, shielding the others. We beseech your majesty's forgiveness. We cannot allow you to slay Nikes, nor can we permit you to harm Lin Qiye. Very well, you are quite bold. After uttering those words, Emperor Zhuangxu struck with his sword, its radiance illuminating the sky, transforming night into day. Having absorbed the power of the two dragon veins, his strength surged to new heights. At that moment, both Nikes and the heroic spirits felt an overwhelming pressure, yet they had no choice but to endure the impending assault. With a resounding thud, they were all struck to the ground. To oppose the great Xia's national fortune was akin to striking a stone with an egg, and they all spat blood. Their expressions filled with horror. Goodness, this is too fierce. Tang Yuxing was left with a psychological scar. Alas, to Emperor Zhuangxu, the entirety of Great Xia was his divine realm. Yubing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. On a distant hill, Tu Shan Miao Miao's eyes gleamed with determination. This cannot continue. Although Zhang Taiping is protected within the manifestation of Zhuangxu, he cannot withstand the intensity of this divine battle. We must save him. Miao Miao, are you serious? That is a battle among top-tier powerhouses. We cannot intervene. Qi Dream exclaimed incredulously. If Zhang Taiping dies, I shall not live either. We might as well fight for it now. Tu Shan Miao Miao's face was resolute. The monk, with a complex expression, finally slapped his forehead. Ba. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Let us go save him. But we are merely at the initial stage. What right do we have to rescue him? Qi Dream protested. By virtue of my understanding of him, and the bond we have forged over these days. The monk gritted his teeth. Qi Dream sighed deeply. The Qi Dream team thrives together, yet perishes apart. As the captain of this squad, I shall accompany you on this venture. Wait, when did you become the captain? The monk quickly corrected. With a series of explosive sounds, Nikes and the heroic spirits were all smashed to the ground, rendered helpless before the nearly frenzied Emperor Zhuangxu. Master, aren't you the pinnacle of humanity? Quickly think of a solution. At this moment, Lin Qiye had grasped the identity of their adversary. Master Chen shook his head helplessly. Emperor Zhuangxu retains only a fragment of his soul. This can be considered his obsession, an obsession to slay the gods. Because of this fixation, he is unable to heed any words. In the realm of Great Xia, deities are forbidden. Emperor Zhuangxu raised his long sword high, as the national fortune surged toward it, seemingly preparing to deliver a final strike. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the three heroes soared on a massive eagle. They understood that, given their current abilities, they could not approach Emperor Zhuangxu directly. Their only option was to rely on the gravitational pull of the earth. Paratrooper 1, Tu Shan Miao Miao, ready for action. Paratrooper 2, Qi Dream, ready for action. Paratrooper 3, Shinziyu, ready for action. The trio ascended above the manifestation of Emperor Zhuangxu, hand in hand, and leapt down without hesitation, charging toward their fate with unwavering resolve. Immovable King, Shinziyu shouted loudly, and the manifestation of the immovable king immediately enveloped the three of them. Body of the celestial fox. Tu Shan Miao Miao swiftly performed the incantation, and from behind the immovable king's manifestation sprouted two fluffy tails, shrouding the entire form in an alluring aura. Let the Lord of the Golden Silkworm appear. Qi Dream called out, and the manifestation underwent a transformation, not only cloaked in a golden sheen, but sprouting 6 wings from its back. Master Chen narrowed his eyes at the trio's reckless endeavor. This is sheer madness. Before they could even approach Emperor Zhuangxu, the small manifestations of the three began to crumble under the immense imperial pressure, their wings snapping one by one, followed by the tails falling away. When they neared the apex of Emperor Zhuangxu's head, the immovable king's core exploded into fragments. It seemed Emperor Zhuangxiu sensed the trio's actions. With a flick of his left middle finger, a surge of sword energy shot skyward, aimed directly at them. It's over. We've gone too far. Dear Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva. I hope you're watching. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the colossal sword energy veered off course, narrowly grazing past the three. Tushan Miao Miao's eyes lit up. I knew Zhang Taiping couldn't bear to kill me. We placed our bets wisely. In the eyes of the stunned onlookers, the three of them charged unerringly into the manifestation of Emperor Huangxiu, as if a path had been opened for them at the center of his brow. The young monk Shinshio showed no mercy as he propelled himself forward and struck Zhang Taiping with a punch. Zhang Taiping, how long do you intend to sleep? Chapter 44. Conclusion. Could it be that the remnants of Emperor Huangxiu have reached their limit? Master Chen furrowed his brow. Within the manifestation of Emperor Huangxiu, Zhang Taiping's right hand tightly grasped Shinshio's throat. You insignificant insect dared to confront me. Have you not eaten? Why do you lack strength? The young monk retorted defiantly. Zhang Taiping exerted force, causing Shinshio's face to turn purple. Yet, with his left hand firmly gripping his own right wrist, he struggled to declare, I do not care who you are. Get out of my body. You insolent brat. It was I who saved your life. What harm is there in borrowing your body? Besides, these people are all traitors to humanity and deserve to be slain. I know nothing of these traitors. I only know they are my good friends. I shall say it once more. Get out of my body. At this moment, Zhang Taiping appeared to be suffering from a form of dissociative identity disorder, engaging in a fierce internal battle. As a deity, Nikes could discern the underlying issue. He was in conflict with the original soul, seemingly unable to suppress it. We must seize this opportunity to attack him. We still have a chance to win. The heroic spirits turned their weapons toward Nikes. Confused, she asked, what are you doing? This is the best opportunity. If Zhuangxiu suppresses the original soul again, we shall have no chance left. Our reluctance to allow the emperor to kill you is due to Lin Qiye. It does not mean we are on your side. Likewise, we will not permit you to kill Zhang Taiping. Huizubing pointed his spear toward the heavens. The beautiful woman gently released her grip on the sword hilt, returning the stars to the sky, then swiftly appeared within the divine asylum. Suddenly realizing her opponent had vanished, Emperor Zhuangxiu's fury intensified. You treacherous disciple. You were so close to succeeding. I bear no grudge against her. Why must I inherit this karma on your behalf? The moment you grasped the Xin Yuan sword, you were already entangled in karma. I do not care. I am who I am, and I shall not be constrained by you. At this point, Shinshio was nearly incapacitated, frothing at the mouth as the two women rushed to stop Zhang Taiping. Qi Dream forcefully pried Zhang Taiping's fingers apart, while Tushan Miao Miao said, Emperor Huangxiu, you claim humanity is the servants and tools of the gods, yet now you treat Zhang Taiping as your vessel. How are you different from the gods? The Tushan Fox tribe, once responsible for the downfall of the Shang dynasty due to Adaji, now seeks to devour the fortunes of the great Xia? So this brat has been misled by you. I must kill you. A sword chi shot forth from Zhang Taiping's left eye but, predictably, missed its mark. Do not harm my friends. Very well. If you are so foolish, I shall take you down as well. Zhang Taiping released Shinshio and struck his forehead with great force. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Zhang Taiping suddenly stood still as powerful auras, rivaling that of Zhuangxiu, emerged from him, leading to a chaotic split of personalities. Release me. I will eliminate this traitor. Zhuangxiu, are you mad? If you kill him, we shall have no successors for 1,000 years. That little fox is correct, Zhuangxiu. Your current arrogance is no different from that of the gods. Zhang Taiping's face twisted with fury, veins bulging upon his forehead. All of you, get out. I like your temperament, but there will come a day when you seek our help. As this last line was spoken, Zhang Taiping's aura plummeted, losing the emperor's restraint. The celestial manifestation crumbled, and two golden dragons burst forth, soaring into the heavens. The 6 members of the heroic spirits were well prepared. Huizubing, with a grave expression, warned. Everyone be cautious. We must not allow the dragon energy of the great Xia to leak. Those who had survived for a millennium within the national fortune were inherently connected to the dragon vein of the great Xia. They united their efforts to realign the dragon vein. Cough, cough. I thought I was going to die. Shinshio coughed violently. Tushan Miao Miao complained. You dare to strike the emperor. Are you seeking death? Could my punch not awaken this fellow? Wasn't he magnificent? Shinshio declared proudly. Qi Dream scoffed, suddenly turning her gaze to Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping, why do you appear to have grown larger? At this moment, Zhang Taiping seemed not to have grown but rather resembled a balloon being slowly inflated, his body expanding as if on the verge of bursting. Oh no, without the control of Emperor Huangxiu. The dense national fortune scattered throughout the world has lost its direction and is involuntarily rushing into Zhang Taiping's body. How could I have forgotten this? Master Chen hurriedly expanded his consciousness, severing the connection between Zhang Taiping and the external national fortune. What do we do now? Qi Dream asked anxiously. Master Qin stroked his beard thoughtfully. I cannot extract the national fortune from his body, but I believe the Tushan lineage possesses this capability. Feeling Master Qin's gaze upon her, Tushan Miao Miao's cheeks flushed, yet seeing Zhang Taiping on the brink of explosion, she unhesitatingly pressed her lips against his. Zhang Taiping's eyes widened in shock. But with his limbs now bloated, he found himself unable to resist as Qi Dream and Qinxiu firmly held him in place, rendering him helpless. While Tushan Miao Miao often clamored to consume imperial energy, even she could not handle such a large influx all at once. Before long, her body began to swell, transforming her into a plump, inflatable figure akin to Zhang Taiping. The dense imperial energy surged through Tushan Miao Miao's meridians, filling her consciousness, and a crisp sound resonated within her, enabling her to break through from the realm of a cup to that of a pond. A yellow, fluffy tail gradually emerged from behind her, marking her evolution to the third tail. The first tail of Tushan Miao Miao was of wood attribute, which generates fire, and fire generates earth. Thus her third tail bore the yellow earth attribute. After a lengthy moment, the two parted, and though they still appeared somewhat bloated, the threat to their lives had dissipated. Zhang Taiping rose, wiping the drool from his mouth and complained, "Is it necessary to stick out one's tongue to absorb imperial energy? I could not help myself. It was beyond my control." Tushan Miao Miao replied with a mischievous grin. Master Qin sighed. "I cannot let this trip be in vain. I shall employ a small tactic." His consciousness suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire training camp and erasing all memories of the night for the new recruits. Chapter 45, Tushan Yaya. The capital. High-level meeting of the Night Watchers. You must have seen the news from the Cangnan training camp regarding the reasons behind the fog mentioned by Emperor Zhuangxiu. What are your thoughts? This contradicts the intelligence we previously obtained. We believe the gods sacrificed living beings to preserve their divine realms. Yet Emperor Zhuangxiu claims they do so to return to the mortal realm. Regarding these two starkly different explanations, what are your opinions? Yi Fan placed the documents on the table. The 50-something He Xingwen spoke first. As Emperor of Humanity, Zhuangxiu should not lie. Yet, Zhuangxiu is but a remnant soul. His memories of past events may be flawed. We cannot take his words at face value. Moreover, if what he says is true, that the fog arises from the gods' sacrifices, then why are the gods becoming increasingly weakened by the fog? Xiaopinga presented a differing opinion. Yi Fan scanned the assembly, finally resting his gaze on Tushan Yaya, who bore a large wine gourd on her back. What is your view on this matter, Senior Tushan? At that moment, Tushan Yaya's fox ears drooped, clearly inebriated. Upon hearing Yi Fan's inquiry, she opened her bleary eyes. This matter. It should be true. If the fog was created by the gods, it is akin to the blood mist of humanity, filled with human resentment, so how could it not erode their divine power? However, this issue involves a high level of complexity, and I cannot clarify it. After uttering these words, Tushan Yaya promptly collapsed, evidently having fallen asleep once more. Yi Fan frowned slightly upon witnessing the situation. Since the mist has descended, it is futile for us to discern its cause now. However, the alternative explanation provided by Emperor Zhuangxiu is certainly a positive development. Let us conclude today's meeting here. Wait a moment. Yi Fan slowly raised his head. Lao, do you have something to add? Lin Qiye, as a dual divine agent, and Zhang Taiping, being the heir to the emperor, are far too vulnerable left in the training camp. I propose we relocate them to the capital for their protection, suggested He Xingwen. I disagree. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest. We may safeguard them temporarily, but we cannot ensure their lifelong protection. It would be better for them to face some hardships early on. Zuoqing was the first to voice his dissent. He Xingwen slammed the table. What if they fall into the path of evil? As a night watchman, you should understand the education that night watchmen undergo. While I cannot claim that all night watchmen are virtuous, at least 90 are honorable comrades. You need not worry about that. Moreover, with Yuan Gang present, these two saplings will not grow astray. Xiaopinga interjected. He Xingwen seemed poised to articulate further, but Tushan Yaya stood and stretched. Even though all present were high-ranking night watchmen with composed minds, their thoughts involuntarily followed the voluptuous sway of Yaya's form. I am not certain about Lin Qiye, but as the heir to the emperor, Zhang Taiping should not be brought to the capital. The capital is a nexus of national dragon energy. If he were to cause a ruckus here, it would truly turn the world upside down. Tushan Yaya declared before nonchalantly exiting the conference room. Yi Fan cleared his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness. Let us allow them to remain in the training camp. Meeting adjourned. As the assembly dispersed, Xiaopinga draped an arm over Zuoqing's shoulder. Did you notice if Yaya's assets have grown again? Keep your distance, you pervert. How disgusting. Zuoqing retorted sternly. Come on, stop pretending. Your gaze hardly strayed from her just now. By the way, how old is Yaya? 1,000 years or 2? Xiaopinga mused, lost in thought. Suddenly, Tushan Yaya halted her steps, her fox ears rotating like two sensitive radars. Xiao Pingo wore a bitter expression, while Zhu Qing reveled in the mischief. Yeah. I was wrong. Is that enough? The new recruits in the training camp, over 200 strong, appeared utterly bewildered. As they had gone from sleeping to being fully dressed on the training ground in an instant, all memories of the incident had been erased from everyone in the camp, save for Yuan Gang and the instructors. The human brain is a peculiar machine. It concocts reasons for irrational occurrences. With Yuan Gang's adept improvisation, many recruits had already fabricated scenarios in which they heard the whistle and rushed out of their dormitories. What on earth happened? I can't remember how I got here. If you trust me, do not ask anything further. Yes, this is the virtue of soldiers. They require not explanations but commands. As the situation resolved, the heroic spirits team returned to the auspices of the great Xia, while the instructor departed in a carriage from Cangnan. Zhang Taiping and his 4 companions entered the gates of the new recruit training camp. Zhang Taiping solemnly addressed Lin Qiye. Qiye, I apologize. If it weren't for me, this trouble wouldn't have escalated. I share in this fault. I should not have taken my mother out without permission. Mother? Lin Qiye. You are a descendant of a deity, exclaimed the little monk, Shen Xiu, in astonishment. Lin Qiye hurriedly clarified, I am human, and she is not my true mother. Seeing Lin Qiye unwilling to elaborate, the others refrained from pressing further, for who among them lacked secrets? Zhang Taiping turned to Shen Xiu and the others. Thank you 3 for your assistance. Without you, I would have made a grave mistake. Shen Xiu patted his shoulder. We are friends. There is no need to mention it. Qi Ming pulled the still somewhat plump Tu Shan Miao Miao forward. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards Miao Miao. She was the first to propose rescuing you and also the one to wrap things up. Indeed, you must take responsibility for her. Shen Xiu chimed in, enjoying the drama. Tu Shan Miao Miao, however, became bashful. Please, do not say such things. We are all friends. I did this out of friendship. Qi Ming, exasperated, remarked. Where is your usual spirit, Miao Miao? Why falter at such a critical moment? Zhang Taiping, what do you suggest we do? Zhang Taiping's spirits were low. And Shen Xiu inquired, what troubles you? Oh, I see. This fellow must be grappling with a childhood betrothal at home, engaged in a fierce internal struggle regarding his choices. Qi Ming conjectured. After such an incident, can I still remain here? Zhang Taiping sighed. The group exchanged glances, halting their light-hearted banter. Indeed. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily. Zhang Taiping was bound to face severe repercussions. Chapter 46. Atone. The following morning, the whistle for assembly echoed, and the new recruits dutifully repeated their morning running drills. After a night's rest, Zhang Taiping and Tu Shan Miao Miao had returned to their original form. Zhang Taiping appeared largely unchanged, while Tu Shan Miao Miao, now sporting an additional foxtail, had grown both taller and more enchanting. She had always been an alluring fox spirit, but now she exuded an even more captivating charm, drawing attention wherever she went. Due to the absence of the head chef, breakfast consisted of raw meat and steamed buns. The others in the cafeteria cast resentful glances at Zhang Taiping and his companions, blaming them for the few days of such unsatisfactory meals. Yuan Gang strode into the cafeteria, surveying the room. Zhang Taiping, come with me. Zhang Taiping paused, grasping the bun in his hand with a sigh. What is coming will come. Do you want us to accompany you? Tu Shan Miao Miao inquired with concern. No need. This is my own doing, and I must bear the consequences. According to the regulations of the new recruit camp, newcomers were forbidden from consuming alcohol. The return of the gourd meant his expulsion was imminent. Zhang Taiping felt a sense of injustice. He had just made friends in the camp, and now it seemed all would be lost due to his own blunder. The vehicle swiftly exited the training camp, heading towards the city center of Cangnan. Admit your mistakes and stand tall. The consequences of your actions must be faced. When we arrive, you'd better perform well. Yuan Gang instructed. Zhang Taiping looked utterly dejected. At this point, no matter how I perform, Sister Hongying will surely punish me. Yet the car took a series of turns, ultimately stopping in front of the First People's Hospital of Cangnan. Get out. Yuan Gang opened the car door. Zhang Taiping was bewildered. Has someone from Team 136 been injured? Why would we meet here? In a daze. He followed Yuan Gang into a hospital room, only to find the head chef, Old Su, lying in bed. Old Su had been smiling when he saw Yuan Gang. But upon spotting Zhang Taiping, he immediately turned his back, as though harboring a deep-seated grudge against him. Old Su, please don't be angry. I brought this kid to apologize on my behalf. Yuan Gang cheerfully laid out 4 small dishes on the table. Braised beef, cold pig ears, smashed cucumber, and peanuts. Old Su glanced at the dishes, unimpressed. Spare me this charade. This kid stole my prized possession. I cannot let this go. Yuan Gang set 3 cups on the table and kicked Zhang Taiping lightly. You usually seem quite clever. Why do you look so foolish today? Zhang Taiping was genuinely perplexed. He had anticipated expulsion or secret confinement. never imagining Yuan Gang would bring him to apologize to old Su. Your purple gold gourd is a forbidden item. I cannot open it. You should have some awareness. I've prepared the side dishes, so hurry up. Zhang Taiping finally came to his senses, promptly filling 3 wine glasses to the brim and respectfully raising them with both hands. Old Su, I apologize for my ignorance in the past few days. I offer this as a gesture of respect. Don't think this will earn you my forgiveness. Just as Su Lao was about to speak, his nose twitched suddenly. What is this wine? It smells delightful. The old man immediately turned to take a whiff from his glass. Yuan Gang popped a peanut into his mouth and said, "This is homemade by Zhang Taiping. It's called Zhuang Yuan Hong, brewed for his wedding feast. It's been over 20 years now." Zhang Taiping's grandfather was a drunkard, and his father could also drink quite a bit. Growing up in such a family, how could he not develop a fondness for alcohol? A few days ago, we stole your wine out of sheer greed. Today, I brought in to apologize. Su Lao downed the wine in his glass, and his eyes immediately brightened, greedily gazing at the wine gourd in Zhang Taiping's hand. Zhang Taiping understood the hint and quickly filled the old man's glass again. After 3 cups, Su Lao's complexion grew increasingly rosy. His ailment was primarily psychological, and only wine could provide relief. Enjoying wine is not inherently a vice. The old man loved his drink. I've come to realize that those who appreciate wine are often good people. Let's raise a toast. Su Lao's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Yuan Gang joined in, raising his glass. China has 2 great cultures, Confucian culture and wine culture. I, Yuan Gang, am a rough person, unable to grasp literature, but I can certainly enjoy a drink. Cheers. Zhang Taiping filled their glasses once more. Su Lao, I sincerely apologize again. I should not have taken your wine. Su Lao replied, as I said, those who love wine are not bad people. Stealing wine is nothing. I've done the same in my youth. Come, let's drink a few more cups. As they continued drinking, Su Lao began to feel something was amiss. The gourd in Zhang Taiping's hand could only hold about a pound. Yet they had each consumed at least 8 ounces, and the gourd showed no signs of depletion. Perceiving the confusion in Su Lao's eyes, Yuan Gang explained while raising his glass, that wine gourd is a special item. It has a vast interior. According to this lad, it can hold half a cellar of fine wine. Half a cellar. Su Lao's eyes sparkled at the mention, and he couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the gourd. In high spirits, the old man got out of bed and insisted on forming a brotherhood with Zhang Taiping, proclaiming that they should share fortunes and drinks, leaving Zhang Taiping visibly embarrassed. What are you doing? This is a hospital, not a tavern. If you want to drink, do it outside. A nurse hurriedly reprimanded them upon hearing the commotion. Yuan Gang, feeling somewhat dazed, retorted, you don't understand. As the saying goes, food supplements better than medicine. Heartache requires heart medicine. Please leave immediately, or I will call security. The nurse approached Zhang Taiping with a smile and asked, little brother, how old are you? 14. Upon hearing this, the nurse furrowed her brow. Well, not only are you encouraging patients to drink, but you're also promoting underage drinking. Security, capture that man. Yuan Gang quickly ducked away. If caught, his reputation would suffer greatly. Su Lao, I will have someone prepare your discharge paperwork shortly. Everyone is eager for your culinary skills. Yuan Gang's voice faded quickly. All right. Su Lao's face was flushed. Zhang Taiping, seeing this, also attempted to escape, but Su Lao grabbed his arm. Zhang, have you considered our brotherhood? Su Lao, please maintain your dignity. Zhang Taiping leapt from the 2nd floor of the hospital. Within the training camp, the 3 little ones were fretting over Zhang Taiping's situation. If Zhang Taiping is expelled, I will resign immediately. Tushan Miao exclaimed. Ba, I share the same sentiment. Shana echoed. Since you all feel this way, I cannot remain here any longer. Qi Meng spoke earnestly. However, as they entered the cafeteria, they found Zhang Taiping already waiting for them. Zhang Taiping, are you all right? Shen Xiu rushed over. Zhang Taiping sighed. I'm fine. They insisted I stay. Yay. Tushan Miao jumped up in joy. Not only that, but our meals have returned to normal. The aroma wafting from the kitchen caught their attention, and they paused in surprise, for on the table lay the long-missed 4 dishes and a soup. Chapter 47. Sparring. As the cold wind began to rise, winter approached. On the training ground, the students engaged in one-on-one sparring. Having spent 5 months here and formed their own small groups, the most intense match featured Shen Xiu against Zhao Yuan, who swung his blade furiously, radiating a fierce aura as if he intended to engulf Shen Xiu. Shen Xiu stood firm, hands together, unwavering as the blessing of the immovable king fortified him. Zhao Yuan, wielding only a wooden sword, couldn't breach his defenses. With steady strikes of the Luohan fist, he forced Zhao Yuan to retreat a few steps. This battle resembled a clash between the immovable king and the Black King. One possessed immense offensive power, while the other had astonishing defense, making the confrontation seem endless. Moreover, Qiao Yuan's malevolent energy enveloped the entire training ground, hindering others from training. Instructor Hanli frowned at this sight and tossed a wooden sword to Zhang Taiping. This cannot continue. You must intervene. Grasping the hilt, Zhang Taiping felt countless threads appear before his eyes. He shook his head, struggling to break free from this peculiar state, but found it challenging. Just as Shenxiu prepared to strike, Zhang Taiping suddenly appeared in front of him. Let me handle this. You take a rest. Be careful, old Xiao's no pushover. Shenxiu cautioned before stepping outside the ring, though he held no worries. For Zhang Taiping had earned a reputation as the strongest in close combat over the past 5 months. Qiao Yuan's eyes glowed crimson as he charged at Zhang Taiping with a powerful downward slash. Zhang Taiping raised his sword to block, while swiftly sweeping his right leg towards Qiao Yuan's waist. In a frenzied state, Qiao Yuan did not evade, aiming to withstand the blow. Perhaps against another opponent, he might have had a chance to counter after absorbing the kick, but Zhang Taiping's strike was overwhelming, sending him flying. As Qiao Yuan soared through the air, Zhang Taiping launched himself forward, aiming to strike his wrist and disarm him. Yet, Qiao Yuan was no fool, mid-air. He twisted his body with force, spinning like a top to gain momentum and retaliate against Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping dodged the attack, and as Qiao Yuan landed, they exchanged a determined glance before charging at each other. Despite the malevolent energy surrounding Qiao Yuan, Zhang Taiping sliced through it with each strike, forming an impenetrable barrier around himself and gradually gaining the upper hand. This is incredible. If only I could master my swordsmanship to such a level. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed enviously. Lin Qiye observed Zhang Taiping's technique closely. I feel like I've seen this sword style somewhere before. 5 months ago, that night. It was the sword technique used by Emperor Zhuangxu against the goddess of night. Though Zhang Taiping's execution was not perfect, it was more than sufficient to cleave through Qiao Yuan's malevolent energy. Tushan Miao Miao laughed. Shenxiu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Does this mean he has found his own sword intent? It's not that simple. Those who mimic others may live. Those who imitate may perish. Ultimately, someone else's path remains theirs. He still has a long way to go to discover his own sword intent. Qiming frowned. Lin Qiye pondered. Does this imply that learning swordsmanship requires self-discovery? Not at all. The moon in the water is also the moon in the sky. We can find the true moon in the sky through its reflection in the water, just as we can comprehend our own path through the experiences of others. Mutually validating and minimizing detours. Shenxiu smiled. Tushan Miao Miao stretched lazily. Indeed, the little monk knows quite a bit. While they conversed, Zhang Taiping continuously shattered the malevolent energy surrounding Qiao Yuan, forcibly extracting him from the state of the Black King. At this moment, however, Zhang Taiping's countenance was far from joyful. Indeed, as Qimong had remarked, emulating the legendary Emperor Zhuangxu's technique with the blade could yield a semblance of resemblance, perhaps even attaining 50% of his style with continued practice. Yet, what did it matter? Ultimately, it was not his own path, nor could it crystallize into his unique sword intent. What was it that he truly desired? The confusion weighed heavily on his mind. As he observed the conclusion of a nearby skirmish, Tushan Miao Miao, with exuberance, bounded over to wipe the sweat from Zhang Taiping's brow. So, Taiping, have you gained any insights? She inquired. It's quite challenging. This scene stirred a pang of envy among the new recruits. Both the boys and many of the girls shared similar sentiments. Why does that guy deserve her attention? Qiao Yuan complained. This fellow harbored no particular standards when it came to girls. He simply favored those with ample figures. Since Tushan Miao Miao had sprouted a third tail, her attire barely concealed her form. Shen Qizhu approached and patted Qiao Yuan on the shoulder. Old Qiao, what are you thinking? Though Tushan Miao Miao is beautiful, she is not someone you can win over. Oh, then who do you fancy? Qiao Yuan retorted dismissively. I prefer someone pure, like Qimong. Shen Qizhu replied, glancing at Qimong, who was resting nearby. Feeling the gaze, Qimong turned her head and flashed a radiant smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Shen Qizhu, pleased, waved back, only to suddenly crouch down. Oh no, my stomach hurts. Qimong, you needn't be so petty. She merely complimented you. Tushan Miao Miao laughed. Men are all worthless when they critique girls behind their backs. Qimong said fiercely. Though the two girls shared a dormitory, their personalities diverged significantly. Tushan Miao Miao was flamboyant and unconcerned with others' opinions, while Qimong harbored a characteristic jealousy of the Miao girls, always seeking retribution. Hey Shenxiu, tell us. What do you and Zhang Taiping discuss every night in the dorm? Shenxiu counted on his fingers. What as for breakfast tomorrow? What as for lunch? What as for dinner? And what else? Zhang Taiping chuckled. Do you truly wish to know? Tushan Miao Miao's large eyes sparkled. Yes. Very well. Zhang Taiping took a deep breath and proclaimed. Among the three teachings, none is supreme. Throughout history, only the Tao has claimed respect. Upon hearing this, Shirshio's mood soured. As disciples of Buddhism, we forsake all desires. All phenomena are emptiness, and the Dharma is also the Dharma of the Buddha. Your blind cultivation cannot compare to my ethereal cultivation, which captures the essence of heaven and earth. Zhang Taiping countered. For those who are monks, when the three realms are empty, myriad paths arise. With pure senses, countless possibilities emerge. A pure heart radiates light, and with sincerity, all laws are empty. Listening to their dispute over Buddhism and Taoism, Tu Shan Miao Miao felt a wave of frustration. Aren't they men? At this age, shouldn't they discuss topics concerning girls? Miao Miao, you are so pitiful. Qimong consoled. As their argument escalated, Shirshio, the young monk, leapt up. My master has said that for those of lesser talent, one must awaken them. Zhang Taiping rolled up his sleeves. All right, I concur. Let us minimize idle chatter and get to action. In the training camp's instructor's office, Team 130 SIXS leader, Chen Mai, sat across from Yuan Gang, speaking earnestly. You all need a break. Chapter 48. A holiday in the training camp's cafeteria. Zhang Taiping and his companions gathered around a table, laden with an abundance of dishes. Chicken soup is served, exclaimed Su Lao, who had personally prepared the meal. Now, Zhang Taiping was the only man in the camp allowed to order. Previously, others kept their distance from him, but now to befriend him meant indulging in whatever delicacies they desired. Su Lao, you needn't prepare so many dishes. We might not be able to finish, Zhang Taiping said politely. Su Lao wiped his hands and smiled. Young Taiping, if you say that, it means you don't consider me a friend. You're all in your growth phase, and after such arduous training, eating well is beneficial for you. As he spoke, Su Lao winked at Zhang Taiping while unfastening a purple gold gourd from his waist. Zhang Taiping immediately understood, opening the lid and pouring out a fine wine. After the previous incident, Yuan Gang had entrusted the gourd to Su Lao, yet it had already recognized its master. Each time Su Lao wished to drink, Zhang Taiping had to assist him, thus establishing a mutually beneficial arrangement. Aware that everyone at the table could handle their liquor, Su Lao chose not to linger and hastened to the kitchen to drink on his own. Alas, having food without wine is one of life's great regrets. Shirshio sighed. Zhang Taiping frowned at this. What do you wish to say now? Taiping, why not negotiate with Su Lao to procure some wine for us daily? Just a cup would suffice. Shirshio suggested. I can't afford to be reckless, given my past. If you desire wine, you must ask for it yourself. I aim to be a good person now, he replied with a chuckle. Shirshio scoffed. Bailey Pang Pang, munching on a chicken leg, queried. Do you think we'll have a holiday for the new year? I miss the maid back home. This is a closed training camp. It's highly unlikely we'll get a break, Chao Yuan remarked. Is that so? What a pity. I wanted to invite you all to Guangzhou and Shenzhen for a few days. After all, I am the king of those places. I could show you what it means to indulge in luxury. Guangzhou and Shenzhen? I've never even left Cangnan. It would be nice to see. Lin Qiye added. If there is a holiday, I'll take you to explore. Bailey Pangtang said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. If we do have a break. What plans do you all have? Qimong blinked her large eyes. In the Miao culture, there are living and cooked Miao. Our living Miao do not celebrate the Han New Year, so I have no plans. During the New Year, the temple becomes bustling with activity. And the hanging monastery becomes quite lively. I miss my master, Shirshio expressed with longing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taiping regarded her with curiosity. Miao Miao. How old are you this year? Asking a girl her age is considered exceedingly rude. Realizing she had just turned 18, Tu Shan Miao Miao quickly changed the subject. In the training camp instructor's office, Yuan Gang, visibly irate, exclaimed, Chun Mai, you know the rules of the training camp. We are in a year-long closed training session. You can't just declare a holiday, then grant Zhang Taiping and Lin Qiye a separate leave. That's absurd. It goes against protocol. Then we'll just send them meals. Perhaps dumplings. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on Chen Mai for a moment. As far as I know, Team 136 has always been discreet. What is going on this time that you can share with me? Someone is planning to attack the new recruit camp. What? That is impossible. There are so many instructors guarding it. How could they dare? Chen Mai leaned back in his chair. When the stakes are high enough, they might very well take the risk. Do you know how much the bounty on Bailey Tumming has reached? 800 million. The average person could never earn such an amount in a lifetime. 800 million is enough for many to gamble everything. Moreover, within the training camp, there exists a double deity agent and a possessor of the imperial ruins. The ancient god church would not let them off easily. If Lin Qiye and the others could be negotiated with, Zhang Taiping, however, posed an unavoidable threat to the ancient god church. Chen Mai, please be mindful of your words and actions. Yuan Gang stood up, furious. The ancient god church has many divine agents skilled in manipulating minds. Even if your instructors are resolute, Can you guarantee they won't be controlled in the face of overwhelming power? By your reasoning. Our training camp is beset by internal and external threats. If our camp is not secure, how can your Team 136 protect Lin Qiye and the others? Yuan Gang slowly sat back down. Our team, Team 136, consists of 6 individuals who trust and understand each other deeply, resulting in no internal strife but only external challenges. As for these external threats, we, Team 136, have never been intimidated. Chen Mai's gaze was resolute. Yuan Gang pondered for a long while. Realizing that perhaps the situation was indeed as Chen Mai described, the entire training camp was engulfed in both internal and external turmoil. And it appeared that their side was at a disadvantage. So what should we do? Yuan Gang slowly inquired. We must employ the strategy of escaping like a cicada shedding its shell. Since all their schemes are directed at the training camp, we shall send the trainees out of the camp, thus leaving both sides unprepared, Chen Mai proposed. A piercing whistle echoed through the air, prompting the new recruits to swiftly exit their dormitories. Within 3 minutes, they all arrived at the training grounds. Yuan Gang surveyed them and remarked, "Good, it seems that after 5 months of training, you have begun to resemble soldiers." After conferring with the other instructors, it was decided to conclude physical training a month early and transition to teaching tactics, firearms, and forbidden terrains. The new recruits breathed a sigh of relief. The more rotund among them was particularly moved to tears, exclaiming, "7 nights, did you hear that? The nightmare is finally over." However, prior to this, after a unanimous decision among the instructors, I have decided to grant you a 4-day holiday, starting today until the 2nd day of the new year. Bailey Tu-Ming was even more exhilarated by this news. "I can't believe we actually have a break. Comrades, let us make our way to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. For these 4 days, all your expenses will be covered by young Master Bailey." Yuan Gang shot a glance at Bailey Tu-Ming and scoffed, however. No one is permitted to leave Cangnan during the holiday. If anyone is found violating this rule, they will be immediately expelled from the night watch. Bailey Tu-Ming retorted. What? Chapter 49. The attack. What do the Han people do during the new year? Qi Ming asked curiously. Shen Xiu stroked his bald head and replied. They wear the finest clothes, savor the most delicious food, and watch the most splendid fireworks. It should be something like that. I see, now I understand. Qi Ming seemed to grasp the concept. Zhang Taiping rushed to the kitchen, saying, Su Lao, I need to borrow the wine gourd for 2 more days. The wine inside is probably running low, so I'll refill it for you. Su Lao, aware of their holiday, chuckled as he unfastened the gourd from his waist. Oh. I feel rather embarrassed. When everyone gathered again, Zhang Taiping hoisted his small bamboo basket, while Tu Shan Miao Miao donned a vibrant hanfu. The little monk Shen Xiu had somehow procured a brand new kasaya, exuding a Buddhist aura, but the most eye-catching was Qi Ming. Clad in a blue miao attire adorned with numerous gold and silver decorations, particularly her sparkling hat, which jingled as she walked. No one had ever seen Qi Ming like this, especially the boys in the training camp, who were left spellbound. Ba, I thought I was extravagant enough, but Qi Ming. You outshine me, Shen Xiu remarked. Qi Ming twirled the bone flute in her hand. Didn't you say one must wear the most beautiful clothes for the new year? Isn't this beautiful? Very valuable, Shen Xiu replied. Zhang Taiping's eyes brightened. You become the most dazzling figure in the entire new recruit camp. Then let us celebrate the new year, Qi Ming exclaimed, hopping into the vehicle. As the transport vehicle slowly exited the training camp, everyone felt an inexplicable transformation within their bodies. An array of cracking sounds emanated from them, as almost all of them instantly transcended their current state. This was due to the suppressive artifacts in the new recruit camp, which had long restrained them, and their sudden release allowed them to break through the confines of their realms. Of course, this did not include Zhang Taiping and Tu Shan Miao Miao. Tu Shan Miao Miao had long since entered the next realm, while Zhang Taiping was self-restricting his forbidden terrain, thus remaining unaffected by external influences. Just as the new recruits were reveling in their newfound power, Qi Ming suddenly warned, Everyone, be cautious. Something is approaching. Having just entered the next realm, the golden silkworm Gu, buoyed by her energy, soared out of the truck. With a shared vision with the Gu, Qi Ming immediately sensed something amiss. 5 missile-like objects are flying toward us. Zhang Taiping slapped Shen Xiu's shoulder, and Shen Xiu instantly understood, joining his hands in prayer. Immovable king. Indeed, 5 seconds later, they saw the trails of the 5 missiles in the sky. Before Instructor Hong could rise, a red spear suddenly hurtled toward them, igniting one of the missiles and erupting into a rose-colored flame in midair. The remaining 4 missiles followed suit, ruthlessly striking the little monk's immovable king. The immovable king could withstand the force of only 2 missiles before shattering, causing Shen Xiu to spit blood. Ba, this is against martial ethics. They dare to use firearms, Shen Xiu complained. Suddenly, Tu Shan Miao Miao's hair turned green, and she crossed her arms, shaking vigorously. Greenwoody gang. The ground trembled as a massive flower with a gaping maw erupted from the earth, swallowing one missile. The missile detonated instantly, shattering the flower into pieces, with thick liquid cascading down like rain. Just then, the final missile approached the transport vehicle. Zhang Taiping swiftly drew the Xianyuan sword from his back and struck, shattering the missile. However, the missile was alarmingly close to the vehicle. Even with Zhang Taiping's blow, the residual force of the shrapnel still posed a lethal threat to many. Lin Qiye's eyes gleamed with golden light as a wave of profound darkness emanated from his body, causing the shattered shrapnel to either be consumed by the darkness or slowed down significantly, thereby posing no threat to the group. Bah, thank goodness for Lin. Otherwise, Zhang Taiping would have been the scapegoat. Shen Xiu quipped, even as he coughed blood. How was I to know that it would explode with so many fragments? Zhang Taiping retorted, hastily placing a special pill from Longhu Mountain into Shen Xiu's mouth. However, because Zhang Taiping's strike had prematurely triggered the explosion, Lin Qiye did not faint from the depletion of his spiritual energy this time. Soon after, an instructor reported, report to the chief instructor. The transport bus carrying the new recruits has been attacked by missiles. What? Yuan Gang sighed in relief. As long as the recruits are unharmed, that is what matters. However, I am puzzled as to how the enemy managed to deploy missiles. Moreover, they encountered an attack just as they left the training camp. It appears Chenmai was right. There is a traitor among us. Hundreds of miles away from the new recruit camp, at Missile Launch Base 39, amidst the piercing alarms, the dispatcher's voice echoed. Before the missile control console stood a striking woman wielding a handleless blade, wearing a peculiar smile. Upon closer inspection, this woman had vertically slitted pupils and a tongue that split in two. They actually sent the recruits out of the training camp. These individuals appear to be more astute than we anticipated. A man in black narrowed his eyes. It's all the fault of those mice in Cangnan, causing such a commotion that they alerted them prematurely. The vertically pupiled woman rubbed her forehead. I truly do not understand why they sent him here. My head is about to explode. Laziness, 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 the man in black lamented. Just bear with it. After all, his strength is formidable. Very well. I shall deal with that dual deity agent. This watermelon-headed one shall trouble the owner of the imperial ruins. The man in black glanced at the still raving lazy archbishop. What do you think? Laziness. The green watermelon-headed figure reclined at an odd angle, yet it seemed his tone suggested agreement. Chapter 50. Returning home, the bus slowly moved forward when suddenly, a vehicle blocked its path. Hong Hao furrowed his brow and stood up, being exceedingly cautious after the recent missile attack. I am Chen Mai, the captain of Team 136, here specifically to pick up my team members. A middle-aged man descended from the vehicle, carrying a sleek black long case. Hong Hao looked back in confusion, and Zhang Taiping immediately raised his hand. Report. Captain Shen might be referring to me and Lin Qiye. Very well, you may all go now, Hong Hao remarked. As Zhang Taiping stepped out of the car, Shen Xiu, Tu Shan Miao Miao, and Qi Ming followed suit. Chen Mai inquired, who are you all? Bah, we are Zhang Taiping's closest friends. This year, we have nowhere to go for the new year, so wherever he goes, we shall follow. Shen Xiu, the little monk, clasped his hands together in reverence. But my car cannot accommodate so many people, Chen Mai replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. His vehicle only seated 5, and with Hong Ying already on board, fitting in an additional 5 was simply impossible. Tu Shan Miao Miao suggested, we can all squeeze in. Shen Xiu, you can go in the trunk. Goodness gracious. At that moment, Hong Ying dashed out of the car and embraced Zhang Taiping and Lin Qiye, exclaiming, how is life at the training camp, my little brothers? Lin Qiye maintained a relatively normal expression, but Zhang Taiping turned crimson, his heart racing, stammering, It's quite good. Tu Shan Miao Miao's eyes narrowed playfully, while Qi Ming chuckled mischievously. Oh dear, Miao Miao, this fellow doesn't dislike women. He merely dislikes you. Looks like someone else has beaten you to it. Humph. Zhang Taiping is still so young. He knows nothing of love. I report that she is Zhang Taiping's girlfriend. Lin Qiye promptly distanced himself from Tu Shan Miao Miao. Lin Qiye, you are slandering me. Zhang Taiping hurriedly defended himself. Hong Ying paid no heed and took Tu Shan Miao Miao's hand, saying, little Taiping has good taste. Your little girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful. I find myself a bit enchanted. Hong Ying, let me explain. It's not like that. Upon hearing Hong Ying's words, Tu Shan Miao Miao's hostility vanished entirely. Sister Hong Ying, you are truly beautiful. By the way, what brand of cosmetics do you use? Your skin is amazing. You've been exposed to the elements at the training camp. Your skin could use some care. Let me recommend some skincare products. In no time, Hong Ying and Tu Shan Miao Miao found common ground, completely disregarding Zhang Taiping's explanations. Click. Qi Ming hopped into the car and, passing by Zhang Taiping, remarked, did I hear someone's heart shattering? Bah, the trunk is quite cozy. Xin Xiu climbed into the trunk without a care. The current arrangement had Chinmai driving, Lin Qiye in the passenger seat, and the three girls in the back, while Zhang Taiping nudged Xin Xiu, saying, "Scoot over a bit. Leave me some space." Honging turned to Zhang Taiping. "What about you?" Zhang Taiping felt relatively at ease. Although his mother was strict, she was easily deceived, and he had not lied. So she likely wouldn't see through it. "All right, Honging, why don't you send them off?" "Captain, to allow little Taiping to join the new recruit training." "I can't very well go as the ghost fire girl," Honging protested. Chinmai rubbed his forehead. "Then I shall take them." After dropping off two individuals, Zhang Taiping and Xin Xiu finally emerged from the trunk. "I heard you've been causing quite a stir at the training camp, getting into trouble every few days," Chinmai said to Zhang Taiping, who wore an embarrassed expression. "Not at all, Captain. You're just hearing rumors." Stealing alcohol from the kitchen sent old Su to the hospital, gathering to drink the night before training and on the first day. You caused a ruckus with over 50 people. Most critically, your reckless behavior nearly ruined the entire training session. Tell me, which part of that is a rumor?" Chinmai said sternly. Zhang Taiping scratched his head. "Captain, you already know all this?" "I was wrong." Unexpectedly, Chinmai patted his shoulder and grinned. "Well done. I've been displeased with you on gang for ages." "Huh?" Before long, the vehicle arrived at Zhang Taiping's home, where Zhang Banian was busy putting up spring festival couplets. Today was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, a day traditionally associated with wishes for a prosperous year ahead. Zhang Zibai sat on a small stool across from the entrance, smoking a cigarette. "It's off-center. Move it to the left a bit, to the left." Suddenly, a car blocked his view, and just as he was about to lose his temper, he spotted Zhang Taiping stepping out. Xin Xiu clasped his hands together. "Little Na greets Elder Zhang. You are the disciple of that old rascal, Dunan?" Zhang Zibai squinted. "Indeed." Zhang Zibai then turned his attention to Qi Ming, who was dressed in Miao attire. She did not offer him a pleasant expression, instead turning her head away. Zhang Zibai, undeterred, smiled and asked, "How is my little sister?" "Humph, I want to tell you. Granny told me to stay away from you," Qi Ming retorted. Knowing that her beloved grandmother had never married due to her infatuation with this man, Zhang Zibai sighed helplessly and then looked at Tu Shan Miao Miao, bowing deeply. "Miao Miao. My esteemed junior, I hope you are well." "What are you saying, old man? I just turned 18. How can I be your junior?" Tu Shan Miao Miao replied, flustered. While discreetly observing Zhang Taiping's reaction, Zhang Zibai was about to say more when he noticed Tu Shan Miao Miao showing her small fangs and shaking her fist in mock threat. Qi Ming, intrigued, asked, "Miao Miao, how old are you this year?" Tu Shan Miao Miao sighed and explained, "I'm really only 18. "Then why do they call you junior?" "In the demon clan, we calculate age differently, dividing it into pre- and post-transformation. Before transformation, the intellect is akin to that of a 5-year-old child. I only transformed 13 years ago, so 513 is indeed 18. Tu Shan Miao Miao clarified. Zhang Zibai stroked his beard. "When I first met Junior Miao Miao, she was just a small fox, untransformed. I never expected that while I've grown old, she remains as radiant as ever. Try calling me Junior one more time." Tu Shan Miao Miao finally snapped, feeling that Zhang Taiping's gaze had shifted towards her. Just then, two small yellow dogs came bounding from afar, playfully wrestling until they began mating without a care in the world. Miao Miao, you didn't do that before your transformation, did you?" Qi Ming laughed, bending over. "Bah. I can picture it now." The little monk's face turned red. "Qi Ming, I'm coming for you." Tu Shan Miao Miao could no longer contain herself and began to chase Qi Ming, tickling her. Chapter 51. Fireworks. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Mu hurriedly wiped his hands on his apron and stepped out. Upon seeing Zhang Taiping, her eyes immediately welled with tears. Zhang Banian stopped Zhang Mu, who was eager to approach. "What are you doing?" Zhang Mu asked impatiently. Zhang Banian winked at her. "Did you see those two girls? Each one prettier than the last. Especially that golden-haired one, with a generous figure. She looks like she'd be a good mother." Zhang Mu rolled her eyes. "That girl seems clever. If Taiping gets together with her, he'll surely be at a disadvantage. The girl in the blue dress looks wonderful. Her eyes exude innocence. Our Taiping has that same look, clear and naive, a trait developed from living in the mountains away from people. I still think the golden-haired girl is better." Zhang Banian analyzed. "The girl in the blue dress is the best." At that moment, the five of them were oblivious to Zhang Banian and Zhang Mu's conversation. But Chinmai heard it clearly and coughed awkwardly. "I must remind you both that the ladies have not yet consented. Why are you picking and choosing?" Zhang Banian chuckled. "Brother Chun, you've once again gotten us into trouble. Come down for a drink, will you? It's only been 4 days of vacation. By the way, who are these young ladies?" Zhang Mu inquired, glancing at Xin Xiu and the others. Zhang Taiping introduced, "These are all my comrades. Their homes are not in Cangnan. So I invited them to celebrate the new year with us. Hello, Auntie. The three chimed in unison. Although Qi Ming bore a sour expression towards Zhang Jibai, she was respectful to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu grew increasingly fond of Qi Ming. Excellent, excellent. Auntie will make dumplings for you all. As the group was welcomed into the house, Zhang Taiping deliberately lagged behind. Grandpa, wait a moment. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Zhang Jibai seemed to have anticipated the question. He stepped aside with Zhang Taiping and inquired, Are you curious about the great Emperor Zhuanqiu? The tale is long. Beginning with the struggles of our ancient ancestors during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who laid the foundations of the Xia civilization. Aided by the divine beings, the gods assisted humanity to garner more faith, treating humans as mere crops to be harvested. Initially, humanity was powerless against the gods until the emergence of a human emperor altered this dynamic. From that point onward, the friction between humans and deities intensified, leading to continuous conflict for centuries, until Emperor Zhuanqiu finally brought an end to this protracted struggle. As a mortal, the emperor's lifespan was finite, while the gods enjoyed longevity. To prevent future invasions of the Xia, the human emperor inscribed his will into the Xianyuan sword, which subsequently evolved into various imperial relics. By gaining the recognition of the Xianyuan sword, you have naturally inherited these legacies, Zhang Jibai succinctly explained. Zhang Taiping pondered for a moment and asked, If absolute connection is the forbidden realm of the human emperor, why does it inflict devastating harm upon Cangnan? Zhang Jibai replied, I am not entirely certain. But it seems that Cangnan has been cursed by a powerful foreign deity. While absolute connection can dispel such curses, it comes at a great cost, inflicting harm upon Cangnan as well. Trusting his grandfather unconditionally, Zhang Taiping contemplated, Then can I utilize the forbidden realm once I leave Cangnan? Zhang Jibai confirmed. Indeed, absolute connection only poses a threat to all that is Cangnan. It bears no danger to outsiders like Xinxiu. Sensing Zhang Taiping's eagerness for further inquiries, Zhang Jibai hastily diverted the topic, aware that his fabricated tale was fraught with inconsistencies that could unravel with more questions. On the evening of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the 4 children joyfully decorated with spring couplets, hung lanterns, admired fireworks, and relished delicious food. At 10 o'clock, Zhang Taiping proudly produced a massive homemade firework. Xinxiu, brushing his hand over the little bald head, asked, What are you doing? The fireworks you saw earlier were far too small. This is the centerpiece of the night, the Taiping brand iron flower, guaranteed to be a spectacle. Zhang Taiping declared with pride. Qi Ming looked at the enormous firework and questioned, Is that safe? Anything I produce is of exceptional quality. Tonight, I shall show you what true fireworks are. Zhang Taiping boasted. Xinxiu stepped forward, sniffing. Where did you acquire the gunpowder? Before the holidays, the instructor instructed us to bring our knives. And I smuggled some black powder from the armory in my little bamboo basket. Zhang Taiping responded. Impressive, truly impressive. Xinxiu praised, giving a thumbs up. I'll light it. I'll light it. Tu Shan Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly, igniting a fuse. As the fuse burned, the 4 eagerly awaited the grand firework display, but to their dismay, once the fuse extinguished, nothing transpired. Is it a dud? Xinxiu ventured closer for inspection. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Zhang Taiping's creation erupted. For he had packed it with ample explosive material to enhance its visual appeal. Bai, Xinxiu exclaimed, unable to evade the blast that hurled him away. The remaining 3 were not faring much better. They had anticipated a spectacle, only to be thrown about by the explosive force Zhang Taiping had unwittingly unleashed. Though all 4 possessed considerable skills, they were caught off guard and left in a state of disarray, covered in soot. Zhang Jibai burst from the house, only to find the yard enveloped in smoke, the acrid scent of gunpowder invading his nostrils. Xinxiu rolled to his feet, complaining, That rascal Zhang Taiping is utterly deceitful. He invited us to watch fireworks, only to bombard us with explosives. I am furious. I have never made a mistake before. Zhang Taiping wiped his sooty face. Zhang Jibai approached, inspecting the remnants on the ground. This is an extremely potent black powder. How could you use it for fireworks? Are you courting death? Qi Ming looked dismayed, her traditional attire now ruined. Tu Shan Miao Miao, nearly frightened out of her wits, patted her heaving chest. I feel like this is even more powerful than the 5 missiles from earlier. Zhang's mother rushed out, concerned. Are you 2 unhurt? Auntie, we're fine. Qi Ming reassured her. Zhang's mother shot her son a fierce glare. Zhang Taiping, we will discuss this later. With a stern word, she led the 2 girls away to clean up. As they tidied up, a bright full moon quietly ascended in the western sky. Chapter 52, Moonlit Night Affairs in the early hours of New Year's Eve. Clad in vibrant red, Tu Shan Miao Miao found Zhang Jibai. Little Jibai, you promised to assist me, please share your plan. Zhang Jibai stroked his white beard. I have orchestrated everything. Tonight, Taiping and I shall share a room, while Xinxiu and Byron occupy another. In the dead of night, I will stealthily exit and let you enter. Then, our grand endeavor shall be realized. Is it truly that simple? What if he resists? I cannot resort to force, and I doubt I could best him in close quarters. Tu Shan Miao Miao expressed her concerns regarding Zhang Zhibai's scheme. If he submits, that's well and good. Should he resist, you must immediately feign victimhood and cry out. I will place the blame upon him, solidifying your position. Zhang Zhibai chuckled darkly. Tu Shan Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with realization. Little Zhibai, you are quite cunning. Suddenly, she recalled something and inquired, is Zhang Taiping truly your biological grandson? How could you scheme against him so? Is that so? If my memory serves correctly, you owe us from Tu Shan, so why are you so invested in my affairs? What ulterior motive do you harbor? She questioned, perplexed. As a parent, one must plan wisely for the future. As a grandfather, it is even more imperative. I am not merely aiding you. I am paving the way for my grandson. Zhang Zhibai sighed. What do you mean? In 2.5 years, a significant turning point will occur in Taiping's life. This child, having grown up on the mountain, is quite innocent. I fear he may shatter under the weight of reality, hence I need someone who will support him unconditionally, whether he becomes a demon or commits misdeeds. Regardless of his fate, that person must remain steadfast by his side. Why not choose Shinshio or Qiming? With time, you will discover that all relationships in this world are fragile, save for those rooted in self-interest. You require imperial energy for cultivation, without refining it into a nine-tailed form. You cannot free yourself from dependence on Taiping. I cannot predict what he may become, but you will invariably be at his side. Tu Shan Miao Miao frowned. What exactly will transpire in 2.5 years? That remains a secret. In Zhang's mother's room, Qiming had already donned a voluminous nightgown belonging to her. She gazed at her tattered clothing, her brow furrowing in discontent. It seems this attire meant a great deal to her, and the one responsible for its destruction was none other than my son. If this continues, Taiping's image in Qiming's eyes will undoubtedly diminish. I must devise a way to remedy this. Zhang's mother thought frantically, and suddenly her eyes lit up with an idea. She hurriedly exited and slipped into Zhang Zhibai's room. Quietly, she opened a cabinet and discovered a stunning sky blue garment. Qiming, do not be disheartened. Look what I have. Zhang's mother exclaimed, revealing a meticulously crafted Miao dress. The garment sparkled with an exquisite azure hue, adorned with twinkling stars. Qiming's eyes widened in delight as she gently touched the fabric. This is crafted from the silk of the star weaver spider, an ancient and rare species. Where did you acquire such a treasure? Uncertain and perplexed, Zhang's mother recounted how her father had painstakingly crafted the exquisite garment in his youth. Intending to gift it to a beloved, yet for reasons unknown, it remained unbestowed. Instead, it was cherished as a treasured possession, frequently brought forth to reminisce about the past. Since it is merely sitting idle, why not let you wear it? To try it on and see if it fits, she urged. Upon hearing this, Qiming furrowed her brow in disdain, casting the garment aside. Absolutely not. Had he truly intended to present that dress, would my mother-in-law have ended her days in solitude? Zhang's mother was about to offer further persuasion when the kettle whistled sharply, prompting her to investigate. Qiming gazed at the dazzling garment resembling a starry sky, her resolve wavering. This should rightfully belong to the Miao people. Why shouldn't I wear it? Zhang Zhibai treasures it, and I shall wear it just to vex him. After a long, laborious bath, Zhang Taiping and Shinshio felt the remnants of gunpowder dissipate. As Zhang Taiping entered his grandfather's room to retire for the night, he discovered that Zhang Zhibai was absent, and the treasured chest lay open, its contents haphazardly strewn about. Alarmed, he thought, what if a thief has invaded our home? Those are my grandfather's most cherished belongings. What if they are lost? He hurried to Zhang Byron's room, only to find his father asleep like a log, completely unresponsive. What is the matter? Why are you in such a rush? Shinshio questioned as he lay down. Nothing, just continue sleeping. Zhang Taiping replied, hurrying toward his mother's room. Mother, something terrible has happened. We've been robbed, he exclaimed as he burst through the door. In the next instant, a blinding white light nearly overwhelmed him. Qiming, in the midst of changing, froze, her pupils dilating in shock. Zhang Taiping, taken aback by her stunning figure, felt a rush of warmth to his nose, and blood began to flow uncontrollably. He quickly turned away. Qiming, let me explain. At 2 in the morning, Zhang Zhibai smirked. Let us proceed as planned. Understood. Tu Shan Miao Miao signaled affirmatively. Suddenly, chaos erupted as the window of Zhang's mother's room shattered, and Zhang Taiping was violently propelled outside. As he soared through the air, he frantically recited a spell, enveloped in golden light. How dare you deceive me? Didn't you claim to have never learned the golden light spell? Zhang Zhibai fumed. Zhang Taiping rolled several times upon landing, crying out, Qiming, let me explain. A streak of golden light erupted, hurtling towards Zhang Taiping with the velocity of a bullet, crashing into his forehead and shattering his protective aura. What transpired? Tu Shan Miao Miao exclaimed, bewildered. Dressed and composed, Qi Ming emerged from the room. Her long hair billowing without wind, her lovely countenance radiating fury. Despite the frigid winter, she summoned the underground creatures to swarm towards Zhang Taiping. Terrified, he grabbed a wooden sword and fled, exclaiming, "Tell Grandpa I want to be home for breakfast today." Seeing Zhang Taiping escape, Qi Ming darted after him. Is it too much to allow people to sleep at this hour? Shun Xiu grumbled as he stepped outside, bewildered by the shards of glass scattered on the ground. What on earth happened? He inquired. Tu Shan Miao Miao shook her head. Forget the details. We must pursue him. If we delay, it could cost lives. Just as they set off, Zhang's mother rushed out, panic-stricken. What has happened? Why is that dress on Qi Ming? Zhang Jibai demanded angrily. Zhang's mother, feeling a twinge of guilt, feigned calmness. The dress is meant to be worn. Why let it gather dust in the cabinet? But it belongs to me. It is destined to be passed down. Zhang Jibai lamented, feeling defeated like a helpless elder bullied by his daughter-in-law. This life has become unbearable. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the elderly man rolled about like a child, suddenly realizing something was amiss. It's New Year's Eve. Why is the moon still full? And why did I not notice this before? Chapter 53. The ambush in Cangnan. At the Peace Affairs office, Chinmai frowned. Are they all unharmed? All is well. This batch of recruits appears formidable. I scarcely needed to intervene before the enemy was vanquished. Yet, the captain expressed concern. Why not keep Zhang Taiping here? If the ancient god sect is involved, they will not spare a descendant of the human emperor. Chinmai set aside his documents. His grandfather can contend with the old master of Longhu Mountain. His strength far surpasses ours. Zhang Taiping is safer with him than in the office. In the old district of Cangnan, the once full moon transformed into a blood-red orb. Zhang Jibai and another leaped into a dense forest. He calculated, stepping forward 7 paces before smiling. There is no need to hide any longer. Reveal yourself. Moments later, a figure emerged, stepping into the crimson moonlight. I never expected someone in Cangnan could detect my presence. I underestimated you. Zhang Jibai squinted at the figure. A man in his 70s garbed in pale moon-colored robes adorned with 2 blood moons. May I know your identity? It matters not. I am called Yu Huai. Zhang Jibai scratched his head. I do not recall hearing that name. Yu Huai, irritated by his ignorance, unleashed a pressure surpassing that of Klein. Akin to the pinnacle of humanity. Zhang Jibai's garments fluttered without wind, yet he stood tall, unyielding. Old man, do not meddle unnecessarily. I unfurl the moon's veil to prevent other top-tier humans from detecting our actions. Do not mistake me for an easy target. Yu Huai coldly warned. Zhang Jibai stroked his white beard. What if I insist on interfering? Then you shall die here. Yu Huai gestured with his left hand, unleashing moonlight like swords towards Zhang Jibai. With a swift stomp, Zhang Jibai summoned a massive bagua array beneath him, dispelling the moon swords while enveloping Yu Huai within. As Yu Huai attempted to use the moonlight to create distance, he found himself cut off from the light by the bagua array. Old man, you have sealed your fate. Child, do not disregard the martial code. I advise you to retreat. 10 kilometers to the west, Qi Ming swiftly pursued Zhang Taiping. Qi Ming, I was wrong. If I claimed I had night blindness and could see nothing at night, would you believe me? Zhang Taiping stumbled and fled, a pitiful sight. Qi Ming remained silent, unleashing a small black insect that darted toward Zhang Taiping's back. He felt a sharp pain and instantly became numb and weak. Damn it. The 10,000 poisons goo can unleash myriad toxins. Surely, just a glance isn't enough to condemn me to death. He fished a talisman from his pocket and, with a swift gesture, ignited it. Lacking water, he swallowed the ashes with saliva, finding slight relief. Qi Ming, do not be excessive. It was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. I am a gentleman, and with your modest frame, I am not particularly interested. Zhang Taiping resorted to playing the rogue when kindness failed. Zhang Taiping, I will kill you. Qi Ming seethed, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. Zhang Taiping's face was etched with bitterness upon hearing this. He did not anticipate that Qi Ming would be impervious to both threats and persuasion. It seemed that he was destined to meet his doom that very night. Just as his mind raced through possible strategies, a small insect flew out from within Qi Ming's body. This creature, resembling a translucent, blooming trumpet flower, fixed its gaze upon the rapidly moving Zhang Taiping. The insect opened its mouth, unleashing a piercing scream that struck Zhang Taiping, leaving him momentarily dazed, as if his very soul was about to flee his body. What on earth? This girl possesses a soul capture goo. Thankfully, I have absolute barrier. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. Spotting a nearby haystack, Zhang Taiping darted into it, disappearing from sight. Qi Ming, upon catching up, swiftly kicked the haystack apart, exclaiming, Zhang Taiping, come out. Yet, at that moment, he seemed to have vanished completely. Even with her numerous senses, she could no longer detect his presence. Unbeknownst to Qi Ming, Zhang Taiping was currently enveloped in the absolute barrier, rendering him undetectable to her. As she pondered her next move, a rapid-fire sound akin to that of a Chicago typewriter erupted, with countless bullets hurtling toward her position. Surrounding her, a golden light swirled as the golden silkworm goo flitted about, valiantly shielding her from all the incoming projectiles. Who dares to show themselves? Qi Ming shouted in fury, drawing upon the power of the soul capture goo. An invisible wave of sound emanated from her, causing a throng of lower-tier gunmen to stumble out from the woods. Their eyes glazed and frothing at the mouth, evidently shaken to their core by Qi Ming's voice. The staggering figures were clad in purple robes, their pointed hats obscuring their faces, adorned with a distorted emblem. Qi Ming furrowed her brow and inquired of the 50-odd individuals emerging from the trees. Who are you? Laziness. Laziness. Laziness, echoed a man with a green watermelon-shaped head as he descended from the skies, his head spinning grotesquely to face her. Where is Zhang Taiping? I distinctly sensed his presence just moments ago. Who are you? Qi Ming questioned warily, while she was unperturbed by the other purple-robed figures. The presence of this watermelon-headed individual was unsettling. He exuded an aura of formidable power, unmistakably a master of the sea realm. With bloodshot eyes, the watermelon head cradled his head, adjusting it to a more dignified position, and with an exaggerated bow, proclaimed, I am the great Sin Archbishop of the Witch Church of the Ancient Divine Society, the embodiment of laziness, Petrius Romanus. Qi Ming's mind raced. There are 7 deadly sins, ranked from grave to light: pride, envy, wrath, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. Each sin births a witch, so you are the agent of the Witch of Laziness? Since you know who I am, promptly divulge Zhang Taiping's whereabouts, and I may grant you a swift demise. Hehehe. I do not know where he is. And even if I did, I would not tell you. Qi Ming replied coldly. The Archbishop of Laziness, fixating on the blue-clad figure before him, suddenly laughed maniacally, exclaiming, Ah, this is love. If love had a color, it would undoubtedly be blue. Watermelon head, you seek death, Qi Ming said slowly, raising her bone flute to her lips. Yet before she could play a note, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her. Zhang Taiping leapt from the grass, tackling Qi Ming just as her previous position erupted in an explosion, the ground marred as if clawed by someone. Let me go, Qi Ming protested, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she found herself pinned. Zhang Taiping, shedding his usual playful demeanor, asserted, We must unite against our common foe. Qi Ming glanced at the deranged watermelon head and agreed. The two swiftly rose, positioning themselves back to back. I will distract that Archbishop of Laziness while you deal with the other minions, Zhang Taiping declared. Be careful, he is a Sea Realm master, Qi Ming cautioned before propelling herself into the fray. Chapter 54. Archbishop of Laziness Zhang Taiping swung his wooden sword with his right hand, while launching several crossbow needles toward the Archbishop of Laziness with his left. However, the steel needles fell harmlessly to the ground 5 meters away from their target, as if they had struck an invisible barrier. The same unseen force thwarted his previous attack, leaving him in a grave state of concern. My very essence trembles. The Archbishop of Laziness twisted grotesquely, and Zhang Taiping sensed a foreboding omen. By the time he realized the impending attack, it was too late to evade. He hastily raised his wooden sword to block, only to be sent flying by the impact. Laziness, laziness, laziness. You are all too lazy, O witch. Shower me with a bit more of your love. Zhang Taiping scrambled to his feet as Qi Ming kicked away an advancing follower, asking, Zhang Taiping, are you capable? Never suggest that a man isn't capable. As Taiping gripped the sword hilt tightly, he surrendered himself to a transcendent state. He had spent months striving to escape the profundities of the Tao. Yet faced with the Archbishop of Laziness, he could no longer afford to contemplate his sword intent. Threads of elemental power materialized before his eyes, and he could faintly discern a multitude of sinuous, black serpentine arms swirling around the Archbishop. At that moment, 2 of those arms lunged toward him, and Zhang Taiping narrowly dodged, lowering his body to charge forward. Laziness. With a flick of his wrist, the Archbishop sent 5 arms hurtling toward him once more. Zhang Taiping evaded 4 of them, but the 5th was cleaved in 2 by a sword. Yet, that severed arm twisted and rapidly regenerated, returning to its original form. Strange. Strange, strange. You seem to see them. The Archbishop's head rotated a full 270 degrees. However, fleeing was not an option. The opponent was a Sea Realm master, with an attack range of 30 meters, and those arms could carry him aloft, making escape impossible. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Taiping circled the Archbishop, seizing an opportunity to charge forward. The cacophony of battle captured the attention of Shenxiu and Tu Shan Miao. Shenxiu rubbed his bald head, exclaiming, Oh no! Something big is happening. They are genuinely fighting. You fool! The unmistakable sound of machine guns is mixed in. We must hurry. Tu Shan Miao Miao quickened her pace. As they leapt through the treetops, they exchanged glances upon arriving at the battlefield, both shocked by the scene before them. Qi Ming was surrounded by 4 small insects, each darting about. The golden silkworm Gu defended her from bullets. The 10,000 poisons Gu spewed forth toxic black mist to slay enemies. The soul capture Gu danced swiftly at the enemy's brows, bewitching them into mutual slaughter, while the gathering evil Gu hovered above her, gathering the surrounding bloodlust to restore her vitality. Even when faced with over 50 assailants, Qi Ming maintained a firm upper hand. In stark contrast, Zhang Taiping's situation was dire, no matter the angle of his attack. He was met with an invisible force that thwarted his progress. Ranged attacks were futile, and close combat was perilous, often sending him sprawling. Xin Xiu and Tu Shan Miao Miao could not perceive the eerie arms. They only witnessed Zhang Taiping charging again and again, only to be cast aside repeatedly. Heavenly Eye. Xin Xiu's eyes widened, yet even with his enhanced vision, he saw nothing amiss. Tu Shan Miao Miao, however, dashed into the fray, shedding all pretense before the formidable Sea Realm Master. 3 fox tails erupted from her, and 2 fox ears sprouted from her head. As her feet touched the ground, she declared, "Earth collapse." 3 massive fissures radiated from her feet, aiming toward the Archbishop of Laziness. Though powerful, the attack posed little threat to the airborne adversary. Xin Xiu also leaped down from the tree, and Tu Shan Miao Miao slowly began to speak. The slothful witch from the 7 deadly sins, due to her own laziness, is so reluctant to even lift a finger that countless invisible arms sprout from her body, performing all her desires. Be cautious. The invisible hand ability can be quite troublesome. Ha 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 ha. Someone knows of my abilities. Am I renowned? My mind quivers. The slothful archbishop hovered in midair. 6 arms lunged toward Tu Shan Miao Miao and Xin Xiu, who, unable to perceive these limbs, remained unresponsive. Zhang Taiping quickly alerted Xin Xiu, understanding the urgency. Xin Xiu clasped his hands together, invoking the immovable king. Although the immovable king's avatar is reputed for absolute defense, the disparity in their realms was too great. Even as Xin Xiu managed to block one strike, the avatar's radiance quickly dimmed. You can't see those strange arms. This situation could become dire. Miao Miao. Unleash your innate divine power, Zhang Taiping urged. This may not be wise. Although Tu Shan Miao Miao voiced her concern. Her 3 fox tails simultaneously transformed into a vibrant pink, emitting vast clouds of pink mist that enveloped the area. The invisible hands of the slothful archbishop wildly swung, dispersing the smoke that stirred the most primal desires within people. Nevertheless, Zhang Taiping's objective was achieved, since they could not directly observe the arms. They could indirectly monitor them through the haze. The area now shrouded in pink revealed the positions of the arms. This is much more convenient. The young monk coughed twice, inadvertently inhaling some of the pink mist, and quickly formed a seal to stabilize his mind. But this creature can fly. The attacking range of those arms is 30 meters, meaning it can hover no more than 30 meters above ground. We cannot reach that height. Zhang Taiping furrowed his brow. Tu Shan Miao Miao's first tail reverted to green, Aoki Igong. This place was already a forest, teeming with the power of wood elements. Under Tu Shan Miao Miao's command, massive vines rapidly sprouted from the ground. Zhang Taiping and Xin Xiu felt their feet soften as they were propelled upwards. Wow, Miao Miao, your ability is incredibly convenient. Xin Xiu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up while standing atop a large flower. Sloth, 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 you are also amusing. The slothful archbishop laughed maniacally, as all his arms suddenly elongated, shattering the vines and simultaneously attacking the 2 who stood upon them. Chapter 55. The Great Restoration of Memory. Though Tu Shan Miao Miao's Aoki Igong could manipulate plants, they were ultimately just ordinary vegetation. Faced with the invisible hand, they were swiftly severed. Tu Shan Miao Miao continuously formed seals with her hands, causing thick vines to rise once more, bearing Zhang Taiping and Xin Xiu forward. 5 minutes later, Qi Ming resolved all the minor enemies and joined the assault against Sloth, yet the presence of the invisible hand prevented her insects from approaching. If they were of the same realm as Sloth, the 4 could contend against him, but the 2-tier gap in their levels was too great. After a quarter of an hour, their mental energy was nearly depleted, and Sloth seized the opportunity. The invisible hand swept through, crushing all the vines summoned by Tu Shan Miao Miao in one fell swoop. Zhang Taiping and the others fell from their height, and Tu Shan Miao Miao's face turned pale, clearly a sign of mental exhaustion. She rushed to support Zhang Taiping, saying, "The gap in strength is too vast. We cannot breach his defenses. With such commotion, my grandfather will come." Sloth placed his left hand to his ear, bending down to listen. "What did you say? With Lord Yuehui here, you will not receive reinforcement." As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal thunderstorm descended from the sky, but the blood-red moonlight flickered, mitigating much of the thunder's power. Zhang Taiping's expression darkened as he struggled to rise, gripping his sword tightly. You three must flee at once. My grandfather is clearly entangled and will take some time to arrive. You should go. Shao Na can withstand more and hold out longer. Shen Xiu stepped forward. No. You cannot see his invisible arms. Let me handle it. Splendid, splendid. You truly move me, but alas, none of you shall escape. Sloth's dozens of arms flailed toward the four. Be careful, Zhang Taiping warned. Tu Shan Miao Miao's mental energy was drained, and the pink mist was no longer available, leaving only Zhang Taiping able to perceive the arms. Immovable king. The young monk Shen Xiu attempted to cast the defensive spell, but his mental energy had already run dry, and the avatar failed to manifest. Zhang Taiping cleaved through the invisible hand with his sword, yet the other three, exhausted, were snatched away by the large hand. Zhang Taiping hesitated, contemplating whether to release the suppression on the absolute void. Remembering his grandfather's words that the imperial ruins of Zhuangzi would not harm Shen Xiu and the others, as long as the ruins did not stray more than 3 meters from his body, there was no need to fear its rampage. Zhang Taiping gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to take a desperate gamble, Sloth covered his left eye and laughed heartily. Choose, choose, choose. Lord Yue commands me to eliminate you at all costs, yet I have not discerned your uniqueness, so choose. Join the witch cult or perish together. The invisible hand tightened. A sickening crunch echoed as the 3 ensnared individuals coughed up blood. If I join you, will you spare them? Zhang Taiping asked, filled with resentment. Of course. Then I agree to join you. Qi Ming, witnessing this, urged, Zhang Taiping, do not trust him. You are the heir of the great emperor. You are irreconcilable with the ancient god cult. They will never let you go. Tu Shan Miao Miao added, Zhang Taiping, do you truly have a choice left? How delightful. Your expressions are simply exquisite. Kneel, Zhang Taiping, and allow me to bestow upon you the baptism of a witch cultist. Shen Xiu retorted angrily. I would rather discard this filthy shell, Zhang Taiping. If you kneel today, I shall forever look down upon you. The heir of the great emperor must not kneel. For otherwise, the imperial energy will leave the body, and the spirit will be extinguished. Tu Shan Miao Miao implored urgently. Zhang Taiping smiled bitterly. 1 life for 3 lives is worth it. You fool, to suffer humiliation before death. Qi Ming lamented, filled with frustration. Zhang Taiping slowly bent his body. And upon witnessing this, Sloth laughed triumphantly. What a mere human emperor's heir. You are still destined to grovel at my feet. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a series of mechanical sounds erupted. Zhang Taiping's crossbow suddenly activated, launching 3 massive bolts. Compared to the wrist crossbow, the bolts from Zhang Taiping's back crossbow were longer and more powerful. I knew you would pull a trick. Sloth's invisible hands clasped together and shattered the 3 bolts. Though the bolts were forged from fine steel, they were not enchanted items. Upon being destroyed, a series of bells remained intact within. What is this? Sloth inquired, perplexed. As he inspected the bells closely, Zhang Taiping smirked slightly. Miao Miao, act now. Understanding his cue, Tu Shan Miao Miao quickly recited a spell, causing the Huan bells in Sloth's hand to ring melodiously. Earlier, when Tu Shan Miao Miao supported Zhang Taiping, he had discreetly lifted the Huan bells from her ankle. The invisible hands could defend against most attacks but did not block sound. Qi Ming's soul-devouring insect could intimidate souls but could not approach, given the vast disparity in realms. Distance rendered it ineffective. As the Huan bells chimed, Sloth's gaze momentarily flickered with confusion. Seizing this fleeting opportunity of half a second, Zhang Taiping lunged forward, leaping high to strike down with his sword. The invisible hands before Sloth were severed but not completely destroyed. Sloth's eyes rapidly regained clarity. Ha. You still fell a step short. Is that so? But I have already placed you in check. At this moment, the distance between them shrank to less than 3 meters. Absolute void. Zhang Taiping uttered softly. An inexplicable aura erupted around him, causing the dozens of hands directed at him to instantly disband. Zhang Taiping seized the slothful one's collar, and the 2 tumbled to the ground. With a cold chuckle, Zhang Taiping delivered 2 slaps to his opponent, declaring, in the realm of absolute isolation, how could you possibly communicate with the slothful sorceress? The slothful archbishop, who had long relied on the unseen hand, found his muscles withered, bereft of his protection. He instantly became as weak as a fledgling. Shen Xiu rose from the ground and rushed forward, delivering 2 hefty kicks, exclaiming, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Where's your bravado now? Who are you really? Zhang Taiping inquired. I am the slothful archbishop. I cannot speak of Lord Yuehuai's matters. The 4 exchanged glances, and Qi Ming cracked her fingers ominously. This fellow seems to lack mental acuity. Let's employ the great memory restoration technique on him. Just as the slothful was puzzled about what this technique entailed, Zhang Taiping and his companions coldly chuckled and began to beat him mercilessly. Are you demanding my submission? Blue is pure love, isn't it? No tremors in the brain, daring to be so ugly? They berated him as they struck. And it dawned on the slothful that this was far from a memory restoration technique. It was clearly coercion. Wait. I'll talk. I'll talk. The slothful couldn't withstand the pressure any longer. Zhang Taiping quickly halted his companions, urging, "Speak. Lord Yue is one of the 3 founders of the ancient God Church. And what else? What more do you know?" Zhang Taiping squinted. "It seems his memory is not fully restored. Let us continue the treatment. I am too lowly in rank. I only know that Lord Yue is a pinnacle-level powerhouse among humans. The divine ruins are related to the moon, but beyond that, I truly know nothing." The slothful begged for mercy. The 4 exchanged glances, and Shun Xiu nodded. "He seems to be speaking the truth, but I am still unsatisfied. Shall we give him another beating?" Zhang Taiping raised an eyebrow. "That suits me perfectly." 5 minutes later, the slothful archbishop lay unconscious, his cries echoing in the air. Chapter 56. Emperor of Fire. Upon seeing the slothful faint, the 4 finally ceased their assault. Tu Shan Miao Miao smiled. "Originally, this skill was designed for the gods. It is ineffective against humans. If it were an ordinary sea realm powerhouse, we might have truly fallen into their trap, but this fellow is merely a divine agent. Even the gods are weakened to the level of mortals within absolute isolation. Not to mention, he is merely a proxy. Now I understand why the ancient God Church would go to such lengths to eliminate Zhang Taiping. It's a heavenly burden." Qimeng mocked. Shin Xiu clasped his hands together. "Amaba. Do not seek outwardly. My master does not deceive me. How do you know so much, Miao Miao?" Zhang Taiping cast a questioning glance at Tu Shan Miao Miao. Before she could respond, Qimeng interjected. "Having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure. Do you really think she has lived in vain for all these years?" "Qimeng, I am going to compete with you." Tu Shan Miao Miao retorted angrily. Zhang Taiping interjected. "Enough squabbling. Let us decide how to handle this fellow. Amaba, I suggest a physical exorcism." The 3 regarded Shin Xiu with peculiar expressions. "Master, your compassion is truly admirable. I have gained enlightenment. I concur with Shin Xiu. This fellow is a potential threat. It is better to deal with him directly." Qimeng proposed. Zhang Taiping frowned, contemplating. "He should be a wanted criminal. We should hand him over to the Night Watchers." "That is fine, but what if he recovers?" Tu Shan Miao Miao expressed concern. Qimeng summoned a golden silkworm curse. "This is simple. I'll place a curse on him, and if he misbehaves, I will ensure his insides are racked with pain and teeming with worms." At this, Zhang Taiping felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing nervously as he quietly retreated behind the 3, contemplating escape. "Now that the external threat is resolved, should we not address our internal conflicts?" Qimeng remarked, having completed her curse. "Grandfather is still occupied. Shall we lend a hand?" Zhang Taiping felt guilty. Qimeng, not one to be unreasonable, replied, "I will settle accounts with you later." The recent battle had shattered his final shackles, allowing him to break through and step into the pool realm, his mental power suppressing the emperor's ruins. However, before he could revel in his newfound strength, Zhang Taiping suddenly felt darkness engulf him and collapsed. "Zhang Taiping, what's wrong?" The 3 rushed to support him. When Zhang Taiping opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar secret realm, just as he had 7 years prior, his soul revisiting a place of memories. Yet, this time, the towering figures were not playing chess. Instead, they sat high upon their thrones. The figure of Emperor Wangshu was clear to him, while the others remained shrouded in mystery. No, wait, the figure on the left of the 3 thrones gradually solidified, revealing a robust old man. The elderly man, disheveled and bare-chested, had eyes ablaze with fire, and as he met Zhang Taiping's gaze, it felt as if his soul might ignite. It took you 7 years to reach the pool realm. We truly chose a genius as our successor," Emperor Zhuangxu derided, seemingly dissatisfied with Zhang Taiping. "Had it not been for the need to suppress your absolute isolation, you would have already reached the sea realm. Because he suppressed it, the divine kingdom should be destroyed. Maintaining the normal operation of a city for 10 years consumes countless human souls. Even if they are not the souls of the Daxia people, it remains unforgivable." Zhuangxu seethed. Zhang Taiping, bewildered, heard the newly appeared figure say, "Enough of your bickering. My time is limited. This spark of fire must be passed on. Back when Ing Zheng sought it, you refused to share, and now it benefits him." Zhuangxu retorted angrily. The bare-chested elder shot Zhuangxu a glance, causing him to promptly fall silent. Zhang Taiping bowed and asked, "Elder, who are you?" "I am Swerin, also known as the Emperor of Fire." The elder was pleased to hear Zhang Taiping refer to him as grandfather. "Did you bring me here?" Swerin confirmed, "Indeed. What matter do you seek? You have stepped into the pool realm, and your soul power can now accommodate another emperor's ruins. Thus, I am here to bestow upon you a great opportunity." Noticing Zhang Taiping's confusion, Swerin continued, "In the beginning, when the universe was in chaos, all things were but void until the first spark of flame was born. The The brilliance of fire dispelled the mist, and all that existed began to solidify. The gods sought to control this first flame, preventing it from reaching the mortal realm, resulting in humanity's savage existence without civilization. Someone once stole divine fire but was ultimately captured and is still bound upon a mountain, suffering torment. Zhang Taiping inquired, then how did fire eventually reach the human realm? Since the gods were unwilling to lend fire to humanity, I created it myself. The mightiest force in the world is not the laws of the gods, but the human heart. I gathered faith to challenge the established paths of heaven and earth, and thus the first man-made flame was born. At its emergence, fire ceased to be the sacred and inviolable law. The original flame worshipped in the halls of the gods instantly became mundane fire, and its fortune was entirely seized by humanity. What I now bestow upon you is the first flame created by humanity through the burning of belief, a spark that has claimed all the fortune of the original fire. Zhang Taiping, despite having perused the ancient texts, had never heard such secrets. Swearin pressed his finger to Zhang Taiping's brow, and the flames in his eyes gradually shifted, while Zhang Taiping's own eyes grew ever brighter. In the realm of reality, Tushan Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Don't hold me back. I'll give him artificial respiration. Miao Miao, he clearly doesn't need that. Calm down. Qi Ming intervened. Just as Xin Xiu and the others were about to stop her, a burst of fire erupted from Zhang Taiping's brow, engulfing him entirely in flames. The three gasped in shock and retreated, while Xin Xiu hurried to find water, only to be stopped by Miao Miao. Wait. This fire cannot be extinguished with water. It is the legacy of yet another great emperor of humanity. Within the mysterious space, the flames in Swearin's eyes gradually extinguished, while Zhang Taiping's left eye shone like a blazing sun. The imperial ruins are named Passing the Torch. It is essential to remember that the true significance of these ruins lies not in the word fire, but in passing. This flame symbolizes hope, civilization, and faith. Although it possesses the power to consume all, its genuine purpose is to disseminate hope and culture. It ignited the flame of the Great Xia civilization. And the more prosperous the Great Xia becomes, the greater its power grows. Thus, your course of action is evident. The Emperor of Fire appeared somewhat weary. As the first emperor of humanity, his residual spirit was on the verge of fading. Zhang Taiping felt an urge to jest, thinking to himself, my little shoulders cannot bear the weight of the Great Xia's fortunes. However, upon witnessing the elder's solemn expression, he bowed deeply and said, I have learned much. Why has Zhang Taiping been roasting for over 10 minutes, yet is still uncooked? Xin Xiu pondered. Tu Shan Miao Miao drooled, clearly pleased with the presence of this other emperor. Her second fox-tail swaying incessantly, absorbing the elemental force of fire that lingered in the air. To inherit the legacy of the Emperor of Fire, one must first achieve immunity to fire damage, as the flames were transforming his very body. Tu Shan Miao Miao elucidated. With a sudden crack, the divine realm could no longer withstand the scorching heat and shattered, revealing its true form. Before the three could gather their thoughts, the real world also began to falter. This is dire. If this continues, the void will be penetrated and Zhang Taiping will fall into endless nothingness. Tu Shan Miao Miao exclaimed in alarm. What shall we do? Xin Xiu asked anxiously. There is nothing we can do. The temperature of that flame is far too high. Zhang Taiping stood up, stretched, and felt invigorated, only to realize that he was entirely unclothed, prompting complex expressions from the three small ones. Pervert. Qi Ming quickly turned her head away. Amiba, it's quite a sight. Xin Xiu closed his eyes. He. Tu Shan Miao Miao's eyes widened in delight. How do you feel now? She asked, wiping away her saliva. Well, I feel quite fiery. Zhang Taiping replied. Tu Shan Miao Miao's face flushed as she struggled momentarily before swiftly tying her thick hair into a bun, kneeling slightly, her fox ears twitching, and her foxtail swaying as if anticipating something. Zhang Taiping extended his right hand toward her. Miao Miao assumed it was a gesture of affection and let her ears droop submissively. However, Zhang Taiping seized her ear and pulled her up, asking, Are you unwell? What is this? A test for nucleic acid. TCH, you were the one who said you felt fiery. Tu Shan Miao Miao retorted. Chapter 57. Moon and Locust Tree. Xin Xiu could no longer tolerate the scene and tossed his monk's robe at Zhang Taiping. Could you please put on some clothes before speaking? At that moment, Zhang Taiping was still tugging at Miao Miao's ear to educate her. Hearing Xin Xiu's words, he looked down at his lower half and instantly felt his face flush, awkwardly tying the robe around his waist to cover himself. Let us first check on Grandpa. Zhang Taiping cleared his throat to ease the tension. The four no longer hesitated and swiftly made their way to the spot where the lightning had struck. Qi Ming, did you see Zhang Taiping in the nude just now? Tu Shan Miao Miao asked with a smile. I saw. No, I didn't. Stop lying. I didn't see anything. You definitely saw. Oh, in that case, doesn't that mean you and Zhang Taiping are even? Tu Shan Miao Miao's eyes lit up. How can it be the same? It's different. You always say men and women are equal. Why doesn't that count now? Tu Shan Miao Miao teased. Qi Ming gritted her teeth in frustration. Fine. You wait here. Remember, we are roommates. Why aren't you supporting me? I'm being fair, not partial. Besides, who told you to keep bringing up my age? Miao Miao laughed. Gradually, they noticed that the trees ahead were all leaning in one direction, as if overwhelmed by some colossal force. Zhang Taiping halted. Wait, something is approaching. As soon as he spoke, an invisible shockwave swept through the land, sending the four of them tumbling back 100 meters. Wow, someone just dropped a nuclear bomb ahead. That's insane. Shen Shou exclaimed as he landed face first into the dirt. Zhang Taiping's expression turned grave. Miao Miao, can your Qishu Yiqiang still be used? Tu Shan Miao Miao had absorbed a significant amount of imperial energy and had regained her mental strength. She nodded, forming hand seals. Qingshu Yiqiang. A colossal lotus flower suddenly erupted from the earth, gently lifting the four into the air. Since they could not observe the fierce battle up close, they decided to survey from above. Zhang Jibai and Yu Huai exchanged blows, both stepping back simultaneously, the Bagua array beneath Zhang Jibai flickering, indicating that he had taken damage from the previous strike. Old man, how old are you? Why are you still risking your life against me? Yu Huai mocked. I have no choice. You disregard martial ethics and bully the weak, so it falls upon this old man to take a stand. Zhang Jibai replied, shaking his hand. His right hand becoming somewhat transparent. Yu Huai seemed to grasp something, laughing heartily. I suspect you were once a pinnacle of humanity, yet 7 years ago in Cangnan, you were obliterated by the curse of Shiva. Now, you are merely a resurrected resident of the divine realm, your strength nowhere near its peak. What do you have to fight me with? Try and see. Zhang Jibai's Bagua array began to spin once more, seeking death. The moon in the sky turned an increasingly deep crimson, as if it could bleed at any moment. Who is that? Grandpa Zhang seems to be struggling against him. Shen Shou expressed concern. Little Jibai is over 100 years old and no longer at his peak. He is bound to suffer. Tu Shan Miao Miao frowned. Qi Ming pondered. Zhang Taiping, don't you have the remnant soul of the great emperor within you? Call it forth to crush him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taiping's eyes brightened, and he quickly focused his spirit inward, repeatedly calling out, I summoned the great emperor to manifest. However, after several attempts, no change occurred. In a mysterious space, the emperor of fire sat cross-legged. Aren't you going to assist him? Zhuansu replied nonchalantly, the last battle against the night goddess exhausted most of my soul energy. A mere human pinnacle is not worth my effort to eliminate, and besides, does this lad think I can be summoned at will? I am a great emperor. I have my dignity. Zhang Taiping, can you do it or not? Qi Ming asked anxiously. Zhang Taiping's mind raced as he contemplated strategies. Observing that his grandfather could not hold on much longer, he focused on the Bagua array beneath Zhang Jibai, silently reciting, Heaven is represented by Qian, Earth by Kuan, Wind by Sun, Mountain by Jin, Water by Can, Fire by Li. The Emperor of Fire once said, passing the torch emphasizes the act of passing. Could I transfer some of this primordial fire to my grandfather? Without hesitation, Zhang Taiping plucked the flame from his brow and hurled it toward Zhang Jibai, shouting, Grandpa, catch. Confused, Yu Huai instinctively unleashed a burst of moonlight, but upon contact, the moonlight was instantly ignited and vanished. As the flame approached him, Zhang Jibai sensed its immense heat and refrained from catching it outright. Yet, knowing it was tossed by his grandson, he trusted Zhang Taiping and gritted his teeth to grasp the flame. To his astonishment, the fire capable of piercing the void caused him no harm. Zhang Taiping was correct. The flame possessed sentience, and the benevolent fire he offered would not harm its recipient. Yu Huai suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhang Taiping, laughing, that lazy fool. A mere sea realm cultivator is losing to 4 pool realm practitioners. You all are foolish not to escape while you can. As Yu Huai prepared to charge toward them, he suddenly found himself in the position of the Bagua ray. Jin represents thunder, and a torrential downpour of lightning cascaded from the heavens. Zhang Jibai looked at the flickering flame in his hand and smiled. Taiping, the Li trigram represents not only flames, but also the sun. After uttering those words, Zhang Jibai clenched his right hand, causing the flame to vanish instantaneously within his palm. At his feet, the southerly trigram of the 8 trigrams array suddenly erupted with brilliant white light, as a resplendent sun began to rise majestically from its center. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the primordial fire. As long as one's realm is sufficient, it can manifest all things related to fire. The flickering light of a candle cannot compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon, and the radiance of the moon pales in comparison to the great sun. Liyang trigram, rise for me. Zhang Jibai bellowed, and the sun soared into the sky, eclipsing the glow of the blood moon in an instant. Shen Shou ceased his incantation, exclaiming, Grandpa Zhang is truly formidable, able to conjure a sun with his bare hands. This year's Nobel Prize surely belongs to him. As the moon curtain dissipated, the true moon appeared in the sky. Yu Huai, filled with resentment, retorted. So what if you have shattered my moon curtain? You are still no match for me. Who said I had to defeat you? In the Peace Affairs office. Long Xian suddenly reported, Captain, it's bad. A great sun has suddenly risen over the old city of Cangnan, and there are signs of a human ceiling appearing. Chen Mai frowned at this news. We have not received any information about the human ceiling coming to Cangnan. This is bad. It must be the ancient god church. I will contact Commander Yi immediately. At this moment, Zhang Jibai was already at his limit. It was not that he lacked strength, but the physical form he had conjured through miracles had reached its maximum capacity. If he continued to expend energy, he would disappear. Just as Yu Huai was about to strike, he suddenly felt an intense sword intent approaching rapidly. He glanced at Zhang Jibai and then at the distant Zhang Taiping. Gritting his teeth, ultimately, he chose to temporarily retreat. After all, if he were to be entangled by the Sword Saint, he would undoubtedly face a siege from other human ceilings. Having been discovered, Yu Huai no longer concealed his true strength. With a powerful tremor beneath his feet, Zhang Jibai's 8 trigrams array was shattered, and he leaped into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 58, The Flame of Hope by the Shores of the East Sea. Chenfuzi slowly rose from his carriage. Yu Huai, I have been waiting for you for a long time. What on earth? How could Chenfuzi appear here? Yu Huai immediately turned to flee. However, a colossal Buddha gradually rose before him, and Yi Fan's indifferent voice echoed, this path is blocked. At that moment, it was too late for Yu Huai to change direction. Zhou Ping, wielding his sword, had already caught up, and Chenfuzi approached from the other side. The three formed a triangular formation surrounding him. Impossible! You could not have arrived so quickly, Yu Huai exclaimed in shock. Yi Fan spoke slowly. We knew there would be a big catch tonight, but we did not expect it to be such a significant one. The ancient god church is one of the 3 founders. If you die here tonight, the ancient god church will not be far from its demise. Damn it, you have plotted against me. Yu Huai, a waning moon tonight, was deemed the least likely to come. You temporarily shielded our perception with the moon curtain. Had it not been for the rising sun, you might have succeeded, Chenfuzi remarked. Yu Huai sighed. I did not anticipate the existence of a half-step human ceiling in Cangnan. This time, I have miscalculated. But to think you wish to keep me here is rather fanciful. On the sea, a bright moon rises. With a fierce shout, a great moon gradually ascended from the sea surface. Yi Fan's expression grew grave, while Zhou Ping remained silent, simply drawing his Longxiang sword and slashing down, causing the heavens to change color. Seeing Yu Huai retreat, Zhang Taiping and the others hurried to support the pale-faced Zhang Jibai. The latter concealed his ethereal right hand within his sleeve, not wanting Zhang Taiping to see it. That was close, very close. If I had waited another day, I would have missed the new year. Zhang Jibai jested. Grandpa, are you all right? Zhang Taiping asked with concern. Zhang Taiping squatted down. Let me carry you, Grandpa. Zhang Jibai was taken aback, then smiled knowingly. All right, all right. Little Taiping has finally reached the age where he can carry me. Shinxiu, the little monk, furrowed his brow. Taiping, why do I feel that the sword intent just now is so familiar, as if I had been struck by it before? It must be Senior Zhou Ping. I always thought he was impressive, but I didn't expect him to be this formidable, Zhang Taiping said with an expression of admiration. Alas, talents emerge in every generation, each leading the way for centuries. It seems I have truly grown old. Upon hearing Zhang Jibai's words, Tushan Miao Miao slightly frowned. She did not recall this fellow ever admitting defeat, but now Zhang Jibai continually emphasized his age, evidently masking another truth. She had clearly seen Zhang Jibai's action of concealing his right hand in his sleeve, which intensified her suspicions. At this moment, he had already awakened and utilized the invisible hand to free himself from his bindings. How merciful of you to spare his life, Zhang Jibai complained. Laziness, laziness, laziness. You have gone too far. The face of laziness had swollen to that of a pig's head. He hovered in the air, ready for another battle. Seeing this, Qiming snapped her fingers, and with a loud crack, Laziness's features contorted as his abdomen swelled rapidly, expelling a black insect that emitted a foul odor, making those present grimace slightly. What have you done to me? Laziness spoke with difficulty. Qiming stepped forward, twirling her bone flute. Nothing much. Just planted a dozen types of cursed insects within your body. What you just experienced was merely one of them. If you still refuse to comply, I will awaken them all, ensuring you experience unbearable torment. You witch. You are mistaken. Miao Miao is the witch. Qiming snapped her fingers again, and Laziness rushed once more, spewing forth dozens of blue butterflies. Zhang Taiping and the others quickly distanced themselves from Qiming, as this little girl was far more terrifying than Laziness. Zhang Byron gazed gravely at the 2 suns in the sky. Father told us to stay home. He can handle it. His words seemed to be directed at his wife while also serving to bolster his own courage. just as the two were feeling unsettled. Zhang Taiping carried Zhang Zhibai through the door. Zhang Baran rushed forward, looking at the disheveled group with concern. What happened to you all? Why the panic? I'm not dead yet, am I? Zhang Zhibai admonished. Zhang Zhibai and Zhang Taiping shared a generational bond, and although he had no means to deal with the Guilan, he could still intimidate his foolish son. In the depth of winter, Zhang's mother hurriedly retrieved clothing for Zhang Taiping to wear. Zhang Zhibai's complexion grew increasingly pale as he spoke slowly. Taiping, this incident occurred under strange circumstances. Quickly deliver that green watermelon head to Chenmai. Understood. Zhang Taiping hoisted laziness and departed. Shinxiu and Qi Ming, having not slept all night, were utterly fatigued. The little monk swayed as he walked into the house. I won't go. I need a rest. Tushan Miao Miao, however, was full of energy. I will go with you. Miao Miao, you stay. I have something to discuss with you. It's just sending someone off. He can go alone. Zhang Zhibai interjected. Zhang Taiping tossed laziness onto the motorcycle's rear seat and sped away, while Tushan Miao Miao, fuming, approached Zhang Zhibai. Little Zhibai, what is it you want? Miao Miao, you see my condition, right? Did Yaya and Rong Rong not tell you? Not at all. Then I won't overstep my bounds. By the way, were you not about to inform Taiping of this matter? Tushan Miao Miao blushed slightly. I did not wish to keep it from him. But just as she finished speaking, the left hand that had grasped the flame of hope suddenly ignited, enveloping her entire body in flames. Her pale face gradually regained color. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, he will never be stuck in traffic. Zhang Taiping sang as he rode into the rising sun, but suddenly the fire in his brow reignited, more fervent than before, leaving Zhang Taiping momentarily stunned. Hope does not diminish through sharing, rather, it multiplies. This is the true essence of the passing of the torch. Chapter 59, The Strange and as Tushan Miao Miao exited Zhang Zhibai's room. Her mood was somewhat heavy. Despite her usual carefree demeanor and apparent indifference to all but Zhang Taiping, she could indeed perceive certain things at a glance. Qi Ming, aren't you tired? Tushan Miao Miao inquired. What did that old man say to you earlier? Qi Ming asked seriously. Nothing much. Tushan Miao Miao replied, feeling somewhat guilty. Qi Ming let out a soft hum, saying, my grandmother once mentioned that the Zhang family is suited for friendship but utterly unsuitable as romantic partners. Do not let them deceive you. Meanwhile, Tushan Miao Miao fidgeted with her fingers across her chest. You can't possibly be in love with Zhang Taiping, can you? In love? It's just that he won't allow me to. Tushan Miao Miao replied, feeling aggrieved. Qi Ming rubbed her forehead. Do not play with homophones with me. I have a question. What is the lifespan of your demon race? Tushan Miao Miao counted on her fingers. For me, with one tail, it's 1,000 years. Once I attain 9 tails, I could live for over 10,000 years. But have you considered that Zhang Taiping can only live for about 100 years? What will you do when he grows old and passes away? We have the heartbroken tree in Tushan. We can reincarnate and continue our bond. Don't be foolish. No matter how powerful the heartbroken tree is, it cannot sustain the fate of the great Xia. Have you ever seen a great emperor reincarnate for love? Think carefully. Qi Ming patted her shoulder before turning to leave. Tushan Miao Miao stood frozen for a while, and finally stomped her foot in frustration. Qi Ming is so annoying. I finally wanted to love wholeheartedly, and she had to say it so plainly. Qi Ming, hiding behind the wall, secretly watched Tushan Miao Miao as conflicted expression. Covering her mouth in amusement, who told you to always side with Zhang Taiping? Enjoy your troubles, now you understand my prowess. Shinxiu eavesdropped from the window. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Amit Ba? My master was right. Wise men do not enter the river of love, and women are like fierce beasts. Thankfully, I am a clever little monk. On the rooftop of a modest 5-story building in the old district, a man in black knelt before a young girl. Lin Qiye is being well protected by Team 136. We cannot act. Scorpion reported. The snake woman scoffed, a bunch of useless fools. Every human has a weakness. If you cannot directly approach him, go capture his family. Understood. Last night, the snow fell heavily in Cangnan, yet due to the moonlit curtain, not a single flake descended around the Zhang family. However, when Zhang Taiping rode his small motorcycle beyond that boundary, he discovered a thick blanket of snow on the ground. Just as the snake woman was about to leave the rooftop, she spotted a small flame moving swiftly along the road. She directed her serpent-like eyes toward the flame, her vertical pupils narrowing. That lazy fool can't even handle a mere kid in the pool realm. I suppose I must take matters into my own hands. The snake woman leaped down from the building, swiftly arriving in front of Zhang Taiping's vehicle. Zhang Taiping hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Auntie, are you out of your mind? Don't you look where you're walking? Auntie? The snake woman's teeth ground together. However, Zhang Taiping was rather handsome. It would be a shame to kill him. The snake woman mumbled to herself. Auntie, what did you say? The corners of the snake woman's mouth twitched, forcing a smile. Little brother. Do you think your sister is pretty? Just average, Zhang Taiping replied sincerely. as the presence of Qi Ming and Tu Shan Miao Miao had inadvertently raised his standards. Average. The snake woman felt a blow to her pride. Auntie, please move aside. I still have places to go. The snake woman felt her lungs nearly explode. Yet, she managed to force a rather unappealing smile. Little brother, you're young and naive. Many people say my eyes are very beautiful. Take a closer look. Not really. They're quite average. Zhang Taiping scrutinized her eyes. As a representative of Medusa, the snake woman's gaze could petrify her enemies. Yet, as she activated her petrifying ability, she saw a sea of fire in Zhang Taiping's left eye, which inexplicably ignited her own. It hurts. The snake woman cried, covering her eyes and crouching down. But the fire did not extinguish. Instead, it surged forth from her eyes, igniting her hair. Zhang Taiping panicked, thinking his newly acquired imperial relic had gone out of control. He quickly jumped off his motorcycle and grabbed nearby snow, throwing it onto the snake woman's head. Whether it was due to the insufficient snow or the peculiar nature of the fire, after throwing snow 10 times, the flame showed no signs of abating. He looked around and spotted a large snowman, rushing over to rip off its head and hurl it at the snake woman. Ah! She screamed in agony. What kind of snowman has a bowling ball in its head? Zhang Taiping complained. He ran back and kicked the snake woman's head, attempting to extinguish the fire in the most primitive way, but it was still futile. Auntie, are you all right? I'll take you to the hospital, Zhang Taiping said apologetically. But the snake woman, now charred and unrecognizable, retreated in horror. Are you doing this on purpose? Don't come near me. I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean it. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility. I will cover all medical expenses. Police. Police. The snake woman called out, looking behind Zhang Taiping. Just moments after he left, 3 people emerged from a nearby couple's inn. Li Pangpang danced with a carrot and a button. The snowman was missing something yesterday. I'm going to fix it now. It's just the snow. Do you really need to be this excited? Shen Qingzhu scoffed. You wouldn't understand. It rarely snows in Guangshan, and especially not this heavily. This is my first time seeing such snow. You've never seen the world. Qiao Yuan mocked. However, when they reached the spot where Li Pangpang had built the snowman, they discovered its head was missing. Li Pangpang, holding the carrot and button, looked bewildered. Old Qiao, Qingzhu, Li Shueshue has been murdered. What? You even named it? Shen Qingzhu exclaimed in surprise. Li Pangpang wiped away a tear. I will turn my sorrow into strength, old Qiao Qingzhu. Let us build Snoxa 2. Chapter 60. Interrogation 15 minutes later, Li Pangpang successfully constructed a second snowman. Just as he was adding decorations, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is this? Brother, it's me, Li Tuling. A crisp female voice came through the line. Aren't you always busy? Why do you have time to call me? I called to discuss your lifelong affair. Did you not know? A few days ago. Father arranged a marriage for you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I haven't heard a thing. Li Pangpang responded in confusion. How strange. Didn't father tell you? Let me inform you. The family is from the Shitan Li family, backed by Longhu Mountain, specializing in talismans and magical artifacts, highly esteemed in the industry. Their financial strength is comparable to ours, especially their head ancestor, Li Daozi, who crafts talismans that can fetch sky-high prices. Our family is a museum of forbidden items. This union would be a powerful alliance. Wait, but I already have someone I like. Brother, you're being foolish. Love cannot be eaten. Besides, I've seen the other party. She is a stunning beauty, perfectly suited for you. No, I must tell father and have this marriage annulled. Li Pangpang recalled the image of a valiant figure. I've sent you a photo on your phone. Take a look before you decide. Li Tuling hung up without further ado. Li Pangpang opened the image sent by Li Tuling, revealing a celestial-looking Taoist woman in a white robe. Qiao Yuan and Shen Qizhu hurriedly leaned over. There is not even a hint of a housewife. She is not my type. Qiao Yuan remarked. Wow, you're quite lucky. Why do all the good things happen to you? Shen Qizhu nudged Li Pangpang's shoulder. I swear, you must not let this leak out, especially not to Jasmine, otherwise I will hold you accountable. After threatening the two, Li Pangpang hastily dialed his father. As expected, he was scolded mercilessly. Shen Qingzhu patted his shoulder. Longhu Mountain? Isn't that where Zhang Taiping is? I've heard he has a high status there and is the direct disciple of the Celestial Master. Why don't you seek his assistance? Li Pangpang's eyes lit up at this moment. How could I forget him? He once mentioned that he was quite familiar with Li Daozi. As long as the old ancestor of the Li family says a word, this engagement is bound to be off. At the Peace Affairs office, Chen Mai, the captain of Team 136, had not slept a wink all night due to the events of the previous evening. Zhang Taiping rode his little motorcycle and parked it at the door, hoisting the lazy archbishop from the back of the bike before entering the office. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Mai looked up and smiled. Happy New Year, Zhang Taiping. Why did you bring gifts? Now I feel quite embarrassed. Happy New Year, Captain Chen. Why are you working on such a festive day? Is there triple pay? Zhang Taiping teased. Shinmai was stung by the remark. It's all because of you two rascals. Speak up on this joyous occasion. Why aren't you at home enjoying reunions with your family? Zhang Taiping's expression turned serious. He opened a sack and tumbled the lazy archbishop out. The archbishop sneezed. Frozen like a silly doll. Shinmai was taken aback, examining the green watermelon-headed figure before realizing the lazy archbishop of the ancient god church's witch cult. This notorious fellow, how did you capture him? Last night, he inexplicably ambushed me, and then the four of us gave him a good thrashing. After capturing him, I thought to hand him over to the captain for interrogation. Zhang Taiping replied nonchalantly. You four? Wasn't it Zhang Lao who captured him? He's a genuine sea realm expert. Shinmai exclaimed, his mouth agape. My grandfather's opponent is even more exaggerated. I think he's some sort of human pinnacle. By the way, is the sea realm really that formidable? Zhang Taiping scratched his head. So the captain is quite inexperienced. Zhang Taiping muttered under his breath. What did you say? Nothing. The lazy archbishop glanced around, noticing the absence of Qimong, and his courage began to swell. An unseen hand slowly reached out towards his back. Zhang Taiping casually pulled out a box from his pocket, revealing 15 small, differently shaped and colored insects. Qimong mentioned that there are 15 mother insects within you, and yours is a child insect. The ones in my hand are mother insects. If I crush even one of them, you will be driven to the brink of ecstasy and despair. Zhang Taiping picked up a pink insect and squeezed it. Name? The lazy archbishop turned his head away, unwilling to cooperate. Zhang Taiping's fist made cracking sounds, prompting the archbishop to shout. Aren't you a formal department? Coercing confessions is illegal. This camera seems a bit dirty. Let me clean it. Shinmai picked up a feather duster and blocked the camera. By the time he finished tidying up, the lazy archbishop was left doubting his existence. Name? Shinmai paused his note-taking. This name is rather long. He silently wrote down lazy archbishop in the name section. Gender? Male? Age? After asking a series of basic questions, he finally shifted to the main topic. What is your purpose for coming to Cangnan? The lazy archbishop hesitated. Shinmai picked up the feather duster again. This camera seems not to be clean. I'll tell you. This time, the ancient god church sent 2 groups. And my mission is to assassinate the owner of the imperial ruins, while the snake woman's task is to recruit the dual divine agent. If recruitment fails, they will eliminate him immediately. Snake woman? Describe her physical characteristics. Shinmai noted down. She is quite a beautiful woman, about 1.72 meters tall, with curly hair. Her weapon is a handleless blade, and she is the agent of Medusa, capable of petrifying enemies with her gaze. Shinmai raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhang Taiping. Captain, don't listen to his nonsense. I haven't encountered any snake woman. He suddenly paused, recalling that peculiar ant. Oh no, I seem to have accidentally let her escape. I truly didn't expect her to be from the ancient god church. Zhang Taiping protested. Shinmai shook his head in disappointment. Forget it, if you could beat her. She probably isn't that strong anyway. If she escaped, let her go. Lazy, continue. Besides you, who else is there? Beside the snake woman. There is also a sea realm expert, who is the 13th seed of Lord Murmuring's followers, named Han Shaoan. Shinmai's pen exploded in his grip as his eyes widened. Are you referring to the former captain of the Gusanite Watchman team, Han Shaoan? That should be him. Shinmai quickly put away his notes. I will hand this person over to the abstinence office. You should go find Lin Qiye and regroup. We will arrive shortly. Captain. Where is he? Zhang Taiping inquired. Oh, he stayed at Hong Ying's house last night. Zhang Taiping turned pale at this revelation, gritting his teeth. Lin Qiye. How dare you steal home? Chapter 61. The believer sees Shaoan and happened to bump into the hurried Zhang Taiping, perplexed as he asked Shinmai. What's wrong with Zhang Taiping? Why is he in such a rush? Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan's eyes brightened, and then he angrily remarked, what a lousy boy. Can't he see that I am not bad-looking either? Hey, let me remind you, she's still underage. Shinmai tossed the sack onto the car. Captain, what are you thinking? I have no interest in little kids. I'm just a bit annoyed. What exactly makes me inferior to Sister Hong Ying? Perhaps you aren't as wealthy as she is. Shinmai pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped off. Zhang Taiping arrived at the doorstep of Hong Ying's house. It was only 7:30 in the morning, and he was uncertain whether Sister Hong Ying had risen yet. After ringing the doorbell several times, he was surprised when the door opened shortly after. Zhang Taiping, why are you here? Today, Hong Ying wore a pure white robe, holding her signature large gun, her head steaming and her cheeks flushed, evidently just finishing her morning exercise. Zhang Taiping's face turned red. I captured a tongue yesterday and obtained information about the assassination from the ancient god church. The captain asked me to regroup with you first. The other team members will arrive soon. Come in then. Hong Ying took his hand and led him into the courtyard. Happy New Year. Lin Qiye happened to be in the courtyard as well. Happy New Year. Zhang Taiping replied, puffing up his cheeks. Once inside, Hong Ying kicked over Wen Qima, who was still snoring on the sofa. Stop sleeping. We need to hold a small meeting. What time is it? Don't you know that snow days and sleeping are the perfect combination? Wen Qima complained as he got up from the floor. Zhang Taiping recounted the events of the ambush from the previous night, while Lin Qiye shared his encounters with the fat guy and others. According to the confessions of the lazy archbishop, there was a divine agent targeting Lin Qiye, accompanied by a Sea Realm expert. My suggestion is to celebrate the new year at my house, as my grandfather is there, and the Sea Realm wouldn't dare to come knocking. Zhang Taiping expressed his thoughts. Hong Ying exchanged glances with the others and shook their heads. Do you know why the training camp gave you a break? We're here to lure out these big fish. If we go to your house, they might not dare to come. Either way, they need to be eliminated. So why let them celebrate the new year with us? But the opponent is a Sea Realm expert. I can handle divine agents. But if the opponent is just an ordinary human, my imperial ruins won't be of much use. Zhang Taiping voiced his concerns. Lin Qiye patted Zhang Taiping's shoulder. It's time to show everyone the growth we've achieved in the new recruit training camp. What should we do next? Zhang Taiping was at a loss. Do whatever needs to be done, and wait for these big fish to come to us. The net is already open. We just need to wait for them to jump in. Hong Ying declared. Oil braised shrimp. Crab yellow buns. Captain's braised pork. Xiangnan roasted suckling pig. Hong Ying excitedly shouted, carrying large bags of ingredients, disregarding her image. Lin Qiye and Zhang Taiping followed her, each holding various items for the new year. Sister Hong Ying. Are we going a bit overboard? This is quite embarrassing, Lin Qiye remarked. Hong Ying wrapped her arms around Lin Qiye's neck. We've been cooped up in the office every day. It's finally time to go out and enjoy shopping. Besides, what if they don't strike if I don't do this? 2 hours later. The three of them completed their shopping and had just reached a secluded spot when a small arrow suddenly shot towards Lin Qiye, possessing the power of the mortal realm. Lin Qiye reacted instantly, extending his left hand to gently catch the arrow. Zhang Taiping, puzzled, thought to himself, with such strength and technique, the assassin's skill is terribly lacking. Do they really think we are easy prey? Hong Ying tossed an item to Lin Qiye, declaring, You seek death. I shall see who dares to act so recklessly in front of me. Before she could finish her words, she leapt forward. Lin Qiye noticed a small note attached to the arrow's tail. Upon reading it, his expression turned grave, and he hastily handed everything to Zhang Taiping. Confused and disheveled by the wind, Zhang Taiping pondered what was happening. In the old district of Cangnan, outside a city tower adorned with 2 large characters for fortune, a black van slowly approached. Shadows rapidly descended from the vehicle, surrounding the small building in surveillance. Scorpion 8 reported, the woman is in the kitchen cooking, no abnormalities detected. Scorpion 9 added, the boy is active in the living room, no abnormalities detected. Scorpion 1 commanded, stand by. Scorpion 7, perplexed, asked, boss, why don't we just abduct this family? You know nothing, the leader replied. The target is a dual deity agent. If they join the ancient god society, their future status will be significant. We cannot afford to offend them. We must wait until negotiations have truly failed before we can act. The boss is wise. At that moment, Scorpion 3 complained over the radio, in this heavy snow, we're stuck here on guard? When did our Scorpion clan sink to this level? I miss the days of abundance, where money and women were plentiful, life was so carefree. Watch your words, Scorpion 3. Since joining the ancient god society and becoming a follower of that esteemed individual, we must obey her commands. A group of divine agents arrogantly claimed to be gods. Yet they never regarded us, their followers, as human beings. Followers? What does that even mean? Before Scorpion 3 could finish his thought, the radio in his hand exploded unexpectedly. Something's wrong. We need to act now. Scorpion 7, go in and capture the woman and child. Everyone else, except for the sniper, moved to Scorpion 3's position. Understood. Understood. Zhang Taiping increasingly felt that something was amiss. Lin Qiye had left too abruptly, and the killing intent in his eyes was alarmingly pure. Something important must be at stake. Oh no, it's my aunt. Zhang Taiping dropped the ingredients and ran frantically. He knew the location of Lin Qiye's home, and, with all his might, reached it in 10 minutes. Upon arrival, he saw a shadow stealthily entering the building. Without hesitation, he vaulted into the second floor and hid behind a door. Scorpion 7, caught off guard, pushed the door open, only to be swiftly subdued by Zhang Taiping from behind, who wrapped his arm around his neck. Scorpion 7 struggled violently. But Zhang Taiping whispered in his ear, stop struggling, close your eyes, it will be over soon. 2 minutes later, Scorpion 7 ceased his resistance. Just as Zhang Taiping was about to dispose of the body out the window, he noticed a boy around his age staring at him. A surge of intense danger washed over him as he slowly rose. You carry the aura of divinity. Could you also be a divine agent of the ancient god society? No, you are stronger. The two stood facing each other in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jean, who are you talking to? His aunt entered the room. Hello, aunt. You're one of Qiye's classmates, right? I remember you're called Taiping, she said, wiping her hands and smiling. Do you know each other? Yang Jin asked, puzzled. How could we not? How did this child end up in my house? Hurry, sit down. Jean, pour tea for our guest. Zhang Taiping looked at Yang Jin and asked, and this is my son. Zhang Taiping rubbed his forehead, feeling relieved. His worry seemed unfounded. Others may not see it, but he understood that Yang Jin's aura far surpassed that of Yu Huai. With him present, who could harm this family? Chapter 62. Staying for a meal, little Taiping. What brings you here this time? His aunt asked, holding his hand. Sigh, ever since this child joined the army, I haven't been able to reach him by phone, and I wonder if he had dumplings for New Year. The food in the army is decent. You should have had some, Yang Jin remarked. How do you know? Yang Jin queried. Just a guess, Zhang Taiping replied, feeling slightly uneasy, as he prepared to leave. His aunt seized his hand. I've already made a meal. Why not stay for lunch? I also wanted to ask about Qiye's time at school. Having spent years training on Longhu Mountain, Zhang Taiping had difficulty refusing others. After several failed attempts to decline, he reluctantly agreed to stay for the meal. Lin Qiye can manage on his own, right? Zhang Taiping's anxious demeanor caught his aunt's attention. She asked, are you feeling unwell, little Taiping? It wouldn't be a stomachache. Would it? Yang Jin chimed in with interest. Yes. Zhang Taiping's eyes lit up as he decided to employ his secret technique, the great urination escape. Outside the small building, Lin Qiye was single-handedly battling the entire scorpion squad when a shadow quietly slipped through the snow into the hallway. A bunch of useless fools. And they dare to call themselves followers of Lady Snake. How embarrassing. The figure in black began ascending the stairs. To subdue this boy. Capturing the woman and child will suffice. Why is this so troublesome? I can hardly wait to see the dual deity agent kneeling before me, begging for mercy. He was the 16th seed of the followers, Lu Liang, possessing half-step sea realm strength. He was powerful yet exceedingly cautious, never engaging in direct confrontation. Even against a mere pool realm youth. Rising from obscurity to his current status, he relied not on brute force, but on sheer shamelessness. One dual deity agent and two defenseless ordinary people. Lu Liang knew precisely how to choose. Step by step, Lu Liang ascended the stairs, already envisioning the thrill of stepping on a genius. The corners of his mouth curled upward, and his steps quickened. Just then, he paused, for on the stairs ahead, a lazy dog was yawning. Lu Liang's brow furrowed slightly before he burst into laughter. That dog is truly ugly. Just as he spoke, the dog's mouth suddenly split open, revealing four serrated jaws that swiftly seized him. Zhang Taiping, attempting to slip out through the back door, witnessed the entire scene. What on earth? Did I just see that? A devourer beast? No, a devourer dog. Sensing the imperial aura emanating from Zhang Taiping, the little black dog momentarily hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and began barking for its master. Its barking startled Zhang Taiping, prompting his aunt to step out of the house. She shot a glare at the little black dog. Why are you barking? This is a guest. You usually behave so well. Why are you being so rude today? The little black dog, ears drooping in grievance, circled around his aunt's feet, attempting to curry her favor. Seeing this, Zhang Taiping felt a sense of calm. If the dog at the entrance was more powerful than he, why should he risk his life? He hadn't eaten breakfast and was now famished. He was pulled to the dining table where his aunt had prepared a lavish spread. She raised a glass. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Afterward, she tore off a piece of chicken breast for Zhang Taiping. Try this chicken. I smoked it myself. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Qiye dodged a strike from Scorpion 5 and retaliated with a knife that plunged into his opponent's chest. Blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. His aunt scooped a small spoonful of homemade ketchup. This homemade tomato sauce makes everything taste even better. A large piece of pork knuckle on the table proved difficult to grasp, so she skillfully cut it into smaller pieces and served one to Yang Jin and Zhang Taiping each. Yang Jin, in a fit of anger, mashed a meatball into the bowl. Lin Qiye executed a swift move akin to fishing for the moon beneath the sea, striking Scorpion Lu and imparting a lesson on life. Inside the room, laughter and joy resonated harmoniously, while outside, the sounds of battle echoed, staining the earth with blood. Even as the snake woman intervened and Han Shaoan summoned a tempest, the three within the room remained oblivious to the chaos outside. Hong Ying flicked the blood from her gun, exclaiming, "Where is that scoundrel Zhang Taiping?" Cold Qian pointed inside. "He has been gorging himself for half the day while we're out here fighting for our lives. All he cares about is stuffing himself." Xi Shaonan wrapped her arms around Lin Qiye's neck. "It's too late. Brother Qiye. That guy Zhang Taiping has licked his plate clean. Annie beamed at the sight of Zhang Taiping devouring his meal, and upon noticing the table laid bare, she went to prepare dumplings. You glutton, Yang Jin retorted. What can I say? Annie's cooking is simply irresistible. Zhang Taiping patted his round belly. Once the dumplings were ready, Zhang Taiping bit into one filled with shrimp. After just a couple, he suddenly recalled something and sheepishly scratched his head. Auntie, I really can't eat anymore. Can I take the rest home? You dare to take leftovers? Do you still have the audacity to ask? Yang Jin could no longer contain himself. Annie shot him a fierce glare, then smiled. If you love it, then by all means, take the leftovers. Hey, what are you waiting for? Get me a bowl. After the meal. Zhang Taiping staggered out with 2 bowls of dumplings, only to be met with the resentful gazes of the 136th team members. Are you done eating? Chenmai asked, displeased. Zhang Taiping let out a satisfied burp. I simply can't eat anymore. He then raised the bag in his hand. Qiye, I brought you dumplings, made by Annie herself. Lin Qiye snatched the bag, popped the dumpling into his mouth, and his eyes began to glisten. Little Taiping, what about the ingredients I entrusted to you? Hongning inquired. I gave them to Zhang Taiping. Lin Qiye replied. Zhang Taiping, holding his head, squatted down slowly. I tossed them by the roadside. How outrageous. Only thinking of yourself while your teammates are fighting for their lives. Hong Ying was the first to charge forward. Soon, the other team members exchanged glances and joined in the playful assault, though Zhang Taiping's cries were akin to those of a slaughtered pig. He understood that they were merely pulling their punches. Chapter 63. Keeping vigil. Zhang Taiping felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly hopped into Yuan Gang's vehicle, which sped away with a swift press of the accelerator. Captain, why is Instructor Yuan taking little Taiping away alone? Hong Ying asked, perplexed. The whispers of the ancient god's sect bind those who enter into contracts, forbidding them from betraying its orders. Yet Han Shaoan has retained his sanity, which has made his existence quite torturous. If this constraint cannot be lifted, death would indeed be a more merciful choice. If my suspicions are correct, little Taiping's forbidden realm can dissolve the contracts in the minds of its followers, Chenmai explained. Wu Xiangnan frowned at this revelation. No wonder the Moon Sephora of the ancient god sect personally intervened. Little Taiping indeed poses a significant threat to them. Just received news from Commander Yi. Despite 3 human powerhouses joining forces, that fellow still managed to escape. However, the Moon Sephora is gravely injured and likely won't be able to operate for years, Chenmai sighed. Yuan Gang brought Zhang Taiping to a desolate location. This will do. The 3 exited the vehicle, and Han Shaoan, his face twisted in agony, said, Yuan Gang, you might as well kill me. Even if I enter the abstinence center, I would merely be wasting the country's resources. I am a man beyond redemption, and you know this. Having blood on your hands is not what I wish to see. If the members of your Suzhou team discover I was the one who killed you, they would surely seek revenge. How would I face them then? But living like this is truly unbearable. Yuan Gang turned to Zhang Taiping. I've heard that your forbidden realm, Absolute Void, can now extend 3 meters without going berserk. Is that true? Yes. 3 meters is the maximum range I can control at present. Zhang Taiping nodded. Good, show me, Yuan Gang instructed. Zhang Taiping clasped his hands and focused, Absolute Void. A mystical aura emanated from him, and as Absolute Void passed, the already withered vegetation disintegrated into nothingness. Han Shaoan was enveloped in the aura, and he felt a sharp crack in his mind as the constraints implanted by the whispers were instantaneously lifted. How could this be? The constraints in my mind are gone. Han Shaoan exclaimed, astonished. It seems my conjectures were correct. Absolute Void can nullify all divine realms, transforming the extraordinary into the mundane. This skill is incredibly useful. Yuan Gang smiled faintly. Tears welled up in Han Shaoan's eyes. He had lived in turmoil for years, like a puppet forced to commit various misdeeds, tormented daily by his conscience. Yuan Gang patted his shoulder. Spend a few years in the abstinence center. While you may no longer be able to continue as a night watchman, with your skills, finding suitable work shouldn't be difficult. You could even share a drink with your former teammates afterward. I envy you. Han Shaoan wiped his tears and nodded vigorously, bowing deeply to Zhang Taiping. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Zhang Taiping scratched his head. I didn't really do anything, did I? After saying this, Yuan Gang took Han Shaoan and left in the vehicle. Zhang Taiping mulled over their conversation and suddenly realized, wait, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Zhang Taiping looked at the glum faces of his companions and suggested, why don't we celebrate the New Year's Eve at my home this year? The others exchanged glances, and Chenmai replied, it seems we have no other choice. They picked up the 3 chubby friends along the way, and the group made their way towards Zhang Taiping's residence. Qimeng grinned. The little monk has quite a bit of energy. Why not let him share some with you? Absolutely not. The delicate little monk hastily took a few steps back. You better not have any ideas about me. I can get quite angry. As the group engaged in discussion, Zhang Taiping and his entourage, numbering over 10, marched into the yard. See Xiaonan's eyes sparkled. When did little Taiping become so popular? It seems he has not just a heartthrob for middle-aged women but has quite the allure for young girls as well. Hongting chuckled dreamily. Zhang Taiping, flustered, attempted to push Miao Miao away, but her touch was soft and slippery, akin to pushing against a cloud. Qimeng, exasperated, seized his wrist. I know you're eager, but don't rush it. Doing that in front of so many people is inappropriate. Only then did Zhang Taiping realize, his face turning crimson. Zhang Jibai slowly emerged from the house, looking perplexed at the throng gathered. Zhang Taiping hurriedly explained, Grandpa, I misplaced all the ingredients from the office. So I invited everyone for New Year's dinner. Zhang's mother stepped out. The essence of the new year is the lively atmosphere. We've prepared plenty of ingredients this time, so it's just a matter of everyone pitching in. Her gaze swept over the crowd, lingering momentarily on Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying, as if she found them oddly familiar. Of course, sister-in-law, don't let my gender fool you. My culinary skills are quite impressive. Chinmai chimed in with a smile. Everyone eagerly rolled up their sleeves, beginning to slaughter chickens, gut fish, chopped meat, and wrapped dumplings, transforming the small yard into a bustling scene. Zhang Taiping, with his little assistant, retrieved the remaining black powder, continuing his endeavor to create grand fireworks. Divine Show frowned. Taiping, what are you doing? Haven't you caused us enough trouble already? I lacked experience last time. This time, I'll get it right. Just wait and see. Zhang Taiping's left arm was starting to feel the strain. At 7 o'clock, the New Year's dinner commenced punctually. Zhang Jibai spared no expense, producing the finest wine from his cellar. Everyone raised their glasses in unison to celebrate the arrival of the year 2024. As the New Year's bell tolled, it signified not only the end of 2023 but also the dawn of the Year of the Dragon. Zhang Taiping once again unveiled his magnificent fireworks display, inviting everyone to behold the artistry he had crafted. What I present is sure to be a masterpiece. This will be the most breathtaking fireworks show you have ever witnessed. Shen Xiao, Miao Miao, and Qimeng prudently stepped back, positioning themselves protectively in front of the crowd, ever ready to flee. For they held little confidence in Zhang Taiping's skills. As he ignited the fuse, the flames danced, and gigantic fireballs soared into the sky, bursting into vibrant blossoms of color. Tushan Miao Miao bounced with delight, exclaiming, How beautiful! It seems there are even words. Wishing everyone a prosperous year of the dragon in 2024. Qimeng murmured softly. Farewell to the year of the rabbit. Welcome the golden dragon. May the new year bring joy and contentment. May those we cherish find safety and happiness. May those we desire experience smooth sailing. Shen Shou clasped his hands together in prayer. Lin Qiye recited, The spring breeze awaits, the future is already here. May all your encounters in 2024 be sweet. Bowing slightly, Zhang Taiping declared, Today is the 24th day of the 12th lunar month in the real world. On behalf of the author, I wish all esteemed readers an early happy new year, filled with wealth and prosperity. Zhang Jibai, gazing at the fireworks, chuckled and shook his head. As per tradition, he cast a divination for the new year. The oracle read, The black rabbit enters the azure dragon's den. What is to be must not be spoken. Only on the outer tree roots shall descendants flourish for 30 years. The divination, shrouded in ambiguity, suggested that the fortunes of the great Xia were indeed unpredictable. Thus, it was far more satisfying to indulge in dumplings and wine. Zhang Jibai laughed heartily, and the group gathered to share their first dumpling meal of the new year. Chapter 64, Bestowal of Honors Dingling. Zhang Taiping hurriedly donned his military uniform, while Shen Shou swiftly appeared on the training field. Indeed, the joy of life is fleeting. Though 4 days may seem lengthy, they pass in a blink. And he found himself yearning for the comfort of his home. Zhang Taiping jogged towards the field. The new recruits maintained their discipline, arriving punctually within 3 minutes despite the holiday. This time, not only Instructor Hong but nearly all instructors from the training camp were present, with Instructor Yuan gazing down at the recruits with a calm and penetrating gaze. Have you noticed? The chubby recruit scratched his head. There are fewer instructors on the platform this time. Really? Shen Shou frowned. 3 less. Lin Qiye provided the precise count. Zhang Taiping contemplated. It is likely that these individuals are the moles within the training camp. He was correct. The enemy's ability to know our departure times and routes implied the existence of traitors among the instructors, as the new recruits had no way of knowing these details in advance. Lin Qiye concurred. Instructor Yuan, seemingly uninterested in explaining the absence of the missing instructors, surveyed the group. Today's morning exercises are cancelled. The recruits froze in surprise as he continued. You are gathered here for a singular purpose, to bestow honors upon some of you. Honors? But we are merely new recruits. The chubby one exclaimed, astonished. What does that entail? Miao Miao inquired. Zhang Taiping scratched his head, Perhaps it is akin to a certificate of achievement. Have you ever received any awards? I barely attended school and have never earned a model student certificate. Zhang Taiping's expression fell, yet he found himself oddly anticipating the honor ceremony. The chubby recruit chimed in. I have plenty of certificates. My family is the school's largest sponsor, and I collect them every year. Wealth truly breeds extravagance. Shen Qingzhu quipped. Without fixed criteria. How can we know we have earned it? Isn't that insider trading? Questioned a new recruit. That is an excellent query. The one who posed that question will run 20 laps around the field after the honor ceremony. Zhang Taiping gasped. Could the masked squad be that formidable? Did this imply that they had allowed a vast amount of leeway during the last trial, changing the destinies of countless individuals in one fell swoop? The temporal laws are indeed fearsome. During the missile bombardment, Lin Qiye had saved dozens, preserving the future of the Night Watchman, subsequently delivering a crushing blow to the ancient god church's serpent woman and fighting alongside Team 136, capturing the disciple Han Shaoan. The onlookers believed their ears deceived them, however. Higher authorities had their own considerations, beyond the questioning of mere recruits. Lin Qiye saluted Instructor Yuan with a formal military gesture. Wow, Brother Zhuang is impressive. Qiye is the coolest. The chubby recruit shouted. Zhang Taiping, bewildered, thought, why am I not included? Instructor Yuan, his expression darkened, replied, enough. Hurry and leave. Meow meow, displeased. Protested, why is there nothing for Taiping? He has contributed significantly. Zhang Taiping felt a swell of gratitude. Finally someone was speaking up for him. Are you feeling indignant? Zhang Taiping. Yes. Instructor Yuan smiled slightly. In the midst of the missile assault, while your sword did shatter a missile, it did not entirely neutralize the threat. You had a clear opportunity to capture the serpent woman, yet you allowed her to slip away before your eyes. While Lin Qiye fought alongside Team 136. What were you doing? Enjoying dumplings indoors. Most crucially, 5 months ago, someone caused the inexplicable disappearance of over a dozen buildings in Cangnan, resulting in economic losses exceeding billions. Sir, please, no more. I concede. Zhang Taiping quickly interjected, as that incident from the imperial ruins remained a painful memory for him. I can also offer you this. Qi Ming proposed. Chapter 65. Is the world virtual? After the physical training concluded, the new recruits' training activities suddenly became diverse and engaging. Tactical guidance, simulated drills, principles of the forbidden ruins, practical operations, and, of course, the subject Zhang Taiping despised most, foreign cultural history in their languages, such as the English, in which he scored a mere 3 points. Shen Qizhu. Instructor Gu forcefully slapped the table, rousing the deeply sleeping recruit. Yes. What is the essence of spiritual power? I have no idea. Run 10 laps. Sure. Spiritual power is the supernatural force generated by conscious activity under specific circumstances. Lin Qiye stood calmly and declared. Instructor Gu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he turned to his favorite student, Zhang Taiping. Your turn. I believe spiritual power encompasses many elements. The Tao often speaks of refining essence into qi and transforming qi into spirit. Spiritual power is essentially a manifestation of a powerful mind, capable of driving specific changes in both the external environment and within oneself. For instance, the Taoist practice of borrowing is akin to harnessing the vast powers of the universe, which reflects the strength of one's spiritual power. Conversely, demonic practitioners focus on self-empowerment, honing their essence through their surroundings, equally a demonstration of formidable spiritual power. I perceive the essence of spiritual power as the depth of understanding one has of oneself and their environment, coupled with the ability to leverage that understanding. Zhang Taiping articulated his thoughts, garnering a nod of satisfaction from Instructor Gu. The reason he favored Zhang Taiping was the latter's refusal to recite from books, consistently offering innovative ideas that not only enriched the discourse, but also allowed Instructor Gu to learn alongside him. Indeed, I wish for everyone to understand that in the pursuit of eradicating the mysterious, the significance of theory is no less than that of practical combat. We must always maintain a spirit of inquiry to uncover the truths of the world, Instructor Gu elaborated. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback by this statement, which reminded him of Merlin from the psychiatric hospital. He rose to inquire, Instructor Gu, do you believe our world is real? Instructor Gu paused, pondering the question. To the fish in the deep sea, the ocean is their world. They are unaware of the existence of land. For two-dimensional beings, their limited worldview confines them, rendering them incapable of imagining that three-dimensional entities observe them from beyond. How can we ascertain the authenticity of our world? What does a genuine reality resemble? Lin Qiye, emulating Merlin's tone, posed a series of profound inquiries that left Instructor Gu momentarily bewildered. Locking eyes with Instructor Gu, Lin Qiye inquired, have you ever pondered the possibility that we are creations of a higher dimensional existence? Instructor Gu stood speechless, grappling with the notion. Surely not. Why would you think so? Do you possess any theories that might challenge my earlier conjecture? Lin Qiye's expression brightened, as if he believed Instructor Gu had the answer. At that moment, Instructor Gu turned his gaze towards Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping rose, contemplating. Just as two-dimensional beings cannot conceive of three-dimensional space, we too are incapable of visualizing the fourth dimension. As the saying goes, Zhuangzi dreamt he was a butterfly, and now we struggle to distinguish between reality and dreams. How then can we discern whether our world is genuine? Nevertheless, in my view, our world must be illusory, a construct. Zhang Taiping's assertion was startling. And what evidence do you have? Lin Qiye probed. Do you not find our world exceedingly peculiar? The sun and moon appear the same size to us. The parameters of the universe seem preordained. Were there even a slight deviation, humanity would not exist. Most bizarrely, our universe possesses a speed limit, hindering our ability to explore its entirety. The earth is round, leading ancient people to believe in an endless expanse of land. As we learn to circumnavigate the globe, some entity created the solar system. And after we comprehended the solar system, the Milky Way unveiled itself before us. Presently, telescopes can discern exoplanets beyond the Milky Way, revealing an accelerating universe. The universe's ultimate speed is that of light, yet the rate of its expansion exceeds that of light, suggesting that some unseen force does not wish for us to comprehend the cosmos, almost as if they fear the revelation of truth. I believe the entire universe is a prison constructed by some entity to confine humanity, Zhang Taiping declared. Lin Qiye mused. What could be the purpose of this entity that created this cosmic prison? Perhaps among humanity, there exists an individual possessing a power that incites fear in this entity, which cannot eliminate them, but instead fashioned a universe to contain them. This person could be me, or you, or any one of us. Zhang Taiping elucidated. Lin Qiye, you seem to have strayed from the topic. If this world is indeed a fabrication, does that not render our lives devoid of meaning? The essence of life resides within life itself. Meaning is merely a construct defined by humanity. If you perceive this world as fictional, then seek the truth. For the pursuit of truth is the very essence of life. Conversely, if you believe this world to be real, striving for happiness within it is also a form of life significance. Ultimately, the meaning of life is self-defined and is unrelated to others or the cosmos. Alas, what can I say? My primary vocation is that of a Taoist. Zhang Taiping chuckled. At the psychiatric hospital of the gods, when Lin Qiye articulated his theories, Merlin was profoundly shaken. Upon receiving a copy of quantum mechanics from Lin Qiye, Merlin regarded it as a treasure. Thus, a wizard abandoned the study of magic to pursue the field of physics. Merlin's therapeutic progress surged by 10%. And Lin Qiye gained his first skill, mastery of summoning magic. Chapter 66, The New Recruit's Catalyst Training Grounds. The use of forbidden ruins in combat. When engaging in battle with the forbidden ruins, the outcome often hinges on three critical factors. The first is inherent, namely our ranking within the forbidden ruins and their respective potency. The second is the degree of compatibility between the forbidden ruins and the individual, akin to choosing a profession. Some are naturally suited to be doctors, while others are destined to be police officers. If their roles were reversed, their efficiency would plummet. A person of fragile spirit, even with an immensely powerful forbidden ruin, would struggle to harness its true potential. There are no absolutes, only the most suitable exist. The third factor is sustainability. Even the mightiest among us possess finite mental energy until reaching Klein's threshold. Only through precise control of our mental output can we avoid defeat. On the training platform, an instructor opened two large boxes behind him, retrieving shimmering silver wristwatches. This device, affectionately dubbed the Minion Detonator, will continuously provide fluctuating currents for 24 hours. While not lethal, these currents will induce peculiar involuntary movements. Your task is to wear it for the entire duration and utilize your mental fortitude to resist this current, achieving a delicate equilibrium. In short, you must transform the training of your mental strength into an instinctual ability. This device will accompany you until the training concludes. Now in units. Approach to collect your wristwatches. During training, no one is permitted to remove them, or you will bear the consequences. The young monk Shinshio examined the wristwatch closely, pondering its material and value. Qimeng donned her wristwatch, and her demeanor shifted as she executed a graceful backflip. This device is peculiar. Be cautious. Qimeng seemed to adapt instantly. Zhang Taiping, having understood the underlying principle, remarked, this individual possesses a life-bound curse that allows her to negate the current's effects. Qimeng's actions are entirely unfair. Is it truly that extraordinary? Shinshio also strapped the wristwatch onto his wrist, only to find himself inexplicably performing a series of movements from the Arhat fist. Tushan Miao Miao chuckled at his comical display. How amusing, truly amusing. Human movement is controlled by electrical signals, and any disruption in these signals will result in involuntary actions. This explains why individuals become rigid when electrocuted. It's indeed a challenging predicament. Zhang Taiping explained. Tushan Miao Miao placed the wristwatch on her wrist, but she did not exhibit any unusual movements. Rather, her fox ears and tail emerged. This was her true form. Normally, she employed mental energy to fabricate an illusion, rendering her indistinguishable from ordinary humans. However, the wristwatch's current disrupted this balance, reverting her to her original appearance. Qimei stroked Miao Miao's soft fox ears. Miao Miao, could you maintain this form a little longer? It's so adorable and delightful to touch. After several attempts, she ultimately conceded, reallocating the mental energy she had used to sustain her human guise to resist the wristwatch's current. Fortunately, having spent considerable time in the recruit camp, people assumed her condition was a manifestation of an uncontrollable forbidden ruin, and no one regarded it as mysterious. The three donned their wristwatches and turned their attention to Zhang Taiping. He nonchalantly fastened the wristwatch to his wrist, yet nothing transpired. Taiping, is your wristwatch malfunctioning? Xin Xiu scratched his head. No, I can feel the current coursing through it. Then why are you unaffected? Controlling mental energy has been my pursuit for years. After all, absolute communication is far more challenging to suppress than this. Zhang Taiping's expression bore a hint of bitterness. Tushan Miao Miao leaned in. Taiping, do you like cats? I've heard that humans feel happier when they pet fluffy things. Zhang Taiping gently ruffled her head, and the delightful sensation lifted his spirits significantly. Am I perhaps a latent cat lover? Once all the new recruits donned their wristwatches, the entire training ground transformed into a chaotic arena, resembling a scene from the realm of the gods as they flailed about in wild abandon. Bailey Pang Pang continued to perform backflips while circling the playground, while Zheng Zhong crawled on all fours like a reptile. The girls engaged in a lively duet dance and tap dance, while the boys transformed into a zoo, mimicking the sounds of monkeys. The entire training ground was filled with exuberance. When they rushed to the cafeteria, their frantic movements resembled a peculiar species eager to feast on human flesh. Soon, the four of them arrived at the dining table, and before the lavish spread of dishes, the little monk struggled to bring his chopsticks to his mouth. Ba, can one of you three lend me a hand? Xin Xiu cast a pleading glance at the trio. Chidream attempted to help, but ended up with an empty grasp. I'm afraid I can't assist. I think this food looks quite promising and beneficial for mental focus, so I shall refrain from letting those little ones shield me from the current. Xin Xiu then turned to Zhang Taiping for help, with a mouthful of food. Zhang Taiping replied, Buddhism indeed has unique methods for mental control. How can you be so helpless? I had just adapted to this watch and achieved a state of tranquility. But upon seeing such a feast, my Buddhist heart shattered. Xin Xiu lamented. Zhang Taiping, with a hint of annoyance, shoved a chicken leg into his mouth. Food passes through the intestines. Even the Buddha would not resist. Miao Miao's eyes sparkled, her fox ears twitching. Taiping, do you need to be fed? The shrimp today seems exceptionally delicious. Shall I peel some for you? Zhang Taiping quickly waved his hands in refusal. Self-sufficiency is vital. I am not like a certain little monk who relies on others for sustenance. We are a team, and mutual assistance is our admirable principle. If you don't eat the shrimp, I will. With a pout, Tushan Miao Miao angrily stuffed the peeled shrimp shells into his mouth. You are at a growth stage. You need calcium. Just as the four were conversing, Bailey Pang Pang struggled to approach. Zhang Taiping, may I ask you for a favor? Zhang Taiping thought he sought assistance with food and picked up a piece of fish, open wide. Not that. A few days ago, I received a call from home about arranging a marriage. The other party is a direct disciple from Long Hushan. Bailey Pang Pang wore a bitter expression. Zhang Taiping's eyes lit up. Which one? Let me see if I know them. My father didn't tell me her name. But the family is the Li clan from Mingtan. The ancestral figure seems to be the talisman king, Li Daozi. Bailey Pang Pang explained. The Li family? Li Daozi? It couldn't be that they intend to marry you to Li Miaozhen, could it? Zhang Taiping's expression was one of astonishment. Bailey Pang Pang hurriedly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear. He then glanced towards the direction of Jasmine, who was diligently controlling her mental power to eat, and hadn't he noticed them, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 67. Miao Miao's clever plan. Bailey Pang Pang whispered, if you know the talisman king, could you help me cancel this marriage? Zhang Taiping scrutinized the hefty figure. Although my disciple Miaozhen has a rather troublesome temperament, her family background and appearance are top-notch. How could she possibly be unworthy of you? You chubby fellow? If she breaks off the engagement, what will you do when you're left with 30 years of hardship? Oh, what does that even mean? It's not about worthiness. I have someone I like. Bailey Pang Pang quickly clarified. Tushan Miao Miao's eyes brightened. Is it Jasmine? Sure, keep it down. The chubby fellow's face flushed crimson. Chidream teased. Well, little chubby, you have good taste. Why don't you just break off the engagement yourself? I'd love to. But my family won't allow it. He gritted his teeth and added, "So, Zhang Taiping, will you help me with this? Though my status at Longhushan is not low. I am merely an outer disciple, and this is a family matter of the Li clan. It wouldn't be proper for me to intervene." Zhang Taiping politely declined. "Come on, help him out. He is quite pitiful." Tushan Miao Miao interjected on the chubby fellow's behalf. Zhang Taiping raised an eyebrow. "When did you become so compassionate? Most of our Tushan clan are matchmakers, yet due to my unique constitution, I haven't managed to bring a single couple together. It's disheartening to see a pair forcibly torn apart." With a sigh, Zhang Taiping continued, "Since my phone was confiscated when we entered the training camp, I have no way to contact the outside world. We'll have to discuss this after we leave. All right, as long as you're willing to help. I owe you a huge favor if we can successfully annul the engagement." Bailey Pangang exclaimed, doing 3 somersaults in delight. Just as he was about to leave, Miao Miao stopped him. "If we're doing this, we must see it through. Once the training concludes, we'll all be heading our separate ways. And I don't want anything to happen between you and Jasmine during the camp. Seems like she has a slight aversion to me. Do you have a plan? Leave the matchmaking to me. Do not doubt the professionalism of a dedicated matchmaker," Miao Miao assured. She then turned to Zhang Taiping and the others. "I have a plan. Who wants to participate?" Chi Dream eagerly raised her hand. Me. Ba, how can we not include little Na in such a virtuous deed?" Shin Shou clasped his hands together. The 3 then turned to Zhang Taiping, urging, "Don't forget we are a team." Zhang Taiping shrugged. "Miao Miao, please share your plan." Miao Miao has her clever schemes. Let us complete today's training first. Tushan Miao Miao remained enigmatic. As night fell, the group arrived at the agreed-upon location. Hearing of the plan to connect Pang Pang and Jasmine, Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Shin Qizhu also came to offer their assistance. Tushan Miao Miao, with a mysterious air, unveiled her strategy. "The plan is as follows. We will create an opportunity for Jasmine to be alone, and you boys will disguise yourselves as ruffians to tease her. After which Pang Pang will make a heroic entrance to save the day." "What?" Chi Dream was completely taken aback. "Miao Miao, this is an outdated tactic from over a decade ago. It's not in vogue anymore," Shin Qizhu remarked. "Then what do you propose?" "Pang Pang, you should listen to me. I have 3 strategies to assist you. The top strategy is to win her affection. If you possess exceptional talent and wealth, Jasmine will surely fall for you," Shin Qingzhu suggested. Bailey Pang Pang shook his head vigorously. "Jasmine isn't as superficial as you think. In fact, she prefers men who are stronger than her. The middle strategy involves targeting her close friends, bribing her roommates with small gifts, and attacking from multiple angles. If all goes well, you can win her heart through her friends," Shin Qizhu advised again. Before Bailey Pang Pang could respond, Tushan Miao Miao and Chi Dream interjected angrily. Chi Dream growled, "We are also Jasmine's friends. Repeat what you just said, and I'll make sure you regret it." Shin Qingzhu gulped nervously, then whispered, "The last resort involves using drugs to influence her. If she develops feelings, she will follow you. If she despises you, she will face consequences. Cultivate peace within yourself, and in 3 years, you can win her over again." Repeatedly, Bailey Panggang seized Shin Qingzhu by the collar. "What do you take me for? Don't speak again, or before I can act, Miao Miao and Chi Dream will turn you into a pig's head." Zhang Taiping interrupted their quarrel. "Let us proceed with Miao Miao's plan. Even if it fails, at the very least, it will allow Pang Pang to express his feelings, showing Jasmine that he is interested in her, which is a good start. I agree that Miao Miao's plan is the most reliable. If it succeeds, Pang Pang can leave a favorable impression on her," Lin Qiye added. Tushan Miao Miao pulled out several unopened pairs of black stockings. "These are the props for tonight. You all need to wear them. Usually, you all act heroically, claiming you'd do anything for your brothers, but now you're unwilling to make this small sacrifice? Besides, I haven't even worn these stockings. If we don't cover our faces, how can this plan proceed?" Tushan Miao Miao stated with seriousness. Zhang Taiping exchanged glances with his companions. For the happiness of Fatty, let's give it our all. It seemed that this was her first time as a matchmaker. And Tushan Miao Miao's breath became heavy with excitement. Her face flushed. Chi Dream patted her shoulder, saying, "Is it really necessary to be this nervous?" Tushan Miao Miao, drooling slightly, whispered, "Chi Dream, you mustn't tell anyone, but one of those stockings is mine." "What? Aren't you afraid Zhang Taiping will come after you? If you don't say anything." "He wants to know. They're coming," the little monk Xianxiu reminded. Tushan Miao Miao said, "Chi Dream, it's your turn." A golden silkworm insect flew out from Chi Dream's chest, wobbling towards Jasmine. Suddenly, 2 girls accompanying Jasmine clutched their stomachs and exclaimed, "Oh no, I have a terrible stomachache. Could it be something we ate last night? I don't know, but I can't hold it any longer." The 2 girls dashed off to the dormitory restroom, leaving Jasmine alone. Chi Dream looked at Zhang Taiping and said, "Activate the soundproof barrier." Zhang Taiping had previously set up the flags at the designated spot, although the yellow flags were hastily made. They should remain undetected by the instructors in a small area. After he activated the makeshift soundproof barrier with a hand gesture, he nodded at Miao Miao. The final step, let the rogues move. At Miao Miao's command, 5 men in black masks rushed out from the bushes. Demacia, Chao Yuan shouted. The other 4 looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend his words. Jasmine noticed the 5 men and took a step back, warily asking, "Who are you?" The group, lacking experience, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. "Ahmedba, this girl is too beautiful. Why not have a little fun with us?" Xianxiu stepped forward. "Do you know where you are? Wait, are you from the ancient god church?" Jasmine retreated again. Zhang Taiping's eyes flickered. "To live, tell us Lin Qiye's whereabouts." "In your dreams." Jasmine replied while backing away, but her retreat was blocked by the 5 men. Gritting her teeth, she charged toward Xianxiu. Exchanging a few blows before realizing her opponent was formidable, then turned to attack Xianxiu. Although Xianxiu's martial arts were impressive, Jasmine was unable to break free. As the encirclement tightened, Jasmine shouted, "Enemy attack. There's an invasion in the training camp." Keep shouting. The more you shout, the more excited we become. Chao Yuan sneered. Lin Qiye, with a face full of despair, muttered, "Old Chao, this is getting a bit excessive. Tone it down." Just as Jasmine was about to be subdued by the 5, Tushan Miao Miao gave Fatty a push. "It's your time to shine." Fatty dashed forward, exclaiming, "How dare you harass a lady in broad daylight? This is intolerable." In broad daylight, Zhang Taiping looked up at the starry sky, holding his forehead. But for the sake of theatrics, he stepped forward. "Kid, if you want to be a hero, you must have the capability to back it up." Before he could finish, an anxious Fatty lost control of the wristwatch's electrical current and tumbled over. Zhang Taiping, exasperated, stepped forward to strike, but his palm had no effect on Fatty, who instead crashed down on him. "What a move, like Mount Tai descending." Zhang Taiping exclaimed in admiration. "Can you act any more fake?" The others groaned in disbelief. With no other choice, they braced themselves. Shen Qingzhu used his face to block Fatty's punch. Chao Yuan presented his rear for a kick, and the most exaggerated was Xianxiu, who spun and flew away before anyone could touch him. The 5 stumbled and helped each other up, with Lin Qiye stating, "This guy is incredibly strong. We are no match for him. Brothers, retreat." After saying this, they fled in haste. While Fatty scratched his head and asked Jasmine, "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" "No. We can't let our guard down. These people could be from the ancient god church. We must inform the instructors immediately," Jasmine stated seriously. This made Fatty panic. "There's been no loss. We shouldn't alarm the instructors, right?" Jasmine seized Fatty's ear, demanding, "Tell me what you're up to. Do you think I'm foolish?" Those 5 were clearly Lin Qiye and Zhang Taiping. Would you believe me if I said we were just playing around?" "I believe you're lying. If you don't speak, I'll report you." Jasmine turned to leave. For the sake of his friends, Fatty mustered his courage and grasped Jasmine's wrist. "This has nothing to do with them. I'm the mastermind. I wanted to put on a hero saving the beauty act, but it flopped. Let go of me," Jasmine demanded. "I want tea." Fatty was resolute. "Jasmine, actually, Fatty stammered. From a distance, Miao Miao observed this scene and urged, "You had your chance. Now execute the plan." Zhang Taiping produced his homemade fireworks and lit them. When the fireworks exploded in the sky, several large characters appeared. Jasmine, by Li Tuming, like you. Jasmine, feeling both embarrassed and angry, shook off Fatty's hand. "By Li Tuming, this is your doing." "Jasmine, let me explain. I had no idea about the fireworks." Just as Tushan Miao Miao felt triumphant, a sudden pressure descended upon the scene. The group exchanged glances, and Xianxiu shouted, "Run." They scattered in all directions as Yuan Gang appeared in an instant. Gazing at the awkward Fatty and the flustered Jasmine with a sigh, "You're in the training camp? Can't you all endure it?" "Instructor Yuan," Jasmine protested, looking aggrieved. "No need for explanations. Who has tea been young? But I'm curious, where did you get that black powder?" Fatty boldly stepped forward, declaring, "I stole it." Chapter 68. Blue Rain Team in the training camp on the playground. Zhang Taiping and the other 7 regrouped. "Do you think Fatty is all right?" Shen Qingzhu asked with concern. "Although romance is forbidden in the training camp, it's only a verbal command from the instructors. I've read the new recruits training regulations, and there is no explicit prohibition, so we should be fine," Chi Dream replied. Tushan Miao Miao extended her right hand. "Return my stockings." Lin Qiye and the others returned the stockings to Miao Miao, who ignited her second red lotus fire, instantly reducing the stockings to ashes. When Zhang Taiping handed her the last one, Miao Miao carefully folded it and tucked it away like a treasure. "You're not going to burn this one?" Chao Yuan asked. "If I burn it, what will I wear? Besides, it's mine. I can do whatever I want with it." Miao Miao retorted defiantly. Zhang Taiping, fuming, was about to say something when he noticed the others staring at him with strange expressions. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" I don't have anyone behind me, do I? Zhang Taiping thought nervously. You've got some nerve, stealing black powder from the armory. Zhang Taiping's mind raced. He was certain he had avoided all the cameras during the act, and fatty wouldn't he betray him. As long as he kept his mouth shut, they couldn't he do anything to him. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on him, trying to intimidate him with his presence. But he seemed to forget that Zhang Taiping possessed imperial aura, rendering him indifferent to the pressure of authority. All right, Yuan Ti admitted. Huh? Come with me. Yuan Gang turned and walked away. Yuan Gang's ears twitched, his frustration boiling. Zhang Taiping, you may have been careful, but you can't always get away with it. If I catch you just once, you'll know what cruelty is. Following behind Yuan Gang, Zhang Taiping scratched his head. Instructor Yuan, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Yuan Gang led into a secluded area where two men were bound, with Instructor Hong standing guard nearby. Zhang Taiping recognized these two individuals, both instructors from the new recruits camp, Wang Gue and Wu Ruado. The owner of the Imperial Ruins, you have surprisingly survived. My Lord of Murmurs, these two have been controlled and will serve a purpose with your Imperial Ruins, Yuan Gang declared. Zhang Taiping responded with familiarity, absolute connection. In the past, individuals brainwashed by the Murmurs were beyond recovery, and eliminating them was often the best option. However, with your presence, I shall confine them in the fasting chamber for a few years, Yuan Gang stated. But they are innocent, Zhang Taiping countered. Although the Murmurs' divine ruins are tyrannical, a contract must be formed with the consent of the subject. These two differ from Han Xiaoyan. They are merely fearful of death, which is contemptible. Yuan Gang's eyes glinted with menace. Zhang Taiping pondered, in that case, does this mean I might also be credited? He mused, wealth is but a transient matter. Do not perceive me as shallow. What is it that you desire? Yuan Gang inquired. Could you perhaps divulge some information regarding Team 130 SIXS Captain, Chen Mai, and Vice Captain? Wu Xiangnan? Zhang Taiping asked earnestly. Yuan Gang sighed. Very well, these matters are not particularly secretive. The older night watchmen are aware. Let us begin with Wu Xiangnan, whose involvement is minimal. Have you heard of the Blue Rain team? I believe I heard the instructors mention it during class. Zhang Taiping replied. The Blue Rain team is a specialized unit tasked with exploration within the mists. 5 years ago, during the invasion of the eight-headed serpent in the East Sea, a human pinnacle appeared, accompanied by members of the Blue Rain team. The masked team, a newly formed unit at that time, was not a match for the Blue Rain team. Upon their arrival, the Blue Rain team promptly took over the battle, collaborating seamlessly with the human pinnacle to severely wound the eight-headed serpent. Realizing defeat, the serpent retreated into the mists, while the Blue Rain team pursued. Yuan Gang recounted. What transpired next? Zhang Taiping inquired. After a fierce battle, the Blue Rain team was rendered nearly incapacitated. Unfortunately, they encountered Susanoo in Takamagara. You have seen the scars on Wu Xiangnan's sword. They are remnants of wounds inflicted by the divine weapon, the Amaterasu Cloud Sword. These scars cannot be erased, even if Wu Xiangnan were to be reborn. Thus, the immortal swordsman of the Blue Rain team became a mere shadow of his former self, leading to the disbandment of the 5th Special Team of the Great Xia. Yuan Gang explained. Is there truly no remedy for the scars left by the Amaterasu Cloud Sword? Zhang Taiping queried. Wounds inflicted by divine artifacts can only be healed by artifacts of equal caliber. Would the Xinyuan sword suffice? Zhang Taiping seemed to have an epiphany. Is that so? Zhang Taiping replied, somewhat disappointed. In the girls' dormitory, the aftermath of the earlier fireworks incident had left the atmosphere buzzing. Emily was too afraid to step outside. Qi Ming, while fetching hot water, overheard some gossip. That chubby kid seems so honest. Who would have thought he could be so romantic? He gifted a Rolex upon their first meeting, clearly from a wealthy family. His surname is Bailey. Could he be connected to the Bailey Group in Guangzhou and Shenzhen? Intrigued, Qi Ming lingered outside a bit longer. What a creep. I'd better head out. Qi Ming turned to leave. Qi Ming, wait. Let me explain. Chapter 69. The Grudge of Shiva. As for Chun Mai, this matter is classified, but it is pertinent for you to know, as it relates to you. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply. Zhang Taiping, puzzled, responded, how is this related to me? Chen Mai emerged from the new recruits camp 12 years ago as a night watchman. His divine ruin is the Forbidden Ruin Series 037, Black Wuchang. This ruin complements another's, forming a harmonious synergy, thus dubbed Black and White Wuchang. Do you know who that other person is? The other is Xiaopinga, who possesses Forbidden Ruin Series 038, White Wuchang, and currently serves as the captain of the Night Watch team in the capital. They were once a formidable duo, but Chen Mai, while executing a classified mission, remained hidden in Cangnan for years, resulting in stagnation in his cultivation. Presently, Captain Xiao has achieved the Klein realm, whereas Chen Mai, once his equal, has only reached the Chuan realm. Why is that? Zhang Taiping asked. Due to a forbidden object, a weapon capable of catastrophic destruction, Shiva's grudge. Yuan Gang exhaled a plume of smoke. Zhang Taiping furrowed his brow. I'm aware of Shiva, the god of destruction among the Indian Trimurti. But what exactly is Shiva's grudge? Shiva's grudge is classified as Forbidden Object Series 008. It appears as a piece of parchment. Theoretically, inscribing any name upon it allows one to conceptually erase that entity's existence. This is truly extraordinary. However, there are limitations to its use. To erase an ordinary individual, one must expend all mental energy of a Chuan realm practitioner. To obliterate a city, even a creator god must pay a significant price. Yuan Gang elaborated. I still fail to comprehend how this relates to me and the captain. The power of Shiva's grudge is so immense that even the gods and the mists covet it. Its existence precipitated a divine war a decade ago. The conflict raged on, with humanity's 5 pinnacle beings barely managing to repel the assault. Due to the unique nature of Chinmai's divine ruin, the 10 Yama kings he summoned could suppress the aura emitted by Shiva's grudge, compelling the gods to retreat. Albeit reluctantly. However, the overwhelming force of Shiva's grudge has stunted Chinmai's advancement, and today, he nears his limit in containing its power. Yuan Gang explained. What can be done? Your absolute connection is the optimal choice for suppressing divine artifacts. If you place it within your imperial ruins, Shiva's grudge will merely be an ordinary piece of parchment, thus alleviating your captain's burden. Zhang Taiping's eyes lit up. Then I shall seek him out immediately. Yet, you currently lack the qualification. To suppress Shiva's grudge, you must completely master absolute connection, which requires you to attain the Chuan realm. Yuan Gang emphasized earnestly. Zhang Taiping vowed. Rest assured, Instructor Yuan, I shall train diligently to reach the Chuan realm as soon as possible. Furthermore, the information I have shared today is of utmost confidentiality. You must not disclose a word to anyone, understood? Yuan Gang's expression turned grave. Zhang Taiping affirmed solemnly, I promise to fulfill the task and remain tight-lipped. After Zhang Taiping departed, Yuan Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, reflecting on his previous statements. Half-truths should pose no issues, right? Why was I not informed that lying is such a challenging endeavor? The following day, prior to the morning's cross-country training, Instructor Hong announced the disciplinary action against Bailey Tu Ming for his violations. The training camp is a place for discipline, not a venue for romantic escapades. Although there are no explicit rules against relationships, it is utterly outrageous to steal black powder from the armory in pursuit of romance. Last night, Bailey Tu Ming had stolen over 20 kilograms of gunpowder to create his so-called romantic gesture, and he was caught red-handed, freely admitting his guilt. The punishment is as follows. Upon hearing this, murmurs spread among the crowd, and Mo Li's face flushed crimson, wishing to disappear into the ground. Former Special Forces member Zheng Zhang raised his hand. Report. Speak. Illegally entering the armory is a grave offense. According to regulations, expulsion is not excessive. Why then? Is the punishment so lenient this time? Hong Hao glanced at Zheng Zhang appreciatively. That is an excellent question. You may think we are showing favoritism, that we are lenient due to his connections, but let me assure you, we are not. Although he confessed to stealing the gunpowder, I have ample reason to believe that Bailey Tu Ming is merely taking the fall for someone else. However, that individual is a coward who dares not admit it. Hong Hao fixed his gaze on Zhang Taiping, attempting to discern any flicker of change on his face, but it seemed his efforts were in vain. To be frank, I hold a deep admiration for Bailey Tu Ming, who is willing to shoulder everything for the sake of his comrades. However, I cannot help but ponder whether his sacrifices are truly worthwhile. If it were merely a matter of concealing the truth, 5 days of confinement would have sufficed. Indeed, Zheng Zhong has returned to the team. In this moment, Zhang Taiping stood tall, his posture straight, eyes focused, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Shen Xiu nudged his shoulder playfully. Are you not the least bit remorseful? Remorseful for what? Right now, Fatty is both pained and elated. If I were to step forward and admit it, then his confinement would have been in vain. Zhang Taiping replied. All were instructed to run with weights for 50 kilometers. Prepare. Hong Hao appeared to be in a rather foul mood. During their march, Tu Shan Miao Miao dashed over to Moli. Moli, the fireworks yesterday were truly magnificent. If Taiping had professed his feelings for me in that manner, I would have married him on the spot. And Moli, gritting her teeth, retorted, Tu Shan Miao Miao, do not think I am unaware. You orchestrated last night's events. I had considered you a friend, but I never expected you to act so treacherously. Heavens have mercy. Emoli, you understand me. Had I intervened, once the emotional fog was released, you would not be standing here today, but rather lying in that rotund fellow's bed. Tu Shan Miao Miao quickly defended herself. With a heavy load, Emoli extended her long left leg to sweep fiercely at Miao Miao, but Tu Shan Miao Miao seemed to anticipate this, nimbly dodging the strike. Just as Miao Miao moved away, Qi Ming approached Emily with a curious expression. The news of yesterday's incident has spread throughout the new recruits camp. The sisters in the dormitory are quite envious of you. Qi Ming, you are being too much. You were the ones responsible for yesterday's debacle. Emily's face flushed with anger. Heavens have mercy. Emily, you know me well. If I had acted and planted an emotional curse upon you, you would likely still be nestled in that rotund fellow's embrace, sobbing. Qi Ming hastily defended herself. I'll have it out with you. Emily finally snapped, chasing after Qi Ming in a frenzy. Qi Ming, endowed with various innate curses, had the advantage of stamina that far exceeded that of others, allowing her to dart away swiftly from Emily's pursuit. Exhausted, Emily leaned against her knees, gasping for breath, when an image of the rotund figure imprinted itself in her mind, refusing to dissipate. What is happening to me? Emily vigorously shook her head, attempting to dislodge that figure from her thoughts. Chapter 70. The eve of assessment 5 days later, Li Fatty was released from confinement. He had visibly lost weight, but his spirit appeared to have brightened considerably. Zhang Taiping had requested Su Lao from the cafeteria to prepare a few of Li Fatty's favorite dishes to welcome him back, moving Fatty to tears after 5 days of bland fare. Did anything happen in the training camp while I was inside? Li Fatty inquired. Training proceeded as usual. Classes continued, and life remained blissfully mundane and rather dull. Xinqing Zhu replied with a hint of boredom. What does Emily think of me now? Tu Shan Miao Miao giggled. She's right over there. Why not ask her yourself? Fatty, with a chicken leg in his mouth, glanced towards Emily's direction, only to find her secretly observing him. Their gazes met, igniting an unexpected spark. Both Fatty and Emily felt their cheeks flush simultaneously before hastily averting their eyes, pretending to focus on their meals. I believe this matter is nearly settled. I initially thought it would be difficult for Emily to relent, but it seems she is just an innocent girl who does not understand. Tu Shan Miao Miao remarked. Fatty, seizing the moment, praised her, all thanks to Sister Miao Miao's brilliant strategy. Satisfied by the compliment, Miao Miao beamed, while the other brothers grumbled in frustration. Xinxiu slammed his hand on the table. What about us? At that moment, Chao Yuan appeared troubled. Have you all heard? Before we leave the training camp, there will be a final assessment. Assessment? What is that? Li Fatty asked, taken aback. It is said that before each training session concludes, the instructors rank the new recruits based on their performance, Chao Yuan explained. Is it akin to a final exam ranking? What purpose does such ranking serve? Lin Qiye inquired. Much like the final grades in school, the instructors will determine our future assignments based on these rankings. It is rumored that those with excellent scores will be sent to important night watch teams in major cities, while those with lesser scores will be dispatched to remote city teams, Chao Yuan elaborated. Zhang Taiping scratched his head. How is this score determined? The scoring methodology is quite complex and encompasses nearly all our training activities, including physical training, shooting practice, extreme exercises, theoretical exams, tactical papers, foreign history, and languages. Chao Yuan clarified. Theoretical exams? Xinqing Zhu covered his forehead in despair. Physical training? Li Fatty furrowed his brow. Shooting practice? Lin Qiye seemed disheartened. Foreign languages? Zhang Taiping felt utterly defeated. Xinxiu suddenly realized. Doesn't this mean that as long as we manage our scores, we can all be placed in the same team? Not so simple. Historically, there has never been a team composed entirely of newcomers. Given the frequent mysterious occurrences within the Great Xia realm, the Night Watch teams stationed in various cities suffer casualties yearly, and we newcomers will serve as fresh reinforcements, Chao Yuan explained. Xinxiu appeared disheartened. Does that mean we will inevitably be separated? Theoretically, yes. A team can only accommodate a maximum of 2 new members. The higher-ups will not permit a Night Watch team to consist solely of novices. Tu Shan Miao Miao clung to Zhang Taiping's arm. 2 is sufficient. As long as Taiping and I are not separated, it is all that matters. Xinxiu looked distressed. What about Qi Ming and me? Qi Ming suddenly slammed the table. I've decided. I will form a special team, and I shall be the captain. That makes sense. I want to join. But the captain must be me. The little monk's eye sparkled. Zhang Taiping immediately doused their enthusiasm. The captain is merely a special role in the pool. Do you think the higher-ups will allow that? Qi Ming immediately deflated. Not now, but in 4 or 5 years, it will surely be possible. Let us discuss future matters later. By the way, do any of you have a city you wish to go to? Chao Yuan inquired. Beijing. Only the Night Watch team there is worthy of a genius like me, Xinqing Zhu declared. Li Fatty turned to Lin Qiye. Qiye, which city do you intend to go to? Given your abilities, you could easily go to Beijing, perhaps even be selected for a special team. If possible, I would prefer to stay in Cangnan. The 136th team? With your outstanding performance, you might not even make it there. Chao Yuan frowned. Zhang Taiping raised an eyebrow. My performance is not exceptional. Does that mean I can stay in Cangnan? You mischievous rascals have likely already drawn the instructor's ire. If they seek revenge, you may be sent to some remote corner. Zhang Taiping looked pitifully at Miao Miao. Miao Miao, you mentioned someone above. Could you possibly plead for me to remain in Cangnan? Sister Yi has only assured me that we will definitely be assigned to the same team. But which one remains at the instructor's discretion? Tushan Miao Miao lamented, feeling powerless. At that moment, as they daydreamed about the future, 3 armed transport planes slowly descended upon the training camp's rear mountain. A group of instructors stood at the helipad, their uniforms flapping in the wind. Standing foremost among them, Yuan Gang gazed solemnly at the 3 planes, lost in thought. Once the aircraft had come to a halt, the rear cargo doors opened, and an armed escort stepped out. Saluting crisply. Reporting, sir. The 3 individuals from the Sichuan region have been safely delivered as per your instructions. Please proceed with the inspection. Yuan Gang took measured steps towards a black container, swiftly inputting a 12-digit code. The container trembled momentarily before slowly opening, releasing tendrils of white mist that sent a chill down one's spine. Inside, a small boy with a face marked by spider-like patterns stared wide-eyed, encased within a massive block of ice. Sensing the genuine aura of the Chuan realm emanating from the boy, Yuan Gang finally allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. The purity of this batch is remarkably high. If only we could have a mysterious entity from the sea realm to accompany it. Sir, please don't jest. Our instructors are all from the Chuan realm, and we can't even subdue a single being from the sea realm, Hong Hao remarked. There is no helping it. This batch of new recruits is quite challenging. However, I suppose 3 Chuan realm entities will suffice to keep them occupied. Prepare yourselves. The final revelry of the rookies is about to commence, Yuan Gang chuckled ominously. Meanwhile, as Yuan Gang opened the first container, the golden silkworm puppet within Chimo suddenly soared out, buzzing excitedly around her. What's wrong with this fat little creature? Has it taken the wrong medicine? Shinshio asked in confusion. Chimo gently patted the golden silkworm's head, soothing it. It seems a high-level insect entity has appeared nearby. This is a significant boon for our plump friend. It's simply craving it. Go on, go on. I want to see which piece of tender meat presents itself. The golden silkworm wobbled out of the window, while Chimo's left eye swiftly transformed into a dark golden hue, activating the shared vision with her innate puppet. Chapter 71. Reverse Hunt in the Dead of Night. Chimo abruptly sat up in bed, swiftly rising to shake Tushan Miao Miao awake. What are you doing? It's the middle of the night. Miao Miao rubbed her eyes. We need to find Zhang Taiping and the others. Chimo whispered. Higi, why didn't you say so earlier? Just mentioning him makes me wide awake. Tushan Miao Miao quickly jumped out of bed. They skillfully removed the steel bars from the window and climbed down from the girls' dormitory. Upon reaching the boys' dormitory, Chimo instructed the golden silkworm to fly inside. At that moment, the little monk and Zhang Taiping were sound asleep. But as soon as the golden silkworm entered their room, Taoist and Buddhist symbols inside the room glimmered brightly, and both quickly sat up in alarm. Tushan Miao Miao shook her head and laughed. Chimo, what on earth have you done to them? Why are they so wary of your puppet? A couple of scaredy cats. Chimo retorted angrily. Utilizing the golden silkworm, she transmitted a message. Shinshio, Zhang Taiping, there is something important to discuss. Let's south gather in the grove. Taiping. Sneaking into a grove in the middle of the night doesn't seem appropriate. Shinshio touched his bald head. Zhang Taiping pondered for a moment. Chimo is different from Miao Miao. She wouldn't cause a fuss without reason. Something must have happened. It wouldn't hurt to check it out. 5 minutes later, the 4 met in the grove. Chimo, why did you wake us up in the middle of the night? What do you want? Shinshio complained, yawning. Chimo cryptically replied. Earlier, when the golden silkworm went out, I discovered a significant secret. What secret? Zhang Taiping inquired. Through shared vision with the golden silkworm, I found out that the instructors are plotting against us. They have somehow procured 3 Chuan realm entities and plan to release them into the training camp tomorrow, under the guise of a final celebration for the recruits. Chimo recounted what she had observed during the day. Tushan Miao Miao clenched her small fist. Well, these guys sure know how to have fun. What should we do? My fatty has its sights set on that spider. Why don't we lay an ambush and take it down together, ensuring my fatty has a good feast? Chimo proposed. Zhang Taiping contemplated for a long while. I suggest that while the instructors assess us, we reverse hunt them. Why should we be the only ones at their mercy? We should show them what real pressure feels like. The 4 exchanged glances, and Shinshio was the first to voice his agreement. I support Zhang Taiping's idea. If our roles were reversed, I would ensure they understand true cruelty. Tushan Miao Miao revealed her elongated little canines. Chimo sighed. Since we are to hunt the instructors, we can't ambush that spider. Though I feel sorry for Fatty, I like this proposal. The 4 slipped into the shadows to evade surveillance. And as the instructors collectively withdrew in the dead of night, They stealthily exited the training camp beneath a military vehicle. The four regrouped on the hillside, and Shinsho brandished a wooden fish stick, revealing his pearly white teeth. Are we ready to strike? No. The instructors are currently setting up the area and establishing a network. If someone suddenly goes missing, it will be immediately noticed. We should wait until they finish setting up the equipment and have the 3 Chuan realm entities placed in the camp, drawing all attention inward before we make our move. Zhang Taiping analyzed. Chimo's eyes sparkled. I usually think you're just a slacker, but it turns out you're the most cunning of us all. I like it. The four lay in ambush atop the hill, observing as the instructors erected signal towers and set up the network. As dawn broke, 3 large vehicles slowly exited the camp. Chimo covered her right eye, and the golden silkworm wobbled its way toward the camp. In her line of sight, she saw the technical personnel, logistical support staff, and security forces outside. After passing them, a group of instructors came into view. Chimo, what do you see? Hurry and tell us. I'm dying of curiosity. Tushan Miao Miao urged anxiously. Instructor Yuan, Instructor Hong, Instructor Han, Instructor Gu. They seem to be monitoring the training camp. Each of them has a small notebook, apparently scoring us. It appears the 3 mysterious entities have already entered the training camp. Should we make our move? Chimo asked. Zhang Taiping glanced at the makeshift camp. A frontal confrontation would reveal too great a gap in our realms. We cannot be their match. We must eliminate them one by one, starting with these perimeter guards. The 4 exchanged mischievous smiles, swiftly darting from the grass, silently approaching the camp. One soldier, armed with a submachine gun and on guard, suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Amitba, dear benefactor, please rest for a while. Shinshio waved his wooden fish stick. Meanwhile, another soldier, hearing the commotion, turned to investigate, only to find vines erupting from the ground, binding him tightly. Just as the little soldier was about to shout, Tushan Miao Miao appeared before him. Little brother, you look tired. Sleep now, sleep now. A faint pink mist enveloped Miao Miao, and the soldier's eyes glazed over as he succumbed to slumber. Zhang Taiping rolled into the equipment room, and muffled grunts ensued as all the technical staff were taken down. The elite forces within the training camp were all concentrated before the monitors, leaving the remaining personnel no match for the 4. Before long, the 4 regrouped again, and Zhang Taiping surveyed the surroundings. Have we taken care of everyone? Everyone except the instructors is unconscious. What is our next move? Shinshio asked. What are the instructors doing now? Zhang Taiping turned to Chimo. They are currently scoring the recruits. In fact, it's quite lively inside the recruit camp. They are scrutinizing everything. Just as you said, their attention is entirely focused on this assessment. Chimo's left eye reflected the figures of Yuan Gang and the others. Zhang Taiping entered the communication room and gently unplugged a network cable. Suddenly, those watching the recruit monitors, including Yuan Gang, noticed one of the screens flicker before losing signal entirely. This is Hong Hao, Monitor 23 has lost signal. Network technicians, please investigate the issue. Hong Hao reported via the radio. Stretching, Hanli stood up. I'll check it out. I need to head to the restroom anyway. Chimo's eyes lit up. Someone's coming out. It's Instructor Hanli. Hong Hao banged on the radio. Is this thing broken? As soon as he steps out, the monitor works again. Hanli hurried toward the communication room, and just as he lifted the curtain, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Hanli abruptly rolled forward to evade a strike aimed directly at him. The young monk Shinshio paused, holding his wooden fish stick in surprise. How peculiar. How could I have missed? Fool, this is not a training camp. The restrictions of the instructors can indeed be utilized here, said Tushan Miao Miao. Han Li's restriction series was 399 supersensory, which endowed him with an acute awareness of the changes in his surroundings. He could even predict his opponent's next move by observing the tension in their muscles, which was why he had been selected as a close combat instructor for the new recruits. What are you all doing here? Han Li inquired, astonished. Zhang Taiping, wielding a straight sword, advanced slowly. Instructor Han, when plotting against others, one must always be wary of being plotted against in return. Wouldn't you agree? Han Li laughed heartily, unperturbed, drawing his sword, within the training camp. My restrictions are suppressed. You 4 might indeed be able to subdue me there, but here, I shall teach you the true application of the straight sword. Chapter 72. Scoring Shinshio, brandishing the wooden stick, exclaimed, Wow, Instructor Han is quite confident. Then I shall not hold back any longer. With that, he activated godly footwork. Swiftly appearing behind Han Li, Zhang Taiping's gaze sharpened. He could clearly see that almost as soon as Shinshio moved, Instructor Han had already reacted, as if he could foresee Shinshio's attack trajectory. The clash of weapons echoed as Shinshio and Han Li engaged in rapid combat, and by the 10th exchange, Shinshio was sent flying by a kick. The young monk, tough and resilient, quickly rolled to his feet. How strange, How could Instructor Han be so formidable? Feel free to share. My restriction is supersensory. While I cannot use it within the training camp, here, I can see every movement you make. Han Li twirled his straight sword, striking a dashing pose. Zhang Taiping's expression grew serious. Let's all attack together. The four of them coordinated seamlessly. Zhang Taiping and Miao Miao attacked from 3 directions, while Shen Xiu and Qi Ming attacked from the other 3. Yet, even faced with 4 opponents, Han Li appeared to be at ease, his swordplay weaving a protective barrier that not only defended against their onslaught, but allowed him to counterattack with ease. Resembling a practice match. Zhang Taiping, at this point, why are you still holding back? Why not unleash your full strength? Qi Ming complained. It was understandable for Qi Ming to voice this, as Zhang Taiping had yet to employ his mysterious sword technique. Feeling quite aggrieved, Zhang Taiping replied, to prevent the other instructors from noticing, I have set up a soundproof array around us. This array is essentially a chi field, and my sword technique disrupts the laws. Should I unleash it, it would surely disturb this chi field. If the sounds of our battle were to leak out, not only would we fail to subdue Instructor Han, but we would also be caught by the other instructors. Ha ha ha, this is what you call entrapment. Han Li laughed heartily. Qi Ming frowned at this and, with a flick of his brow, sent a pink charm darting towards Instructor Han. Taoist talismans? Qi Ming inquired. Ever since the last ambush, the training camp has acquired a batch of anti-insect talismans from Longhu Mountain. To be honest, your insect charms possess great potential, but they, like you, are simply too weak. Han Li deflected Shen Xiu with a swift strike. Shen Xiu rose to attack again. This one do. Even if we've sealed off the sound, over time we will be discovered. We had previously underestimated the instructor. Today we must avoid capsizing in the gutter. Miao Miao sighed. Let me handle this. Suddenly, a melodious chime rang out, and a pink mist enveloped Miao Miao. Instructor, with your supersensory ability, can you perceive everything about me? Tushan Miao Miao smiled charmingly. Han Li quickly diverted his gaze from her form. The pink mist had the power to evoke the most primal desires within humans. Combined with Miao Miao's perfect figure, it was nearly impossible for any man to resist temptation. While it might be manageable for an ordinary person, Han Li's supersensory perception heightened his sensitivity to everything around him tenfold, allowing him to discern the trajectories of other strikes and respond accordingly. However, before Tushan Miao Miao, this ability became a significant burden. Even if Han Li averted his gaze, his heightened awareness still registered every nuance of Miao Miao's movements and expressions, flooding his mind. You are truly despicable. Han Li's breathing grew labored, as he realized his focus was increasingly drawn towards the fox girl. Instructor Han, your self-control falters. How can you blame us? Shen Xiu sneered, noticing Han Li's movements becoming sluggish. At that moment, Miao Miao had withdrawn from the fray, now merely a distraction, her playful demeanor serving to sap Han Li's combat effectiveness. Get a grip. You must focus. Han Li scolded himself internally, attempting to redirect his attention. On the battlefield, distraction is to be avoided at all costs. He had temporarily suppressed his inner desires, but it had drained considerable mental energy. With a thud, the wooden fish stick eventually struck the back of Han Li's head, and he, unsurprisingly, lost consciousness. Amitabha, devoid of women in my heart, my sword shall naturally be divine. My master has not deceived me. The young monk clasped his hands together, reflecting. Miao Miao's ability was an indiscriminate assault, and both Zhang Taiping and Qi Ming were breathing heavily, while the young monk appeared unperturbed, as if he had long seen through worldly desires. Taiping, are you all right? Tushan Miao Miao rushed to him. Don't come near. I want some peace. Tushan Miao Miao paused, then mischievously smiled, glancing at Qi Ming, whose expression shifted. Demoness. Stay away from me. Finally, Tushan Miao Miao turned her gaze to Shen Xiu, whose expression remained unchanged. Had it not been for Miao Miao witnessing his eating habits, one might have thought he was an unfeeling monk. What should we do now? Qi Ming looked at Instructor Han. Zhang Taiping took out a brush, dipped it in red ink, and wrote a number on the forehead of the unconscious Han Li. 85. What are you doing? Miao Miao asked curiously. Scoring. Why should only they have the right to score us? Moreover, my ink is specially made from Longhu Mountain. Once it touches the skin, it will not wash off for a week. Zhang Taiping grinned mischievously. Amitabha, although Instructor Han is troublesome, if the full score is 100, I believe an 85 is a bit generous. Shen Xiu remarked. I think 80 would be more appropriate. Qi Ming added. Miao Miao assessed. His defense against mental attacks is somewhat lacking. That's a point deduction. 73 is the highest score I can give. Zhang Taiping shrugged. What can I do? I can't just erase the score and rewrite it. Let it go this time, for the next instructor's scoring. We must discuss it together, Shen Xiu concluded. As they deliberated over the scoring system, Instructor Wang, who taught firearms, approached. Upon seeing the four of them, they noticed him as well. Observing the unconscious Han Li on the ground, Instructor Wang quickly grasped the situation, knowing he was unarmed. He realized he stood no chance against them and promptly turned to flee. However, he was no match for Shinshio. In the end, a large 59 was inscribed on Instructor Wang's forehead, as the four unanimously agreed that his earlier performance was subpar. Chapter 73. Ambush in the Monitoring Room. Yuan Gang intently observed the screens, occasionally jotting notes on paper to record each new student's performance. Hong Hao stretched, turning his neck only to realize something was amiss. Where there had been over 20 people in the monitoring room, now more than 10 seats were conspicuously empty. Where have all these people gone? Hong Hao exclaimed in surprise. Rising to his feet. What's all the fuss about? Yuan Gang chided. If my memory serves me correctly, Han Li was the first to leave. How long has he been gone? Yuan Gang inquired. The instructor Gu, who teaches theoretical knowledge, glanced at his watch and replied, approximately 40 minutes. Yuan Gang's expression grew serious as he sensed an unsettling feeling. Where were Zhang Taiping and the other three? Why had their figures not appeared on the surveillance footage? There are no cameras in the dormitory, but they haven't left their rooms since 5 o'clock. Initially, we thought these four troublemakers had been pulled into a dream realm. Hong Hao remarked. Damn it, after playing the role of the eagle for so long, now the eagle has pecked out my eyes. Yuan Gang angrily flung the notebook in his hand onto his seat. What do you mean? That's impossible. Our operation was shrouded in secrecy, and with their abilities, how could they possibly incapacitate so many instructors? These instructors are all at the Chuan level. Hong Hao expressed disbelief. It is impossible. Those four little troublemakers are full of surprises. We cannot let this continue. If we do, this operation will turn into a festival for the instructors. Yuan Gang declared as he prepared to step outside. Hong Hao intercepted him, saying, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Leave this matter to me. Besides, the final assessment of the freshman's performance rests on you. You cannot leave now. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement. All right, except for Instructor Gu. All of you accompany Hong Hao. If you encounter those four troublemakers, hold nothing back. Just ensure they are still breathing. I will take responsibility for any incidents. Understood. Hong Hao led 6 instructors out of the monitoring room. Unbeknownst to them, a somewhat translucent little fat insect quietly observed their every move from a corner of the wall. As soon as Hong Hao and the others exited, Qi Ming received the information. 7 have emerged at once. What should we do? Has Instructor Yuan arrived? Zhang Taiping asked. No. Even if he doesn't come, we certainly cannot win in a group fight. We should adopt a strategy of picking them off one by one and lead them into the mountains. Zhang Taiping stated after marking a score of 69 on one instructor's head. The 4 of them had no time to clean up the battlefield and swiftly fled towards the mountains. A minute later, Instructor Hong and the others are here. Instructor Fong, who specializes in tactical coordination, shouted. Hong Hao rushed over and discovered several instructors sprawled on the ground, marked with numbers on their foreheads. He crushed the flag in his hand, exclaiming, this is outrageous. These rascals have shown such disrespect. If I catch them, they will pay dearly. Look. They are heading towards the mountains. Instructor Li, with keen eyesight, spotted the 4 moving rapidly. Hong Hao was about to lead the chase when Instructor Fong stopped him, saying, these 4 little mischief makers are cunning. They wouldn't expose themselves so easily. Their actions are clearly a provocation. We must not fall into their trap. Old Fong, I know all that, but are we really not going to chase them? If we don't catch those 4 today, the instructors' reputations will be tarnished. They are using an open plot against us. We must engage. Hong Hao gritted his teeth. Then let us pursue. Instructor Fong was equally fired up. From a distance. As they observed the instructors getting hooked, Shinshio remarked, if they act as a group, we cannot defeat them. What should we do? We will need bait. Zhang Taiping replied slowly. Who? Shinshio asked. The other 3 turned to him, and Shinshio pointed to himself. Why should it be me? With the divine speed of the Buddha's 6 abilities, you are the fastest runner among us. If you don't act as bait, who will? Zhang Taiping countered. Though the little monk was reluctant, he acknowledged that his speed would allow him to evade even the Chuan-level instructors. After assessing the terrain of the back mountain, Zhang Taiping's eyes lit up as he pointed in a direction. That's the spot. You'll lead the instructors there. The 4 split up, with the little monk turning to head towards the instructors while the other 3 began their preparations. Upon entering the mountains, the instructors immediately lost sight of the 4. Although the back mountain was not large, the instructors lacked the means to search thoroughly, making them akin to headless flies. Just as they searched for traces left by the 4, a small bald figure suddenly emerged and swung a stick towards Instructor Fong's head. Watch out. Hong Hao drew his blade from behind and blocked the strike aimed at Fong. Shinshio, having failed his attack, swiftly retreated into the woods and ran at full speed. Chase after him. Hong Hao commanded. Just as he had said, even if there were traps ahead, they had to press on. not only for the honor of the instructors, but also due to their confidence in their own abilities. The little monk ran, paused, and led the instructors in circles around the mountain until the soul-devouring goo flew over to convey, "Ready. Bring the instructors over." Hearing this, Shinsho grinned mischievously and began running towards the designated location. "Goodness, this kid has extraordinary stamina. Doesn't he get tired?" Instructor Li wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "This is all due to our training. Unexpectedly, their enhanced fitness has turned into our own predicament." Hong Hao fumed. Shinsho quickly rejoined the four, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "How's the preparation?" "Just wait and see." Miao Miao replied with a knowing smile. Hong Hao used his blade to slash through the vines ahead. Suddenly, the female instructor positioned third behind him found her footing give way, causing her to sink into the ground. Countless army ants surged out from where she had fallen. The female instructor, named Ma Fong, was responsible for medical emergencies. The forbidden area could restore stamina, making her role akin to that of a healer in the team, which is why Zhang Taiping's group prioritized neutralizing her. "Ba, you're going to cause casualties with this," Shinsho remarked. "It's fine. I have already controlled the queen of these ants. They will only crawl over her without attacking." However, Instructor Ma is terrified of insects, and she is likely panicking and losing her will to fight. Chi Ming chuckled. Instructor Chen and the team lit a cigarette and narrowed his eyes. Fire control technique. Before the match was extinguished, it exploded into flames. And blue-white fire surged into the ant nest, filling the air with the smell of burnt feathers. Seizing the moment of distraction from the flames, the group hastily rescued the incapacitated Ma Fong. Although she was unharmed, her eyes were vacant as if her soul had departed. Instructor Chen surrounded the group with flames to deter the advancing army ants, while Zhang Taiping, observing from afar, smiled slightly and extended his right hand. Drawing the flames before the instructors into his grasp, he possessed the primal fire, akin to a king of flames, with nearly all ignitions bending to his will. Instructor Chun's fire manipulation before him was akin to Hawking trying to practice boxing with Tyson. With the pressure of the flames lifted, the army ants began to close in. Chapter 74. The earth shakes and the mountains tremble. Instructor Fong, witnessing this, waved his hands continuously. Wind blade. Streams of wind blades flew from his hands, creating an opening in the encirclement of ants. His forbidden technique was ranked 236 in the sequence, compressed air, and its power was naturally inferior to Han Xiaoyan's great wind disaster. If Zhuge Gu were present, he could have easily dissipated Fong's wind blades. Hong Hao carried the unconscious Ma Fong and swiftly broke through, while Instructor Fong cleared the path with wind blades, allowing them to quickly distance themselves from the army ant nest. Qing Mui Gong. Tushan Miao Miao's first green tail flickered to life, causing the trees ahead to twist and groan in protest as all the plants to their sides curled towards them. Air bomb. Instructor Fong gestured with his hands, forming a circle before bringing them together with sudden force. The surrounding air instantly solidified, and a minuscule compressed air projectile began to take shape between his palms. With a resounding shout, the air projectile detonated, shattering the nearby trees with overwhelming might. In Fong's eyes, there was a glimmer of satisfaction rather than anger. These individuals could effectively harness their surroundings and exploit our eagerness for quick success. If they performed like this in the training camp, I would surely award them full marks. Old Fong, enough with the commentary. If this continues, our mental energy will be depleted. Hong Hao complained. We are from Chuanjing, and our mental strength far exceeds that of these youngsters. Do you think controlling these ants and trees is easy for them? If this persists, they will exhaust their energy first. Fong was confident. On the hillside, Chi Ming issued a final retreat order to the soldier ants, relinquishing control over the queen. The further the soldier ants strayed from their nest, the more challenging it became for her to maintain control. As the tide of ants receded, the instructors let out a collective sigh of relief. Zhang Taiping glanced at Miao Miao, who understood his intent. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully stomped her left foot onto the ground, causing the third earth-tone tail behind her to radiate with brilliance. Landslide. With mere strength from her pond realm, she could not possibly shake the small mountain. However, Zhang Taiping had previously examined the mountain structure and identified its weak points. The ground beneath Miao Miao's foot was akin to a serpent's vital spot. Once struck, it would surely cause a seismic upheaval. A multitude of fine cracks rapidly spread from beneath Miao Miao's foot, widening as they extended outward. The instructors felt the ground tremble beneath them and were momentarily stunned when they witnessed the enormous fissures and massive boulders hurtling toward them. Damn it. Must he go this far? Hong Hao exclaimed with anger. Yet, before the cracks reached him, he reacted swiftly, dodging a rolling stone and leaping to the left. Though the situation was dire, the instructors were not inept. They evaded skillfully, with none suffering injuries. However, deep chasms had formed around them, effectively isolating them from one another. Miao Miao's face turned pale, and she slumped into Zhang Taiping's arms, the immense power of the landslide having evidently drained her mental energy. I'm sorry, Taiping. It seems I cannot assist any further in the battle, Miao Miao said with a hint of guilt. You have done exceptionally well. Zhang Taiping grasped her small hand, his aura surging into her, revitalizing her spirit. Her complexion regained a hint of color. She quickly urged Zhang Taiping, save your strength, there are still tough battles ahead. Zhang Taiping slowly rose. Which instructor shall we target first? At that moment, the instructors were completely separated, with only Hong Hao and the unconscious Ma instructor remaining together. Let us go for the easier target. Instructor Chen's flames are ineffective against you, so we shall deal with him first. Shin Xiu chuckled. Great minds think alike. Zhang Taiping smirked. Why do I feel you two have suddenly turned so devious? Qi Ming remarked, rubbing her forehead, although she did not voice any objections. As they rushed toward Instructor Chen along a fissure, Hong Hao suddenly produced a vial from his pocket and crushed it. A wave of bloodstained air erupted. Hong Hao's Forbidden Realm was the 158th sequence of the Forbidden Realm, absorption, allowing him to temporarily absorb mysterious powers and utilize their abilities. The vial he shattered contained the blood of a three-headed eagle. Once the mist was fully absorbed, massive wings unfurled from his back. Hong Hao flapped his wings twice, acclimating to the newly grown appendages before slowly ascending into the air. Wow, Instructor Hong is a mystical being who can fly. This might thwart our plan to take them down one by one, Shin Xiu exclaimed. From a high vantage point, it would be effortless to regroup the individuals below. I'll distract him while you continue to deal with Instructor Chen. Zhang Taiping suddenly pivoted. Understood. We'll assist you swiftly. Qi Ming responded resolutely. As Hong Hao began to ascend, Zhang Taiping unsheathed his straight blade, wielding it like a sword as he advanced with a peculiar gait. Launching himself 3 meters into the air, 9 heavens' profound descent, transform into divine thunder, majestic heavenly might, beckoned forth with this sword. Weakened by the suppression of the imperial realm, he could still employ some of his forbidden powers, although he could not unleash the full might of 9 heavens' divine punishment. Lightning spells would inflict double damage against airborne entities. Just as Hong Hao took flight, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him with overwhelming force. Upon landing, he shook his head vigorously, his golden eagle eyes locking onto Zhang Taiping. Why aren't you dodging? And where are your companions? We unanimously agreed that one of me is sufficient to handle Instructor Hong. Zhang Taiping taunted. Very well, it seems I've underestimated you during my absence from battle. Hong Hao shattered another vial, and leopard-like patterns appeared on his skin. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, prompting Zhang Taiping to react with alarm. Slashing at a diagonal before him, only to find he had struck nothing but an illusion. A gust of wind surged from behind Zhang Taiping as Hong Hao swung his long leg like a whip toward him. At that moment, Zhang Taiping realized it was too late to evade. He hastily raised his arms to shield himself from the tremendous force of the strike. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying until he barely managed to halt at the edge of a fissure. A leopard can reach speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour. And this mysterious being I've slain surpassed that speed tenfold. Hong Hao's elongated canine teeth protruded menacingly. Instructor Hong, did you skip breakfast this morning? Your strikes are as soft as those of a woman. Zhang Taiping retorted defiantly. Hong Hao recognized that Zhang Taiping's Imperial Realm ability was formidable, and merely relying on the leopard's strength would not suffice to defeat him. With his comrades under attack, he decisively shattered a third vial. Fine brown fur erupted from his body as he grew into a towering figure over 3 meters tall. The third vial contained the blood of a violent bear. Eagle's vision, leopard's speed, and bear's strength. How vexing. Strange memories assault me. Zhang Taiping's expression turned serious. Chapter 75. Taking them down one by one. Hong Hao crouched, the muscles in his calves bursting through his trousers. You dare challenge the authority of the instructors? Now you shall pay the price. He vanished in an instant, the ground beneath him shattering as he launched a powerful punch toward Zhang Taiping's face. Zhang Taiping raised his blade to block, only to be sent sprawling backwards. The force was utterly unreasonable. He plunged his blade into the ground half a meter deep, stabilizing his retreat. Hong Hao reappeared at Zhang Taiping's left side, his right hand morphing into a bare paw as he clawed at Zhang Taiping's left shoulder. Seeing the claws sprouting from Hong Hao's left hand, Zhang Taiping understood that if he endured the strike, his entire left arm would likely be severed. In midair, he suddenly spun and struck downward. Hong Hao raised his arm to block, sparks flying as the blade met his flesh, yet no mark was left on his arm. Zhang Taiping lightly landed a short distance away. Just as Hong Hao intended to pursue, he sensed that Zhang Taiping's entire aura had transformed. The young man, now gripping his blade with unwavering focus, seemed oblivious to his opponent's presence. Zhang Taiping had been searching for his sword intent in recent months. yet he had no inkling of its nature. Now, immersed in the path of the sword, he had reached his strongest state. Haha, Hanli always speaks of your peculiar swordsmanship, but I never believed it. Upon uttering this, Hong Hao's wings unfurled, and hundreds of feathers detached, hurtling toward Zhang Taiping in unison. Zhang Taiping danced with his blade, slicing through every feather in a magnificent display. As Hong Hao's silhouette flickered, he left behind a trail of afterimages, and in the next moment, he had already arrived before Zhang Taiping. A successful strike. Hong Hao swung his fist downwards. Just as Zhang Taiping was about to sever an arrow, he suddenly executed a bizarre maneuver with his blade, arriving first with a flash of cold light that eerily erupted against Hong Hao's chest. Hong Hao recoiled, eyes widening at the wound on his chest. Your swordplay is indeed peculiar. Not only does it deviate from the ordinary, but it also effortlessly bypasses the defenses of the violent bear. You are quite formidable. Zhang Taiping seemed oblivious to Hong Hao's words, his gaze fixed on strands of light and dark pathways. His objective was clear, to cleave through space along the brighter threads, taking Hong Hao with him. Meanwhile, Qiming and Shinxiu confronted Instructor Chen. With a wry smile, Chen shook his head and lit a cigarette. You truly think of me as a soft target? Bah. Hardness is relative, while softness is absolute. If Taiping were here, it would be even better. Shinxiu, the young monk, pressed his hands together in a gesture of respect. Qiming gently played a bone flute, summoning countless serpents from the forest to encircle the trio. As Chen exhaled a puff of smoke, he waved his right hand, igniting the air, and a massive scythe of flame appeared in his grasp. The tiger does not show its claws. Do you think you can toy with me? He swung the enormous fire scythe through the air, causing the temperature around them to rise significantly. Instructor Chen, do not act impulsively. Setting fire to the mountains will land you in prison for the rest of your life, eating stale bread. Shinxiu chuckled. Chen, unfazed, retorted. Who said the fire was set by me? Clearly, it was your doing. In the military court. Do you think the judge will side with the instructors or with you rookies? Bah, how shameless can one be, even more so than Xiao Na? Unforgivable. Qiming commanded the serpents to attack, while Instructor Han wielded the gigantic scythe with ferocity, slicing through several serpents. Daring to kill before Xiao Na? It seems I must intervene. Shinxiu prepared to act, but saw Chen's scythe blur and transform into a streak of light, shooting off into the distance. The three were momentarily stunned. Chen quickly gestured for a pause. Wait, where's my flame? Qiming and Shinxiu exchanged glances, a smirk forming on their faces. Hey, Instructor Chen, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Shinxiu swiftly appeared behind him, swinging his wooden fish stick towards the back of Chen's head. Chen, unable to confront this without his powers, rolled forward to evade, only to forget that a wave of serpents lay before him. As the saying goes, surrendering means losing half. Can I not simply surrender? Chen found himself ensnared by numerous serpents, rendering him defenseless. Shinxiu produced a brush from his robes. Now it's just the two of us. How many points should I give you? 65. Since you did surrender, a passing score must be given. Qiming set down her flute. Good. Shinxiu advanced towards Chen with the brush. The thought of being defeated by his instructors made Chen reconsider. But as he prepared to resist, a massive serpent coiled around him, immobilizing him, allowing the two youngsters to have their way. 5 minutes earlier, a flame had inexplicably enveloped Zhang Taiping's straight sword, adding fire damage to his attack, which frustrated Hong Hao, who was already struggling to gain the upper hand against Zhang Taiping. Initially, Hong Hao believed that given Zhang Taiping's mental energy at the pool level, he could not maintain such a profound state for long. However, as time passed, he realized that Zhang Taiping's state resembled a form of meditation, consuming little to no mental energy. At this moment, Zhang Taiping was covered in numerous wounds, blood seeping from each cut. He had never anticipated being forced into a corner by a mere pool-level opponent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe I will lose to you. Hong Hao rained down punches upon Zhang Taiping, who remained indifferent, methodically parrying each strike while leaving a series of wounds on Hong Hao's fists. Tactical Instructor Fong was leaning on a wooden stick, muttering, "The enemy is strong. We are weak. Divide and conquer. Strike each one down. We have not wasted these months of training." As Fong reveled in his thoughts, a sudden cloud of purple smoke enveloped him, seemingly laced with poison. Any flora that touched it would wither instantly. Fong waved his hands vigorously, unleashing wind blades to slice through the toxins, but suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head as Shinxiu's wooden fish stick approached swiftly. Relying on the same trick repeatedly lacks ingenuity, Shinxiu. I must deduct points. Fong frowned seriously. Is that so? Shinxiu, rising from the ground with a smile, waved a talisman bound with red thread before Fong. Realizing too late, Fong instinctively reached for his waist, cursing inwardly as the talisman to repel poison was easily snatched by the young monk, and inexplicably, his stomach began to ache. After writing down a score of 72 above Fong's head, Shen Xiu calculated, another one down, excluding instructor Hong, 3 remain. Which one shall we tackle next? Qi Ming shook her head. Given the time that has passed, the other 3 instructors must have regrouped. We may not win in a 2-on-3. It seems this hunt must come to an end. How can we know unless we try? Wait. Qi Ming's expression suddenly shifted. What's wrong? Just as we subdued Instructor Fong, General Yuan vanished from the surveillance room. We must relocate quickly. Qi Ming's left eye focused on the image of Teacher Gu. Only now do you realize? It's too late to escape. Yuan Gang's booming voice echoed, followed by a massive golden fist descending from the heavens. Immovable King. Shen Xiu immediately summoned his manifestation, but even so, the immovable king was forcefully slammed into the mountainside. Rendered immobile. The disparity in power between the pool and sea realms was starkly evident. Chapter 76. All cards revealed, although Shen Xiu's manifestation was crushed into the earth. The immovable king remained intact. Shen Xiu struggled to climb out from the rubble, his expression grave. Qi Ming, I will hold him off. You go first. Qi Ming nodded and without hesitation turned to flee, fully aware that even together, they stood little chance against Yuan Gang. Seeing Qi Ming escape, Yuan Gang attempted to pursue. But Shen Xiu stepped forward to block his path. Yuan Gang glanced at the unconscious instructor Fong, and then coldly regarded Shen Xiu. Surrender now. And you might avoid a severe beating. Shao Na is naturally inclined to seek a beating. Shen Xiu stood firm, hands pressed together in a meditative pose. Qi Ming sprinted over 5 miles, only to hear a tremendous rumble behind her. She knew Shen Xiu could not last long. Once he dealt with Shen Xiu, Yuan Gang's speed in the sea realm would soon catch up to her. Instead of fleeing, she resolved to regroup with Zhang Taiping, hoping for a sliver of chance. At this moment, Hong Hao found himself in dire straits. After prolonged combat, the effects of his mysterious blood began to wane, and the side effects of the Forbidden Realm were gradually manifesting. In contrast, Zhang Taiping, who practiced his sword daily, found himself expending little energy in this state. Qi Ming approached swiftly, glancing between Hong Hao and Zhang Taiping. Why haven't you dealt with him yet? Zhang Taiping slowly emerged from his profound state. Among the instructors, Hong is the strongest apart from General Yuan. It is not so simple to defeat him. By the way, why did you come alone? Where's Shen Xiu? He is here. Yuan Gang's thunderous voice resonated, almost simultaneously as his figure appeared before Hong Hao. Hong Hao forced a bitter smile. General, I have embarrassed myself. You have done quite well. At least you have not been marked with a score. Yuan Gang cast the little monk, whom he had beaten into a pulp, onto the ground. Will you obediently take a beating, or will you resist and receive an even harsher punishment? The choice is yours. Do we look like obedient children to you, Instructor Yuan? Zhang Taiping chuckled. Good, you have spirit. But make sure to keep your cries down. I wouldn't want to lose respect for you. Yuan Gang cracked his knuckles ominously before launching a punch at Zhang Taiping. Zhang Taiping attempted to employ the same tactics he had used against Hong Hao, but before he could unleash a few strikes, his sword barrier was shattered by a single blow. In the face of overwhelming power, all clever techniques are rendered insignificant. Zhang Taiping was sent flying by the punch, rolling several meters before barely coming to a stop. Qi Ming rushed over to help him, although we are both at the sea realm. Instructor Yuan's strength far surpasses that of the lethargic. Zhang Taiping knelt on the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth, astonished that Yuan Gang's punch intent could penetrate the absolute barrier and still injure him, even though the barrier had mitigated 90% of the force. Zhang Taiping's surrender. This farce should come to an end. Yuan Gang stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Zhang Taiping rose, leaning on his straight sword. I have a move I've been saving for you, Instructor Yuan. Though my hopes are slim, I still wish to try. Very well. I shall see what other tricks you have. Zhang Taiping slowly closed his eyes, flames igniting within them. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a blaze erupted from his brow, the passing of the torch, burning mountains and boiling seas. As he spoke, a flame ignited on Yuan Gang's brow as well. Is this your trump card? It's nothing special. Yuan Gang's words faltered as a great sun suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness, causing the ocean of his mental power to boil and diminish rapidly. You've sensed it, have you? I wonder how long your mental strength can hold out, Instructor Yuan? 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, my mental power will be exhausted. But if I can defeat you before that, I believe this flame on my brow will extinguish. Yuan Gang was confident. Then I wager that you cannot defeat me in 10 minutes. Zhang Taiping gripped his sword and delved once more into the path of the sword. 3 minutes will suffice. Yuan Gang stepped forward, causing the ground to quake as he struck towards Zhang Taiping like a battle-hardened deity. Although Zhang Taiping's swordplay could slice through the defenses of a violent bear, it could not touch the golden aura enveloping Yuan Gang's fists. It wasn't that Yuan Gang's defenses surpassed those of the renowned, but rather that his force compelled Zhang Taiping's movements to falter. In under 2 minutes, Zhang Taiping was sent flying again, yet he rolled and stood up as if the injuries were not severe. Damn it, he's tougher than the little monk. Yuan Gang squinted. Zhang Taiping's body, nourished over the years by national fortune, already exceeded that of ordinary men, and after being tempered by Zhou Ping's sword intent, his physical prowess had ascended to another level. The Emperor Wangshu forcibly absorbed a vast amount of national fortune into his body, causing many of his meridians to burst. Yet it granted Zhang Taiping an epic enhancement. Thus, when faced with Yuan Gang's heavy punches, he merely spat out a couple of mouthfuls of blood. This also gave Zhang Taiping the confidence to endure against Yuan Gang. Sensing his dwindling mental power, Yuan Gang ceased to hold back, Buddha form. Yuan Gang's body swelled instantly, enveloped in a radiant golden light. Unlike the immovable king of light, the golden Buddha Yuan Gang manifested appeared almost tangible. Impossible. How can you possess the abilities of Commander Yi? Tu Shan Miao Miao, who had regained some of her mental power, arrived. As she had more insight into the Night Watchers due to the presence of the higher-ups. The Buddha of Commander Yi was forged from boundless willpower cultivated through hardship, whereas mine is a true ability from the Forbidden Ruins. Enough talk. Let us conclude this swiftly. Yuan Gang hurled a punch at Zhang Taiping. A fist the size of a sandbag is common, but one the size of a house is rare. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Zhang Taiping pushed the two women aside and bellowed, "Absolute barrier." An invisible barrier erupted from Zhang Taiping's body, crashing against Yuan Gang's fist. The air crackled with the intent of the punch, sending Miao Miao and Qi Ming flying. Taiping. Tu Shan Miao Miao cried, her eyes reddening. She abandoned her ladylike demeanor and suddenly transformed into a colossal three-tailed white fox, pouncing toward the golden Buddha. Heavenly fox form. Regrettably, with only 3 tails. What could it accomplish? Yuan Gang sent Tu Shan Miao Miao flying with a punch, but she rolled twice on the ground and lunged at him once more. Qi Ming sighed as she summoned the 5 great sacred worms of Miaojiang. The golden silkworm, the gathering evil worm, the soul-capturing worm, the 10,000 poisons worm, and the love worm. They spiraled around her before slowly merging into a single worm that melded into her brow. A violent aura surged from Qi Ming, her eyes turning pitch black as a colossal, bull-headed giant's shadow materialized behind her. It is said that after Qi Yu was slain by the Yellow Emperor, 5 worms were birthed from his head and limbs, which are the origins of Miaojiang's worm sorcery. Legend has it that if these 5 worms could be merged again, Qi Yu would return to the world. Unfortunately, these 5 worms were still in their infancy, far from sufficient. Yuan Gang remained unperturbed, facing 2 opponents without hesitation. Chapter 77. Conditions. The shadow of Qi Yu behind Qi Ming was shattered, and the 5 great sacred worms of Miaojiang separated once more. Qi Ming knelt on the ground, struggling to rise, but failing repeatedly. At the peak of the sea realm, even the deity they summoned could not withstand Yuan Gang's Buddha fist. However, Yuan Gang was not faring well either. The golden light surrounding him had dimmed significantly, and his size had diminished by half. This was partly due to the damage inflicted by the 2 women, but more importantly, the flame on his brow continued to burn fiercely. This indicated that Zhang Taiping had not lost consciousness, and the previously estimated 10 minutes was under the assumption that he would not actively expend his mental power. Although the previous battle seemed effortless, the genuine pressure emanating from the 2 women had indeed cost him much of his mental strength, leading to the near depletion of his mental ocean. Zhang Taiping, as a man, do not hide behind women. Come out. Yuan Gang shouted in fury. Zhang Taiping staggered out from the massive punch crater, 2 of his ribs broken, and his left shoulder dislocated, clearly feeling the repercussions of taking Yuan Gang's full-force strike. Without hesitation, Yuan Gang charged at the somewhat unsteady Zhang Taiping, knowing that if this dragged on, he would be the one to fall. 3 pure ancestors above. 3 Mao ancestors defying the world. Divine talismans command you. Chanchuan obeys. Should there be any defiance, let the thunder axe not spare, swiftly as the law commands. Release. Zhang Taiping softly recited the Miao Mountain Sect's thunder-smiting true formula, then thrust his straight sword towards Yuan Gang. A massive blue lightning waterfall crashed down upon the advancing Yuan Gang, causing him to falter momentarily, but he ultimately surged forth, delivering a punch towards Zhang Taiping. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Taiping swung his sword. The collision of fist and blade unleashed layers of invisible shockwaves. After a standoff of 3 seconds, it was ultimately Zhang Taiping who was sent flying. Yuan Gang rushed forward, and before Zhang Taiping could hit the ground, he unleashed a flurry of punches, with the last blow deforming Zhang Taiping's sword. Zhang Taiping, surrender. Yuan Gang had reverted to his normal human size. Zhang Taiping, propped up by his deformed sword, stood up, but I have not yet lost. If I am not mistaken, your mental power will be entirely consumed within 30 seconds, and by then, The outcome may still be uncertain. Although I am unsure of the burning principle of the flame on my brow, I believe it is also consuming your mental power. Should you refuse to surrender, I will unleash my full strength. In such a case, losing consciousness, do you wish to trigger the absolute barrier to go berserk? Yuan Gang said coldly. Zhang Taiping was taken aback, vividly recalling the chaos of the absolute barrier's eruption under Emperor Zhuangxiu, a painful memory that would forever haunt him. Zhang Taiping, I must remind you that this is merely an assessment, not a life or death battle. Do you wish to render thousands homeless? Yuan Gang exclaimed with anger. Zhang Taiping sighed deeply, and the flames of fury in Yuan Gang's brow gradually extinguished. I surrender. Yuan Gang plopped down onto the ground. Haha. You are still too inexperienced. Yuan, the instructor, remarked. Your mental fortitude is lacking as well. If you had held on a little longer, I would have been the one to surrender. My mental energy was already depleted. I could not launch another effective attack. The way of subduing a nation begins with conquering the mind, and physical conquest follows. Ha ha ha. Yuan Gang laughed heartily, seeing that Zhang Taiping still intended to act. He shouted in anger, a man's word is his bond. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? I have not yet sunk to such shameless depths. Zhang Taiping replied, slowly sitting down and using his right hand to reset his dislocated left arm. Hong Hao took a rope from his waist and approached Zhang Taiping, but suddenly halted, and then, to Yuan Gang's astonishment, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The young monk, Shen Xiu, took out a brush and remarked, letting your guard down at the last moment is a point deduction. Nevertheless, since you have been decent to me, I shall give you a score of 90. Guarantee you just knocked unconscious by me? Yuan Gang stared wide-eyed. The young monk vigorously rubbed his face, and soon the scars and bumps dissipated, transforming Shen Xiu back into the remarkably handsome monk. My master said that enduring blows is a skill, while feigning death is an art. If I couldn't feign death, I would have long been killed by my resentful senior brothers. Shen Xiu smiled as he approached Yuan Gang. Each step was taken with great caution, for he was skilled in disguise and feared that Yuan Gang might unleash his final potential, jeopardizing their mission. Shen Xiu, I shall grant you one last chance. If you surrender now, I can ensure you receive less punishment. Yuan Gang declared. Do not listen to him. He is out of energy and is trying to deceive you. Zhang Taiping interjected. Shen Xiu gestured to Zhang Taiping. Do not worry. I have it under control. Just then, Instructor Li, who taught foreign history and culture, along with 2 other instructors, rushed over. Seeing them, Yuan Gang smiled and said, regardless, you have ultimately lost this time. Amiba, a single misstep in the game. Shen Xiu said, dejectedly lowering his hands. Before Yuan Gang's smile could fully bloom, Shen Xiu's figure vanished from sight, and the wooden fish mallet appeared behind Yuan Gang's head. As long as I can take down the chief instructor, it won't be a complete loss. Wait, we can talk. Yuan Gang, now completely drained of energy, had been bluffing Shen Xiu, but evidently this fellow was far more shameless than Zhang Taiping. His tactics were utterly ineffective. The wooden fish mallet suddenly halted. Amiba. Instructor Yuan truly possesses a compassionate heart. He is a wise man. What do you desire, wine or meat? Is my request so shallow in your mind, Instructor Yuan? What I seek is to have the 4 of us assigned to the same squad after the new recruit training is completed. Shen Xiu replied nonchalantly. Zhang Taiping and the others looked at Shen Xiu with strange expressions, and Qi Ming, with a serious tone, said, I don't care who you are. Get off, Shen Xiu. Your current demeanor is quite unsettling. Shen Xiu was not offended by his teammates' criticisms. He looked at the seated Yuan Gang and said, Instructor Li and the others are about to arrive. We have little time left. Impossible. I cannot assign 4 fresh recruits to a night watchman squad. That would be extremely irresponsible. Yuan Gang refused. Shen Xiu's gaze sharpened as he raised the wooden fish mallet and threatened, help me take care of my 7th uncle's ex-mother-in-law. That can be arranged. Your group's strength is not much inferior to seasoned veterans. I agree to your terms. Yuan Gang quickly replied, fearing that if he were struck on the forehead, the entire training camp might have to disband early. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiu seemed to be propelled away by an unseen force to the approaching Instructor Li and the others. It appeared as if Yuan Gang's protective energy had sent him flying. Damn it, this kid can really act. Yuan Gang silently cursed, then commanded the others to capture Shen Xiu. Zhang Taiping initially believed that Shen Xiu had held back during their confrontation, but he was surprised to find that Shen Xiu had retained 70% of his strength, even when faced with the combined assault of 3 instructors. The young monk managed to evade capture for half an hour, all while showing no intention of escape. On the way back, the 4 were bound together like dumplings. Shen Xiu and Qi Ming tied separately, while Zhang Taiping and Miao Miao were tied face to face. Zhang Taiping protested loudly, why must I be tied to Miao Miao? Hong Hao lifted them and tossed them onto the troop transport, stating, ordinary ropes might not hold you, But these 3 ropes are replicas of the binding of immortals. And we only brought 3. You better appreciate this, brat. This is a benefit I'm granting you. After saying this, Hong Hao slammed the vehicle door shut. Though Zhang Taiping possessed great composure, he was not a saint. Breathing the same air as a stunning fox spirit, no man could withstand such a temptation. Tu Shan Miao Miao's enchanting eyes and fragrant breath caused Zhang Taiping to quickly avert his gaze, yet his eyes nearly fell into that snowy abyss, unable to escape. Hurriedly, he turned his head away. Miao Miao, feeling a warm sensation in her lower abdomen, was momentarily stunned, her face turning as red as an apple. She teased, Taiping, I didn't notice that day. It turns out you possess such remarkable talent. Zhang Taiping, feeling despondent, fought to suppress the burgeoning fire within him, silently reciting, Heaven clear. Earth murky, heaven stirs, earth still, man clear, woman murky, man stirs, woman still, let the essence flow, and all things shall arise. The clear is the source of the murky, the moving is the foundation of the still. If one can remain tranquil, heaven and earth shall return to harmony. Qi Meng, frustrated with Zhang Taiping's lack of action, exclaimed, Don't be afraid of her, Taiping. Miao Miao is just a paper tiger, a poke will break her. Trust me and go for it, she will surely back down. Umaba, Taiping, do not fall for her tricks, you'll be devoured to the bone. Shenxiu, the young monk, hastily advised. Unfazed by their concerns, Zhang Taiping continued to recite his Taishang Qingjing Sutra, while Miao Miao blinked her eyes and pondered. What should we name our future children? In the driver's seat, Yuan Gang laughed heartily at Zhang Taiping's awkwardness. You finally have your day of reckoning. Such talent. It's hilarious. Chapter 78. The exercise concludes as the new recruits in the training camp successfully eliminated the last of the mysterious Sichuan boundary spiders. The instructors drove their jeeps slowly into the camp. Hong Hao parked the troop transport at the entrance and unhesitatingly hung the 4 recruits on the gate. Almost all of their instructors wore caps, pulling them down low, no matter what they used to wash. The bright red marks from the cinnabar that Zhang Taiping had used could not be removed from their foreheads. Upon hearing the sounds of the troop transport in the distance, the new recruits instinctively lined up and stood tall. The instructors descended from the vehicles, their expressions grave, if not downright sour. Yuan Gang surveyed the new recruits and declared, You all performed admirably. I hereby announce the conclusion of this festive day's exercise. Upon hearing that it was merely an exercise, the newcomers began to murmur among themselves. Especially the female recruits, who had witnessed their comrades fall before their eyes, harboring vengeful thoughts against the hunter. Throughout the ordeal, the female soldiers had been oblivious to the fact that this was just a drill. I know what you were thinking. The team members who fell during this exercise were not in any real danger. Yuan Gang revealed a comforting smile, moved by the genuine camaraderie among these new recruits. Yet, he suddenly recalled Qi Meng, his smile faltered. With the ability to share vision, Qi Meng must have been the first to discover the truth of the exercise, clearly displaying a level of intelligence surpassing that of her female counterparts. I have not witnessed such a splendid exercise in quite some time. While you all were fervently engaged, our instructors were meticulously observing via surveillance, grading your performance. The results will be posted on the notice board tomorrow. Now, everyone is dismissed. All training for today is cancelled. Take a good rest, and in the evening, I shall request Old Su to prepare an extra 2 dishes for you. Yuan Gang appeared somewhat fatigued. He glanced at Lin Qiye, who was dragging the corpse of Zhang outside, and asked, What are you doing? Reporting to you, sir. I wish to feast on braised spider hands. Lin Qiye reluctantly abandoned the corpse of Zhang. Unbeknownst to the two, the golden silkworm Gu, accompanied by 4 small insects, stealthily entered the body and commenced a feast within. Once the recruits had dispersed, Yuan Gang turned to his fellow instructors. Tonight, we shall not sleep. Everyone is to review the footage and assign scores. Instantly, there was a chorus of lament from the instructors, some even clutching their heads and cursing. Qiye, why haven't I seen Zhang Taiping and the others? It seems they did not participate in this exercise. Li Pang expressed his confusion. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. Given Zhang Taiping and their abilities, it is impossible for them to remain unnoticed during the exercise. I had considered this issue earlier and checked their dormitory. They were absent. Therefore, I surmise the only reason is that they left the camp prior to the exercise. That cannot be true. Li Pang exclaimed, his mouth agape. Do you remember the golden silkworm goose sent by Qi Dream yesterday? The food for the golden silkworm goose she mentioned must be that mysterious spider from Chuanjing. Hence, she must have discovered the truth of the exercise long ago. Considering the personalities of those 4, what would they do? Lin Qiye expounded. Qiao Yuan contemplated. They would seek revenge and hunt in return. Just now, aside from Instructor Yuan, it seemed only 3 individuals were not wearing caps. These 4 are truly reckless. Li Pang lamented. Shen Qizhu interjected angrily. These fellows are utterly lacking in camaraderie. Why should they not include us in such a splendid opportunity? The elite combat forces among the new recruits are just as few. If we all went to hunt the instructors, who would combat the mysteries within the training camp? Moreover, it would be too conspicuous and easily detected by the instructors. Lin Qiye remarked. Despicable and shameless, to use us as bait. Zhao Yuan scoffed. But where are they now? Li Pangpang still harbored concern. Do you smell that? It's so fragrant. Zhao Yuan sniffed the air. Li Pangpang's eyes brightened. It seems to be the scent emanating from Sister Miao Miao. Meanwhile, the four little ones were suspended before the main gate, Shinshou's stomach rumbling audibly. These instructors won't keep us hanging all night, will they? I didn't even eat lunch. Shinshou lamented. Chi Dream was in a far better state, as her innate goo were vigorously devouring that mysterious spider from Chuanjing. Since her innate goo were linked to her life force, whatever they consumed would benefit her in return, and at this moment, she felt no hunger. Tu Shan Miao Miao pressed her forehead against Zhang Taiping's, strands of imperial aura flowing from his brow into her body, having gained the recognition of the Xianyuan sword. Zhang Taiping exuded the pressure of an emperor, and the national fortune of the great Xia would involuntarily flow into his body, nurturing his physique. When the national fortune merged with Zhang Taiping's essence, it transformed into the imperial aura that Miao Miao relished. Originally, this imperial aura would reintegrate into the national fortune of the great Xia, forming a closed loop. However, a portion was intercepted and consumed by Miao Miao. As it was a cycle, Zhang Taiping would continuously emit imperial aura, and Miao Miao could casually indulge by gently nibbling at the air beside him, satisfying her daily needs for imperial aura. As Miao Miao had expended considerable energy today, Zhang Taiping decided to grant her the freedom of imperial aura. As she indulged, her eyes became dreamy, and her cheeks flushed, resembling someone intoxicated. Li Pangpang was able to detect her fragrance from a considerable distance. Due to the substantial infusion of imperial aura and the unintentional activation of Miao Miao's innate abilities, Lin Qiye and the others followed the scent and soon discovered the three large dumplings suspended at the entrance. Shinshou, seeing a glimmer of hope, exclaimed, "Comrades, save me." Shinshiju approached to untie the ropes but found them impossible to unravel. "Don't bother, bro. These three ropes are replicas of the binding immortal lock. And you won't be able to untie them like that," Li Pangpang advised. "How do you know that?" "Because the real binding immortal lock is at my home." Shinshou's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Then you must know how to untie these ropes. Hurry and let us down, or we'll miss dinner." "But if I let you down without permission, will I face punishment?" Li Pangpang hesitated. Instructor Hong said that soldiers who do not obey discipline are worthless, and those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Shinshou mimicked the instructor's tone. Yet, Pangpang still did not act, for he had never considered the possibility of punishment. The reason he had not untied the ropes was due to Tu Shan Miao Miao continually signaling him to leave. Zhang Taiping also noticed Miao Miao's subtle gestures and raised an eyebrow. The Taoist teachings emphasize refining essence into qi, and qi into spirit. "Do you believe that for the next 3 days, you will not be able to consume a single breath of imperial aura?" Miao Miao was taken aback by this statement and quickly retorted, "Pangpang, you are so ungrateful. We have helped you so much, yet you will not hasten to set us free." "Clearly it is you, HM. What did you say? Do you believe I will report you to Jasmine?" Tu Shan Miao Miao threatened. Pangpang quickly silenced himself, and with a hand gesture, the three replica binding immortal locks automatically loosened. "Let us go eat," Shinshou exclaimed, dashing off. Tu Shan Miao Miao shook her small fist at Li Pangpang, clearly dissatisfied with his performance today. Chapter 79. Graduation approaches at 3 in the morning. In the instructors' conference room, the instructors finally reviewed the footage from the day. A heated argument ensued among them. "No way. You've given Li Tuming too high a score. He merely flailed around with the forbidden object to break the spider web, and when facing the hunter, he accomplished little. 17 points is far too generous. The total score is only 20. Yet, you cannot deny that without his rescue of over 100 recruits, they likely would not have triumphed so easily against the Spider Child. Without his intervention, the Spider Child may not have been defeated at all. Let us not even mention Li Tuming. Zhao Yuan merely detained the hunter for a few minutes by force. How does he merit a high score of 16 points? Nonsense. Remember, he was at the pond level facing the river level. To endure that long is impressive. At your pond level, could you achieve such a feat? I could not, but someone could. Zhang Taiping fought against Instructor Hong for over half an hour, and I heard he even won in the end. Ahem. Why did the conversation shift back to me? Hong Hao pulled his hat brim low. Instructor Fong, unfazed, remarked, "We have been discussing the scores of the new recruits in the training camp. How should we rate Zhang Taiping and the others?" At this question, everyone present fell silent. 0 points is a must. As soon as Instructor Ma heard about those 4 troublemakers, goosebumps covered her body, and the memory of ants crawling over her made her twitch involuntarily. However, This time, regardless of their tactical design, combat skills, or the collaboration of the four, their performance was remarkably perfect. Ultimately, even the chief instructor was nearly cornered into a desperate situation. My opinion is that they should all receive full marks, Instructor Fong opposed. Hong Hao rubbed his forehead, disrespecting instructors, damaging exercise equipment, assaulting grading instructors. Just one of these offenses is sufficient to expel them. A score of 0 is absolutely warranted. Han Li rubbed the back of his head, feeling a twinge of pain. The carnival day had always served as an assessment for the new recruits, and this time, the four of them had certainly imparted a lesson to us. Had I been ambushed by them while the Forbidden Ruins were under duress, I would have protested. However, under normal circumstances, I was indeed defeated, and thus I accepted my loss with grace. A disciple need not always be inferior to their master. It brings me great joy to teach such capable students, and therefore, my verdict is a perfect score. In the dead of night, the conference room erupted into a cacophony, with the instructors divided into two extreme factions, one advocating for full marks and the other insisting on 0. Not a single middle ground score emerged during the grading. After a considerable time, Hong Hao entered Yuan Gang's office, holding a hefty stack of documents. Chief, the majority of the recruit scores have been finalized. Yet the scores for Zhang Taiping and his trio remain undetermined. The instructors are split into two camps. Yuan Gang glanced at the documents in Hong Hao's hands. The scores were largely in line with his expectations. He retrieved a pen from his breast pocket and swiftly recorded the scores next to Zhang Taiping's names. Hong Hao, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Chief, what are you doing? Since you cannot determine the scores, I shall take the liberty to decide. This matter is not open for discussion. Simply announce the scores as I have noted, Yuan Gang declared. The following day, the results were announced. The new recruits gathered eagerly around the bulletin board. Lin Qiye scored 19 points. Bali Tuming 17 points. Yangzi 17 points. Shen Qizhu 16 points. Emoli 16 points. Xiao Yuan 16 points. As Bali Tuming scanned the list, he found Zhang Taiping at 2 points. Shen Xie 1 point. Tu Shan Miao Miao minus 10 points. Qi Ming minus 15 points. How could there be negative scores? What kind of grading is this? Bali Tuming exclaimed in indignation. Qi Ming, however, wore a smile upon seeing this. The portly one glanced between her and Miao Miao, perplexed. Aren't you all upset? The hunting instructors clearly graded you 4 collectively, yet only you 2 received negative scores, indicating a bias against you. Tu Shan Miao Miao explained, Zhang Taiping struggles with foreign languages, and Shen Shou's theoretical knowledge of the Forbidden Ruins is quite poor. They both have their weaknesses. In contrast, Qi Ming and I manage acceptable scores, especially Qi Ming. She's practically a hexagonal warrior in her studies. If we were to be placed on the same team, wouldn't it be reasonable for our scores to be somewhat comparable? Being on the same team is impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Yuan shook his head. Ba, Chief Yuan has already promised us. Surely this matter cannot be fabricated. Shen Xiu interjected. Yet, there's no need to assign such low scores. Even negative ones. Bali Tuming protested on behalf of the four. Zhang Taiping sighed. It is unlikely that a top-ranked team would accept 4 new recruits at once. I suspect even Chief Yuan cannot manage that. However, for a lower-ranked team, the situation could be different. I've heard that some teams comprise only 2 members. From the very beginning, Lin Qiye had remained silent, only to finally interject. Why would Chief Yuan agree to have you all in the same team? He then posed a rhetorical question to himself. Surely, you don't think even the chief would? No way. Bali Tuming's mouth fell agape. Xiao Yuan pondered briefly. That possibility is the only one left. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. You all do this without me? How can we remain brothers after this? Shen Qizhu lamented, nearly slapping his thigh in frustration. Despite having fractured 2 ribs, Zhang Taiping, nourished by the nation's fortune, healed rapidly. He possessed a unique resilience. Thriving under adversity, the broken ribs, in fact, proved beneficial for him. As time passed, the final months of training camp flew by. Taiping. Which small team do you think we will join? Tu Shan Miaomia bounced along behind him. If possible, I wish to remain with Team 136. Progressing smoothly into the Sichuan region and confidently taking on the role of team leader, Zhang Taiping gazed towards the distant training ground. Although he had spent merely a year here, it had been far more exhilarating than the 7 years at Longhu Mountain. Shen Xiu rubbed his bald head, questioning, what burden? Nothing. Zhang Taiping realized he had misspoken. Qi Ming shook her head. I think it's quite unlikely. Team 136 is already well structured. They hardly require additional personnel, let alone all 4 of us at once. Given my circumstances, I doubt the higher-ups will keep me at Cangnan. My destructive capability far surpasses that of an ordinary mysterious entity. Alas, I truly wish to remain with Team 136. Zhang Taiping sighed deeply. Qi Ming chuckled softly. Covering her mouth, Are you lamenting your departure from Team 136 or from your beloved Honging sister? Is there really a distinction? There is a distinction. This is of great importance to me. Tu Shan Miao Miao awaited the answer with both anticipation and trepidation. Zhang Taiping shook his head and fell silent, while Miao Miao, undeterred, continued her inquiries. From a rooftop in the distance, Yuan Gang observed the comings and goings of his students with a bittersweet sentiment. In just a few days, we must part ways, yet I find myself unexpectedly reluctant. You have guided several waves of new recruits. Why this sudden sentimentality? Hong Hao queried, standing behind him in confusion.